was the morning when I woke. 'Cause I know something now I didn't before. Bad decisions, that's alright. Welcome to my silly life.
Color crimson in my eyes, wanted to get free my mind. I won't deny what they're saying, because most of it is true. But it was all before I fell for you. So please wait. Change the world. It's a party in the USA. Just like animals, just like dangerous. One hand in the air for the big city. Street lights, big dreams, all looking pretty. Like a skyscraper. You were the shadow through my life. Did you feel us? Another star, you fade away. Afraid our aim is out of sight. Wanna see you alive. Where are you now? Where are you now? Where are you now? Was it all in my fantasy? Where are you now? Were you only imaginary? Where are you now?
What's that on that beat? Oh.
Baby, I'm wasted. All I wanna do is drive home to you, baby. I'm faded. All I wanna do is take you downtown, baby. I'm wasted. All I wanna do is drive home to you, baby. I'm faded. All I wanna do is take you downtown. All I wanna do is take you downtown. I'm wasted. All I wanna do is drive home to you, baby. I'm faded. All I wanna do is take you downtown, baby. I'm wasted. All I wanna do is drive home to you, baby. I'm faded. All I wanna do is take you downtown, baby. All I wanna do is take you downtown. I'm faded. All I wanna do is take you downtown, baby. I'm wasted. All I wanna do is drive home to you, baby. I'm faded. All I wanna do is take you
what's in your face. All I want is you. Now we got a good thing. All I want is you. There's no doubt, no way out. All I want is you. Now we got a good thing.
That's right, they both keep believing it. All in all, the good thing about the way this draw's gone is because of the way the bands have gone, they've just gone with their color bands. There's no mad weakness for either team. There's nobody where they're like, oh, it's impossible for us to win on that map. For example, Hellraiser's Dust 2 should be very scary. Oscar's really good on that map, but no one in the world's super confident on Dust 2. Unless the other team literally doesn't play it, everyone knows you can compete on Dust 2.
And I think that's probably why we're seeing it for the first time this weekend, right? Virtus Pro made sure they weren't going to be playing it. We haven't seen Dust 2 up until day 3.
It's one of those maps, so it's very often called the underdog map because it's the most sort of played map. Everybody has an understanding of it. People have been pre-firing and holding angles on it since time immemorial. Everybody, has a pretty good understanding of the Dust 2 mechanics. That said, I think Hellraisers are a knockout team on Dust 2. Their short executes in particular are just ridiculous. Like they won an event last year. I think it was the Ace Predator Masters, where literally they just went against better teams and they just did a short execute every round on the T side. People just couldn't do anything about it. They're just flashing over the top, coming out, taking an duel and just getting up there. And I think SK Gaming will really struggle on that map. Where it gets interesting for me is what happens on Overpass, because Hellraisers can actually, the way the series is set up, I think they can go the 3-0 if SK Gaming can't hold their own on Overpass, which historically they have failed to do. But I think all of these maps here, because of just the nature of a best of 5, I think they're all going to be close. I think we're going to see a lot of rounds on the board. I don't think there's going to be any blowouts on the map, but there is a potential for a 3-0 for Hellraisers here, in my opinion.
Dorian, when we saw Overpass yesterday, just staying on the idea that maybe we will see a 3-0 from Hellraisers. When we saw SK having success on Overpass, it was against a Dignitas squad that was just kind of running into their crosshairs one by one. And you kind of pointed that out. You're like, don't get overhyped about the way SK played this. It was more of a poor T side from Dignitas. How strong is Hellraiser's T side, though, on this same map?
I mean, this isn't like an ideal Hellraisers map by any means. And they knew it was coming, so there's that. Like, you're obviously going to prepare Overpass to play against SK. So for me, the T side on this game is just going to be purely based on the skill of the Hellraisers players. Like that's the cutting edge aspect for Hellraisers in every one of these maps. Ultimately, it doesn't matter which map favors anyone because they haven't got like a map they can't play because they haven't let their permaban through. The maps that they're weaker on, they can make it like a skill matchup and they can just win with their skill alone. So I certainly think it's possible you could have a 3-0 for Hellraisers. They could even win Overpass. But that's why, to me, Overpass is the key. Because if SK can get Overpass, I think certainly on Mirage, SK will have chances. So in that world where Overpass goes to SK, I think it's possible you could have all 5 maps, actually. I think the order is good enough where the teams have got the right ones. But there's also the possibility it can be a 3-0 purely because Hellraisers can win their maps and then just be better individually and outfrag their guys from SK on the Overpass and just win 3-0 that way. That's a possibility certainly too.
I just looked down at the stage to see if the players were ready. It looks like one of them is still in the restroom, so we got about 2 more minutes before we kick off this match. It's a best of 5, and I feel like predictions might take a little longer than yesterday. You guys closed it out with a strong prediction. You nailed it with Virtus Pro cruising over Optic Gaming. Richard,
we had to get one right, didn't we? Yesterday was a bit of a nightmare.
I wasn't going to mention the previous 4, but let's talk about this first matchup here. Hellraisers SK. Clearly, SK is the underdogs, but talk map rounds for me. Are you going Hellraisers and how many games?
You have to say Hellraisers definitely take Dust 2. I think when it gets to Overpass, that's a bit of a coin toss for me. I think SK Gaming can be very competitive. But here's the thing. If Hellraisers do win Overpass, I expect them to close the series out strong and get a 3-0 blowout because I think they'll win Cobble. Like Duncan says, I think where SK Gaming have to make it competitive is they have to take it to Mirage. They have to win Mirage, and then we have to go into Cash, which is that anything can happen on that map. It seems to be one of the more balanced maps. Both these teams, it's not like a super go-to pick for either of them. So it could get interesting once you get deep into the map pool. But Hellraisers have looked so strong. I don't know. I think I might put my money where my mouth is, and I might go for the 3-0 for Hellraisers.
Going 3-0 with Hellraisers.
I haven't given SK Gaming a lot of credit, by the way, the entire event, and that's not fair because they played brilliantly yesterday against stronger opposition. But I think the luck runs out here, and I think Hellraisers going to the final 3-0 quick.
And if SK is going to pull it off, before I let you go, if SK is going to get this win, does it have to go to 5 games?
I think it does. I think I just can't see them doing anything on Dust 2, even with all the experience they've got in that SK Gaming lineup. I just can't see how they can beat a team as polished as Hellraisers on that map. And then, obviously, Overpass, they've got to win that. I think Cobblestone goes to Hellraisers. They looked brilliant on it yesterday. I mean, I know Virtus Pro, it's not a map they play, but Hellraisers looked amazing on that map. They just looked really, really good. So I think it has to go 5 for SK Gaming and have any chance to win the series.
All right, Thorn, I see Bondic is back in his chair, so let's keep this tight. Where are you going? How does it all play out?
Yeah, I think the two possibilities is it's either a Hellraisers 3-0 or it's going to be a 3-2 Hellraisers. So it all really depends on the overpass game. I think that's going to decide the whole series for SK. And the thing with SK is the players that played well yesterday, that was a surprise, some of those. Like, for example, Pimp didn't play well. I think he's one of the better players in the team. Don't expect that performance from Modi again. So I'm actually going to go with the clean 3-0 for the Hellraisers. I think actually they can do it, and the way the maps are set up, they just have to get that overpass, which is by no means impossible for them to do. So I think they're going to win 3-0.
All right, one thing I want to point out, and I think this is how it worked out, but I want you guys to confirm it for me. When I was watching Madi dominate yesterday with all those entry frags, a lot of times Pimp was the guy jumping out, distracting, allowing Madi not only to get one kill, oftentimes doubling up. So we'll see if they're able to take advantage of that, not only on the T side, but also on the retakes for CT. It's time to get the game started, guys. Let's send it over to our casters. We got Launders and Helium.
Thank you so much, guys. So, yeah, Launders, we just heard the predictions there on the desk. Do you have anything you want to add to that? Do you think it's just going to be that simple? Is it the Hellraisers 3-0?
Yeah, I think we were talking about maps, and I think that I'm going to expect a 3-0 as well for Hellraisers. I think even on Overpass, it's going to be very difficult for them, in my opinion. And I think we just talked about this. SK don't do anything in particular that's special on Overpass that makes them so good at it. I think it's just their 4 players that always do a really good job working up to the site, but ultimately, Madi is very exploitable, right? He's always at long B, or he's always in stairs. And if Hellraisers have watched the demo, I think they're going to be able to exploit that weakness a lot of the times. And it's not like they ever change it up.
Yeah. I mean, the same thing can't be said. Obviously, the first map's Dust 2, but like Thorin just raised, like we think that the series really will come down to Overpass, which is map number 2, and the pick of SK. We saw them look very, very good on it yesterday. They've got that strong T side. They just take map control. But they might become readable, right? We've seen them play Overpass already. They got the map control. They'd find the first kill. And they'd pretty much always later on work it up long A.
Yeah.
And the only alternative is if Madi killed like 2 people at B, then yeah, just go B.
Yeah, predictable in that sense. And they rely on that, just getting that opening kill and then turning it into going to a site where it might be expected that they're going to, but because they have the man advantage, they expect to win. So Hellraisers might be able to stack off that information and take advantage of this.
And Dust 2, I think, will be interesting as the first map because we've seen 2 different SK gamings at this tournament already. We saw them get completely wrecked by Tempo Storm. So if that SK shows up, that's a 3-0, no problem for Hellraisers. But if we do get the SK that then played so well against Dignitas, that kind of regional matchup, so you kind of got to take that with a grain of salt, their performance yesterday. I think Dust 2 is a great map to just see what SK is going to be present because it really often does come down to the raw aim duels. And here we are into the pistol round right now. Oscar on the catwalk, he'll get flashed. He had support there with Stick Go. I think that's the pronunciation. We will be rolling with Angel and Bondic here through middle. Looking for some information, but it's Pimp. Glock bullet to the face of Angel. Magic's boy down here trying to hit those Glock shots. There is a way to actually jump and shoot that accurately. It might have been what he was going for. Sticko going to play this aggressive angle on the catwalk. You'll often see Oppers here. USP on a pistol round, essentially the same weapon.
SK going for mid control, and Hellraisers try to answer with their own form of mid control, pushing 2 people off of Cat and then peeking middle, but immediately we saw Angel go down, trying to get aggressive, and here's Bondic to take contact on the mid B.
And what do they have here? I was going to say, is the smoke. Yep, smoke will go down, and Bondic's going to not push through it. He was thinking about it, but a flash went in, caught him a little bit. Now Oscar coming out of middle, he'll take contact on the smoke. That'll allow the players in CT spawn to push through. So Oscar kills a Cillian. Pip, meanwhile, has found his 2nd kill of the round. It's Magic's boy to pull that knife out, that extra movement speed to cross the doors. Now Oscar coming in the upper B tunnels. It's Pimp finding his 3rd kill on the round. Now just Bondic and Sticko. Sticko at the window, Bondic at the doors, but he's contending with some fire right now, so he can't quite push through. Sicko trying to do something, knows there's a player in the back of sight. That's Madi. He'll find the headshot. Bondic at the doors, and there's no answer. Madi finds 2, Pimp finds 3. SK take the pistol.
Yeah, look at Magic's really excited about winning that pistol, and for good reason. That's a great way to start off the first map in this best of 5, and SK won that by simply moving into their default and I think playing off their picks. So they got their kill at middle, and then they decided to push Bondic, or push over towards Bondic in CT, put some pressure on him, and they got in the site. They had a little bit of utility, but ultimately they just hit their shots and were able to get that opening kill. That made a big difference. Wow, nice shot from Freeze.
Yeah, scouts on both teams. Oscar went for his, but it's Freeze to start it off through the door into the face of Angel. And that's a rough way to start a round like this as you go for that force buy on the CT side. That'll just be 1 player in B right now, and it's 0 with the P250. Birthday luck, though. Maybe that'll make the difference.
Once you spot that scout at middle, you want to try to avoid it. And we do see Oscar taking that long lane, hitting Freeze with the scout. Not in the face, but it seems like he hit him twice because
yeah,
he died off of that wall bang.
Freeze have no armor, and then even if he didn't, that was through the wall, so it looks like Freeze was tagged a couple of times there. Ultimately, he does fall, so good on Oscar. Give that man a scoped weapon. The other team better watch out.
But with Oscar down, or Oscar actually just moving over to B. This leaves a lot of information to be had by SK, who seem to be taking their talents over to long. One left and lower to catch rotates and listen for mid.
And this is Sticko over here at the long doors with that P250 coming away with nothing. It looked like he was definitely going to get the one headshot, maybe even two. But it's Pimp and Magic's Boy that will take him down. Smoke for the long cross here, and Magic's Boy going to be taking point. And look at Madi lurking out middle as we always see him with this submachine gun. And Zero to surprise him from behind, but wow, Zero missing all of those shots. Probably, I mean, it feels like Sticko and Zero both could have had kills on this round, which would have made it very interesting. But instead, SK Gaming will take the second round with 4 people alive.
I can't put those missing those shots on them. It seemed like it was all over them. I feel like they were aiming as good as they could have, but maybe tried to spam too hard or something. Either way, Hellraisers didn't win, didn't get a lot of kills either. And even though they invested into that round, they're going to have to save with not much to show for it. So SK here, Mac 10. Freeze only has a Glock, interestingly enough. Oh, there's the 5.7, and they're moving into B really quickly.
All right, Asilian does have the response as Angel with his P250 took down Monty, but now it's Asilian and Magic's Boy to just work their way in. Sticko taking some long-range shots through the doors, actually pimped down to 62. Might have taken a few of those bullets. It'll be Magic's Boy to go out the window and clean up Sticko, and it's Bondic and Oscar, you know, just hiding out here in T-spawn outside of those tunnels.
Wow,
we'll actually come away with one.
Yeah, still 3 up. No reason to chase here. Hellraisers have nothing to save. It's pretty much them to be able to reap much more than they lose off of these kills. Magic's Boy, however, is going to take the fight, kill them both, collect the loss or the win bonus, or the kill bonus, excuse me. One of the bonuses.
Some bonus, yeah. Get that money. That's what Magic's Boy was doing right there.
But grouping for B is such a good idea. So, you know, versus, you know, sometimes you want to take your anti-eco and just go long. Most times it's just the safest way to create a good amount of distance between you and your opponent, but you have to also consider, you know, you can't do the exact same thing every single round. Sometimes it's good to try to avoid a stack, and hitting B straight up can do a lot. It's like B site on Dust 2 is not a site that you typically stack with pistols quite often. It's somewhere at A, keep a scout at middle, or get people on cat, and so they try to circumvent that noise by just hitting B as quickly as possible.
So we may have already had a bit of a preview into this op battle between Freeze and Oscar, right? Because Freeze hits that insane shot through the door into the head of one of the opponents on the second round, and then Oscar was able to hit Freeze, we think, twice to kill him at middle. So Oscar won that duel, and now on this round, they both have ops. Oscar's glass cannon, it won't matter in a sniper duel, but if he runs into the AKs, that could have an effect on the outcome, as we've got Pimp on Cat. So SK Gaming maintaining cat control, and the one man in upper tunnels and the one guy that was watching long, they're starting to come back together, and they're working everything over towards middle and cat.
In my opinion, this is the ideal way to play A side if you have 3 people. That's one player, Goose, and he's going to be the man of the round if it is going to be a cat take. I mean, he's going to be expected to get 1 or 2 kills. Oscar is going to take the attention away from him, and they might fully well expect him to just be the only person outside of their long player to be defending A, and that's what's going to help Seiko so much.
All right, well, Pimp, it looks like oh no, he's not going to flash through and jump off into the CT spawn. They're going to try to turn this back around, go out middle to B, but they're getting kind of cleaned up here. Zero, well, it goes actually 2 for 2. Angel and Zero found 1, but Freeze and Magic's Boy with the response, and Magic's Boy is still alive here. They've got over into the B site. So it will be an even retake right now, but look at Hellraisers. This wasn't it's their first rifle round. It's pretty lackluster always as the CT in this situation in terms of lack of utility, and they don't have any kits. So this retake going to be difficult if they even decide to go for it.
Oscar doesn't even have armor, so they're looking for a really early first kill, and that's going to allow them to have confidence to move in. But wow, Pimp taking a really cool off angle there, I think just by big box, but it seemed to catch Oscar completely off guard. No way he was able to get his shot off before Pimp was, and they do recover the up, actually pick up a second one in the process. That might have been off of a terrorist, actually. Now,
yeah, they got it from Freeze.
Hellraisers were set up perfectly for A. The thing was that what SK didn't really cause a rotation because Stiko's in a position at Goose where he doesn't have the ability to move from there. You know, so he has to stay at Goose, and they got to hope that it's going to be some sort of cat take or A split, and instead they just avoided and threw a little bit of a distraction up cat to feed into that fear and ran out mid B versus 2 players. Won their duels. I mean, Hellraisers went 1 for 1 on a couple of those kills, but it wasn't worth it.
Yeah, I mean, that's really all SK Gaming needs, right? To go out middle, go 1 for 1, and then you've got a 3-on-3. You know the other 3 are over at A, and you can take that B site. And that's exactly what we saw. And here's Freeze hitting a shot onto Oscar. That's something Freeze is going to hope he can continue to do. And that was Oscar with an op, mind you. Angel has one as well. That was the secondary one they picked up from Freeze, who has actually just been killed there by Sticko. He had a FAMAS. So we've got a 4-on-4 situation, 1:30 on the clock. SK Gaming actually already has that long control with Madi situated in the pit, but the bomb's going to get scooped up and go the other way.
Yeah, so what they're doing here is they're leaving presence at long so that if anyone peeks, they have someone in pit to take a shot. He can also lurk, and they've used Madi for lurking quite often. We see him lurking on almost every map now, most notably on Overpass, but here he's just going to try to keep the attention at A while the rest of his teammates find another opening somewhere else. But it's actually 2 players at A right now, so this might even be the better site to go to. Wow, so much patience from Madi. And will he find the second kill? His one-taps have been on fire, and he kills both players at A. This is almost certainly going to allow them to come A really quickly. They have one more obstacle. That's Angel with the op at mid, and he's going to, take a shot on a player moving up Xbox, but doesn't find a kill.
Wow. All right, well, Madi, we might be talking about his one-taps too throughout this. Those were some really great shots over there at long. I'm surprised we see Angel miss both of those shots. And look at Pimp, man. He's looking really good with this rifle. We saw him take that little off-angle and bead to take down Oscar in the previous round. Hits a headshot there onto a player over in middle. And here's Angel with that op. Looking the wrong way, and Madi will catch him. 3 headshots on the round for Madi.
Oh, the Hellraisers just got outpatient so hard by SK. It's pretty unbelievable. I mean, leaving Madi in pit and then having, I guess, expecting Hellraisers to come and retake long like that was just ideal for the way that Madi was playing it. So far back in pit, not taking fights at all. It seemed like he might get the idea to try and challenge and maybe get a kill so that his teammates could hit B while he made presence at long, but instead, he basically waited until they did exactly what he expected.
And Angel's taking some damage on his way over into B. You can see him on 36 HP as he just comes through those B double doors. And SK Gaming doing pretty much what everyone does on Dust 2, right? They've taken this cat control. They've got, is that Madi, I believe, now in the upper tunnels this time? Yes, it is. And they had one man that was Magic's Boy watching the long push, but again, they're starting to group together and look for this cat play, perhaps. Although the last time they were on cat, they threw a bit of a fake and then immediately went out the mid double doors over to B.
Huge potential for that to happen just one more time. If they instead decide to go up cat, this is exactly what Hellraisers want. They haven't changed their setup one bit. They've got Sticko over at Goose again and this smoke to feed into their fear. But what will happen? I mean, it's the exact same setup.
It looks like if they do choose to do it, Pimp will be the man to drop through that smoke and push up the ramp to challenge Oscar. And Oscar, you can see, being affected by the aim punch right there. That's another glass cannon round for him, so Pip will take him down. Asilian to bring down Sticko, and it's going to be Madi out in middle. He was partially blind, so you can't really expect him to win that. Zero will check it. It's SK Gaming leading 5-0, and on this round, it's 4 plays 3.
Kind of a ridiculous way to lose. I mean, they had 3 players at A, and it seemed like they just fell asleep at the wheel. Well, this retake is not going to happen at this point. Now we have one player at long. Freeze kills him in pit with a nice headshot, and that's Zero alone. 1v3, the B player is going to fall back and try to save. Now he will be chased though. They see how far away he is from the site and know that he's not going for it. But that was really bad from Hellraisers. I mean, Oscar gets caught jumping on car. You know, if he was just posted on that angle, he would have certainly got someone on the spawn drop running up to ramp. And could have helped Sticko out a lot by staying alive, but instead just felt like they were falling asleep at the wheel on the A-hold. You know, it might have been that they were worried that it was going to be a mid-B fake again.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, because they also had the smoke down on catwalk. They threw the flashes over the last time and immediately reversed it. Oscar, you know, kind of backed off. Then they actually smoked the cross, too, to allow a player to even run up and possibly push the smoke. Oscar ended up dying through that. But right now, what we see, like, we went over those keys to victory, or the desk did, rather, and we're seeing almost every single one of them right now for SK Gaming. Freeze is hitting his op shots. Madi is playing very, very well. I don't think Magic Boy has been, you know, incredibly loud, but actually Pimp has.
What's most ironic is that, like, they mentioned Monty having to get entries, right? And he's getting the first kills. It's kind of weird because he's
like
always in
entries,
a...
yeah, it's just patience.
He's just a hard lurk, and he opens up rounds as the lurker. So, I mean, it's really important for him to be able to do that, and it's true that he does get a lot of first kills, even though his role is clearly lurking.
Well, we can see Hellraisers on this round just with some potent pistols. We got the 3 Deagles, a P250, and the CZ75 onto 0. Oscar in the longhouse here, and that fire may actually spread in his direction the last couple seconds of it. Let's see which way it goes. No, Oscar will be good.
It doesn't seem like at this moment Hellraisers are playing at all like themselves, at all like yesterday. You know, they're almost like SK on day 1, who on day 2 stepped it up huge, but this wouldn't be the time to slack, really. I mean,
this flank's going to be very, very quick, and it looks like Freeze might be the one in charge of watching it. It is just the pistols coming. And yes, Freeze is holding that angle. Look at Sticko, though. He's going to find 1. He is kind of a madman when it comes to the pistols, but just limited to the 1 frag. Now 0 coming around the corner, eliminating Freeze, but Madi right there for the trade. Still 3 on 2, and of course, equipment advantage to SK Gaming. Round advantage as well. They've got the bomb planted, and look at Madi on the catwalk, coming away with another triple.
Yeah.
Coming away with the first headshot onto Angel. Freeze gonna land one. Headshot through the doors onto Oscar and Sticko. He's able to pick up the op from his fallen teammate of Oscar, but he's only on 18 HP right now. And both these guys are over inside of B. One spotted at the doors. He'll take a bit of damage. The flash not gonna quite make it over the wall, but Freeze, you know, full blind, why not? And it looks like that shot landed, but Pimp, like a bat out of hell coming through that window. Takes a shot to the leg, but puts a Tech-9 bullet onto the face of Sticko.
So many unanswered frags from Hellraisers. I mean, just versus a straight-up traditional B hit, like with mid-B presence, they were able to get 1 or 2 kills. We had someone run out the door, and instead of trying to funnel players into a choke point like you should as you're defending the site, because if you play 2 and B, what you can do is throw a molly down in the door, throw a molly down in the window, throw a smoke down in the door, and then have your B site player watch tunnel while you watch one of the other choke points, right? Either window or door. Instead, he tried to run out mid and get all the kills by peeking out the door. Like, that's the best way to go 1 for 1. And when you only have 2 players in the site, you aren't fully prepared for a mid-B split. The way that you defend against a mid-B split in 2016 is you have someone in CT, because 2-1-2 is becoming more and more common now that the op is typically over at A, right? Everyone smokes mid and gets mid control. It's so super easy. But with the op at A, that allows you to play 2-1-2, and then you have someone boosted on the double stack in CT spawn. And since they didn't have that, they've got to play a little bit safer at B, or be a little bit different, because that was not the appropriate answer to how SK decided to split the site. And I think Hellraisers have taken a pause. This is kind of
that's a tactical.
Yeah, perfect moment to do it. They've got a lot to talk about. And the thing is that this oddly reminiscent of the Optic match, Optic versus Virtus Pro match that we saw yesterday, I casted last night. I'm not sure if you caught it, but it was basically an issue of Optic not being able to trade. Like, bottom line, there have been so many unanswered kills, and in succession, not even just like one entry with no trade frag. It's like 2 or 3 that SK are able to get somehow on Hellraisers, who have no lack of talent, played extremely well yesterday. And for some reason, none of the boxes are being checked right now. Nothing makes sense. It doesn't add up.
Well, it actually felt the same exact way when SK played Dignitas. SK were just, even in moments where SK were caught off guard, they were still the ones hitting the shots. It seemed like Dignitas just like, somehow their crosshairs, they would see an SK player just get pushed away. Like, they couldn't hit anything on these SK players. They were getting every kill. There were no trades. And it's feeling very reminiscent of that right now. SK is just bringing it to Hellraisers. And, well, we were looking at Pimp a little while ago. We pulled up his card. The keys to victory was Magic's Blade playing extremely well. He's doing all right, I'm sure, but Pimp is being phenomenal right now. In the 8 rounds that we've just had, he's got 133 ADR, he's 9-2. And then on the other side of that, we had Bondic actually pick up his first kill in that very last round, but it was a garbage frag. It was just him trying to survive. That was his first kill, and he didn't even live. He dies, and they didn't save that weapon. So something has got to change for Hellraisers. Maybe not even tactically, because it's Dust 2. Like, the tactics aren't that insane.
I think the tactics
got to get something going for them.
No, I mean, like, you know, to say that a team can be good at Dust 2 means there has to be a way for you to separate yourselves apart from aim, right? All, you know, Hiko said all pros have very good aim, and then some of them have excellent aim. You know, makes almost no difference, right? They can all hit shots. So honestly, we can point out and pick apart things that are wrong with the setups. And on Dust 2, it has a lot to do with reads, right? Because you're either overcommitting A or you're playing someone mid B and then leaving A a little bit weaker. But in all the situations that Hellraisers have decided to go A, except for that one time where they did have 3 at A, it was just Oscar failing, you know, failing to stay alive or even get a shot off. They had 3 people at A when Hellraisers decided to mid B. So maybe they should be stacking on the mid in the double stack in CT.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Yeah, just for that mid-B split until it happens. Shut down that mid-B and then go back and play A, because it seems like having the extra mana A isn't even helping them come close to win a round anyway. They should maybe try to... Oscar should probably take a shot at Cat and then fall off and hold long together with his teammate, and then hope that it's not a full Cat take and that it does happen to be a mid-B again, because too many rounds have been lost in every direction, but a lot of them have been from people just trying to split B.
Yeah, so I like that you brought up the reads, right? I would say the CT side of Dust 2 comes down to basically communication and reads, and that allows you to set up the really good crossfires. And the most important one right now is probably going to be that CT spawn or CT spawn on one of the boxes and the B double doors crossfire to shut down the mid to B push. And you already mentioned Oscar can play at Car. He can take that shot. If he hits it, it's great. Maybe go for another one. If not, fall back to long. And then you can have there are 3 guys that are kind of playing at B in middle to take that control over, probably kill Madi, because I imagine he'll be lurking there. And then just go for a retake onto A if that's the site that fell.
Yeah, you know, and A is retakeable, but B isn't, right?
Exactly.
Now, the other thing is that if you have someone dedicated CT, like, yeah, if it's a full 5 Cat take or even an A split, that guy is relatively useless. But because Hellraisers are spawn dropping off of a Cat smoke into spawn, and running up the ramp, if there's someone in CT spawn, they can come through that smoke or at least see around it if they think it's going to be Cat presence. Also, that guy has so much information if he's sitting in CT because he can hear all the noise on Cat and can know well before Oscar whether or not it's going to be a Cat take or a mid B.
I think that was a pretty telling shot there on the camera. We panned from the booths of Hellraisers. We had one player with hand over face on the side of Hellraisers, and then we get to SK and they're all giving each other fist bumps and high fives.
Yeah.
So that can tell you something about the morale of these 2 teams, and I think we saw a quick little replay, maybe some op shots. But now we're into the round. A couple, like 20 seconds already off the clock, and it's SK Gaming, remind everyone, leading 8-0 here in the first map of the semifinal. It's a best of 5. And I don't know if this map looks familiar to anybody, but it's Dust 2.
I wonder if they're going to follow the frag here. And yeah, there we do have someone in CT spawn this time with 2 people focused on tunnel, actually going for a push. But will they check right? It looks like not. Oh, and they don't even trade this frag.
That's going to be madness.
I'm not sure what's worse, or I'm not even sure what's better for who, because yeah, Angel didn't get that second kill, but Zero wasn't able to trade that frag either, so it's just such a bad situation for Hellraisers.
Yeah, well, Pimp just didn't let go of Mouse 1, right? He didn't want to go for that peek out because it was just the angle.
He doesn't need to, he got his kill.
Yeah.
It's really Zero who really wanted to trade that frag, but couldn't.
And then we did have, I didn't say what other player it was, but Pimp did have support coming up from the lower tunnels to, if Pimp did go down, they were going to try to get that trade. So it's SK Gaming commanding the map right now, 5 versus 4. Well, Zero beat checked. He was brought down to about half HP. Pimp, oh man, even the first shot's missing. Pimp lives maybe longer than he should. And here's Zero able to get 2. He will go down, and actually Sticko at middle has brought down a Cillian. So SK Gaming finally a man down in one of these rounds, but they are still planting on to B, and the retake's not going to be easy. We got a flash of smoke and a kit, thank goodness, on Sticko. So this retake is possible, but it still won't be easy.
A smoke and a flash. This is like, you could, if you're not going through tunnels, oh, they are. So it looks like they're going to use the smoke just to cut off the site and then come in through door, window, and tunnel, hopefully at the same time.
Oh, and Magix tries to get a little bit aggressive, and you can understand that, right? You're a man down, trying to get aggressive, but now Freeze on the back of the platform, killed the tunnel player, killed the one coming through doors, but it's Oscar dropping out of the window and taking Freeze off the back plat. He'll find a 2K, and Hellraisers, are on the scoreboard.
That was so extremely close. Really nice round from Freeze. He's not very happy about that because he almost had that 1v3 and he almost beat the power of the pause right there.
Yep.
But Hellraisers ultimately, off the back of Zero, who they started down a man and then Zero was the only man left in B. It seemed like he was missing or using a few extra bullets that he didn't need to kill Pimp, who only had 2 HP, but then found a second frag as well, and that was just so important.
And once he was able to fall back into the closet there, he gets those 2 kills.
But that round not translating into 2 in a row is just going to be deathly for Hellraisers. It almost doesn't matter that they won that last round. It's all about this one right here.
So basically, it seems like the adjustment we saw was a timed aggression there by Hellraisers initially into the round going into B tunnel, something we hadn't seen before. That part of the round didn't go very well, but ultimately they did take it. And now we see a little bit more of an aggressive posturing here from Hellraisers onto long, keeping 2 people down by the blue bin. And we actually, I believe that player is on the CT boxes. So maybe trying to shut down mid to be a bit more. Yeah, Steeko, okay, he's right behind it.
A lot of players focused on middle. We see the T and CTs all very close to each other, but it's Hellraisers weak at A right now and a lot of presence from SK up here. I know when they see this cat smoke, if they had done a tunnel push in the correct round, they'd know they'd be able to push in this moment, but it looks like A is going to be taken. The CT guy's going to push through the smoke, and they're going to be holding long.
Wow, Pimp was so ready for that. They smoked off both sides of CT. They smoked it on middle, they smoked the lower part of it on that A ramp, and they smoked off of Cat, so great execution here by SK Gaming. Now Angel coming over with that UMP. He is going to find that kill onto Pimp, shot the gun a little ways out into the open, and it is only a FAMAS. We'll see if he can get it. Zero, meanwhile, in the NOA spot. Not coming away with a kill, and actually it's Freeze that will bring down Oscar, and he'll find another one onto Bondic. Very well done. Madi coming out of those mid double doors gets Zero and Angel in quick succession.
Okay, so it was versus the cat take. They had 1 in CT, and then they had Oscar fall off to long after he took a shot. And then the CT guy pushed through the smoke. Everything that I asked for, but it didn't work at all. So
which is kind of scary.
Which is kind of scary. I think the only thing was like they were expecting Steeko to come through that smoke. I think they had a lot of good awareness though at that moment. And wow, Freeze hitting that shot on Zero. Won't know how much damage you just did. Actually gets a good 100 or a little bit more. But I don't know, sometimes the adjustment can be the right adjustment and it doesn't work because you don't hit your shots, but it's hard to say whether or not Steeko could have played that differently. And talking to Kerrigan, he mentioned that mid B is the most important position to play on Dust 2.
That's a nice nade over from Pimp. He'll even move out and take Angel as well. Smoke down onto that CT crossing and going into B. Not sure that it's clear, but of course we, the viewers, know that it is. So they will be taking B momentarily. Bomb coming through the tunnels, and even a player that's Freeze, I imagine, still back in T-spawn. Nope, it's Magic's boy here watching that long push, and he might actually be greeted. No, Bondic is going to run away. So Freeze to plant the bomb, and Hellraisers have nothing to save. SK Gaming don't really need to do anything from this point.
No, they won such an important round. Whoa, nice double dink.
He can't get out to that gun, though. There's no way. They're just watching it. And they are going to push in on him now slowly. Oh, coming over with the nade. Oh, that's 2 nade kills on the round. And it's Bondic on 23 HP. Maybe a chance for one more. Play a quick game of whack-a-mole if they come over Xbox. But no, Madi will actually take the first shot onto Bondic, and that's that. The quick reset for Hellraiser's economy, and it's 10-1.
Yeah, they still won't be able to buy here unless they really want... Wow, they're actually deciding to buy, which means a maximum of... I mean, you can't even get M4 half armor with the amount of money that they had, as far as I could tell.
Well, this is Hellraiser's CT side, right?
5 FAMAS. And
bad economic decisions sometimes can plague this team.
Yeah. I mean, well, the only thing that justifies it is because they only have 1 round to the 10 of the 10 of SK, and they're looking at like a 5-10 half max, and they haven't shown that they can even win a round sustainably. You know, it's been a very individualistic affair for Hellraisers, and that hasn't paid off at all.
I don't know if I've ever seen a 5 FAMAS round with the way that the shotguns and the SMGs behave in this game. Not a single person going for it. They want all these FAMAS. Madi's going to try to work his way in. That flash will actually send the Hellraisers players scurrying. They had got a little bit aggressive. And oh, look at Oscar. That barrel is going to betray Freeze. Oscar's maybe thinking about working around and collecting 1,500 bucks because the money situation is pretty bad. But he will take him down. Pimp quickly on the trade. So still 4-on-4.
See, the thing is that this going 4v4, on most maps makes the map very T-sided. On this map, it's kind of hard to say because the rotates are so fast for CT. So even though you kind of have to overcommit to one side or the other when you're 5v5, in a 4v4 you can stack something and feel a lot safer. So it's SK to move up long here with Madi and lower, and it's just going to be a 3-1 instead of a 4-1. Cat control though is being held by SK, or being held by Hellraisers, excuse me.
I like that Molotov as well to go to the cat side of the sight boxes to make sure a player can't be sitting in close. And it's Zero jumping with the FAMAS and hitting the headshot, of course. And that is always the danger, right? That wall is just so small. We see so many jumping shots land over there, and Hellraisers have given us a few in recent tournaments. I can remember the one when they were playing Team Liquid.
Pimp could have unbelievable impact right here because the long flank is a little bit late. Oh man, he's got to hit op shots though.
Yeah, and Pimp, you know, that is kind of his secondary role in recent time, but he'll pull out to the Tech 9. He brings down Zero, but it's Stickgo from long to get the shot onto Pimp, and it's a team ace for Hellraisers right now. Everyone getting involved, and I think that's going to be a pretty good sign for them. But what's not good is this is their only their second round, and that was still expensive, right? They lost 3 players there, and the money is low.
Yeah, no, it's still very low. They have 2 players. That, like, thankfully for them, they recovered an op that makes their chances of winning this round much greater. I mean, the fact that they haven't been able to put the op to work is one thing, but they know the abilities of Oscar, and I think the biggest thing for Oscar is actually his positional play, because he's not able to shoot. And when he shoots, he hits, but we haven't seen him shoot, so it makes sense that he hasn't gotten many kills with the op so far. Angel's getting away with this lower push, too. That op jumped down, so didn't get the spot, but from the sky, Asilian gets a kill, and Pimp,
oh, wow.
Oh my gosh, they just tried to crush upper and got destroyed for it.
Try to throw that pincer attack onto B, and they got the pincers ripped off. And that is painful right now for Hellraisers. Now just Bondic and Oscar, and actually, with the 3 people dying, the economy of this round wasn't all that bad for Hellraisers, maybe because they got the extra money from that defuse, but it doesn't seem to have mattered. That aggression into the upper tunnels, we actually haven't seen Hellraisers be successful with that at all.
It's an extremely strong play if no one's spotting mid, and they were able to get into lower undetected, and just got caught by a player jumping through the air with his knife out, so that's about as bad as it gets. When it goes as planned, but you don't hit your shots, and there's Magic Boys to get another kill. Oscar getting an op shot off onto Madi. Has some more players chasing him off cap, but they're just looking to get this kill. I mean, the round is won.
Wow.
Magic Boy, wow, nice shot, nice peek.
And Oscar shot too, right? He shot and missed.
True.
So that's 11-2, and that is, again, there's just 2 one-off wins for Hellraisers, immediately reset, and this is going into round 14, so they're going to be stuck with 2 force buys here in round 14 and round 15, which means it,
look at Bondic.
Based on what we've seen,
He's
yeah,
one with his
20 ADR. So we saw, who was it yesterday that pulled off 27 ADR being one of the lowest of the tournament? And now we've got, I think that was Config, right? Yeah. And now we've got Bondic sitting at 20. And Oscar, okay. This is why you buy 5.7s instead of FAMAS launchers.
Oh my god.
Freeze almost got them both with the same bullet. He did actually hit them both. It just wasn't a kill on both players. And now it's going to come down to Pimp. 1 versus 3. Both Bondic and Stickgo very, very low. And Angel with only an ump. And it'll just be Pimp. You know, make sure he keeps that AK out. Oh, footsteps have been heard. This player's going to react. And that's Bondic with an op. There's 100 damage for him. That'll help.
I suppose the game's never over on Dust 2. 4 rounds would be horrible, but Hellraisers might have needed the half to warm up. It's SK just getting away with things, and it's like they're playing relatively simple, pretty structured, but doing nothing special. It's mostly Hellraisers failing constantly. That's been I think the most salient point when trying to analyze this game. And here's going to be a lot of wallbangs at mid right now as players cross.
They're actually being held at the cross. Only 1 got through, and Pimp's going to get it through the wall, or the doors rather, onto Angel. And that's just things going SK's way, right?
Yeah, just one more time going their way. They just probably dump these ops. Auto snipers picked up AKs one more time. Oscar goes for the peek at mid and wins that duel versus Freeze. Wasn't even able to shoot.
Yeah, very, very quick there. And Madi's going to throw the smoke down. Zero kind of expecting what's going to happen. Either a player peeks off to the right or is going to jump on the double stack. But Oscar shuts it down completely with that kill onto Madi. So now SK Gaming playing 3 versus 4. It's going to be up to Asilian here. Can he find the entry at middle? He's got Oscar on the retreat, but he's a little hesitant, thinking Oscar might have just backed off a little bit and then proceeded to hold the angle. And now a lot of pressure here on them in the site. Zero's able to get one from site, but it's Oscar at the doors who falls over to Pimp. Zero, he's got 2 kills once again over in the B site. Sicilian will clean that one up, and now Sicilian 1 versus 2 with a lot of time to work with. He's got the op, and he's actually holding the correct angle, just giving it up now as the player jumps onto the boxes.
Thank God his movement was so bad in that moment.
Yeah, if he actually had hit that jump, he was going to die as he tries to catch the lip of that wooden box. You can get that jump yourself. Sicilian with 1 shot, thinking about going out to the rifles. Had a chance that he could get caught. He throws the Molotov down. He expects to push through. He reads the situation perfectly, and with the Tech 9, he brings down Sticko. And that's SK Gaming with a 12-3 half. Utter dominance from them here on the first map. Semi-final best of 5.
And wow, in that round, that might have been the nail in the coffin when it could have been 11-4.
Yeah, that keeps the momentum in their favor going into the second half. But what we're going to do, guys, is take a quick halftime intermission. Stay tuned. You don't want to miss the second half. Welcome back, everybody. Half 2 going to be starting momentarily. I'm Helium, with me Launders, and, well, definitely with us is SK Gaming, as they have shown up now 2 series in a row thus far. They played very well against Dignitas, and now they're playing exceptionally well against Hellraisers.
In that first half, we see that Pimp is actually a huge reason, a huge factor why they were able to come away with so many rounds. Pimp was 22 kills, 6 first kills. And then that's a huge stat.
He also was plus 15 on the KD and 144 ADRs. So he is a one-man army right now, and Freeze right behind him. I like Thorin's tweet. What is this, 2013? Both Freeze and Pimp carrying. And here are those 2 players we just mentioned holding on to this A site. Will it continue into the second half? Freeze very blind, not convoy with anything. It's Pimp up on the site as well. He's struggling to hit shots with the pistol. Zero will take him down. Freeze a bit of an off angle here at long. He can't find anything either. Monty taking some shots through the smoke as he is the player in CT. So Pimp already out of the round. There's Monty getting that first kill. Now Freeze chiming in. Monty with another one. And it's now 4-on-2. Zero will make it 3 as he peeks out to bring down Freeze. Bondic on the catwalk trying to get one as they run up the ramp. Help out that man in the site. That's going to be Zero. He'll get one more. That's a 3K on the round for him. And now it's up to Asilian and Magic's Boy. And look at that. Asilian has a kit right now. Smoke's going to go down. And they are just going to push right on through it. Bondic taking his time. Can't quite see him. Player jumping out the other side. And this is just all a distraction. The bomb's going to get defused. And Magic's Boy coming around with the knife. 1,500 bucks.
Oh my gosh, what a way to lose the pistol. They had so many alive to defend that after plant. It was retake on A from SK. 3 kills come out instantly, and then it starts to swing back in Hellraiser's favor with the 2 alive with the cat plant, and they, after some whiff shots and a smoke going down, a ninja defuse that was made by a player with 2 HP.
Do we call those ninja diffuses?
I think it's, yeah, it's not really a ninja defuse, but a defuse and a smoke. It's hard to say what qualifies it. Other than that, really.
Yeah, all right, well now we've got, the force spike does actually come out from the Hellraisers even after the plant, so maybe this can catch SK Gaming a little bit off guard, but I think having seen that player survive some bullets and get a headshot with that Tech 9, they can realize that maybe the armor bind did come out in full, and I don't know if they've actually heard the Gleal from Zero, but they're about to, as he's gone out the mid-double doors, not seeing anything just yet. And has this been called? The player in sight is not turning around to watch the window, but somehow Madi, he drops off the boxes and he finds that kill. Magic's Boy with one on Destico, and then Bondic takes out Madi. It is Hellraisers planting the bomb once more into this B site, and SK Gaming, well, they didn't actually go for a pretty heavy rifle buy. If they can get a quick kill, they might continue on the retake, but if not, they maybe just sit tight. They've got a lot of rounds to work with, no need to force it.
They put together a pretty good buy there. Now we have both choke points locked off, so everyone's going to die in this moment. I think actually Asilian goes down and Magic Boy feels like, I'm not going to give up this M4 to the 3 players defending a site that's super hard to retake. One of the hardest sites in the whole game to retake. Even with a man advantage, 3v3, 4v3, super hard to get in the B site, so not going to do that 1v3. Hellraisers win that round off of the back of some explosiveness and a little bit of confusion. Who was that in the site that got the kill? Zero to get the kill, or to fail on the kill.
Well, the one on two.
He came.
The one
he ran out mid
window?
and came in the window. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but it was Madi that was on the box that turned and got it. It may have been Zero. So that's Hellraisers, a much-needed round if they want to stay in this, and that is a great way to do it, right? To disrupt the SK Gaming economy after they won a pistol. And they're not tempted just because they saved the 1 rifle to force into this one. It'll just be Magic's Boy trying to do as much damage as possible, and he will come away with the first kill of the round onto Angel. Asilian very low. That nade will probably take him down, or the FAMAS bullets will do it first. And Magic's Boy on 23 HP. I think he's going to go back up with his team and try to just hold on to these guns one more time, because Madi was able to pick up the M4A4 that Angel dropped upon death.
SK have little to nothing to worry about for the next few rounds. I mean, they've gotten 2 M4s that they're recycling into the next, and I think Hellraisers aren't going to get the idea to chase just yet, and that means that SK have really good safe spots, which are far enough that even if they decide to push out, they probably won't run into them soon.
Yeah, and then you can also just put, you know, Pimp and Freeze a little further out as like feelers, right? Make them make first contact and at least get the information for the guys with the rifle so they can live. But they're on completely different sections of the map right now. They're not going to find each other. So that's actually really big for SK Gaming to save 2 rifles. So they can have a more or less full buy coming out in this round because of it.
Yeah, that matters so much, and then the nades on top of that. So we're gonna have Madi and Magic just drop their guns. Madi's actually gonna pick up a FAMAS, and I think he's a solo B-man, so that's not a good idea. He should probably trade out for an M4, A4 specifically, so
Maybe
he has
just
the
put
ammo.
2 this round to make up for it, but by the looks of it, not gonna be the case.
Yeah, he's just soloing B with the FAMAS. Like, oh no, oh
no,
yeah, he is. Yeah.
Yeah, a little hard to see the numbers on the radar from where we are, but. Yeah, it is Madi over there. Pimp up at Goose, and we've got Freeze as well as Magic's Boy here holding long. Fairly aggressive out here for long, and Hellraiser's doing standard Dust 2 things. 1 in tunnels, 1 watching the long push, and 3 over in middle and catwalk area.
Mid control being taken by Hellraisers, and they can decide what to do from here. Cat is likely given up, and they know this. They're going to take a little bit of time to clear it. Standard procedure for you as a terrorist on Dust 2. A smoke's going to come out to shy them away from Cat. This really wouldn't change anything, though. It does allow Pimp to get to Goose, and I see the value in that smoke. And a new way to throw a mid-B smoke.
Yeah, right.
There.
I just noticed that. That was pretty cool. And that one doesn't take a bounce, so you don't get the audio cue like a little bit earlier that can maybe make you push out of CT spawn and catch them coming through the doors. And another smoke, re-smoke on Cat right now. A lot of utility being used from SK Gaming to keep Hellraisers at bay. And Hellraisers did throw that mid to B smoke and actually did nothing with it. Posturing up now for a 3-2 take. That's 3 Cat and 2 out long. Will Magic's Boy be checked is the real question. They do throw their nade out, Flash coming through. He's going to be very, very blind. He just starts shooting and gave his position away. They weren't even looking that way initially. So the sound going to help Angel out with that one, and a little bouncy flash from Sticko. It's not working out. It's Pimp at the barrels. He's going to come away with just the one frag, but a bit of damage onto Zero. So Freeze is able to clean that one up. He can turn around. Actually, he'll just push back through the smoke, stay alive to fight another day. And this is that retakeable site, right? Oh no, he's getting blocked up by the Molotov a little bit. 40 damage now, fire, flames, nades, everything, and now the bullets raining in from Basilian, and they're gonna run out of time. Angel could die after time right here. Those shots not connecting. Freeze kills him after time, and that's gonna be a crippling blow over to Angel's economy, just on $1,700 right now.
Oh, what a horrible way to lose that round. After they get that entry at long, they have the split is totally validated at that point. They know they can take it with confidence, and trying to get up to the site, they aren't able to do it. Off the back of, I think, Freeze getting that kill from Game Helper on a player crossing elbow, and then dropping the bomb right there as well. So no one picking that up and then running out of time. That's a horrible way to lose.
Yeah, look at Angel's weapon right now. That's a Glock. That's all he has right now. Kevlar and a couple nades, and oh, just kidding. Apparently a Galil was down for him, so he's able to pick that up. He's now feeling a lot better, I am sure. But the Galil was dropped because he only had 1,700 bucks. So the economy of Hellraisers is not in a great spot right now, but at least Oscar has that op. Let's see if he can do anything with it to open up the round.
See, the thing is that they got away with that round up until the point of like the last 15 or so seconds. But cat control was given to them and they got their long entry. They could potentially do the exact same thing again. In fact, we have the exact same setup from SK. The only difference right now is Cat is smoked off, but Himp isn't playing Goose, because that's not a position you want to play over and over again, especially if you've been spotted. But playing on default is a great way to have nades funneled at you, so
yeah, it is.
We'll see if that is going to be a factor as well. And it seems like Hellraisers have decided to move out of mid off the back of Oscar and his op.
I think that decision to play in the site might actually be a read on the economy though, right? Like what nades? Hellraisers don't have any to push him off of that default position.
I wonder if Basilian gets a kill here.
He is going to be checked. He's going to throw a flash out to buy some time. Will he peek for it? No. He's going to pass one more. Maybe just try to reposition off of it as the smokes are going to come in. He'll throw a Molotov, and that will force them to run and jump through it a bit. He's got onto this angle. Oh my goodness. Some quick hops there from Basilian. Get onto the box the first time through the smoke. And Kamoya the kill onto Sticko. Oscar flash push back into the mid double doors. Player going to be running up on him. That's Asilian. He'll take down Oscar as well. And Asilian has been a bit quiet this tournament while some of his other teammates have stepped up. But that is an insanely massive play here onto round 20. Potentially getting SK Gaming on match point. They will still have to retake it. Bondic, whoa! No consistency there, just whiffing those shots as that player was thunderfooting through the tunnels. Could have been able to set that pre-fire. Here's Angel with the Galil long range, and he pulls down a triple kill with the Galil. That's a hashtag long range Galil spray control, and Zero with the final kill. And Hellraisers, wow.
I was in shock and all that he got the first kill with the Galil with a headshot from that far away, but then to turn into 3 kills is absolutely unbelievable to me. Considering how well that round was going for SK especially, as you mentioned, Asilian made it a fantastic play. That movement was pristine. From jumping up on NCT onto that box.
Launders is dying. He's that excited about it. That he can't even breathe. But yeah, jumping on that box was incredible, and then getting the first kill, finding the second onto Oscar as he was partially blinded, turning from a flash. But now it's SK Gaming in economic turmoil, and Angel to find that kill onto Madi. Asilian tries to push into the tunnels, takes a couple shots, and falls back.
Yeah, but up until that point, it was just great teamwork. That flash through the smoke, the jump up on Xbox, everything was going right. It looked like SK were just going to seal it up, and now they're on a safe.
Yeah, really put nothing into this. Just Pimp going for a 5-7. Might have had a bit more money. And he's probably feeling pretty good. His performance so far has been insane. One of the best we've seen from... I've seen Pimp do some crazy things online. I'm starting to think he was like one of the best riflers just because of his online performances, which kind of ties into that whole onliner storyline for SK. But this is the first time I've really seen Pimp just like crush it out of land. At least one that I've been at. And here's Pimp coming away with 2, so keeping it fairly costly for the Hellraisers, who will now plant the bomb into B.
This makes it so interesting. Let's just assume that SK win this map. No one expected them to take Dust 2. It's a map they don't even play and Hellraisers really like. So I wonder what that means, because they're going into... So the other thing is they're going to Overpass map 2, right? Mm-hmm. So if you go to Overpass map 2, let's say SK win that, but Hellraisers are still favored on all 3 other maps. Beyond the fact that they are likely to win each and every one of those maps, the 3 remaining, how unlikely is it for them to come back from a 2-0 deficit to win 3 games in a row? Just mentally, I think mentally it has blocked teams from being able to do that countless times.
I believe that was Magic's boy trying to come in there and take away some of the guns because of the 2 players that Pimp killed right there at that tunnel exit. Trying to go right as they might be exiting because the bomb's going to blow up. But Hellraiser's playing that actually really well, just watching that, even though the bomb was going to explode, to make sure they can't get away with anything. So still 14-7. I mean, that's a 2-to-1 ratio in terms of rounds. So SK's got a massive lead still. Coming into another round here, Oscar taking some shot, but that grenade smoke throwing up the dust here on Dust 2. He can't see them, and no shot connects.
Now, also, what's really interesting for both these teams is that this could be a breakout tournament for either SK or Hellraisers. Yep. I mean, it seems like more so for Hellraisers because they got the lineup change, but SK has been working hard with this lineup for so long as well, and it's about time they started performing well because overall the results have been lackluster. They've got a star player, Madi's starting to step up, and you know, Pimp's been waiting for this chance as well, while Oscar finding the perfect moment to take that peek off of Cat. Yeah, we should really never get caught with a nade out in that situation, but...
Now Angel and Sticko are going to be working up the catwalk, and there's not even a player over a car. They'll Molotov off of Pizza into default, smoke there onto lower CT spawn. Another Molotov going down as well. It's going to be Pimp throwing up that flash, catching only himself and actually none of Hellraisers, so that wasn't very good. Bondic in the longhouse, it looks like that might be known, because they are still pretty cautious about that down by the blue bin. And the bomb's gone down. SK Gaming, I think, maybe they get a quick kill, they'll think about going for it. Other than that,
no,
probably going to try to hold on.
Yeah.
And Bondic might stop that.
They know they're being chased. I don't know if they know they're being waited for. Clearly, Bondic has noticed the backpack of Pimp, I think, earlier on there. Finds the headshot right away. Kill not necessarily going to be traded out by Magix right away, but he might just try to make some noise. Yeah, so Bondic's going to get flanked. Magix makes his way out. And saving these 3 guns is enormous. Like turning this into another round where Hellraisers have to go up against the full buy. That's something they don't want to have to deal with at this moment. So they realize that they have such a long comeback to make, and even though the money is necessary for them to have to perform this comeback, it's so much harder for them if they have to go up against the buy of SK over and over again. Now behind these 3 guns, and because they have armor, they could drop 2 FAMASes. One of them could buy nades, and then the other 3 people, or the remaining 2 people, could buy nades as well. So
as of right now...
they're not actually. They're not spending any money. And I guess that's because they see a full buy next round.
And they're still pretty dangerous in this one with just that op still on Freeze and Magic's Boy and Madi, the 2 players that you want to see with these rifles, and Magic's Boy actually can't come away with that first kill. Angel's going to take him down. Now it's 0. Can he get any of those players in sight? It can be Pimp to run a bit of a distraction with that 5-7. Create some chaos so Freeze can hit his shots, but instead it's Oscar to take down Pimp. Long range op headshot. Cillian with the 5-7 as well. He's going to start falling back, and everyone for Hellraisers situated around long going to be working over to A, and SK Gaming once more just going for that save. Keep that economy kind of growing, even though they're losing.
As we can see looking at the minimap, there's no good way to save before the bomb is down this early. Like, they have to get kills in this moment. They're just going to try to find proper spots for exits.
Yeah, so it looks like they've got 2 in the B tunnels right now, and I think, yeah, Madi, you know, he lurks hard. So he's lurking right now, even trying to save the guns. He can be that early information. Although you think you might want to make that a Cillian, right? Because he's got less to lose with just the 5-7. Madi hoping to win these battles then, I guess.
Oh, this actually means that Hellraisers have 9 rounds. And now, like, 9-14 is like a really bad scoreline, but it's completely different from what we saw in that 3-12 half. I mean, SK are still 1 away from match point, but their ability to close it out is still up for question. It's unknown exactly whether or not they can do it. Hellraisers have been winning rounds decisively and been doing a good job hitting their entries. And it seems like Oscar's having a lot of impact that he didn't have in the first half. Ironically, to do it on T side, the harder side, the more stressful side, but picking up that op and getting kills with it. All of a sudden.
It was also Hellraisers that had the slow start against Optic, right? And then grinded back that one, I think. I didn't commentate that game, and I think I was catching up on sleep at the time, but I'm pretty sure that's a true statement. If it's not, I apologize. Yeah, only 5 rounds won on the CT side in this match, which is pretty incredible. A very T-sided affair here on Dust 2. SK Gaming, though, it does seem realistic that they could get 2 more, but Hellraisers are starting to become a real threat, and SK Gaming slowing down a bit. Ascillion, this is a pretty good off angle, but unfortunate for him, he can't even come away with that first kill. He makes a lot of damage onto Zero. Bondic will fall, but Angel getting that other frag, and SK Gaming once more a man down, and it's Hellraisers with full site control. Bomb just going down now.
A stark contrast from Hellraisers and SK on their T side, even though they're both working out really well, is Hellraisers turned up the pace a lot more. Like they have originally, like they lost one of the rounds where they went for a slow cat split, which allowed SK to get the 14. But beyond that, have done fast mid Bs, run outs, fast long control, and that's worked out extraordinarily well. SK have a lot of trouble dealing with the tempo that Hellraisers are moving at right now. And you know what's so interesting about that mid B angle, right? That was Angel's angle when we saw him play versus Liquid at the minor.
So now Oscar also dealing with this smoke, hoping he can find anyone with a stray bullet, but it's once more SK Gaming. I mean, they're playing this, like, the pressure's on. Obviously, you can see the stakes are high right now for this team, and I like this. Maybe get to see the power of the pause for SK Gaming, using it very late now, going into round 25. It could be that little bit of a boost they need to finally get that 1 round. But now the economy for Hellraisers is really good, so it will be quite difficult for SK to still get 2 in a row. It's not like that, oh, we've reset them, now we get a free win type scenario to close out a game.
Yeah, this is a great time to take a pause again for SK. But Hellraisers did the same thing. It didn't really help them when they took their pause, but it did result in a later half that was a lot better than the beginning of like a 0-7 start. I think all Hellraisers want to do right now is fight this pause. You know what I mean? Like stay focused, and they can take some time to relax, but they want to be completely focused. They realize that giving your opponents a little bit of time to relax and consider what you're going to do can be a huge advantage. So. For SK, they've got to, well, SK know that they've just got to discuss what's going wrong, settle any issues that they might have. Like, let's say an argument starts, and, you know, that's a great time to take a pause, okay? If an argument starts, you get the argument settled, you can make sure everybody's cool with each other, and that you're feeling fine. But it seems like they're having some sort of discussion, either tactically or just internally.
And it does appear that Freeze seems to be kind of leading this discussion here. Saw Pimp nodding in a response. Also staying hydrated, very important.
Yeah.
We did actually have, it was, we ran into Abe, right? He said he was sweating in the booth, so
yeah.
There you go, hydration, very important. After Hellraiser's pause when they were on their CT side, that's the round where we saw them push straight into B and go for a bit of, you know, that time CT aggression. It didn't really work out, even though they ended up winning that round where Zero got the fallback kill. So I wonder, like, you have said Hellraisers have turned up the pace, certainly.
Yeah.
And SK has struggled. Do SK then in turn try to fight fire with fire? Did they go for some more aggressive CT plays?
Well, so when you turn up the pace and you try to take something quickly, let's say like they take long quickly, right? Then they have at least 3 to 4 people at long, and then maybe 1 other person somewhere else, or maybe 2 soft lurks at max. So that's a situation where we saw in the first half, Hellraisers tried to go for a upper push from lower tunnels and upper tunnels at the same time. Well, if there's only 1 person there, they can isolate them really easily. So it would require a read, but if they have an idea that maybe Hellraisers are going to take long here, maybe they try to crush their lurker and then go for the retake really quickly while keeping their A players alive to hold some sort of map control. But yeah, they can do that, right? If someone takes something fast, they're typically committing most of their team to it, and you wouldn't expect it to be a fake on Dust 2 if it's going to be like long control right away. If a whole bunch of resources come out along, you better expect that some people are going to come out because there's almost nowhere else they can go that's going to make it worthwhile. They aren't able to get up mid unspotted because you can cut that entire thing off by standing outside the doors and like spotting with an op or playing someone near the doors. And so you can be like immediately telegraphed if you're going to take control of something. It's whether or not you want to fight for that right away or if you have an idea of something else to push so that you don't just give it up for free. But it seems like when SK tried to fight versus Hellraiser's fast takes, it's not working out. Entries are almost always going their way.
Yeah, and then as an alternative, if they don't want to turn up the pace on the CT side, is there anything that SK can do to maybe play more passive and just try to avoid the early aggression, like at long or in the upper tunnels or at middle?
Yeah, so by that same token, let's say they like decided to play 3 long, but then Hellraisers come along and just kill them all, then maybe they don't want to do that. And maybe if they think long is the point of weakness and they think that that's where Hellraisers are going to take it next, then they have to have a contingency plan. They have to be able to say, all right, instead of 3 long or fighting here, we're going to do 3 cat hold, and we know that when they take A, they're going to send at least 2 up cat. And so we have seen that from Hellraisers. They don't 5-man anything. And, isolating that weakness from the terrorists is what they need to do. So ultimately, you have to have control of something, right? You can't just like play on the site and just like rotate freely on Dust 2, because on A site, you have 2 extremities, that's long and cat, and you hold one or the other. But if you fail to hold one, you lose the round. If you fall off, instead of trying to hold it, you're going to lose the round as well, because let's say there's a cat split, you committed all your players to long, and then those 3 players fall off of long because they don't want to fight. Well, then cat can be taken for free, and then where do your A players go? They need to hold long or cat, and so ultimately they have to have some guts to try to take fights somewhere. It's just they've got to decide where they feel confident doing it.
And actually, maybe the aggression, if Pimp can get involved in it, if they choose that route, could help. Because remember, you had the 6 first kills in the first half, and not a single other one here. And there's the first kill actually going to Hellraisers. It's Sticko to bring down Freeze. And now Pimp, good nade in. Bit of damage done to Sticko. Fire on the side, that's not exactly where Pimp is, so he's going to remain unscathed. And Angel, man, that's a rough look there, missing all of those shots. Sticko will get one more. Finally, Pimp will bring him down. Now, Asilian with the flank onto the catwalk. It is just 0. Maybe he can save the day here. He'll have a very quick 1 versus 3. He has already brought down Asilian. We'll still have to deal with Madi and both Pimp. And he's got the bomb and a Molotov. So he can make this work. Also, a lot of time on that clock. About a minute to go.
Well, that was pretty ugly from both teams. We had Angel whiff a lot there. The cat take came out slowly. Pimp did get a kill off a nice flash, and that was like the one good thing that happened for SK. But ultimately, they're still in the lead. They've got 2 people up, and we've got a 0 with 45 seconds. The bomb full HP, just no utility. Now you can on this map cut off rotates pretty easily, but long control is being held, and we have Madi to make sure that no one is crossing doors. So they're almost certain right now that 0's on cat. He could have crouch walked all the way up cat and tried to go long, but Monty'd be there waiting, and there's no wait for him to get through spawn or into lower without someone knowing. So 0 here, with that in mind, is just going to try to make it a 1v1. It's not going to get caught off guard, though, as Monty was there waiting.
Yeah, Monty heard the drop and then was able to react to that and just wins the battle straight up. So not even a bomb plant coming in for Hellraisers, but we did right before, or right at the start of that tactical pause, which did work out for SK Gaming. We mentioned Hellraisers, the economy is fine. So they're going to have a couple rifles still. Well, I guess only 1 more if SK Gaming happen to win this round, round 26. It could be the last because they've got to match point. They'll have 5 of them. Can Hellraisers push it and continue to make this comeback on their T side to try to get it into overtime?
It was just so ugly, though, because if Angel gets those kills, like the round is lost, and that just turned me off so much of wanting to think too hard about what they could have done better, because it came down simply to an awful whiff on the part of HR. But SK actually take map point off of that, so that is huge for them. They'll take that in any way, shape, or form.
Oscar trying to peer over the smoke to kill anyone holding that angle, and oh, that is some timing right there, right? Pimp throws that nade that explodes and actually blocks the line of sight from Oscar. Otherwise, we've seen what Oscar can do, right? If his vision wasn't completely blocked right there, he would have hit that. Can almost guarantee it.
Mid control once again forfeited the Hellraisers, who look to want to move up cat, and little to SK know, because they have never attempted an upper push when Hellraisers do have a lot of presence on cat. They leave tunnels completely open.
He's actually blinding himself right there, and none of the members of Hellraiser saw Pimp do the same thing in a round a bit previous, and he takes 1 op shot through. I don't know, did that actually connect to Angel, or was that just other damage he took in the round? Either way, Hellraisers, great job of getting this utility out and taking over this A bomb site. It's going to be a 5v5 retake, but this can be difficult because... Well, 5v4 really, because look at Angel. He's over here. Madi lurking hard, Angel lurking hard, but it's Madi that's going to win out now. A 5-on-4 retake. There's just not enough places to hide on A, and Freeze is going to go to work. He takes on Oscar with the headshot. Bondic goes down. Asilian getting the double. He gets Sticko as well. And wow, flawless retake there from SK Gaming. And that's going to be Dust 2 in the books. SK Gaming exceeding everyone's expectations here now 2 days in a row, starting off on this Dust 2 map, the first map of the best of 5, and winning at 16-10.
Oscar in full not like this mode. I wish we could get an Oscar cam right now.
He was hand over face He just let go of that pose, but he was hand over face when it was 7-0 or 8-0.
I think he recognizes how important Dusty was for them. I mean, that's a map that just everybody expected them to win. I feel like SK were ready to give that up almost, and it didn't happen. So, man, that's really, really rough.
Yeah, and it was, again, we just see the power of the pause coming out for SK Gaming. They were trying to make it work, like, all right, we can still do it. Let's try to grind out the rounds. And then it suddenly gets close. The comeback is real moment. They get to either 9 or 10 rounds. SK will take the pause, and they get the 2 right after that. And it was unfortunate to kind of see the way it happened from Hellraiser's point of view. Just Angel kind of whiffing those shots out there in middle. He hits him. That secures the round, and it's a shot he should have hit. But we'll see what the desk has to say about it. Puckett, take it away.
All right, thank you, fellas. 3-0, not going to happen. We know we're at least going to map 4, and a really strong start here for SK that I don't think any of us
Are you on drugs? 3-0 can still happen, mate.
Yeah, for SK.
Well, I meant for Hellraiser. I was staring straight at Richard when I delivered it. Sorry.
Yeah, obviously, the whole Puckett hosting experience
remember that thing
is wrecking me.
Remember that thing he said yesterday?
We hate each other, according to Reddit.
Remember that thing he said yesterday? We will definitely have another round on the next half. Like, why?
He was wearing his tie. You forgot
true,
about
yeah.
that. You forgot about that.
Believe it or not,
So anyway,
you have to have 16 rounds to win. Yes.
I mean, look, he's brilliant.
Science.
He's done his own work. So anyway, what you've got here is like a really phenomenal start to this series for SK Gaming, because that is Hellraiser's first pick. It's their go-to map. They don't get to play it a lot, but whenever they do, it's usually very good for them. And you've just got to take your hats off and say, yep, SK Gaming have played very, very well. Now, we did highlight some things which we said for Hellraiser's victory had happened over the course of the series, and that was Bondic had to put in a consistent performance. He didn't do that there.
Right.
Stiko had to come out and deliver some fragging, some firepower to his team. That didn't happen. So you can see where the components have fallen down. Now, Oscar was relatively okay. You know, he did what you would expect him to do. It wasn't explosive or anything, but nobody really around him was giving him that support, and it was very hard for him that first half to even get their economy rolling. They got back into it, but it felt like SK Gaming were playing a little bit within themselves, and in the end, they were able to just close it out comfortably. So, scoreline probably as flat as Hellraiser's a little bit.
I mean, you have to look at this game and say it's not just that the first half in terms of SK getting so many rounds won them the game, but just the way Oscar was playing in the first half, just became obvious they're not going to win this game, because this is one of the reasons you picked us too if you're Hellraisers is because you've got this dominant AWPer who's really good on CT sides, and on this map particularly, he will peek mid every single round and take that AWP peek. He was losing it to Freeze like half the time at least, if not more. He was getting straight dominated in those duels by Freeze. And obviously, I mean, I joked about it. We haven't seen Freeze have like a dominant carry performance like this since about 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. So you could never expect that. Also, in this tournament, even when SK has been on form, Pimp actually hasn't been doing a whole lot whatsoever.
He's done nothing so far.
He's come out here with like a classic summer 2015 Pimp performance, where he's everywhere with his rifles, great damage, all-around game. So a lot of unexpected factors here. The Hellraisers players that have been the best so far, not really performing well. I mean, you'll very rarely ever see a performance like this from Bondic. This guy's so stable usually. Yep. Meanwhile, okay, Oscar has he has kills, but I mean, you see from the ADR right there, he didn't have a whole lot of impact on this game. So for the Hellraisers guys, I mean, this is why I always say it's dangerous to have your pick be Dust 2, because it is very much a skill map, and you can, like, if things go wrong like that, you don't have some world-beating tactic that's going to beat them. You have some amazing execute. So, yeah, I mean, luckily for them, they're still a good team. The other maps are still maps that they're able to play. So this isn't over by any means. It is a best of 5, but that was supposed to be the one map that SK was not going to get.
Yeah, and here's the thing. You talk about pressure in a best-of-5 series, because obviously with a best-of-3, you know, it's like you play your map, they play theirs, and then you get a decider. Now it becomes this like weird attritional thing where nobody wants to get blown out 3-0 in a best-of-5, because it's just it's way more humiliating than losing a best-of-3 2-0. And you've got Overpass coming up now, and SK Gaming can put themselves in that position to 3-0 Hellraisers, as Duncan was correcting you at the start.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Duncan. So, in your opinion, what is the likelihood that we don't get to map 4?
See, this is the thing. I feel like SK is not good enough and they're not consistent enough to win 3 maps in a row. Like, Overpass is a really good chance to get to 2-0. This was the map that they had the best chance to win on anyway, so they could get to 2-0. But here's the thing with Hellraisers. Like, unless this is just the worst day of their careers, I don't see that sort of performance coming out 3 maps in a row. So I think, first of all, I think Hellraisers will hopefully be woken up now. You saw in the second half there, they got going a bit. They'll come back a bit on Overpass. I do think SK can win that one, though, especially in this type of form. But if we get to that 3rd map, I think Hellraisers is going to have great chances on that. So in a way, as much as it's bad to lose the first map and now be going to this danger one now, knowing it's the best of 5, you still don't have to panic yet. You're still very much in the series. And that whole thing of like being down 2 maps or whatever, I don't think that's as important because you really do take it map by map, you know.
Okay, I was going to ask, how strong is this Hellraiser squad mentally? Do they have any history of falling apart?
This is the interesting thing. The old Hellraisers lineup did something I have never seen the likes of in all my years in Counter-Strike. And I was at the Ace of Predator Masters. They got knocked into that lower bracket. They woke up bright and early that day, and they went on a run where they had to win something like 13 maps in a row because we had a best-of-7 final there. And that's what they had to do to win. With the person who was already in the final, starting with a 1-map advantage. It was just this ridiculous run they had where they just didn't lose a map for like 11 maps to win the tournament overall. The problem you've got here is the only surviving member of the team that achieved that ridiculous feat was Angel. So all these new guys, this is where the test of the mentality comes. You know, can you go and bounce back and take Overpass? They're capable of doing it. They beat them just this month on Overpass, 16-14, super close game. Let's see.
All right, guys. Well, if you remember from yesterday, after SK took out Dignitas in Game 1, Dignitas just kind of folded in the rest of that series. We'll see if SK can have a similar performance today or if Hellraisers will be able to steal a map from their opponent. We'll be back. Game 2 Overpass after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to the semifinals here at the Civo Gfinity Pro League Season 9 Finals. We are going into map 2 now of a best of 5 with already a big surprise, right? SK surprised us yesterday. They surprised us again now, winning 16-10 there on Dust 2. That was Hellraiser's first pick, the go-to map for them, and now they've lost it, and we get to go over to Overpass, where we saw SK play fantastic yesterday.
I think a lot of people are thinking best of 5 series, one game goes one way, that doesn't mean much. But I think for us who have been just watching SK and Hellraisers over the past few days and know so much about their map pool at this point, feel like this almost makes it SK's series, right? If it is the case that they're playing as well as they are and they take Overpass because they should be much better at it, you know, a team coming back from an 0-2 deficit should never happen. So it feels like this is just straight up SK's series.
Yeah, and the next 2 maps, right? So we've got Overpass coming up now, of course, as we see. But then Cobble is next. And earlier we had the graphics sent up at the very first desk segment. What are the 4 maps, or the 2 maps that they've played each twice over the last, you know, a couple times they've played? It's Overpass and Cobble. And some of them were close in the recent months from the ECS League. Back on, I think it was April 7th was the day. So these are going to be 2 telling maps. And then, of course, Mirage is 4th if we need it. And Cash came out as not picked, but just left over. Now, in it to the pistol round, it will be SK Gaming on to the T side. Hellraisers playing that defense first, and Angel going for the boost over the wall in B.
SK do this a lot, but they actually usually just take B really quickly off of this cat control. I think once they were given, it was given to them with no defense from Hellraisers, they decided to take their time, and it looks like they're going to walk out long B. I don't know if this is going to allow Angel to just get a free headshot.
Yeah, well, that's what he's hoping for, right? That CT weaponry just come away with a quick one-tap, but instead it's him! He gets gushed up immediately by that Glock, and Pimp is... No one's climbing that ladder. Go down, Oscar.
Such an unreal frag.
That's Oscar the Grouch right there. He got put right back in the trash can. And now we've got Sticko. He's going to go down as well. We've been seeing SK trying to run that kind of counter boost up to the window fairly often. And now it's going to be Bondic trying to get through the blue door. He's actually got players on both sides. He's lucky to even be alive right now. Zero does near lethal damage, but there's not much of a chance on the round. Magic's boy with the jumping Glock, and it looks like everything's going SK Gaming's way once more. And that is just... I mean, that was Madi, right? We talked about him getting a lot of first kills just because he was patient, but that was a straight-up entry frag onto that B site for Madi.
How do you even like plan for that? I mean, that was just a completely off angle. The boost on B, you could expect it. Like people boost there a lot, but to be able to hit that shot from that far away and be ready for it with a Glock is crazy. And not only that, but he got 2 headshots. Yeah. He didn't even kill him with the first shot. You can't do that with the Glock. He hit him twice in the head, and that's why that position would typically be so powerful. Not today.
And Madi doing what he loves, getting his hands dirty with that MAC-10. We actually have a couple of UMPs out on the field now. That's Asilian and Freeze with those. Angel going to be standing in some fire. Freeze will get one through the short drain. Angel with the response out. And can he get into a position to actually retrieve the weapon? And yes, he does. Bomb being planted, though. Stiko coming up here on that catwalk from a graffiti and actually just taken out by Madi. And once again, another $600. Pip getting shot up into the air, but Magic's boy's there to trade out. He'll bring down Angel, who actually did find 2 kills on the round, so he caused a bit of damage. It's a chance for Oscar now, but Magic's boy going to stop him in his tracks.
We're going to really learn a lot right now as to how much of a chance SK have in this series. Because seriously, they just beat Hellraisers on their map pick and are moving into their map pick with a pistol round, a second round, and have just looked so confident on Overpass versus anybody. So I really fear for Hellraisers in this moment. SK just playing so well. And again, breakout tournament for both these teams. Like, this is maybe the first LAN for Hellraisers with this lineup, and then SK, who are very overdue to win a LAN. Or just to even place really well.
Yeah, pretty much for the entirety of their, you know, like, the organization coming into CSGO, right? It's one of the oldest brands out there when we look at esports and definitely look at Counter-Strike. They haven't really had much success here in this iteration of CS, but maybe this could be their chance to start getting some titles under their belt. Stiko and Zero. Zero did pick up that MAC-10, took that over from Madi, and he'll get one more kill with it. So small little stimulus package, I guess, the $600 to that CT economy, but overall, it's just that quick 3-0 for SK Gaming, and into the rifle round we go.
Again, this is what's so explainable about SK moving into the first rifle round. And I've been holding my breath for this because I'm curious to see how it plays out on the part of SK, as they're going to have the op on freeze, and that's going to be relatively important. And they're probably going to play off the back of him, but he's going to be with the 4 players anyway, unless he decides that he wants to go to B for a pick for whatever reason. Now, that's the long B smoke that does not require a jump throw being thrown off of...
Did that miss?
I think it did. I mean, it still does the job because it lands in front of the tunnel, but didn't actually go in.
Oh, yeah, it definitely worked. There is a gap. That's a missed smoke, and that's going to allow Zero... Well, maybe it was planned. Maybe it was a plan, because Zero exploits the gap there and does find a kill, so it's SK Gaming a man down now going into the first rifle. And this was basically their bread and butter yesterday. Generally, they'd want to get here into either an even man position or have a man advantage, but they'd get that map control and they'd work up long.
See, the thing is, they're just committing to their plan without actually having Madi alive at B, or anyone to create presence for that matter. Now, Oscar, if he posted up for just a little bit longer, would have found a kill, but they're completely fortified right now for a long take. They're ready for this.
And this is the beauty of playing the CT side with a man advantage. You can just kind of fall back onto those sites and then hold your angles. Yeah. Although SK Gaming do have a lot of utility, and we know for a fact that their long takes are well executed and the utility is always going into the right place. There is a man here. That's going to be Sticko. Will he be checked? Oh. He actually goes out and doesn't get that kill. Pimp, now it's going to be a 3-on-3. The smokes are down. They can get onto the site. And in a round where maybe they should not have even been able to plant, here is a Cillian typing in the code. Everybody knows so well that bomb is armed.
Yeah, absolutely shocked that they were able to plan. I mean, Oscar doesn't have any utility, so falling back through that smoke might not have been the best plan there. Instead, trying to stay with his teammate could have worked out better. Magic Boy comes away with a headshot on the flank from Bathrooms, and that just shuts down the retake in such a big way. If he goes down, it's 3v2, and you have 3 points of entrance to the site for the retake, and now they have 2, and they're clearly saving. How did SK win that round? I have no idea. They really shouldn't have, basically. Well, whoa. Oh, I was like, a Zero on the other side of the wall and just didn't respond to Magic Boy jumping out, but it looks like he was not.
It can get confusing on Overpass with the X-ray turned on just because of the nature of the map. But yeah, SK Gaming, I think Hellraisers are really going to need to make a claim for the long control. We saw Zero spotting it, but he ended up falling back to bank, and then that let them set up perfectly without being seen, and then they pulled off that execution.
I just don't like how Oscar played it, because when we saw Oscar standing there with, I think it was Pimp, or not Pimp, excuse me. Oscar was standing there with Sticko.
Yeah.
Holding the wall. If he stayed with Sticko, they get a kill. You
Absolutely.
Sticko's in a position where maybe he gets 1 kill and gets traded out, but with the op there, maybe they get a kill and he stays alive. And instead, Oscar receded, and we saw, the odds feel like they were going to change from our perspective with that adjustment. So I feel like that was a bit of a mistake from Oscar, though I don't know what his thought process was.
Well, here is Madi in the position we will see him every single round, basically. Outside of Monster or somewhere in construction and stairs. This time, Freeze is with him, with the op, trying to come away with the first pick of the round. Angels opened up the door. Oh, that would have been an awesome spam through the sheet metal, but it's Magic's boy pulling off the magic trick. He's making these Hellraisers disappear.
Yeah, we take those. That was a moment where he did have the wallbang lined up and couldn't get the kill. Sticko, though, shuts down Pimp, who is known to come late stairs, and now Monty's going to be leading the entry. And this is when the lurk turns into the entry, when they decide to go back to B. Will he get the kill? No, he doesn't. Zero catches that flash a little bit too late, and because of it, Monty gets shut down.
Yeah, and Zero's been the saving grace a couple rounds for Hellraisers, even going back to Dust 2, finding double kills on the B site to hold it, but it's a Cillian moving in as that secondary entry now takes down Sticko. Zero trying to exploit this. Will go over quickly over the railing through the smoke, takes down a Cillian. 2-on-2 now. It's a retake. Oscar and Zero in charge of it. Oscar moving on the catwalk, looking around the column, but Magic's boy's just been so good. He's beat Oscar almost every single time in these exchanges. And in the back of the canal, he finally goes down. It's going to be Zero who needs to pull off a 4K to win this one. Smoke dissipating there on the sandbags. Freeze not going to go for the peak early, not baited out immediately, but then does go for it and brings down Zero with that op shot.
Yeah, Neske got the 5-0 after taking B, and Monty failed, but they were still able to get those 2 kills. Actually 3 because of Magic's boy, and he's the man of the round there. Getting both kills in stairs or towards short control, shutting down Angel, who had a pretty good chance to kill him, had an opportunity or two to try to land his spray but couldn't do it, and so SK took advantage of that and won off the back of just good frags. And now Hellraisers have a horrible buy and are moving into round number 6 with just very little utility, an auto shotty, a UMP.
Well, I'm excited for the XM1014, that's for sure. It doesn't have a scope on it, though, which is maybe a little worrying because it's in the hands of Oscar. You want him to have that op, but they just can't support it right now. Freeze will still have his, and Madi once more. Maybe not reading the economy perfectly here because he has gone in for that MAC-10, but we do know that the MAC-10 can be still quite successful when the CTs are skimping and don't have helmets. Aim punch is really annoying. And it's a 5-on-5 plant.
Have gotten the site for free. Magic Boy actually finds a frag. And now Stiko moving up from the bathrooms. Well, Magic's hit another kill. Wow, he's just staying alive a little bit longer than he should too. Has almost nothing to do with the skill, but Zero and Stiko get kills. And now it's 4v3. The bomb is down 4 Magics, but he just has such low HP to defend against this. And Stiko, I don't know if he spotted this, is going to be able to come away with a 10-second defuse.
Freeze just killed Magic's Boy because he was on 3 HP and a 10-second defuse for Stiko. He's going to come away with the round. And that is not a great round for SK Gaming to have dropped, right? They had the equipment value. They had a 5-on-5 post plant. Although there's not like so many spots. They weren't maintaining control of the bathroom, so they couldn't really get into good post plant situations.
Yeah, I mean, surprised the bomb goes down at A without anyone dying. That is kind of ridiculous, but 5v5 doesn't necessarily favor T's as much because, as you just mentioned, there just aren't that many spots. And here we'll find out if that smoke was missed on purpose.
Oh, no, it's just missed because that's a big error right there. And let's see if that's going to catch Hellraisers off guard, if they're just fully expecting that smoke to be there. Wow. Pimp gets blind, but he hits the headshot first and a second one onto Bondic. Zero going over top. He's had some success here. He wanted to stop the plant, but they're going to plant further back on that supporting column. Magic's Boy going to get Zero in the back, and all that nade's going in real quick. Fastball from Oscar, but it's a fast round from SK Gaming. They're going to have 6 on the board.
And there we see the power of first kills, entry frags exemplified as Pimp finds that kill, gets dinked, but then gets a second as well. That's 2 players down on the B site. The other thing that SK did as a caveat to their B hit that was really nice was they changed up their plant position because Zero always jumps over the box or has in the past, and they made it so that he had no play. Trying to get over the box and shoot default wasn't a strategy he could use to get a free kill, get the bomb down, create some chaos. Instead, they just changed up where they put the bomb down, and that made a huge difference.
Yeah, I think they already figured out what Zero was about when he was playing on the site. You know, always just coming over, standing on that railing and looking over the site box, trying to stop the plants. So they just switched that up, and it works out perfectly. Here is Madi getting a kill onto Oscar, who's trying to come up bank. And that's SK Gaming now 6-1. Economy for Hellraisers, still okay, but you will see Angel relegated down to that 5-7. Just a nade and a smoke to his name.
Unreal to see SK playing so well now, following up their madness from yesterday. And we see that, you know, Hellraisers playing well doesn't exactly mean as much when both teams came out of their last series looking hot.
Yeah.
And it's SK now to just do so much more.
That was weird. Why was he threw that flash?
He was trying to bait a peek.
Oh, okay. So playing on the sound and trying to get Stiko to go a little bit earlier just because he hears the shooting. That's actually very, very next level. Oscar playing on the stairs. And wow, that's a situation where you think Oscar can maybe even come away with a double, but it's a Cillian to get that quick headshot, and Stiko just limited to the 1 frag. Pimp playing so well in this series. He was someone that wasn't at least fragging very much in that Dignitas match. I thought he was playing exceptionally well on the A site, for instance, on Cobble, but his numbers weren't there, reflected on the scorecard. But here in this series, he has been electric.
4 players over at A. It's Hellraisers to try to circumvent this hit by moving up through bathrooms. Doesn't look to be too fruitful of a strategy. So Madi won't actually be able to catch this lurker, or this extra man Bondic. And he's going to be on the flank with a UMP. Angel also gets pushed off a really strong position with his 5-7 and will not actually get killed. Will come away with a second kill. How is this happening? 3 with the 5-7. Can you believe that?
I really can. Look back at Dust 2. Remember when Angel got the triple spray down with the Galil? He seems to get it done. with the subpar weapons. That's magnificent stuff there from Angel. The saving grace of Hellraisers on that round. That'll get them a second. Although it was costly, they still lost a lot of members. The money is not fantastic for Hellraisers. SK Gaming, meanwhile.
How in the world does he get that sequence? The first kill, he's almost blind. Pimps whips the spray, but does 80 damage, and then he gets a first bullet off on Freeze. Handed to him on a silver platter, but able to hit 3 headshots as well. I mean, unbelievable. That flash was so perfect to push him off, and it seemed like he had such a better chance of getting those kills before that flash hit him in the face.
And sometimes that's Counter-Strike, right? You think the flash is perfect. Maybe Angel doesn't get flashed. He peeks, he gets nothing. But look at that. That's 5 kills in just a matter of seconds if you take from the last round. UMP to start it off. 1,200 bucks earned there, and possibly, very likely, another round for the Hellraisers as they try to make this comeback and limit the success of SK Gaming's T-side. I believe SK Gaming got 11 or 12 rounds on their T-side the last time we saw them play Overpass against Dignitas. I want to say it was 11-4.
Huh. Where's that smoke land? Does that block off short? Oh, it actually bounces right back in a long tunnel. That's really nice.
So Angel's able to get the one player as Pimp walks out the smoke first. That'll be Angel's 3rd kill on the round and 2 3Ks in a row for him. So Angel really stepping up. The last, veteran member of this Hellraisers, like the original Hellraisers roster, really stepping up and getting it done here on both round 8 and 9. And now it's up to Freeze. Doesn't have that op in hand, and Zero. I mean, that's going to start getting pre-aimed. Zero's been there almost every single time that they've walked into that B site, but he will get the kill there.
Yeah, it started off with Angel bailing them out so hard. Now that SK are actually on a save because they lost 2 in a row. Unreal. Hellraisers might have been on a double save if they lost that force-up. And that 5-7-3K is just paying off the dividends now. Like, we see Hellraisers are completely back in this. Suddenly, this half has become competitive for them. And the 6 rounds of SK is not going to be sufficient, especially now that they're on a save and have to recover their economy.
I've noticed something, and the Bondic fans might not be happy about it, but about this time on Dust 2, he was 0-1-6. He's 0-1-6 again, but it may not matter because Oscar's hitting the shot. Stiko was up at the rock. That's going to be a 3rd one for Oscar, possibly a 4th. Has a man pinned, gives it up though to throw the nade, and that nade damage supplemented with some 5-7 bullets. Can he get that 4th kill onto Asilian? Not quite yet. Asilian with, actually, forget the Glock. He's got an M4A4 now. Maybe get one more kill, limit the economy. But no, Angel flying in with that UMP for another 600 bucks.
Yeah. So in the last 3 rounds, he's gotten 9 kills.
Yeah, that's insane.
3 kills each round. Pretty good stuff. And now it's going to be both teams with a bye. Everyone's going to be shaving down right now. It's going to be SK to have barely any money left over, so it could be a buy save situation. A great opportunity for Hellraisers to equalize numerically for what that's worth on a map that you could say it can be T-sided or CT-sided.
Is this? Oh, okay, no, they're not throwing the smokes from B to fake anything. They're just throwing the smoke over from B to that smoked off the bathrooms there. Well, SK Gaming to move forward. I don't think I actually saw them use that yesterday, or we just didn't witness it directly. But now Monty's going to team up with Magic's Boy there back in that lower tunnel and connector. Pimp holding out in the park, and actually someone on his head. That's going to be Freeze. Was looking to boost over triangle there and spot anyone pushing up long.
Some resources wasted, though. It's SK to have 4 smokes remaining. Everyone's actually doing a great job of delaying both teams at this moment. Oscar might get first contact on Freeze at long, though. I don't know what's going to happen here, if he's going to dry peek or, yeah, he's just going to try to fly out, and that's where Oscar was last round. He's still there.
And Oscar at long is going to be very difficult for SK Gaming. I've said it a couple times already, but it was SK Gaming always wanting to work long in the late round, and if Oscar is always going to be present, it's going to be a problem for SK Gaming. He'll miss a shot here on short. Hellraiser's playing 4 on 3 right now. It's Madi alive on 9 HP. He does have the 1 kill of the round for SK. Oscar missing another one, and missing another one, and Pimp will actually take him down for that. So it's going to be a 3 on 3, but Stiko not expected to be in the bathrooms right where Oscar was. Madi's coming in behind him, but he hears that, so he's able to come away with 2 frags, but then it's Asilian answering back with a double of his own, and he's got the bomb with 17 seconds. Rotations are fast on this map.
Oh my god.
For both sides.
This is super risky. Does he even have time? This is going to be so tight.
It's going to be really close. 4 seconds on the clock if he starts the plant. 5, 4.
Yeah, he's got it. Oh my gosh.
Calculated.
Unbelievable. He took that risk and it paid off. And Bondik's like, no way, he actually just ran back to A, or ran back to B with 14 seconds, and he catches Bondik coming out of heaven with a good smoke, insane 1v3, and SK put another round on the board, hugely crucial, because as we can see, that was a 1v1, and they spent all their money last round, so even with that, they have 2 Galils. It does a lot of economic damage to Hellraisers, but it ensures SK's lead here, because if they lost that, it would have most likely gone to 6-6. Critical time for that 1v3.
And I've seen Asilian do this before. When he had more time, he would actually, in that situation, just go behind the sandbags that are on the site and plant, and then peek off the right of that to window, because almost every single person that comes through window is looking at the stack of plywood, or they're looking over from the site cross to sandbags. So Asilian peeks off the right side and will win that battle, getting that player completely unsuspecting. Angel with the first kill here. Oscar with the second from stairs will miss one and able to retreat. He's actually got 2 teammates down here. So a lot of traffic in the stairs for the Hellraisers, and they'll throw a smoke to maybe get out of dodge.
Helps them out quite a bit. Unconventional way to smoke yourself out in, as a CT, but you can tell that SK have an inkling that they want to go downstairs, meet up with Madi. Hellraisers are reading the situation pretty well here. They know Madi's there.
Yeah, exactly. That is such a known quantity right now for this team. And I was thinking maybe he thought he had the angle and it was going to be clear, but he goes back just to double check, and he will get it. And yeah, they know where Madi is. Angel's just waiting for it so patiently. And we actually commented on this before we went into Dust 2, but we know that the Angel-Madi battle is going to continuously happen there at B.
Yeah, I don't even know who's better, honestly, because Angel is absolutely disgusting on this map as the B-Lurk, and Madi has just been the star of Overpass for SK as the B-Lurk as well. So 2 heavyweights on T-side Overpass.
Someone else throwing the smoke now, I think. Like, all right, you take over.
There we go.
That's going to be with the gap
way.
again.
Yeah, so it's with the gap. I don't know if they're going to use it. We'll see if someone pushes up to the tunnel. But I guess it worked out really well. I don't know how many times you can use a one-way.
I'm not super convinced Hellraisers know how to throw that smoke.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're 100%ing it.
So we have 3 players up on A right now. Not playing very far aggressive off of the site, but Angel's going to try to work back in. The Molotovs were thrown, so he'll go where it was. Thinking maybe they won't check it. Sticko going to come away with a quick peek. He'll bring down Asilian. Wall of smoke going down on the site, and Angel unchecked, but Silence weapon going to win out. They don't hear it. Andrews Boy does find a quick trade, but it's 3-on-4 right now. Freeze tries to jump on the small little trash can to peek over the sight box, but can't come away with anything. Just watching the smoke now. Spots one on Optimus as the head comes out of the smoke. Oscar now, meanwhile, moving up across the site. He finds 1. Stiko and 0 also chiming in. It's Stiko with 2 kills. And we've got a game on our hands here on map 2.
Yeah, we definitely are. It seemed like SK were about to start running away with it. Hellraisers came away with a very fortunate 3K off the back of Angel, converted that into a round where it was more or less a team effort, and then earned themselves an eco, and now have put together a couple of, or earned themselves a couple of ecos, and won just a couple of straight up rifles versus SK, who seemed to be a little bit more shaky now. Even though SK got a plan on that round and saved, they still have to save. So a 3-for-1 coming off that last round.
And they're gonna go have a little bit of an adventure in the Abenteuer Platz. It's not gonna work out though. 3 kills for Sticko, and that's tied up 7-7, so it will come down to the last round of the first half to determine who wins it. But looking at a map like Overpass, you know, 8-7 either way here. How do you feel about that scoreline?
It's like bad for both teams. You know, like it's a map that can be relatively even. It can be T-sided, and it wouldn't matter. Like you get 11 rounds on T-side and fully expect the team to come back and get 11 rounds as well. I think it's always possible. There's so much room to be a dynamic on CT side that makes it interesting. And look, this one way is actually going to make it hard for them. It lets them lead out. 0 only gets 1 kill defending against Long B, and Bondik is going to take the brunt of the work here, getting 2 for himself. That leaves Hellraisers with a severe advantage. 4v2 now. Freeze goes down with the bomb, and Pimp has just way too big of a job on his hands. You know, there's no way he wins this round.
Yeah, 1 versus 4. He can try for it, but look where the bomb is. It's where everyone else died. All that carnage coming out of the tunnel, out of Monster there. Bondik stepping up from the barrels and getting 3 kills, and 0, of course, getting the first one when he made that initial contact. So Pimp's going to try to go around the other way, push through the CT back halls. Actually, we'll throw a smoke for misdirection.
Yeah, you do have to be as creative as possible. I mean, if you can somehow trick the team into thinking that you're coming from a new direction, that might be a huge... Oh, wow, he made the noise. What? Okay.
Yeah, vertical sound in this game sometimes not the best, but that was a kind of a weird moment from Sticko to hear that and then just look completely the wrong way. And now Pimp, not much of an opportunity. He's fighting one on site, and Bondic will just go up sneaky beaky-like and take him out. So that's Hellraisers bouncing back.
Bondic went from 2 kills to 6 in that round.
Yeah, so there you go. That's crazy. All right, well, we're going to take a quick halftime intermission, and we'll see you when we return for what looks like to be a very exciting second half on Overpass.
Skies above, I still don't know if I am right, but I know that for your love, I'll go till world's end tonight.
Welcome back, everyone. About to get started going into the second half of Overpass, which is our second map here. SK Gaming leading the series 1-0 as they won Ontos to 16-10. But Angel really stepping up there on the CT side for Hellraisers. 2 3K rounds in a row, really getting them started on a bit of a streak, and they ended up winning the half 8-7.
Now, somehow Hellraisers come back and win the half 8-7. When it seems like SK are just going to take the half and run away with it. They only get 7 rounds on their T side. I'm sure are very disappointed in that fact. If they won that round where Hellraisers didn't have or had only a half buy, they would have gotten that a 2-for-1 and ended up with at least 9 rounds. So that's a pretty big loss and upset for them.
Let's see what SK Gaming can do on their CT pistol round, because they were ridiculous. And that very first pistol here on Overpass. Pimp is actually going to stop the bomb plant, spins around to find Bondic. That's 2 kills for Pimp on the round, still up on Optimus. Spawning Angel, I believe that is, sliding behind the sight box. Bomb down in a bit of a precarious position, and Monty will take down Oscar. Looks like SK Gaming might be off to a good start here on the CT side. Sticko trying to work up, coming up the stairs into A. But it's actually from the long side. Angel was able to fall back from there. He re-aggresses and gets the kill onto Madi. So now a 2-on-2, but still the bomb down in a rough spot. Pimp peeking out. Does he have armor behind this? No, he's not the raid boss, but it doesn't matter. He comes away with another headshot onto Angel. It's his third of the round, and now it's Magic's boy who is. He got a Tech 9 armor and a kit, and they will take the round. Pimp with a 4K playing around the truck. Impressive. Very worthwhile person to keep with that 5-7, obviously on the pistol round. Played that truck perfectly, and that just came down to just a Western style shootout where everybody's just trying to take aim duels and not give up or forfeit too much of the map when the bomb is right there in the open. And meanwhile, Hellraisers are trying to shoot until the CTs have to reload, maybe pick up the bomb, somehow just get control of that first before they do anything else, because it's SK's game as long as they have that bomb control. Lots of submachine guns, and Madi not going to be able to put his to work. Angel with that CZ is able to take him down and trying to slide in. There's no smoke here. He wants to go check the pit, nearly finding a second kill, so it makes it actually an easy trade for Sticko, and then Zero with his Tech 9 to take down a Cillian. So up to Magic and Freeze. Freeze with just 11 HP. He does come away with 1 kill. A lot of this retake responsibility going to fall onto Magic's boy. Gonna try to put down a smoke. Oh, actually very effective flash coming over the wall. Another one gonna drop. Everyone partially blind once more, and now they're gonna push through the smokes. Magic's boy will find the one. Now it's up to Freeze in a 1 versus 1 because he killed a man, but it's Bondic from behind, still lurking up in the smoke. Will secure the round for Hellraisers. Wow. So SK win the pistol, and then the force up from Hellraisers takes them down. Now it's SK to have no money. They're gonna be saving for 2 rounds, and Hellraisers maintain a lead suddenly, after SK had the ability to not only even up, but take a lead themselves. That's pretty unreal. So obviously a great way for SK Gaming to start the half winning the pistol, but then the worst thing possible happens. They get upset. The force buy from Hellraisers is successful. And I don't know, maybe SK Gaming should have pulled back and played a bit more passive and try to escape the power of the CZ and the Tech 9. Or now they're going to do the same thing and try to get aggressive in these close angles with the CZ of their own, but Madi coming away with nothing, and Zero uses his AK to take down Magic's boy. So man advantage for the Hellraisers, and SK Gaming, their force buy not going so great. Yeah, hearing that jump up, and sometimes you just got to give up the jump once you have made noise. That's typically a more of an unconventional spot, so it's no surprise that they decided to go for it, but Freed actually getting killed. This is 3v3. The bomb site has been taken, but cat control is still SK's. They've got a man in heaven as well. Looks like he's going to be able to get a shot off. That's Pimp. Does some damage. Yeah, it does connect there. Freeze, he had a really big backstab kill. That made the round very interesting. Here's Madi in the fire, able to bring down Bondic. Oscar on the trade out. It's Oscar and Zero. We're going against Pimp with this scout, and both of them are quite healthy. I think Oscar can go down in 1 shot. Now he definitely can, but Pimp just keeps re-aggressing there with the USP, so not much of a chance. Zero comes away with the 3K, and Hellraisers will survive the round. It's 10-8. Yeah, just barely. I mean, they're going to have a couple of drops here. One player is not going to have the guns they want, but also he could just go and pick up a MAC-10. Yeah, Angel is just going to grab that. That's just going to be the gun they want to use to farm. He should probably get rid of his utility, and they might use him to scout a site. Great opportunity for him to take his kill lead right now, his 19 frags, and run with it even farther. I think he's the man, yeah, going over to B by himself. Angel loves to rush short, is really good at it. Just as I say, we have the NA flash. Yeah, unfortunate for there, but no one was around to potentially capitalize on the mistake there from Angel, as there you go, right? We mentioned it a few times. Madi lurking out of B, now Angel lurking out of B. We're going to see the battle flip around, I'm sure, after SK Gaming get out to a normal buy. But of course, they're hedging their bets with these, vanilla pistols on the CT side, just stacking up over at long and now starting to give it up. They're rolling around as a group. It's looking like a game of risk as we have everybody grouped up on both sides. But SK, after not hearing anything at long, are going to immediately run it to B. Haven't actually made any noise. Hellraisers do not know that the stack is changing sites, but... It's so funny. It really doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, Hellraisers now just walking up long, delaying it, was all they needed to do. And SK are going to be beating themselves up when they start to hear footsteps over top of them. Here's Angel to alert them that they picked the wrong site after starting off on the right one. They're just going to push through like a group of lemmings. Yes, it's pretty good. Hopefully they don't come across a cliff. It could get ugly. The cliff might actually just be Hellraisers when they run back into them. Wow, they're just going on the tour right now. So this is overpass. Take a look at the graffiti over to the left. There's a nice club. Now there's a playground. Great times. Nice fountain. Very scenic environment. You can have a picnic over here, or you could get murdered in the park.
Definitely. Basically flanking themselves. I don't get the think off on Stico. He's not going to want to repeat. They don't want to give up this AK, but they also don't want to use Stico to defend. If he dies, that wouldn't be worth it. And Monty is going to come up with a little bit of a prize. Angel, though, on the flank with the MAC-10. Ooh. Monty hitting that headshot, because if he didn't, probably would have got punished for not having armor. Pimp also is going to have the ability to pick up another AK if he can find out where it went. Oh, and he does grab it. Huge grab.
That's massive. So Hellraisers, once again, I think in the last 2 rounds, Hellraisers have only had 2 people survive it each time. They do plant the bomb there, so that's obviously some extra money. SK Gaming, that's massive. It's a little, I guess, unfortunate for them that they gave up that stack immediately and then Hellraisers went that way. But to come away with 2 rifles is really the best case scenario. Like, SK couldn't have hoped for more than that.
Yeah. Somehow Hellraisers clawed their way back into this and now are at a rifle round at a point where they have a pretty good lead. They could even afford to lose this, and it's really SK who need to pull this round away from them.
Yeah, this is a big one for SK Gaming if they really want to have a claim to overpass. Freeze with this op. He did not really have much success on the T side. I think near the end of the first half, Freeze was like 2 and 10 at one point. So he was having a tough time, and Freeze, did he actually tag someone there at long? You can see Oscar is low on 45. Zero as well took some damage.
Yeah, he might have actually done that. Well, the smoke execute's going to come out from Hellraiser. Something SK pride themselves on in this map.
Yeah, it has been good for SK Gaming. Now it's turn for Hellraisers. Bonna's going to take one down. Here's Freeze behind Optimus. Will bring down Angel, looking for some more shots through the smoke, popping him off, but none of them connecting. Oh, doesn't quite have that angle onto the player planting actually for the CT side. Right? He did plant on the CT side of those boxes. I guess that's just the post plant there for long instead of the bathrooms. We have Zero on short. He's brought down Magic's Boy, but here's a Cillian and Freeze answering back. Man advantage now for SK Gaming as they continue on the retake. Smoke down everywhere. They don't have a kit. Monty actually does, but the man on the bomb did not. Stico spraying through. Now no one is on the bomb. He will take down Freeze with that almost last bullet. Now he's going in with the slicing and dicing. He will grab it. 1,500 bucks. He's going to be taken down. Monty's picked up the kit, and it looks like he will secure the round. And whoa.
What was that round? What is that? Like,
that's 4 people in a smoke.
That's extremely hard to talk about, right? Like, yeah, that's 4 people in a smoke. That was a smoke that Magic Boy threw for the retake, and it almost turned out badly. Like, it seemed like they were going to try to stick a 10-second defuse. That didn't happen, and the Hellraisers came in, panicked that the bomb was being defused, and tried to kill everybody. And it was just ridiculous. But I guess the weird part was that, yeah, the plant was for CT, but no one had pushed through bank, and I think that what they wanted to do with that smoke execute is cut off all the bathrooms and come from long and then push to get CT control. But I think they saw too many people there and they didn't want to actually fight for it. So they just got the plant and fell back to bad after plant spots.
Oh my goodness. Freeze is making me so nervous. He's out there aggressive at party with a boost actually. Then the smokes come over so he starts to fall back. I think he's going to get shot in the back, but no, he turns around, posts up with an angle that he knows and takes a shot through a smoke. That lands onto Stico, and that's a man advantage now for SK Gaming, down 2 rounds and looking to make it 1 here in round 21. What will Oscar maybe have to say with his op? Or even Angel with his CZ. Angel has been getting these crazy multi-kills with the pistols, with the Galeals in this series.
Now, is this a 2-for-1 round for both teams? Hellraisers have absolutely no utility. They've got Angel with a Molotov and flash, and Bondic with 1 flash. SK Gaming have a huge advantage of this round. I mean, they have the op on Oscar, but if they really give him 1 or 2 kills, that's a huge flub by SK, who have the ability to smoke him out, flash him off, go 1 for 1 and still be ahead. So many things working in their favor. And just as I say that, the clock running down as well. 35 seconds remain, and no one's dry peeking Oster.
Yeah, and it's not like there can really be some tactical Navi-style execution because there's nothing to execute with. It's just going to be Oscar with his raw aiming ability with that op, taking down Freeze, and he was even partially blind. That was just a pre-fire onto the angle over the green bin. That was impressive stuff. And look at Bondic and Zero. That's going to have a Cillian rotating. He was trying to be on that massive flank, so the bomb is going to be going down. Will they be able to secure that flank as quick as they maybe want to? Madi just trying to jump and spot for some information. And yeah, Cillian on the flank, Zero not aware of that one at all. So it's just Bondic. It all falls on him right now. Also in the bathrooms, I think he might have fallen off long and he's on his way wrapping back around. So he can potentially flank the flanker here. But he is just missing out on the timing. No, he doesn't. He will find that kill. Now a 1 versus 1. Smoke's going to go down. So more smoke grenade fun here onto this A site. Bomb's going to be tapped. I don't think Bondic even heard it, but since he's just shooting Madi, just goes out for that repeak, and that is perfectly played from him and the team ace from SK Gaming.
Yeah, that's huge. Another 1v1 though. 2 rounds in a row where it's 1v1, but it's Hellraisers who have to save now. So an excellent opportunity for SK to build up their bank on the back of those 2 clutch rounds. And yeah, really well played by Madi to throw that smoke down and not just stick it and risk getting one tapped or blood coming out of the smoke and just handing that round to Hellraisers or putting it on chance. Instead, he gave himself the ability to shoot back and knew he had enough time to defuse and took that duel. Hellraisers actually are investing here. Yeah, because I think they see like last two rounds were 1v1. So yeah, they have a horrible buy. SK though actually have quite a bit of money even though they've lost so many members. So have done a pretty good job with their economy. Overall, I think that, you know, that eco where they're able to pick up 2 games is coming back to pay off for them. Or pick up 2 guns, excuse me.
Well, speaking of the eco, look at this Galil skin. It's Bondic working his way into B. 2 players spotted at graffiti, and it's Madi that comes away with that first kill. Actually thought Cillian was going to have one. Yeah, a bit of damage done, and Pimp will capitalize on that damage with that grenade. Madi gets one more, and Freeze hits an up shot, I assume, up from the window. And now you've just got Zero with a Galil 1 versus 4, and no chance on the round here. Maybe he can just sit tight for a bit, and they can kind of use this as a timeout.
You know, the good thing is like Hellraiser's money couldn't be any more destroyed, but that, you know, there's not going to be like a 3-for-1 round, or this actually might be a 3-for-1 round. But I guess I was going to say it wouldn't be a 4-for-1. Like there's going to be this round, and there's going to be 2 rounds where Hellraisers have to save, which means they might actually force up again next round, which would be kind of absurd, but it would result in the same amount of pressure needed from them because they have to wait until they have a certain amount of loss bonus. Actually, because they've lost 3 in a row already, they might only need to save 1.
Yeah, just because of the nature of the T side with the cheaper weapons and how that bonus can work.
Yeah. Buying through the loss bonus is actually a strategy that you can use on T side. The issue is that the maximum that you can end up with is 3,500, and if you want to buy throughout, you don't want to spend all your money, especially on the 4th round. Because then you end up in a situation where you have a very low chance on that 4th round, and then on the 5th, it's like, why didn't you just full save for it in the first place? But here's Zero, just keeping the Galil, and you know, no utility. It's still a $2,000 weapon, but it just barely beats out. Or
I wonder if they buy here though, because he's left with just $100, right? Are the other players going to put something behind it? They're in like the mid 2Ks, which is the really good place to be when the bonus starts going up on the T side. Like I try never to buy lower than $2,000. And all right, they're not going to put anything behind it, so that's good. But Zero's going to be...
He should have actually gone to die in that situation.
Yeah, he probably should have just died because he's going to be way off kilter from his team's money.
That's quite interesting. I mean, he had time to do it. I mean, he didn't have the initial idea to. Maybe they're deciding whether or not they're going to force up. But once they decided not to force up, or once they decided to have him save, they should have decided to force up as well. So I'm not sure this makes a whole lot of sense.
Maybe they still wanted the extra time to just talk over through the next rifle round. And they were that's why they didn't put him forward to die, just even grabbing more extra time. But it seems like you figure out what you need to do, and in the last 10 seconds, you just have him run in and die. So yeah, weird. Some questions for sure. And now we've got Freeze hitting a shot over here at Log. He will miss that one. Gonna toss a nade pretty far down. That won't be very effective. Some damage put onto Zero as SK Gaming look to take the lead in this round.
That's just crazy. I mean, yeah, I just can't stop thinking about that decision. It's hard to predict, I guess. And he was way far off of his teammates when they failed that B hit, but I wonder what they're going to do now. They're in such a tough spot. You know, they lost 2 1v1s. They lost the force-up kind of all-in type round, and then put themselves in a bad economic spot following that by saving one gun.
Does Zero just save the Galil again?
He definitely should, if he can. I mean, there's 18 seconds left. He actually might be able to. Or just get a kill.
He will finally go down. Both players going to fall to Monty over there at the barrels.
So, okay, in terms of loss bonus, well, now he gets a loss bonus that beats out even having the Galil, technically.
Yeah.
So there is that. I mean, if he didn't get that kill, he would have had 3K. That would have been literally the same as having head armor and a Galil. Angel buying up. Yeah, never wanted to follow suit. Zero, the only one just has a Galil and a smoke now. Turns that kill
exactly
into a smoke.
What he had. So it's the same situation, yeah. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
And Sicko with a running Molotov. That's going to go over to short here and some spamming through the boards to ensue. Actually, no, they don't go for the spam at all. So not pulling that seized style strategy from Navi that we see him do almost every round. Now Oscar, wow, unscopes instead of shooting. Would have been crazy. And Madi and Aselian, first 2 kills of the round. It's 4-on-3. Madi still playing in a fantastic spot. He's been so good with these headshot angles. Going to toss in a nade. That's quite a bit of damage now done to Oscar, and he can work around the smokes that have been thrown in the pit to isolate him, but might just give him a cover and an off angle to work with. Freeze from up top now. We'll get 1. And it's just Sticko and a 0. Smoke to go down, trying to get those flames off of the site. Look at Sticko. He's got 2 players flying across from up top, and they're going to put him underwater.
Madi's positional play is just fantastic. Not only did he stay alive, but he covered his options moving to the left side of that smoke. Got a kill, fell back. I mean, he put himself in a great position that entire round. Made it really hard. Even stopped the planet. I didn't even realize that was him. That was just perfect. He plays so well, actually. This is the Madi that once was on Fnatic.
Yeah. Well, that's the one thing that hasn't changed in any iteration of Counter-Strike is positioning, right? So he's really making that work for him right now. His experience is shining through, and he's playing extremely well. So now we've got this timeout taken from the Hellraisers. Their money right now, upper $3,000.
Yeah.
They can kind of buy with that. It can be like a 2 or 3 players with AK armor, and then you got your Tech9 utility players.
This map is a game of clutches, like beyond any other map that we've seen so far. Like those 2 critical rounds on top of the other 1v1s that have happened. It's just like Hellraisers could have already won if they won every clutch in this game, or just the ones in this half. So to think about that is kind of ridiculous. Like just 2 1v1s, and they basically could have closed out the map already.
Yeah, we had so many hectic rounds on A, and a lot of them coming down to the smoke. We had the pretty much the rave, the party in that smoke when it was planted for the CT side. Where knives were coming out, and that ended with just 1 player for SK Gaming. And then again, we had Madi with a really nice play actually when he threw the smoke, tapped the bomb, got out of it, and then you know you're tapping because you're trying to kill the person defusing, and he just peeks into someone already shooting.
That's 4 1v1s in this half.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Not to mention that those rounds alone result in save rounds from the other team.
Yeah. Because even when you're winning, when 9 or even 10 people are dying in a round, like the economy even of both teams is so limited. So that's why we got into that kind of like pressure cooker situation where now if you lose a round, you're just going to get extremely reset. And we had these 2-for-1 situations. So some very important rounds, and actually SK has been the one to win them, which is now why.
So one of 2 things happened, right? Like Hellraisers start converting these clutch rounds, or they start winning rounds dominantly, and run away with this. And I guess that's just one side of the coin. And then for the other, it's SK start to figure out why the rounds are coming so close in the first place, and then start to run away with rounds themselves. I mean, this pause is important for both teams here, no matter who called it, because they both have a lot to talk about. The fact that it comes down to 1v1s is basically a problem for either side, no matter who wins.
And I actually cannot remember. Did SK use their pause? Did they use it in the first half when they started losing quite a few in a row? I don't know if they did, but if they still have the pause, that could be really strong because that's kind of what we saw on Dust too, right? Hellraisers were forced to use theirs very early. They started making the comeback, and then SK used theirs, got the next 2 rounds, power the pause, close out the map. Very well, could see that same situation happen here on Overpass if they still have it available. Hopefully somebody can tell me, but yeah. So what Hellraisers, what can they do?
I mean, they could just think like,
how do they win the rounds dominantly instead of having it come down to a clutch situation?
Well, like it's like the early to mid round. I mean, making it come that close is really nice for T side. It's more like, why does it come down to? Well, why does it come to the wire? Why does it come down to the wire in those last moments every single time? But the early to mid round, like they get to the site, they might get the bomb down, they bring it to the 1v1. Even if they just convert those 1v1s, it'll be good enough. But they're kind of doing all the right things, except SK in the last moments are just coming out too clutch.
And we see Bondic there having a second pretty tough map in a row, right? I don't know what his final numbers were on Dust 2. I want to say he ended up in like 40 ADR, which is not good. You compared it to school grades the other day.
Yeah.
You're getting a 40.
He's failing.
You're getting a 40% on a test. You're not passing the class. Even a 58's not that great. Maybe on a curve, but there are no curves in Counter-Strike.
It's getting relegated to middle school.
Drop down a grade. That's going to be rough. So still a couple moments left in this pause for them. Zero, however, has actually been kind of leading the charge here. We'll take a look. I mean, one of the younger players on the team too, right? One of the keys to victory was Sticko stepping up as a younger player, kind of as Guardian, as that mentor. All the Slovakian players, right? I'm sure Zero has talked with them as well, but he's got 80 ADR, 21 and a 13 right now. So he has been playing great, and he was getting them a lot of those rounds over on the B site when they were still on the CT side.
Yeah, also had the highest ADR on Dust 2 as well, so just consistent performance over the last 2 maps. And Hellraisers, for the most part, have been playing better on Overpass, and towards the end of Dust 2 started playing really well as well. So it's kind of just like maximum upset potential, everything going the way of SK, right? Like, all of these, even if half the rounds went the way of Hellraisers, or half the clutches, Hellraisers would still have a substantial lead. It's like, if they had all of them, they'd win the game, but even with half, they have the substantial lead. So just everything falling in place for SK to perform the ultimate upset. The thing is that it's still a best of 5, but coming back from 0-2 is just such a hill to climb. Let's see that happening.
Yeah, it really is, and it's not like the third map of the series here, which maybe will come down to being the deciding one, if for the 3-0 at least, because that's still possible. It's a map that they're both very experienced on, a map we even saw SK start to play okay on, and they did play it twice. I think they played it against Tempo, and they did play it also against Dignitas. And they crushed Dignitas on it.
Right, yeah.
Which is really crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that is also SK just playing really well. And there's like stuff to be said about just how well they're playing in a very broad, vague, general sense. And it was kind of question is, since they were both playing well coming into the series, who is the better team, right? They're both playing out of their minds. Well, who's the one that's actually playing amazing? And we get to see that as they face off against each other. Chain logic would tell you whichever, that Hellraisers are the better team moving into the series. But once they play each other too, you see stylistic differences make up for some of the deficits of the other team. And again, a game of clutches here on Overpass.
Yeah, and some big rounds individually. We're already saying from the very start of the series that Overpass might come down to the Madi versus Angel battles, and we've seen some really big rounds from each of them. And I mean, to highlight it the most would be Madi in that last round on B, getting those first couple kills, then working around the smoke, stomping the plant, getting another kill. Ended up with a 3 or a 4K, I'm pretty sure, because they definitely used that whole 5 minutes of that pause. And they did decide to go for the buy. Just a light buy here, so you can essentially call it an eco round. Hellraisers will be coming out with a full buy in round 26, or maybe they can just convert this one. Asilian holding on to Monster does a bit of damage to Zero, but he will fall down, and this could be a plant. Monty actually lets a player get into the pit, so he's been pushed back into Graffiti. He's going to try to go for those one taps with the flashes, and they are swarming him. He will find 1 kill down on 16 HP right now. They're going for this boost up as well. Flash going to come out. Freeze has spotted this, though. I think he saw a pointy elbow. And he's going to miss that first shot. That's Oscar coming through with the P250. Freeze setting up at another angle. Misses that one as well. And Oscar not going to continue to push forward on that. Nades going up into the window. Angel with the CZ kill. And it is maybe just the power of the pistols here for the Hellraisers. Or will Pimp stop them? And Magic's Boy coming in. Oscar with the op that he stole away from Freeze. Magic's Boy, time getting low. Has a kit, but 1 versus 2. It will be difficult. He's going to have to get the heck out of there.
Wow, somehow avoids all the angles and actually saves this M4. That's enormous. Only takes a few damage as well. Oh, a player from Hellraisers did go down, and that's only 1 to live. Even though it's the eco and they were saving for this round, they do have a lot of money, but they only kept 1 alive there. That was enormous. I mean, they came into the site, they got both kills. Madi somehow managed to get a kill and stay alive for a little bit of time, and he's been so reliable with that. But Asilian just used way too many bullets on that smoke at Long B, I think.
Yeah.
If he just saved them, and he didn't even have a pop flash to avoid. I mean, didn't plan on avoiding a pop flash in the first place. So maybe if he just waited for them to actually come through the smoke, he could have not only secured those kills, he might have just aced straight up and instead went down with no because he had no ammo.
Yeah, that was definitely the biggest kill of the round for Hellraisers to take him down, and they didn't even lose a member. It put Zero on something like 30 HP. They storm forth, they plant the bomb. We've actually seen Hellraisers get a couple rounds that way on their light buys. so far on the T side of Overpass. And now it's Freeze. Wow, that op shot looks so close. Magic's Boy around the tree goes 1 for 1. Freeze still kind of holding the angle. He might flash to let Pimp work his way out of the bathrooms. Nope, Pimp not going to be doing that one.
Yeah, Freeze cannot be missing those shots. He's got to fall off of a perfectly great opportunity. Like, he could have easily hit that shot, like, went right into his crosshair. You pretty much have to hit those, but instead, Magic Boy goes down. He gets a kill, and, you know, SK should be thankful for that. They also should be thankful that they have a player like Madi to be at B site, but where is he right now?
Madi's actually on A, and Sicilian on B. I was just going to comment that you think you might want to put Madi here instead. Sicilian going to try to do what Zero was doing, go up on that railing, look over the box, but he's going to get pushed back, and here comes Madi. The hero over at B just gets the one, and now Sicilian down in the pit. A player dropping off the smoke, somehow Zero coming away with that frag. But it does put SK Gaming into a pretty realistic retake scenario. 2-on-2, actually no kits, so they will have to go very quickly. At least they have some utility for them. Pimp now working into the canal. That's Oscar holding this angle with the op. Nade gonna go back looking for Zero. Oh, and it hits him square in the face, and the smoke now over onto Oscar. 2 of them actually thrown in. It won't matter. Oscar going out with the P250. Freeze knows this, but what side of the columns are gonna be on? And he jumps in. Could have been a no-scope from Freeze, but there's no kit.
Does he have that? No, he doesn't have it. Oscar wins that. Unreal.
And he dies as well.
Everybody in the round getting a kill except for Stiko. 9 players with kills that round. Hellraisers win that off the back of a 1v1, and the 1v1 goes their way this time.
That could be the difference maker. We're tied up 13-13, and that will be a save. Or an eco round, rather, for SK Gaming. We had one member there that was Freeze with quite a bit of money. Looks like he bought up maybe a pistol and some Kevlar. Actually, as well, who was the other one? Magic's Boy also with money. He did go for Kevlar. So him and Freeze. They will be able to have a rifle round coming out in round 28. So it should be Hellraisers taking the lead here. We have this long stack once more for SK Gaming. Will they be more patient this time?
Yeah, I wonder. The Hellraisers have no idea that they made that big rotate in that last round, so, and I'm not going to assume that SK realized it either. But they're going to see some attention. And this time, instead of backpedaling, they're going to push forward.
Sticko might have just given up the angle inside of that playground there, and he's starting to fall back.
Does he hear them? That's the question.
Well, CTs are getting close now. Hot on the heels of the Hellraisers, who have now walked into B, still taking their time to clear some things. They haven't seen a single player. They've sniffed out nothing. They're like, okay, they weren't over at the middle. They're not here at B. Where were they? They must have assumed long at that point. Will they expect the push through to have come so fast? It looks like they will. Here's Oscar at Monster with the really, really good angle. So hard to win that, especially without an op. And he's just spamming this wall. Clearly not spammable because those were directly on him.
Yeah. Oh, a duel happening on the other side of the map. Magic Boy gets the better of it. Picks up a UMP. Smoke has half armor. That's a bit of a win, but this is Hellraisers moving in next round, keeping 4 alive right here, provided they don't lose any more players. They have a solid economy for the rest of this for the rest of the map, or potentially. They have an op on Oscar. SK will have a great buy themselves, but I think that because of this round, because it went so well, even if SK win next round, they're going to have to win two rounds in a row versus rifles. Like, they're not going to have the opportunity to have a Hellraisers or catch Hellraisers saving. They're going to have Hellraisers are going to have maybe one person who has a Tech 9 next round. So all the damage dealt, or all the lack of damage dealt, might come back to haunt SK.
And I suppose that timeout was already used by SK Gaming because this would have been the round to use it. Or maybe they just didn't want to. I still didn't get any word on if they had used it or not. My memory doesn't serve me well, but there's Freeze with the op going into party. Oscar has his as well, and it's a pretty healthy buy-up from SK Gaming, and of course a full one for the Hellraisers. Angel working on the catwalk. This is where he's generally so good on the T side of Overpass to find those entries, but nothing coming of it yet.
That smoke being bad could have cost them really badly, but Angel gives it up, and no one's actually walked up the ramp to peek him.
He wants Sticko to come over and boost, it looks like, but he's not quite doing it yet. Sicko just continuing to check to make sure the CTs aren't going for that same boost.
Looked like he was trying to persuade him.
Yeah, he's like, look, no, go up there, look, no, we're going to boost and peer over the wall, and you're going to get a kill, but they will give it up. Sicko declined the offer.
No moves being made at this moment. Short control is taken, the B-split could be imminent, and it looks like smokes are coming over really quickly.
And they're so passive on both sites that the rotation down from A will be so fast from SK Gaming. 3 players already in the site. This will be a hard take for the Hellraisers, but can Angel get it done for them? Monty looking over the box. Will he get his 1 kill as per usual over here? Of course he does. Asilian as well. And the rotators are all here. Monty going to find a double. Oscar looking around the column. There's one nice op shot onto Asilian. Can he chain it together for some more? That's 2. He'll need to get 2 more to win it. 22 seconds on the clock right now. He's working around the box. Player in the pit. That's 3. And this is Oscar versus Freeze. The sniper duel to decided. Smoke is down. It's going to come down to timing here and the shot to be missed. Oscar able to jump away. Some more nades being exchanged. And now out to the M4A4. Hearing that scope, and Oscar can't hit the 4th. Freeze will win it. And that's 14-14.
Oh my gosh, almost the 1v4 to get match point. Another 1v1 in this game. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. They actually get the defuse this time. Freeze has enough time to go pull off the 10-seconder, but wow, that was close. Oh my gosh, and now it's going to be, is that 13 or is that 14 for SK?
14-14.
14-14, so it all comes down to this. Both teams have a full buy.
Oh, and they do have a timeout.
Gosh, they are going to use a timeout. This is quite a time to use it. What a match so far. I mean, we're going to look back at the clutch statistics after this because it literally comes down to nothing else. You know, setups are one thing and executes are another, but there's been so much fragging going back and forth and then always coming down to a 1v1, which seems to start to, has been splitting a little bit, but I mean, ultimately SK have still won way more clutches overall.
Yeah. And they actually had that streak of 4 rounds there on the CT side, and the economy got a little bit messy. Hellraisers took that pause, got 3, but there, I mean, so many rounds coming close. Even the last round was Freeze. It was also Freeze, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Who had that up, won the 1v1.
Yeah.
9 people had kills in the round. He's on the bomb, realizes he doesn't have time. He goes down to the explosion. Then I think one more eco, they get back into it. And then finally, he gets that 1 versus 1. He gets to defuse so many clutch rounds. We really can't state it enough. This has been a crazy map number 2 on Overpass. And now, what a time, right? I thought maybe you'd take the pause going into that round, but it looks like they had plenty of time, given that they stacked up and kind of just ran around as a team. They might have talked about that round, and now that they've won it, they take the pause, maybe putting Hellraisers on ice a little bit.
Yeah, and it looks like Freeze has already called for the resume, so they're going to get right back into this, not using the full 5 minutes to calm down or anything. I think they want to continue with the momentum that they left off with. Maybe had a couple of footnotes to reiterate to their teammates or talk about a strategy or just say, this is what we're doing next. You know, like, everyone chill out for 1 second, let's get to this. And this is for match point.
MagicBoy going up to the tree. We've seen him be pretty good here. We've actually seen Freeze maybe not be the best support here with the op to help out MagicBoy. He missed some easy shots, and it could have been a round earlier for SK Gaming if they just maintained the long control. And it might actually end up being tested, but they've backed off. They left tree, and now they're leaving the planter. Flash is going to come over. Freeze now realizing, all right, some people must be working up long. I think it's a good thing MagicBoy left the tree spot.
Yeah, no, this is actually, you know, Hellraiser's in a default that SK use quite often where they simply have someone waiting in stairs. Angel's actually not rushing short for once in his life, which he's just so good at. And, oh, Freeze to get the opening frag as well. Critical kill.
Oh, he might get him
Oh
here.
my gosh, does he do the damage? No,
No,
he doesn't. And almost got caught crossing back. That was tricky.
Bonnick was trying to stretch Armstrong there to pick up that op, it looked like, but now he has switched out.
I can guarantee you Oscar's head is in his hands right now. Joey's taking the peek.
You're wrong, it's not.
You can't prove it.
Yo, who doesn't want to watch this round? No one's going to close their eyes right now. We've got Freeze. There's the shot missed, and it's going to be MagicBoy with the rifle to go out for the re-peek on Freeze's behalf, but he gets nothing of it. It's Angel to find the kill. Now holding that. There's a shot for Freeze through the exhaust there of the truck. Monty already up at bank. It does actually spot one falling back at long. And bomb planted for the bathrooms. You can't expect them to be in bathrooms. Look at Asilian. That's a must-hit shot, and it wasn't pretty. That was nerve-wracking, but he will find it. And this is for match point for both teams here. Nade gonna go in, and that's, oh God, very loud, and a lot of damage over to 0. Sticko playing up on the flowers. They've already touched onto the bomb. They can't quite convert that spray over, and it's a Cillian to get them both. He gets all 3 kills on that retake, and that's SK Gaming out to match point first.
Oh my gosh, amazing nade usage. Perfect pickup for Cillian to get both those kills. SK Gaming take match point, and it almost came down to a 1v1 one more time. Wow, that was so close. SK get the opening kill with Freeze, and then Hellraisers trade back, get 2 entries onto the site. Angel, I'm sure, regretted peeking Truck at that one angle. Gave Cillian a second, or excuse me, Freeze a second kill as well. And now it's just a broken buy for Hellraisers.
But this is where they've been good, right? Storming onto the B site. It looks like SK Gaming are making the hard reads right now. The A defenders already pulling back from their initial posturing out aggressive at Fountain, and they're playing far away from the pistols. It's from Barrels. Pip gets one, Madi, Cillian, and then Madi again. It's just Sticko, and there you go. Dominant B defense. Good read from SK, and they take map 2. It's all 30 rounds, but they lead the series, which is a best of 5, 2-0.
2-0. They're pumped. Look at them. Look at Cillian, so stoked. They gotta be excited. That was amazing. They had so many clutch rounds and went in such exciting fashion as well. Hellraisers looking very defeated, and for good reason. That's a hard one to win. It could have turned around at any moment. There are multiple parallel universes in which Hellraisers won that map, and won it decisively, mind you. Just in that second half alone, the amount of clutch rounds that factored into.
But I love to see that on both maps right now. I feel like we're commentating basketball or even, you know, American football with like this great timeout management from SK. They use a timeout at the very end of Dust 2. That lets them, you know, get across the hurdle, win those 2 maps to close it out. They take a save. I'm sure they talked a lot on that one eco round they had before winning to tie it up 14-14. And then they use their pause again. It's the power of the pause to get the last 2 rounds that they need to win both maps in a row. That's really cool stuff from SK Gaming.
Yeah, and now it becomes a question of, can they seal us up in the next 3 maps? I mean, Hellraisers should be favored overall, but SK just have to bring 1 more down. That's it. They just got to do it 1 more time.
Yeah, you think even if they don't continue to play as well, there's a chance over the course of 3 maps that they might just win one. And Cobble's coming up next. It was a map where SK Gaming, they were a dominant force. They just ran over Dignitas on one of Dignitas's best maps, a map that even the best teams in the world ban against Dignitas. And I think the score was like 16-3.
Yeah.
SK wrecked them, and they might just do it again. As the 3-0 is still very possible. We'll make sure Puckett knows that the 3-0 is still possible as we go back to the desk.
All right, so at the beginning of the series, you said this might be a 3-0. Do you think it could actually go to SK?
Well, I mean, you have to say they've done what they need to do, which was win the map. And it was sort of like a carbon copy of when they played each other in ECS recently. Very, very close, very back and forth. And a couple of rounds pretty much gave that to SK. And despite Oscar's best efforts, he actually had a very good attempt at stopping them, nearly clutched some individual rounds. And I think particularly that 1v3 nearly made against Freeze. That was probably the deciding factor at that point. But yeah, at this juncture, you've got to say SK Gaming are looking very good. And here's the thing, when you're in a best of 5 and you've got 2 on the board and you've got maps to play with, it does make it very, very easy. It's hard to throw it away at this point.
Thorn, how much confidence do you have in SK after watching Hellraisers nearly take this game back from them?
I mean, Hellraisers is here finally. Hellraisers is playing properly. They were getting it together towards the end of the first map anyway, but it was too little too late at that point in time. Hellraisers is now here. The difference is we haven't seen this level of consistency from this SK squad basically ever. Like, yesterday, you looked at it, and Dignitas played so poorly on some of the maps that you felt like, oh, how much credit can I really give to SK? SK is looking very solid all around here. So I actually am impressed that they didn't give in to the comeback there. They didn't give up this map, and then they lose their map, and suddenly it's like this tied series, and who can win again? At this point in time, they're looking like, how is Hellraisers going to win this series from them? Yeah, Hellraisers could scrape a map, but at this point in time, SK looks like they should win the series.
Yeah, I mean, they have to scrape 3 in a row for Hellraisers, right? So this is definitely not going to be an easy feat. They will get their map choice next year for game number 3. We'll see if they can battle back. But at what point did you see Hellraisers just lost the game? What was the moment that they could have seized and just ran with this game too?
I mean, this game I didn't think was that open and shut at any point in time. Like, it was really backwards and forwards. Obviously, the half was like an 8-7 half, so I mean, whenever that happens, both sides should be nervous there because the game obviously can go both ways in that scenario. Normally, I think Overpass is a map where both teams prefer it when it's like, okay, we get 10 on CT, you're 8 on CT, will you get the extra 2 you need? That sort of a game flow makes a lot more sense on Overpass. This sort of a game where it's this back and forwards, obviously you're just going to have those mad economic rounds where it's that one out of the 4 rounds that really cost you the whole game. I reminded yesterday of that Cobblestone game where Hellraisers, with the save from Oscar, essentially won the game by setting it up so that VP had to win every round from there on out. So this game was non-stop back and forwards. This was a more high-quality match than the first one, certainly.
Absolutely.
This has been entertaining so far. I mean, that one going 30 rounds, very good game there. Game 3 is going to be coming up here in a little bit, but first we got to take a look back at what happened on this match here on Overpass. Richard Lewis, walk us through some of these big numbers. I think the big surprise for me has just been Bondic.
But this again, you know,
first 2 days.
Think back at the start of the broadcast, we're talking about, you know, keys to victory for Hellraisers, and we talked about Bondic's consistency. Well, unfortunately, this is the worst series he's had since he's joined the team. You know, Stiko was there, Zero stood up, Angel stood up, Oscar, everybody. Bondic kind of wasn't able to really hold his sight. And if you contrast that with how Pimp was playing, obviously he's down there in terms of his efficacy. He's only got 19 kills compared to Modi, who's had another monster performance, which I don't understand how he's doing this. He's rolling back the years. But Pimp's holds on his bomb site were absolutely crucial. What he did, he got his kill every round pretty much on that CT side, and he bought time. He played really intelligently. So Pimp had a very good performance, even though the stats maybe don't necessarily bear that out.
I mean, in a way, they do, because, okay, he only had the 1-2 kill and the 1-4 kill, so he's just picking up a kill around there. He's just getting kill around. He's having his impact on the game, it's spread out. It wasn't just like an Oscar clutch round where you win one, you know.
And here's the thing as well, we've still got the stats there over here, just to point this out, the number of clutches that came in from SK Gaming again. Isilian, who hasn't, again, he's been quiet, just working away in the background, 3 clutches. You think about the importance of that in a 16-14 game.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, this is what I mean. When people they get hung up on frags, yeah, Modi's obviously the headline, the sensational one. But Isilian and Pimp did quiet work in the corners. That's super important in such a close map.
You think about a few of the rounds, like when there was this smoke battle, you didn't know what was going to happen there. That could have been a big turning point. But either way, SK is able to walk away with the victory. They're looking prime to secure the first spot in the grand final, something that I think if you ask the fans at home, would this happen? Very few would tell you it is possible.
Even the SK fans wouldn't have.
Even the SK fans.
If there are any, I don't even know anymore.
All right, guys, it's time for the quick commercial break. When we come back, we do have Game 3 of the semifinals.
Welcome back, everybody. Crazy things happening here with SK. Dominant yesterday and continuing it today, being extremely consistent. As Thorn put it, the most consistent he's ever seen SK been at this level of play.
Yeah, I mean, in a sense, like that map could have gone either way, though, right? So it might have been a different story. Both teams may be winning each other's map picks, but instead, SK are out to the 2-0 as the underdog and now move into Cobble, a map that you mentioned in such an important point that they crushed Dignitas on, one of the best teams in the world on this map, 16-3 yesterday.
Yeah, and that was the local, the regional matchup that we're thinking, all right, maybe it was just that. The two teams knew each other so well, so SK hit it with the hard reads, countered it up, but I think today they've disproved that being, the only theory for their success. Like, they're obviously playing very well. They kind of crushed Hellraisers there on Dust 2. They got off to a fantastic start on Overpass. That one got very close. Crazy managing of the economy, crazy 1v1s, crazy clutch rounds, weird smoke grenade defuses, or lack thereof. And that was a 16-14 on Overpass, but here we go now onto Cobble. This is music. Pretty hype. As, there we go, we'll fade that one out. We got 4 Kevlars onto Hellraisers, who are starting up on that T side right now. 0 with the 1 smoke and a Tech-9 bot up. It's gonna be Raid Boss Oscar. 3 Kevlars for SK Gaming, a Kit and smoke onto Asilian and Pimp. Man, he has been so good with this 5-7 on these pistol rounds.
They're going to put pressure on A here. Freeze is going to be the one to rotate into the site while 2 people have to come through the door. And if he doesn't die, that might be big for them.
And yeah, Freeze did not. He was able to fall back. He's actually climbing up that broken wall back into the A site. Oscar's going to go through the vent here. Mani unable to take him out. Oscar so quickly, but it's Freeze to come away with 2. Oscar with 2, taking everything into his own hands, perhaps, on the pistol round. He finds 2. Angel with the 3rd kill. He brings down Freeze. Site opened up. Retake now for Magicsploit and Asilian. They do have a smoke and a kit, so maybe they can make something work here. And it's a pistol, so no reason not to go for it. Let's see what they got. Bomb now just going down, so put 40 seconds on the clock. Magicsploit is going to make his way in out the connector doors, but he has made noise that is going to be scouted out. And behind him, somehow Magicsploit turning, puts the spin move on Oscar, finds the headshot, but it won't matter because it's Angel, I believe, coming away with the either 2 or 3K on the round.
Yeah, now it was actually SK to win both pistols last map, but then they got eco'd on the follow-up in the second half, and now it's Hellraisers to start off. I think the first time out of these 3 maps with a pistol round themselves. And, we saw SK in both Dust 2 and Overpass start off something like 5-0 or 7-0 both times. I mean, that's a really horrible start. Hellraisers almost making it competitive on Dust 2 and then actually coming so close to winning Overpass as well. But this might be the start they need.
Well, that's, oh wow, okay, tons of action, and Asilian's coming away with 2. That's man advantage for SK Gaming right now. As Asilian with that knife out will come back, read up with Freeze. That's a UMP and a 5-7 for them. Now Sticko going up, he's found the bomb. He's got a UMP himself and a ton of time on the clock to work with. What will SK Gaming do? I don't think they're going to be splitting up in this situation, but as I say that, they're splitting up, so I guess I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, they really shouldn't be. I mean, ultimately, I guess what they're thinking is we get just get a 1-kill spot on each site, and that way we guarantee the round. We don't have to worry about an after plant where one of our teammates is extremely hurt. So it's a bit of a risk that they're running, but they are going to go for it, and it looks like...
There's a Molotov here for Sticko. If he throws it to Chicken Coop, that's Freeze position given up.
Yeah, that could be huge. And one of the decisions he has to make is, do I want to just walk into the site and hope that they're playing 2 at A, or do I want to make a hard read and maybe give myself a better chance to win if I'm walking into the stack site? Now, Cillian has no idea whether or not Sticko has actually made his way back to A somehow.
Well, this is the moment of truth right now. I like this, right? It's like the 2v1 cam, right? We've got both CT perspectives. We know what Sticko is doing. He's creeping off. He's just dropped off the platform now, and he's running around. Freeze is playing this perfectly, and that's going to be the round. So you mentioned it. SK Gaming had the pistol in the second half of Overpass, but then got hit by the Force Buy. Now it's Hellraisers to win it here. The first pistol they win, and immediately hit by the Force Buy.
Yeah, so SK win one of their only ecos of the game, or of these of this series so far. And that's huge for their confidence. Not only that, but again, winning the pistol is not great at all, especially if you get eco'd. And it looks like Hellraisers, because it was a 2v1, are going to be buying up a total force here. Freeze, though, has already picked up an op off of the back of his kills, has head armor and this op, and it's going to be a lot of long B pressure, but not a lot of utility on the side of Hellraisers. So it might be a force all for naught.
We've got all 3 smokes being primed right now and then let go. Just 2 flashes remain, and there's 1 flash very effective on Freeze, but this, Magic's Boy taken out. It was the Freeze Magic's Boy connection the other day here on the B site. Now it's just going to be Freeze. Asilian going to step up, help out, gets 1 assist on the other. Freeze just hitting the shot, standing tall, working both sides of the statue, keeping Hellraisers guessing, and they guess incorrectly. Oscar tries to push through the smoke. He does find 1. Second kill of the round. He'll have to get 2 more. Can he do it? Back on Rectangle, his location known. Freeze holding this angle.
Whoa.
Oh, wow. That looked so incredibly close, and actually a great use of X-Ray right there, but he falls back. Oh, thought he got it, but no, it's Madi with the FAMAS to clean it up.
What a fantastic round from Freeze to get those 3 kills after missing the first shot. Magic's Boy also coming out of drop and getting that opening frag for Hellraisers made I think, of both of us feel like that site was just going to be overrun. His ability, that is Freeze, his ability to play this fountain, or the statue, excuse me, kind of rides on the fact that drop is being taken care of, or that another choke point on the site is being watched by a rifle. And because he went down so fast, it seemed like he was in a ton of danger, but bailed himself out with that insane 3K.
I think that was already, was that a 7-1 already on the board for Freeze? Yes, it was. So he's playing fantastic already. He was slow to start over there on Overpass, and look at Madi. He's already found a triple kill. It looks like they went drop. They were trying to run a quick A split, and as they come out of the drop window into connector, Madi finds a triple. That had to have been what happened. Freeze and Pimp also getting 1 on the round.
SK Gaming can play with a certain amount of freedom in their mind, knowing that they have 1-2 maps, they've kind of done the hard part, and that they've got the eco. It's just got to be feeling really good, and everybody has got to be getting along at this point. They're just off to such a great start on even this 3rd map. Hellraiser's going to have to eat that loss, or are saving twice. Here it's just Glocks and a couple of P250s. Not much of an opportunity to win, especially versus the amount of utility that SK has to throw away.
So I said to you right before we came back on, like, if SK Gaming start again with a quick 5-0, this is probably just going to be done based on, that happened on maps 1 and 2, so you kind of just complete the pattern. Hellraisers, of course, got the pistol, but now SK Gaming just 4 rounds in a row just like that. Round 6 is going to be so important for the future of Hellraisers on this map, and then also, because it's possibly the last map, in this tournament.
Definitely. I mean, this is just a round where they're able to build their economy. They're not losing any players so far, just Zero and Bondic. P250 is moving into the site. Man, this has got to be an exciting experience for Hellraisers, who came into this series as favorites, but it's not over until it's over with them.
So there's the 4-1, as we do kind of expect, just based on how hard the Hellraisers economy got hit after they lost on one of their anti-eco rounds.
No, they just got to reset, and SK just have to stay focused, and we're going to have 2 Titans clash in this round where both of them have buys. Wow, Freeze, 172 ADR. Obviously, we're only a few rounds in.
Yeah, always a bit inflated a couple rounds in, but that is still insane. He has been hitting those shots. He got 3 shots off the left side of that B-site statue, so that was really nice to see. And already the double ops are going to come out. Pimp was playing this position perfectly the other day.
Versus Dig?
Versus Dignitas. He got knifed in the back versus Tempo Storm. Not so good.
Yeah,
I think he
that.
learned from that experience. He felt the cold steel between the shoulder blades. It was like, you know what? Yeah, none of that, please.
I mean, he's technically still not watching his back. He's in that same position watching log. But I guess is assuming that really just can't happen twice where a player walks up all the way from lower A, whereas here we see some utility being used and Pimp turning that into a frag off of sound. So
well, yeah, he started playing it based on the sound cue. Like, it was a very unfortunate circumstance where the Tempo Storm player walked all the way around the whole time. But as soon as he's been hearing a sound, if it's not a player he's seeing as well as hearing, he falls back immediately, watches Danger for a second, and then falls back completely. There he peeks down Danger, and he gets the first kill of the round onto Angel, too, who was actually such a big opening force on Overpass, taken out of the round early here on Cobble. Flash to go in. Sticko will lose out the battle on Asilian. Asilian's actually been very good so far in this B site on Cobble.
Might have forced that trade a little bit too early, considering he's the only man at the other side of the site, or the other side, excuse me. And it seems like this has alerted SK into over-rotating towards A, and for good reason. 3 players pushing up along, Oscar with the op, all the information in the hands of SK.
And now they're going to realize they're very right. Pimp will actually give up the angle because the Molotov was coming in. He goes down to where the telephone pole is sliding to the truck. Actually, won't let the players cross. He's in danger of maybe getting shot in the back. No, Asilian keeping them at bay. The bomb to be planted, but Asilian goes out. He was on half HP, so we will lose that battle. But Pimp hits the final shot, the first and final shot of the round, killing 0 there. And that's 5-1, and this was an extremely critical round for Hellraisers, who have now hit max bonus. They will have around mid 3Ks.
Oscar looking super frustrated. I mean, I'm sure he expects way more for himself. Obviously, that shot right now that he just missed on Broken Wall was kind of an easy frag. We were watching it from the third-person perspective, but looked like one that Oscar would be keen on hitting most of the time, and couldn't do it. And now SK are off to the 5-1. Hellraisers are going to have another buy. Oscar is going to give the op another shot. And they're just going to try to reset mentally, I think, and go into this round as if they haven't started off it so badly. Did SK get the 16-3 starting off on CT side, by the way? Versus Dignitas?
They were on the CT side. Dignitas got a pistol. They got the 2 subsequent rounds. And then SK Gaming 16-0'd, basically.
Oh, wow.
It was 16 rounds in a row. And if you took it over to the next map, they ended up getting 19 rounds, or maybe even 20 rounds in a row in that series. So yes, very strong CT side.
Wow. Freeze with a cool self-paw flash to clear out long. Pimp to open up the round one more time, and we have to note the amount of times that opening kills go the way of CTs and how many times that converts into a round 1, because typically it should be in the 60 to 70% range, and Pimp making it a 3v5 because why not?
And we didn't actually see Pimp pull out the op that early on their CT side against Dignitas, but I think since they had it later on and it was working so well that they went for it pretty much right away here on this Cobble matchup, which is looking like it will go 6-1. Unless Oscar 0 and Sticko can do something crazy. Sticko wins that exchange. He's left on 41 HP. Asilian was playing right under that in the same spot as he was in the last round, so Sticko was able to pre-aim it a bit more, it seemed. Freeze here on the statue might have spotted one of the connector doors. Player back in the Enclave, though, is Magic's Boy. He turns at such an inopportune time that Zero was able to kill him, and from a 5-on-3 into a 3-on-3, the Hellraisers are grinding this one back. It's going to be up to Freeze now. The Molotov not testing him. The Flash, though, will push him back. And that's straight into the arms of Sticko, who's still working out of drop, and now it becomes a retake situation here for both Madi and Pimp. There's Pimp, 3 kills on the round. He'll have to actually go for the ace here and a 1v2. He's peeking right at the Oscar, and Oscar not going to miss that one as he already has the angle. So Hellraisers, well done to grind that one back over on the B site.
And that's one of those rare rounds where, I mean, especially rare because it went down to 5v3 where Pimp was able to get that insane frag on long and then get a second one to follow up at A, and yet Hellraisers managed to win it. And that's off the back of Sticko getting drop control by himself one more time, testing Asilian and finding the kill. And to note, he actually found Asilian playing the exact same position as he was the round previous. So maybe overrating that position, or maybe Stiko not giving them the respect that he expected.
Yeah, and I actually wonder, right? You have such a big man advantage at that point. Like, maybe you just get out of drop room, because that room is honestly kind of a gimmicky spot.
Yeah, especially to play by yourself. I mean, that's the
Yeah.
only way that they could have gone 1-for-1. So, also, you know, a spot that you can't plant, right? A really good rotator spot, but not necessary when you have such a man advantage. Definitely a real point there.
So that could be something to clean up from SK Gaming's perspective if they get out to the same situation again. But now, well, money was still great. The double ops will come right back into effect. That's Freeze and Pimp. Freeze over at B, Pimp over at A, and Asilian once more in drop. Not as in the room this time, though.
Hellraiser's been so good at adjusting after going down or starting off with a deficit. And will they turn that round into 2? We'll find out.
Oh, Asilian nearly lining up 2 frags right there. Did about 170 damage, I think. And Magic's Boy, the Molotov, getting it out of the flames. He does, right into the op shot of Oscar. But then Oscar, he had to give up the angle because he took his shot. Freeze post up. He brings down Oscar. He'll find 0 as well. And Hellraisers no longer have the max bonus to lean on as a crutch. It's gone. They get reset.
They get reset, yeah. And that's a hard reset, too. I mean, they spent a lot of money. They didn't win that last round decisively, only 2 alive. And so they have to make the decision, do we force here or do we just eat this loss and double save? And I wonder what they'll do. I mean, at the very least, they could say, well, they're actually not going to force up. I think they've seen it hasn't worked in the past, and it is a risk to run, but maybe versus these 2 ops and all the utility, they don't see them as having a chance on the T side, considering they've already had a couple of ecos as well, so that's going to just keep SK Gaming on high alert. But nice cleanup from Freeze, just doing such a great job with the up on B site. And, you know, in map 3 of a best of 5 in a semifinal, like that's when the pressure's on the most and he's performing. So even though we've been critical of him in the past, I'm sure it's all forgiven once you see performance at the highest stakes.
And I feel that SK Gaming played a couple of those, you know, anti-eco, anti-force fly rounds over on the CT side of Overpass pretty poorly. Like, they were getting very, very close and personal with those pistols that have, of course, that one-tap potential in close range. Later on in the half, we saw them finally adjust that and play really back and passive with the rifles, and it seems like they are kind of doing that here, minus Asilian, who's still in drop room. But it is actually just a lot of Glocks. And he'll drop this fire. X-ray turned off. I'm sure there's a lot of chaos going in. Did anyone else even drop? Yeah, there is one more in there. Actually get a sense for how hard of a game Counter-Strike is when X-ray gets turned off like that.
I was scared.
Yeah.
That does a lot to you, but man, SK just winning the economic game, up 7-2 now, and they won that crucially important round that put Hellraisers in a safe situation. Looks like they don't have enough money to put together a great buy. Oh, but instead of that, the force into double save, they opted for 1 save into
a force?
Awful buy. Pretty awful buy. I mean, they do have the utility, they just don't have like the greatest of weapons. I mean, they could have saved 1 more time, but
yeah, that's actually a good point. I was like, oh, shotgun's really going to cobble. I was like, wait a minute though, they're on the T side. It's not great. I mean, you'll see JW a lot of times get that sawed off and hit drop, but I don't know.
Kind of crazy.
Tranquility seems like an odd name for an auto shotgun.
I know,
right? Like, does that make any sense? No. Who made that? Pop flash into drop, though. They really want to get past Asilian. They've only done it once.
Oh, they blinded their own teammate.
It's not gone well. It goes 1 for 1. I think, is Madi supporting that? No, he kills Angel elsewhere. That was on CT's slope. Good work by the cameraman there. And Freeze will take down Bondic with a quick headshot. And he's forced to back off that angle. He was getting tagged up, so he's like, you know what? I'll try to take a shot through the door anyways. But Magic's Boy securing that with a nice double spray down through the connector door.
Wow. And yeah, that round does not pay out for Hellraisers. They get drop control, I suppose, like they hold it, but they went really unfavorable in trades throughout that round and just have no money once again. They could have, I think they look back on that round and they say, man, maybe we should have saved that op 1 more time and gave it another shot, because they were looking at the potential for 8 rounds, but now only 7, and because they're saving, maybe only 6. It's impossible to say whether or not they would have won if they saved, but they definitely would have had a better chance than that.
Let's see if SK Gaming have the read on that money. They certainly will now, as Madi's got that first kill. He can give the information across. They've just got the pistols. Asilian, he's got him lined up as they come through the rectangle path. They've spotted Stiko trying to make his way through as that last member with the bomb. He's able to grab 1, but then he's done. Madi is the only man who dies. SK Gaming, a dominant 9 rounds so far. And Hellraisers, this will be one of their better rifle buy-ups Oscar has perfect amount of money to go up armor, but he won't go for it. It's all AKs.
Yeah, maybe he's just not feeling confident. He really just hasn't been having that much impact. And here he has 10 kills, actually like more than double any of his teammates, which is quite surprising because it hasn't really felt like it, but certainly has missed some shots on previous maps, and I think is a little bit upset about some of the kills that he hasn't been able to get.
Well, Pimp took some early damage, some Molotovs and nades thrown. He immediately dropped back, watched that danger angle where he opened up the round a couple times previous, but now he's fallen back and he's starting to rotate. There are 4 people over on this site as the AKs come through. That shot would have been insane from Freeze, but now he's in danger of getting wrapped on. Magic's Boy's gonna have to help him out. Beautiful flashes that sends them all scurrying. Asilian and Magic's Boy, but Bondic and Oscar trying to bring it back. Now Mondi getting into the fray. He finds 1 shot. Oscar's able to peek out. Freeze missing his, and that was a very important shot to hit. Oscar on 1 HP. Do they know he's low? Flash gonna go over, but it was a botched one. It caught the ledge there. Bondic now spotted up here on the boost. He doesn't even know where he's getting shot from. It was like Oscar, I think that was maybe shooting over. No clue. Freeze hits the 5-7 shot to Oscar with 1 HP, then finally connects an op shot, and you can see he's very pumped up there.
He's got to be, man. He's just been staying alive, getting 3 or 4 kills sometimes. And I want to say his ADR is probably in a similar position as it was coming out of like round 5. And
it was 170, I think, at one point.
Yeah, I mean, unreal performance and just sick behold. Hellraisers could have gotten that site if they just eliminated Freeze, and they couldn't do it. They even had that boost to counter him, and he dealt with it with a 5-7, got the next frag, and then they go A, and they think Pimp has had a clean performance at A as well. But no, Oscar actually gets the better of him from an angle that he wasn't expecting.
Yeah, Oscar coming up from underneath there, so that will best Pimp, but now there is still another op, and it looks like Freeze was maybe able to see something moving in that smoke. Took a shot, but it didn't connect. Monty to dodge the flash. He finds 1, he finds 2, he gets all 3, and that is devastating for the Hellraisers. They try to storm out through the smoke. Flash over from Angel. He's on 8 HP as well. Flash very effective. That's 1 kill for him with the CZ. It's a 3-on-2 advantage SK Gaming. As they look for another round, looking to get further into the double digits with 11, but Oscar with the op shot to bring down Asilian 2-on-2 right now. And Angel's gonna fall. That's Magic's Boy to take him out of the round. Bomb under the control here of Freeze. He'll go for that re-smoke. That's, what was that coming out? Another, was that a smoke as well? It's just a path of smoke as he tries to get out, but Freeze will not let him.
Wow, insanely crushing spray from Mondi. What a 3K. I'd love to watch that back. He definitely hit headshots, even though he didn't finish off with headshots. And that was all with the silence M4. That's an M4A1 commercial right there.
There's a dink. I think he got at least 3 heads in that one.
Yeah, he must have. That was beautiful. And, Hellraisers were the ones to decide to push through that smoke. Even though they just heard that op ring off when they killed Pimp, so they know there's an over-rotate to A, decided that it was time to just crush A, and it really wasn't.
Instead, they're the ones that get crushed. Stiko pulling out the P90. Can maybe that be the difference? Angel pushing that, and it's just not working out. Pimp and another angle on the other side of that smoke. And Angel to fall early into the round, and that can't be good for the Hellraisers and their morale right now.
No, this is alerting them. I mean, they know Angel on Cobble. If they get that kill, they know that there's 4 players at the other side, and I think they feel like, all right, this is a good opportunity to just leave 1 person at A. So that's the power of CT side on Cobble. If you're able to get that first kill, you can always pull out that stack at B, which is so powerful.
And we saw Freeze with that individual flash again, and that was well done right there. They throw that smoke, some misdirection, as Stiko's got that first aggressive angle. He takes down the Opera with the P90, but he's traded out by Magic's Boy. Still man advantage for SK Gaming. 0 with the Gleel. Molotov's going down. That will stop his forward progress. Bondic out the window shooting, as there is a bit of a smoke there, so he doesn't push through. Madi's got that. Drop room is contained right now for SK Gaming. And, oh, look at Oscar. Actually, who's flanking who? I don't even know right now. Somehow Oscar losing that battle, and then Asilian finds 2, and that's another round for SK Gaming. It's 12-2. Only Freeze dies.
I think Pimp caught a glimpse of him and then made it seem like he was just going to run past as if he didn't notice, and then threw the pop flash to misdirect him, or misdirect Oscar and got the kill. But Stiko getting that kill at Long B, I think when he got that kill at Long B, he should have just waited for his teammates to get drop control, because once he died with that P90 trying to turn it into a second frag, I think that was full hero mode, honestly, because now they don't have a split going on. They have no presence at Long B. They know it's been shut down, and that changes the round for his teammates. And Pimp doing so good at A. Has only died once to Oscar here, and every other time has gotten 2 kills, looking so fast right now.
And he's just doing a perfect job balancing, hitting the shots with the utility on the fallback. He finds the 3rd through the wooden panels onto Angel, pulls out the 5-7, looking for the 4th. Magnificent stuff there from Pimp.
Oh my gosh, SK.
SK Gaming, yeah, that's 13-2 right now. And generally thought of as a T-sided map. And guess what side they're going to now? It's to the T side, and we're going to get there after a quick break, guys. Stay tuned. Don't miss this SK Gaming dominance. Welcome back, everyone. Map 3 could be the last one because SK were just insanely dominant there on the CT side, and Pimp really wowing the crowd and wowing everybody at home with those last 2 op kills, and of course the third on the round with his 5-7. And that's a way to keep that momentum into the second half. Oh, and actually we're seeing the replay of it right now. There's the first kill falling back, hits this shot onto this player. Nice use of utility to help him fall back, and then he got another one later.
Yeah, huge. I mean, great if they win this pistol. If they don't, it doesn't really matter. They're still at 13 rounds. They're feeling good.
And they are just going straight up CT slope. There is a player at long that has not been cleared out. Now they know that, so they can keep an eye on it. They're already watching over the drop. Oscar here in danger. Might be able to surprise Madi a little bit. It's Angel to come away with the first kill, and Angel getting the second. Oscar wins out the battle onto Madi. Didn't quite see him in drop, but the bomb has been planted, so it's a quick retake there for Hellraisers.
Wow.
The bomb has gone down, so that will be money to the side of SK Gaming for round 3.
And it just goes to show you, you're never safe. Like, if you get the bomb down and no one's there, like, it's so common to just retake so many sites. A on Cobble is a site that you can retake. I know, like, Fallen, for example, has mentioned theory striking a strategy on CT side where it's so hard to defend B and it's also so hard to retake B that just playing 5B versus a team that enjoys going there and then finding out a way to, like, have set smokes to retake A. But there we see, like, 5 players outside of the site and then all of them pitching in to perform that retake, none of them dying. So never safe when the bomb's down just because you have 5 players alive.
And they have actually gone for the force buy here, which maybe can work out depending on Hellraiser's their play style. They've gone for 4 rifles, so if they are playing close and don't have the SMGs, it could be a big problem. Will SK Gaming get anti-ecos in both halves? Or rather, force up victories in both halves? Madi working around onto the site. He is not going to come away with the first kill, but 0 is found. And Sticko, as a result of that early damage, still very low. He's going to be cleaned up by Freeze. Man advantage now 4 on 2. They've got armor. Now they've got some guns. Oscar on the flank. Now this is known right now, and he was so low, so Magic's Boy will finish him off and take away that rifle. It's just Bondic now with his FAMAS.
What's happening right now? Puttering to a halt. Our Hellraisers as Bondic is left in a 1-on-3 unwinnable situation. Magic Boy already on the flank, comes out a drop, gets that kill. And we had like 3 Tech-9 frags with no answers from the Hellraisers. Oscar wishing he was the man at B, I'm sure, in that situation. And now SK 14-3.
I mean, that's gotta be the map, right? I mean, it should be. It's a 2-for-1 or almost even 3 rounds when you upset a team like that. Of course, Hellraisers, because of the way the rounds are working out for SK Gaming, will just have to force buy into every single one of these.
Yeah, I mean, they've just got basically 2 bad buys on their hands, and SK know what to anticipate. At the very worst, they're going to deal with head armor opponents that only have enough money for a couple of pistols, and so they could take this round and play it however they want. They should have 80 to 90% chance of winning. Ooh. What?
Wow, Sticko was so close to lining up that angle, but the Tracer is going through. Means he's down to 6 and Madi's down to 24. So a lot of damage exchanged, and something worth noting, they got the pistols, they got the armor on Hellraisers, but not 1 ounce of utility. They had nothing in the nade department.
Oh, it looks like players from Hellraisers actually moving over to the wrong site right now. Bondic to get boosted up, but not finish a kill. Madi and Magic Boy taking some damage.
That would have made this a kind of a scary round for SK Gaming if they had lost 1 or 2 people there from that counter boost. But it's Freeze that will start it off with the first kill. A lot of damage had gone both ways, but it's Freeze to get a kill unscathed onto Angel. And now Bondic, he's missed the jump.
And look at the timing now. Like, he could have been on the flank. It makes a huge difference, the fact that he missed that jump, though. In the grand scheme of things, maybe not so much. And Madi's going to be here just to catch flanks as 4 people go towards A.
Nice little pop flash out there from Pimp. Good supportive work, and it's Sticko, the only one here. That was Madi watching the flank. He takes down Bondic, that push through. Sticko can get nothing done there with the Deagle. Fire gonna go on. Free cremation services there for the Hellraisers. And they're gonna hop on through those connector doors and get immediately shut down. That's SK Gaming on a match point. They will have 12 of them, and they might not need to use a single one.
No, oh my gosh. Oh my god, that's unbelievable. Then we have a Bondic to get a UMP. Everyone's just going to have a similar bar to last round, except the loss bonus is just a tiny bit better, so you might have a couple more SMGs, but that's it. That's it. Tournament life on the line here for Hellraisers, all in this awful, awful buy.
And we saw that replay. Freeze actually got the first kill out in middle. A player had decided to push through. So you see that force by Hellraisers tried to push and do something aggressive, had to take the risks, but none of them worked out in that round. And here, this round is slightly better, right? You got the pistol armor again, utility, and Bondic with the UMP, but it's still not great, and SK Gaming are just sitting passively. Waiting for something. Nades. Oh, the nade hitting the arch there and bouncing back, doing nothing. And maybe like it's 4 damage to each of these guys, but that is essentially nothing.
Spun the Wheel of Fortune, missed $1 million and went bankrupt.
I mean, only it's hard to hit. And Madi boosted up, just waiting on any pushes, waiting on any aggression, trying to outpatient them. That was a very, very effective flash, but then the smoke nades and Molotovs, everything coming through. Pimp to find the first kill of the round. Sticko once more up on top of the box, and that's gonna miss. Magic's Boy comes away. No, sorry, that was a Silly coming away with that kill. Magic's Boy also finds 0. Oscar with the 5-7 was able to take down Pimp, but it's SK Gaming, equipment advantage, man advantage. And on match point, Magic's Boy finds 1, and will this be the last? That's the final frag of the best of 5, the semifinals. SK Gaming dominant across all 3 maps. Overpass was close, back and forth, tons of clutch rounds, but when we get over to Kabul, they crushed their, what do you want to call it, their brother team, Dignitas. They destroyed them on Kabul. They come here and they do the same thing to Hellraisers.
Wow, that's a crushing loss for Hellraisers. They got to feel very upset about that. SK performing out of their minds, going 3-0 against a team that it seemed like had a map or a veto advantage in every category. You know, starting off by winning their map pick and then winning Overpass, which was their own, but just barely, and then just crushing them on Cobble, just like they crushed Dignitas on Cobble as well yesterday. So no fluke, apparently.
Yeah, not at all. You can't say it was, again, that regional matchup. They know Dignitas so well. They've studied the tapes, yada, yada, yada. Like, no, they crushed Dignitas. They showed up. They crushed Hellraisers even more.
Yeah.
Just insanely, insanely good performance. So they will move on into the finals, which will be happening tomorrow. The finals are, all alone on the last day, which I really like, and it's cool that it is a best of 5 for the finals and even for the semifinals, right? Like, beating someone in a best of 5 is the true test of skill. I mean, I guess best of 7 is the true test, because then you would have no vetoes and you'd possibly play every map, but that's a little too much. So it's really cool to see SK just dominate in that fashion, and let's see what the desk has to say.
Confused.
All right, so guys, we all predicted Hellraisers in this series, but SK kind of living up to the hype that they had going into the major qualifier. I remember a lot of people said this is a squad that could be really dangerous to a lot of teams, should get out of their groups. Here, they've secured their spot in the final now.
Well, yeah, and done it just in emphatic fashion. Oscar's stuck in the existential hell of finding out what it's like to be a hard carry. I think Bondic will want to check his sheets because he shit the bed that series. It's ridiculous how bad they played, and I don't know why. I don't know what Hellraisers are thinking there, because these SK Gaming's there for the taking. That Hellraisers team, the way they played even in this tournament, they can absolutely beat this team most times they play them, but just nothing went right for them beyond Oscar having a good series.
Thorin, let's focus on the positive here. What did you see from SK that impressed you?
Well, I mean, first of all, Pimp was probably the MVP of the series overall. Really solid play from him. Had a big map, obviously. Modi was there, on Overpass. He certainly had a big game. He was delivering a lot. Well, a lot of those keys to victory for the SK team was certainly there. And then, even more so than that, the thing that's crazy about this being a 3-0 is you look at the maps, and 2 of these maps were Hellraisers picks. Yeah. It's not like they got it was their maps out. They've 2 out of the 3, and then they snuck
battered on both of them.
Yeah, and
the most competitive game was SK's pick on Hellraisers. They got absolutely blown away on both their choices. Ridiculous.
Pretty awesome.
Who'd be an analyst, eh?
Pretty awesome start to the series here, guys. I'm definitely not betting with you guys tonight in the casino.
Don't bet, mate.
We do have an interview though ready down on the floor. Let's send it down to the Pimps.
Don't do gambling.
Thank you, guys. I am joined by Pimp once again. Congratulations on an absolutely amazing victory there. Did you guys expect that, though?
Not at all, to be honest. We expected a close game. We expected it probably to go to 5 maps, or at least 4. We believed that we could win against Hellraisers. We don't think they're superior to us in any way. When we normally play them, it's always close. When we practice against them, we feel even with them. So going into the match, we had confidence that we could do this, but not in a fashion like this. That was totally unexpected for us even.
Now, I know you guys are confident on Overpass, but that was actually the closer of the games. What was going on there? Did you just feel Hellraisers were just pushing back, or were you dropping off a little bit?
To be honest, I feel that we dropped off. That was the one map that we didn't play well, and still managed to win it. And that's also a sign of class in my head. If you can win a map without playing well, it's good, and that's what we did. Dust 2, we played well. We won comfortably. Same with Cobblestone. Overpass was close. Of course, they played better. They had some tags and some stuff that we couldn't figure out in the beginning, but we came back and we got our shit together, if you can say so, and won the map, and that was the important thing.
Well, you definitely did get it together, and now... Okay, you did Dignitas, now you've done Hellraisers. Are you going to be stopped at this stage? Is this the tournament for SK?
Hopefully. We're in a grand final now for the first time in a long while. I think it's it's first time in a grand final ever since Western Wolves, which was in 2012. So it's been a while. So we're looking forward to the final against either Virtus Pro or Tempo Storm, and we are really excited about even being here. So definitely looking forward to tomorrow.
Well, you played absolutely amazing. Go and enjoy some rest now. Watch what the other guys are doing. We're going to send it back to the desk to go all through it in a little bit more detail.
All right, big congratulations to Pimp and all of SK. You will see them in the best of 5 grand finals tomorrow. They get a chance to play for $55,000. Talk to me a little bit about the run that they've had up to this point, guys. How has SK evolved since day one?
Well, I mean, I thought on day one we didn't really have a particular high expectation for them, did we? I mean, I think I'm predicting them to lose every time they've played. But look, what's happened is that, first of all, Pimp's come alive. He had a very slow start to the tournament. He said he was suffering with like a bit of a pain in his ribs or something. You know, so he wasn't feeling 100%. But actually, it was the old school players who we just had, you know, we don't expect them to deliver anything, that really carried. Like Modi in particular has had this monster performance where he was entry fragging, killing, and Freeze somehow has developed into a competent AWPer in CSGO. Now, is it a one tournament kind of anomaly? Don't know, but he's played very well indeed.
Seems they're playing with a little bit more confidence now, Thorn.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I do kind of feel like this is just one of those weird moments in times, like a bubble, where somehow they're playing super well and everything's going great, and everyone in the team's got some sort of role that they're contributing to. But it does feel like it's a bubble, because beforehand that was not the case, and it feels like afterwards it probably won't be. But that means the tournament's still going. They could still keep this miracle run going. And what would be very interesting, obviously, is if they end up playing Tempo Storm in the final, because that's a team they've already played here.
Now, here's what I was saying about Oscar, okay? Forget looking at the kills, right? Just forget that for a moment. Move over to the 2K number. So on 6 rounds, Oscar's killed 2 people, right? Think about that, right? So at various points, probably been in 5-on-3s, and I certainly remember a couple like that where they had these numerical advantages and they've still not been able to convert as many rounds. Meanwhile, you just look at the ADR. We absolutely crucified Config for having 27 ADR.
Yeah.
Zero, who's actually had an all-right series. He's been one of the better players there. Just horrible on Cobble, just didn't do anything whatsoever. But you can just see across the board that Oscar tried to put the team on his back. Well, now we know what happens with Hellraisers when everyone else goes missing and only Oscar turns up. Turns out they get blown away by a tier 2 team. Whereas SK Gaming, just consistent across the board.
And Asilian is a guy that we really haven't been talking about as kind of the first name that comes to mind when you talk SK. He's been solid. We talked about how clutch he's been in specific rounds. This game, he steps up and has the best statistical performance. Yeah. What can you tell the new fans out there about this guy in particular?
I mean, this is one of the few people, I guess along with Freeze, who was in the SK lineup when they brought this Danish lineup to them, basically. Yeah. And he was the guy where, I mean, back then, people were just looking at config. People were like, oh, this guy, I'm not so sure about him. Actually, he's the guy I remember where a lot of the other Danish players were making fun of him, and they were like, oh, we all laugh at him when he's playing in the gathers and stuff. Well, no one thinks he's good, you know?
He was in the team with Hunden, okay, who's this, he's become a bit of a meme, because I think he was statistically, before he retired, and he's back now. Yeah. No one ever stays retired. But he was the statistically worst professional player. Well, they had a team called Reason Gaming, and Asilian was on that team. They went to the Ace of Predator Masters, the very first Ace of Predator Masters, and I think they made it all the way to the final, and that was predicated on Asilian, who was the MVP at that tournament, and that was really the breakout performance for him. So Asilian had this pedigree coming in. He had like kind of the world at his feet. He was like one of the first new school Danes to really come through, but he hasn't delivered on that promise since he's been in SK. This is probably some of the best Counter-Strike he's played in this particular lineup.
They're looking really solid today. They're going to have to bring their A game tomorrow if they want to take home that first place prize. Thorin, before we go to commercial break, let's wrap Hellraisers. Coming into this event, you said this is a squad that could be a dark horse, could go the distance to the finals if they play well and if Bondic meshes in well. After watching them, you know, our 3 days are now done with Hellraisers. What's the overall take you have?
Well, I mean, they did prove to be a dark horse. They beat Virtus Pro 2-0 in a best of 3, and that's no joke still. They got to this position where, yeah, on the one hand, you look, if you just, you've in isolation, right, Hellraisers they beat Virtus Pro, but then they got to the best of 5 semi-finals, then they lost. You'd say that's fair enough. But then when you find out they play at SK Gaming, this was a real chance to make it to the final and maybe win the tournament. But the reason why they didn't is what made them so good on the first day they played was, yeah, Oscar was having a good game, but Bondic was that really consistent player. He was exactly what you'd wanted when you saw the ingredients of like who you're adding into the mix. This is what he's going to bring. You thought, great. Today, he's had an absolutely nightmare series. Also, the other players, people like Sticko yesterday, who's entry fragging all over the place, that was non-existent here. So unfortunately, the whole team really has let Oscar down. Even Oscar, aside from some of the games in this semi-final, hasn't always purely hard carried. He's been very good, but I mean, we've seen Nico can't carry mouse sports alone. He's not quite that level. He's pretty good. Quite, no. He's pretty good, but he's not that level yet, and that's something I wanted to see on LAN here. So I think overall for Hellraisers, there's some positive signs here. It is still the first LAN. Usually you give people a break if they're even bad at the first LAN. So the fact they got it together at all is a positive sign. But yeah, to be bad for so many of the maps in this best of 3, especially in terms of Bondic's integration, that's worrying. So I think they've still got a lot to fix if they want to go to a LAN where it is the Na'Vi, Fnatic, you know, the super caliber teams, because right now they're not ready to play teams like
that. And how long has Bondic been on the squad?
like a week or something.
Exactly. So they're only going to get better with him over time. So a team to look out for.
Not guaranteed, of course, buckets.
Of course, just like map 4. Indeed. All right, guys, we are going to commercial break. This is an extended break. I'm going to be joining the Polish drinking team, so join us, guys. Grab a beer. We'll be back in 15 minutes. The fan favorites, Virtus Pro, taking on the Brazilians of Tempo Storm. And welcome back, guys. It is time for our second semifinal. We already know that SK will be in the grand finals here of Season 9. Now we'll find out who will be their opponent. Is it going to be the Poles of Virtus Pro, or will we see the Brazilians of Tempo Storm? Let's talk about how both teams got to this point. Tempo Storm, they came out as the clear winner of their group, while Virtus Pro, they had to come through late last night with a win over Optic Gaming, Richard.
Yeah, well, Virtus Pro, like I say, they haven't really stood out at any point in this tournament, like a team of their pedigree should. Struggled against Splice in the opening game, 2-0'd by Hellraisers, and then obviously the one time they have looked good was against Optic, and Optic just vetoed terribly, didn't even play them on Cobble, which Virtus Pro have lost both times at this tournament here. So the plow that they're famous for, that momentum-driven team, hasn't really got going yet. But this is the thing with Virtus Pro. They typically do this. They start poorly in tournaments and they build into them. And then when there's money on the line, when the serious games comes around, that's usually when they step up.
Thorn, as always, you're preparing a lot of notes for this matchup in particular.
It's just how much money you've been paid.
What are exactly,
need that?
It takes a lot of paper there to count it all. All right, Thorn, what are your thoughts coming into this match? What are you looking forward to most?
I mean, on the Virtus Pro side, unfortunately, a lot of the positives are just going to be history. It's like this is a team that always is there. They're always hard to beat, you know. They can overcome a poor game before and play much better the next time around. Usually the players are of such quality. You expect big performances from Snacks, kind of a bit off yesterday. You expect people like Bialy to step up and have a big map every now and then. It was a bit quiet at times. over on the Tempo Storm side of things, they look at the moment, especially now that Hellraisers has been eliminated like that, like they've been the best team overall besides Hellraisers in this tournament. They've been so clean, they've been really consistent, they've done well on their maps, they've even taken it to people on their other maps. And remember, they were able to beat SK on train, even though that's not a map they play. So overall, really nice all-around team. The problem is, okay, so all the positives for Virtus Pro, they're like, oh, the historical team, they've made it so many times. Tempo Storm has to create history if they want to get through this semi-final. Yeah. I mean, yesterday was the first time they won a best-of-3 over a top 10 ranked team. Now they would have to win a best-of-5 over a top 10 ranked team. You very rarely even get to play best-of-5s in the modern era of Counter-Strike unless you're in the final of a really big event. So this is going to be really tough, but that's the good thing, because if Tempo Storm can do this, not only do they get the plaudits of winning that best-of-5, but it's going to show that they've got a deep map pool and that they can do it on maps they're not necessarily traditionally so good on. They can do it on Virtus Pro's maps. So I think there's a lot of positives here on both sides. It's just, is it going to be form or is it going to be class?
Well, it's going to be an interesting matchup when you look at the age of the players competing. Take a look at all 10 of them here. As you have Taz, you have Neo, guys that are over 30. Tempo Storm, I don't believe anyone is over the age of 20. So a very young, talented lineup there for the Brazilians. Richard, talk us through these guys. Who are the big names to look out for the new people tuning in?
Well, let's talk about Tempo Storm. And Virtus Pro should need no introduction. Obviously, we will talk about them. But first, you've got Bolts for me, who I think is kind of the unsung hero, although he's getting sung a lot more of the team. Plays just with the rifle, really great on the rotate, puts up big numbers, was kicked from Luminosity, was deemed surplus to requirements. Fallen described it as an incredibly hard decision that he felt he had to make, and he's been vindicated because Luminosity have gone on to the next level.
Yeah.
But people were like, well, what's going to happen with Bolts? You know, his form was bad when he came out of Luminosity. Well, he's been rejuvenated with these players around him, and he's the linchpin of the team. Hen 1 is a big name. Hasn't really had a big performance, though. I've got to be honest. And I guess one of the factors for Tempo Storm is they're winning games with Hen 1, really just having some nice individual shots, but never really stringing a carry performance together. And Phelps has been the kind of revelation of this tournament. Now, a lot of people have been kind of saying, you want to watch this guy, he's good, but, you know, people say that about everyone online. You know, it's just a safe bet, isn't it? Like, all the Twitter analysts can say, he'll be good, and then if he has one good game, everyone goes, oh, I was right. Well, Phelps has strung together performance after performance here. You can see he's got a star next to him there as well. I don't know what that denotes. I guess that means he's been the best player overall. Yeah, best efficacy. So that's all you need to know about his performance. Moving on to Virtus Pro, you'll see that you've got Snacks there. He's the real star player in this team right now. Had a good series against Optic, but it's been poor the rest of the tournament, and that's what's been making Virtus Pro struggle. Pasha, the star streamer, is he still a competitive player? His form's improved since recent times. He's always one to watch because he's like the barometer from the team. If Pasha's on it, you usually expect Virtus Pro to win as long as Snacks is doing his job. And then I'd probably say you've got to give credit to Neo. He's had some amazing clutch rounds. He's performed very well at this tournament. You can see the stars next to his name both in ADR and efficacy. You know, the old man's rolling back the years, so obviously you've got to watch him.
Thorn, is it fair to say this is kind of a comparison of an old squad versus a new and upcoming lineup, or how would you describe these two teams?
Yeah, I mean, very much. Virtus Pro, they just are the old guard, not just because of age, because this is the lineup that's been together the longest in CSGO. They've had so many top 4s. This is another top 4 on international level. They've had so many in their careers, and this is the thing. When this team's on, they win events. Yeah. They're not one of those teams that's like, oh, we're so good at coming second and third. They have a lot of top 4s. They've also got a lot of wins, you know. So events like this is the reason why they're the champions of the last 2 seasons, because this is where they come through, they assert themselves. Okay, the up-and-coming team who think they can make it. Yeah, you haven't played Virtus Pro yet. That's why I was actually quite impressed that Hellraisers was able to deal with them yesterday, because they're hard to beat in a best-of-3 series. So in this best-of-5 series, it's going to take a lot from... It's going to take the best Tempo Storm, which we've seen in flashes over the last few months. It's going to take all of that to win 3 maps out of 5.
Yeah, Tempo Storm, you see them get off to a really hot start, but then potentially slow down once they switch sides. We saw that on Train yesterday, you know, 14-1, or I believe it was 2 days ago, 14-1 start, and then it went way deeper into the game than it should have. But when you look at this Virtus Pro squad, clearly in the audience, they are the fan favorites. This is the team that is getting the most cheers. Why are they so appealing?
Well, I mean, first of all, you've got to say, obviously, we've got a lot of Polish support in London. You know, it's one of the more diverse, you know, cities we've got in the UK. So obviously, a lot of Polish people over here, and a huge fan base for them. And they always say, when we come to London, we get amazing support. There is a very large Polish community.
Well, even at the major in Columbus, Ohio, over in the States, there is a huge amount of Virtus Pro
the thing
fans
as well. The other reason why they've got that international appeal, and it's not just a Polish domestic kind of love affair, is that, you know, they've got charismatic players, which, you know, not a lot of top teams do. You think about fanatic. They're kind of cold fish in a lot of ways, right? Like, they're amazing players. You respect them for their ability, but when it comes to interviews and things like that, you kind of like, do I really want to hear Flusher talk? No, I don't. But do you want to hear someone like Taz, who's always funny and engaging? You know, Pasha, even though he's just a walking muscle-bound soundboard in a lot of ways, he says some hilarious stuff. So obviously everyone loves these guys. They're down-to-earth, hard-working players. It's very easy to see the appeal.
Tempo Storm also winning over some fans, and they're going to try and repeat some excellent performances of the past here today. Top 6 finish at Katowice, but here's how it broke down when these two squads matched up in recent history. Thorin, let's go through the graphic here. Kind of explain what you see. Obviously, Virtus Pro winning 3 of the 4.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so we have over the DreamHack Malmo event there. Virtus Pro were able to make the quarterfinals there. They took the eventual champions NIP to 2 close maps, so that was a decent enough event for Virtus Pro. Unfortunately for Tempo Storm, they only really came alive against Envious. But you see, that was a loss there, but that was the classic Virtus Pro match Mirage. Then you go back beyond that was IEM Katowice, which was the big breakout event for Tempo Storm. This was the one where they almost made it to the semi-finals. So in the group stage, that was part of the VP slump. VP did still make the playoffs, but Tempo Storm were able to beat them on Cobble, and that was actually part of what put together this string of bad Cobble losses for Virtus Pro, and has established Cobble as one of the best Tempo Storm maps. They've had a lot of wins on that. Then you look here at Season 7 finals. Problem is here, boys, I'm going to have to throw the production under the bus here, because that was Tempo Storm they played at Season 7 finals, but that was not the Brazilian team. That was actually a North American team under the organization Tempo Storm, so we'll ignore those last 2 maps.
It's all about the brand, right? It's all... Oh, no, it's about the players. All right.
You haven't thought it
He's done it again.
Sorry, Org, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry.
All right, so here we go, guys. Best of 5 vetoes are going to be coming up here soon.
No one could know that.
Let's talk a little bit about what you expect to be banned. Of course, Virtus Pro kind of known for their train play. After seeing Tempo CT side, do you think they could hang if it gets to that map?
Here's the thing that's very interesting, okay? So Tempo Storm's permaban is Overpass. But in the series against Na'Vi at IEM Katowice, they switched it up. Because Na'Vi's so dangerous on train, they actually went and allowed Overpass through, and instead they went with the train ban. Now, in this scenario here, I actually feel like that might be the right choice here, because the most scary map for me, if you're playing Virtus Pro, it's either Cash or Train. And I don't want to play Train against Virtus Pro, so maybe you let Overpass through again, because it's a best of 5, remember, so you have to play a lot of maps anyway. Unlikely Virtus Pro are going to pick it. It's not a super strong map for them. It'll be towards the back end of the vetoes anyway, maybe even the last map. So I actually think the right pick to do right here is to gamble there and to just get Train out of the equation, because I think if you allow Train in, I think Virtus Pro should be going straight first pick for that, especially after what they saw in the SK match, that Tempo only won on CT side. So I think that's an example of where it's not as obvious. There isn't an obvious permaban here. Whereas for Virtus Pro, it is 100%. They will ban Dust 2.
No Dust 2.
There will not be any Dust 2, especially because, I mean, it's not like Tempo are unreal on that map, but Virtus Pro just don't want to risk it, especially because they've got so many other maps. So those are the obvious bans. Then once you get into the picks, again, it's just the order that we're going with here. Now, in terms of the order, this is where I actually think Tempo Storm has a chance to upset in this series. I think they can get maps early on that they like, because odds are, if you're in a scenario where you ban the train and you let Overpass through, I don't think Virtus Pro will pick it. Instead, I think Virtus Pro will pick Mirage like they have done again and again. Well, they don't mind playing that over on Tempo Storm. They'll play that. So if Virtus Pros picks one they don't mind playing, they can pick Cobblestone or something like that first of all. They can get off to a potential, at least one map out the first two, maybe the first 2 even. So I think actually, just in terms of the order of the series, it's slanted towards Tempo Storm.
The player's still warming up for the moment, so vetoes will be in a few minutes. Before we get to that, let's talk about the keys to success for both squads. If Virtus Pro wants to make it into their 3rd finals in a row and potentially make it the 3-peat complete, what are the 3 keys for this team?
So when we were picking these out, I said that Snacks has to be the best player for Virtus Pro. You've seen in some maps where it's kind of worrying that Taz, for example, will be the #1 player. Well, when that happens, that means everyone else isn't doing their job, really. It's almost as if, he kind of gets there, because everyone else is so low in their level. Now, Snacks, as I said, he didn't really show up in this tournament until Optic, but when he did, you could see just he's a cut above everyone else when he wants to be. So if that continues, that's going to be vitally important for Virtus Pro. Second thing I talked about it a little bit earlier was Neo's clutching. Had some ridiculous clutch rounds. He finally seems freed up from the AWP, which he was great when he first picked it up, and then he started to slowly diminish away. I think people were starting to find him out stylistically, and Snacks has been open and doing that hybrid role. So for the team, when they need an AWP, he'll do it. So Neo's been freed up to have the rifle again and just had some ridiculous clutch rounds. Pistol as well. And the other thing I've got to say is they've got to win Mirage. And if that sounds incredibly specific, I'll explain why. They picked Mirage against Splice. You know, nearly lost it. So
Right.
16-14. Then they lost it in the next game against Hellraisers, and it wasn't very competitive. They finally, third time was the charm, won it against Optic. But, you know, they've been sloppy on that map, and that's the map they've been going to first. So I'm inclined to say what Duncan was saying, which is if they get an opportunity to pick Train early, they definitely want to do that against Tempo Storm. So Mirage is actually going to be this hugely important map because Tempo Storm will play it and Tempo Storm can compete on it, and that doesn't bode well for Virtus Pro.
Speaking about Mirage, before we go over to Tempo Storm, how good is Tempo on that map specifically in your eyes, Thorn?
I mean, they were able to be envious on it back when Envious actually was playing that map. That was one that they didn't mind playing. They lost to Na'Vi on it, but Na'Vi is considered one of the better Mirage teams. And we just saw on the graphic before, they did lose to Virtus Pro on that map at DreamHack Malmö. But then again, I have to say, from looking at the two tournaments, this is not the Virtus Pro I saw at DreamHack Malmö. That was a more polished team who looked a lot better. So right now, you have to favour the form on Tempo for Storm's side. So the key thing there is, in my opinion, that's like, they're just going to be better as a team, and so they can win that. But they don't have to, that's the key thing. As long as they win their maps, as long as they get their Cobblestone, and then they get their Inferno, because remember, they're going to be able to play that as well. So Cobblestone and Inferno, you've already got two great chances to beat Virtus Pro there. Then what has Virtus Pro even got? I mean, the only maps left at that point, they're going to pick Mirage. Then you've got, assuming Train's out the equation, then they themselves probably aren't going to want to overpass too early. But even if they pick overpass there, that would then put their cash last. So I'm thinking they'll go cash. So I think at this point in time, the only map you're really scared about if you're Tempo Storm is overpass, and it'll probably be the 5th map. So if you can go all the way to the 5th map, you've probably already lost maps that you were more winnable anyway. So actually, I like the breakdown here. I think the order is very good to set us up for another crazy upset.
Excellent. Let's talk a little bit about the keys to success, Richard, now for this Tempo Storm squad. If the young Brazilians want to make it to the finals, how do you take down the polls?
So the first thing that I picked out for the Tempo Storm key to victory was that consistency from Bolts and Phelps. That's been happening all over the course of the tournament. Bolts and Phelps putting up great numbers, but what they do is, especially on the CT side, they always give you a chance on the retakes. When you've got, if your after plan positions are sloppy, Bolts and Phelps consistently punish you. They seem to have this very good, almost prescience about where people are going to be, read the game very intelligently when they're on the rotate, and that's hugely important on the CT side, especially with the current meta. You know, maps are becoming more T-sided. Things like Cash, for example, you know, where at the major there was an average of 10 T rounds. Then I said you've got to veto intelligently. Now that seems like a really obvious thing, like, oh, you've always got to veto. No, this is why. It's a best of 5. They've never been in this territory before, and they're going up against a seasoned team, but a seasoned team with weaknesses at the moment. We talked about how they're struggling on Mirage. We talked about how they can't win on Cobble. If you veto intelligently and you get the pieces all in the right order, you put Virtus Pro under huge pressure if you go 2-0 in this series. And Virtus Pro might crumble under that pressure, even though they are experienced. And then finally, and this one might sound a little bit cruel, but isolate Taz, because Taz has this one map that he really plays well, and that's obviously when he's holding the inside bomb site on Train. He does that as well as anybody in the world. He very regularly posts big numbers on that. But one of the reasons they do lose on Cobble, one of the reasons they struggle on other maps is Taz simply just hasn't, he's never going to be that big fragger. He's going to be, you know, he's consistent, but if you isolate him and bully him a little bit, you know, that he can fold under that pressure. He's done it consistently on Cobble in this tournament, you know, where he's been bottom fragging, not doing a lot of damage. So on the maps that they pick, if they do veto intelligently, they've then got to go and isolate Taz and try and bully him a little bit and put him under pressure, because that is the weak link in the chain, unfortunately.
Taz was playing pretty well to close out the night. Then again, they were playing against Optic Gaming on Inferno,
exactly.
and he was always in the right
when we saw
position.
the stats for this tournament, he had by far the worst stats on the team. So that's the thing. He's had the odd map that was good, but overall, this has been a very poor tournament for him. Now, you don't look at that only because actually, believe it or not, when they won the major, EMS won Katowice 2014, he actually had reasonably bad stats, but they won the major. So that's because they had that powerhouse trio. So you got to look there first. Like if they're underperforming, it's going to emphasize how bad Taz is. But unfortunately, he can't be having like ADR as low as he was in this tournament. Like that's unacceptable. I think what's actually balanced it out in this tournament is how above the rim Neo's been. He's been much better than we normally see from him. So he's kind of pulling the weight for Taz at the moment.
And what about Bialy? This guy is someone that I've seen like flashes of brilliance in the past. We haven't said his name a whole lot this weekend.
No, that's the problem with Bialy is he has a fantastic level of talent. And notice I don't just say skill right now because he can't necessarily do these things, but his actual talent level, at times he's been very skilled. At times he's had some of the best aim in the world, but he's so up and down. And he's one of the players I think who's in Virtus Pro, it's the most map specific. Like depending on the map and the side is when you know if Bialy's going to have a big game. He's not the guy you can just put him into any game, any map and go like snacks, like go out there and be the best player. He's not cut out of that cloth. And so I also, from when I've talked to the players in the past, it feels like he's someone where you very much have to give him the spots that he wants and let him play the way he wants. You're not going to tell him to do this and do that. And so I know that the other players in the team like to play with him, but he's someone who isn't always a consistent guy in terms of delivery, I don't think.
Well, you said that Neo really has been stepping up his game, especially last night we saw that. We got a fun graphic for you guys here. Here's the top 5 leaderboard here of efficacy. It's probably the most fun graphic we've showed all day long. But you, of course, have Phelps, the Brazilian, first place there. 2 SK members, and then Showtime. That's a name we haven't really talked about nearly enough. He has the highest ADR on his squad, also a 13.12. And then you have Neo, the lone player from Virtus Pro, in the top 5. Now, efficacy, of course, is a measure of a player's impact on their team's ability to win a round, taking into account bomb actions, entry kills, and damage.
It is quite a complex algorithm where they arrive at it. Like, someone's tried to explain it to me about 5 times, and my eyes just roll up in my head. Yeah. So, you know, that's what happens. But you can see that the numbers in this instance don't lie. You know, I think this is you can see it's a fair reflection of who's really stood up at this tournament. We talked about Phelps, we talked about Modi, we talked about Cillian having this breakup performance. Actually surprised at Showtime there, and I guess probably is one of those, another unsung hero in that sense, does a lot of work, you know, kind of in the shadows and isn't getting that, you know, the plaudits.
I'm going to have to say, though, as a bit of context for these stats, every player except Neo got to play against Selfless, who were utterly terrible in this tournament and had a lot of problems. So unfortunately, that might have padded it a little bit. Now, many of these players were some of the best. Like, obviously, Phelps was one of the best players in this tournament. Obviously, I mean, especially for the last sort of like 5 maps that we've seen from them in SK, Modi's been pretty good. But that, in a way, that actually makes Neo a little bit more impressive to me, because his group had a lot more play to it, actually, a lot more back and forwards. And obviously, he had some pretty close games he had to play in.
All right, guys, we're going to throw to a quick piece. We got a chance to hang out with Taz. Banks asked him a load of questions before the series. Here's what he had to say.
What's going to be the biggest factor of you guys, like, that you're worried about going into this? What have you changed? What have you prepared ready for this game?
I think it's all about our communication and how we are going to perform. We know that Tempo Storm is a very good team, but we know that we are a great team, and I think this should separate us.
Now, obviously, yesterday we spoke, and Neo is now taking charge on the tactical side of things. What's brought on that change, and why did you think it was needed?
I don't know why we actually changed it, but it feels like Snacks got tired of leading pretty fast, and this is why we just decided that it will be Neo now. But we will see how he will feel about it, and if worst comes to worst, then I will take the lead again, and we'll try to go from there. But at the moment, it's a learning process. We need to understand each other. We are talking a lot, and hopefully this will be a W for us.
Well, you think it's going to be a W for you. Let's see. What would you say prediction-wise do you think you're going to come out with on this?
I don't know. I don't like to predict. I think that we should be able to win. But I don't know. It's best of 5. Some maps are better for them. Some maps are better for us. It depends if and who hit their shots. If our snipers will be on point, or maybe Henny will be on point. It's too hard to predict today. The maps. I'm sorry, man.
Well, we're going to be definitely in for a good game. All the best for you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Banks there, of course, that was filmed just a little bit before this matchup. We are now 1 minute out from vetoes. It's about to come up. You've touched on it earlier. It looks like Tempo Storm is going to be given the first option here.
Okay, well, this is the interesting one here, because we know what Virtus Pros is going to be. So the reason why I brought that up as well is not only did they do it that way, but the argument was from the players at Fallen, God B, people who know these guys, they said what Tempo Storm wanted was, they were so scared of the train from the Na'Vi guys. No, the other, let me think, what was it? Yeah, that was the way around it was. That even though they don't play Overpass, they felt more comfortable to play Overpass. So I think it's going to be the same here, especially because at the moment, actually, VP's kind of on a bit of a losing streak on that. They've lost a whole bunch. 3 out of the last 4 they've lost on. Yeah. So I think actually it's the right pick to do even. Now, admittedly, VP's losing to some of the best Overpass teams, but that's better than playing them on Train, I guarantee, especially if you don't play Train, because that's one of those maps you can't just figure that out on the fly.
And that's been the thing here. Virtus Pro have been looking mortal on a lot of these maps, even the ones they're picking. So, you know, Tempo Storm will have opportunities. Let's say if they can just get their ducks in a row and get, you know... Ducks? Yeah, that's what I said. And take Train out of the equation, which is definitely how I'd play this one. You know, and you've seen, look, Optic, like I say yesterday, you've seen how important vetoing can be. They had a chance to pick Cobble, one of their maps, against the team that loses
totally
on
puts you
Cobble.
on tilt.
I woke up about it in the middle of the night, like, Optic, why? You know, it's unbelievable. You had a chance there to take a map off Virtus Pro and you didn't take it. So Tempo Storm can't make that mistake here. They can't emulate Optic.
All right, so also, guys, while we have a minute here, let's talk about Inferno.
Thing is, when you get your ducks in a row, you don't want to cross streams because, you know, ducks need to know which way they're going.
I never cross streams. Okay, Inferno here. We know Nuke is going to be coming in soon. When does Inferno get phased out completely?
Whenever Nuke comes in. I think it's ESL1 Cologne. I think
I think it's for the major. So, yeah, and it's going to be interesting, actually, because while Virtus Pro, in the past, they used to play a lot on 1.6, Nuke used to be a kind map for them, and they've said they liked it. They didn't really ever like it in CSGO. That used to be their permaban. Okay. So it's going to be interesting to see how they adapt to this. I mean, it's not like they play a lot of Inferno, but will Nuke become a ban, or will they try and adapt and learn on it? And they've embraced a lot of the customs. It's going to be interesting to see what they do tactically, because right now, they do need an extra string to their bow and their vetoes, I think.
And I was just looking down to see where the players are at right now. It looks like a lot of thought going into these choices here. They know the importance of
this is the one they should be thinking about.
Dorn, take it away, my friend.
Yeah, this is the one that we need to be thinking about if we're Tempo Storm. So they've gone with Overpass, but then that means that Virtus Pro, we know we're banning Dust 2 anyway.
Yeah.
This is the problem, though, because now Tempo Storm has to know it's Train coming in. It surely should be. I'll be very surprised.
No, they've done what I said. They banned Cobble.
Okay.
Booyah.
So they banned Cobble. Here's the thing. That's not actually that ridiculous.
Well,
we haven't seen that much from Tempo Storm on Dust 2. In fact,
and
lost
there's
a couple
the
of
Dust
big
2
games.
pick.
Yeah, but this is going to be Train now, right? This has to be.
I think it's actually fine, though. Yeah. This is actually fine from Virtus Pro. This is a good gamble to make.
Yeah. Agreed.
Like, at the moment, Cobblestone is so good for Tempo Storm that you'd rather get them on a map that they're all right on Dust 2. And as we said with Dust 2, that's the map that it's never a problem to be bad on Dust 2, and to be great on Dust 2 isn't that great either, because it's always such an equalizer. So at the moment, this is exactly how you'd want it to go in terms of Virtus Pro, because you've got Cobble out the mix, you were very weak on that. You've got Train, that's actually the only map that you're certain to win here. You are almost certain to win that. Then on the other side, Dust 2 for Tempo Storm, they're going to have a good shot at that, certainly. But that's not guaranteed because it is Dust 2, and they're not that godlike on it. Then you go to they've got Inferno. They've got a good chance on that map. That's a map that Virtus Pro always is fairly shaky on. But the way it's going here, there's a solid chance with Cash being over there for Virtus Pro that we can get to this 5th map. If we get to the 5th map, by the way, that will probably be the best map of the series. This is one that both share, but aren't godlike on at the moment. That would be very, very... And obviously, think of the context before. Mirage has really decided the other series for them. So if we got to that, that would be the ideal semi to go through to the final.
I mean, this is really, really interesting because on the one hand, you can say, finally, Virtus Pro have listened to a bit of sense here. They've took that Cobble out because you're just losing it every game anyway.
Yeah.
I agree with Thorman. You've got to take that gamble on Dust 2.
Mix it up.
But that just gives Tempo Storm a real chance to get up and running here because they do have a mental block about Dust 2. They hate that map. That's why it's been a permaban for about 18 months. So then you go on to Train. Virtus Pro will clean up on that one. Inferno, Tempo Storm play a lot of Inferno. Have some very good results on that. Have beaten some decent teams. You know, was it the major qualifier? Did they beat Flipside and Inferno?
I think it was they actually played.
I know they wrecked Selfless.
Yeah, I think it was
16-4, but we found out that's not much of a feather in the cap. But that was the Selfless with Kookster, I guess. And then you know, you go into Cash now. Virtus Pro have a ridiculous record on this at the moment. I believe they've only lost to NIP in 2016.
Yeah, that's one of the only ones they've lost in the last few.
And NIP are godlike on that map right now, under the new tutelage of Threat. So we actually could have a very good chance of going to that Mirage map, which will be an absolute barnstormer, because Virtus Pro, they would ordinarily beat Tempo Storm on this map really easily, but they're playing terribly on Mirage right now. Meanwhile, Tempo Storm, very much in their wheelhouse. So this could be a great series, a great semi-final. Dust 2 sets the tempo. If Virtus Pro win that, I think they run away with it.
The thing is, though, I think Tempo Storm made the mistake here. What's funny is Virtus Pro are one of the teams who very rarely ever gamble. It's always just a Dust 2 ban. So I think Tempo Storm are the ones that have missed the trick here, because they could have gotten Train out of the equation. And that's the thing. What's happened is Tempo's VP have taken them up. They were almost certain to lose out the equation, and Tempo Storm have allowed theirs through.
Can't possibly know when you've
Do you think they could have fixed?
No, but you could have banned Train though. Still.
Yeah, you still could have done that. You could have done.
But do you think as a result, fix their T side? You know, they've had 2 days since they've played Train. They've been able to watch some VOD if needed. They had a 14-1 half. They looked incredible. I mean,
the problem is you wouldn't
necessarily shut down B.
The problem is you won't know you're going to play it though, because it has to specifically be this circumstance. Best of 5, and we're playing versus. You know,
exactly.
You're not going to plan for that, unfortunately.
It's too specific, and this is why we talk about, you know, this is why when you see these new teams and these teams are developing, this is why best of 3s and best of 5s, it's so hard to win against the experienced teams. They've been there and done it a million times. Meanwhile, you're kind of scrambling. Even here, you've been thrown a curveball in the veto, because you can't possibly believe that Virtus Pro were going to ban Cobble. I mean, when Dust 2's been a permaban for them. So, you know, this is why these younger teams tend to struggle in these kind of situations.
This has actually really ruined it for me because I actually thought yesterday I was trying to figure out my own what are the conditions of what can happen, doing a flow chart of what they'll ban and what the options are. So I came up with that first part, like I was saying, the options they had there. And so as a result, I looked at it and like I said, I could find all these ways that early on you got all the maps you wanted if you tempo storm, so you got your best chance to win, and then VP is going to be really under it. They're going to have to sort of win like 2 or 3 out of the last 3. I thought in that scenario, I was actually going to go with tempo storm. I was saying, right, they've got the form right now, they're looking so good. But I see this map veto now and I see how early on the maps that VP have chances to win on, and I actually think I'm going to switch it. I'm going to go with Virtus Pro. So I was going to get all those Brazilian fans back rich. They were all going to be loving me.
That'll never happen, brother. That'll never happen, man.
That was just a song.
Was that that impression of a Brazilian?
Listen, all right, so let's go into the official predictions here, guys. The players have 1 minute and 30 seconds before the games begin, so let's keep it snappy. Starting with you.
7 seconds.
Well, here's the thing, right? So I'm going to say that if Virtus Pro win Dust 2, I think they're going to blow Tempo Storm out the water and get to the final. I think if Tempo Storm win Dust 2, I think it's going to go to that final map. It is going to go all the way to Mirage. And I think Virtus Pro are just going to have enough in the tank to get over it, but it's by no means... it's by no means a given deal. So I'm just going to say Virtus Pro, either 3-0 or 3-2, like we said about the Hellraisers thing.
Thorn, you have 54 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, I think the Dust 2 aspect first is the key point, because for Tempo, that gives you a little bit of a buffer there. You can probably get the win there. Over on the side of Virtus Pro, I'm certain they're going to take Train. Inferno, I'm not so sure about. That's shaky. They could, but that's a shaky one. I think that's probably Tempo Storms. So I think Virtus Pro can win cash, and if it does go to Mirage and it goes all the way 5 maps, at that point in time, I think surely Virtus Pro has to take it. So I'm going to take Virtus Pro 3-2.
All right, 3-2. You said Game 5 as well?
Yeah, Game 5 if it's not a blowout, but either way, Virtus Pro.
All right, he's calling Virtus Pro. No game numbers needed, guys. I'm going to do one thing that I always do back in the States, and this is a challenge, London.
What is that
Give
then?
it up, guys.
Right, get it out,
put it
on the table.
If you want to hear Tempo, if you want to see Tempo Storm win this one, make some noise. 3 guys. All right, if you guys want to see Virtus Pro win this series, make some noise. They're already chanting Virtus Pro.
No one was cheering. Why?
All right, guys, they're going to be loud. I'm excited to get this one going. We got a sold-out cinema and an epic matchup coming up right now. Let's send it to our casters for the second semifinal. Who's playing SK tomorrow? It's Metis and Dust.
Thank you very much, guys. And I don't know about you, Dust, but I cannot wait to get into this game. Dust 2 first up. How are VP going to be looking coming into this one? There's like no real stats to go by.
Yeah, it's so awesome. We're already having these interesting things happen before we even get into the server. The way the banning phase went, I can understand the logic from VP. Cobble has not been kind to them this year. I think they've played it on land 7 times, only come up with 1 victory. It's a very powerful map for Tempo Storm, so definitely a good decision. And we are going to see Tempo Storm pick Dust too, but here's the deceiving thing. Yes, it is Virtus Pro's permanent ban. There's no doubt about it. There's not much data out there on them. You know, even last year, the whole year 2015, they only played it on land 8 times. That's very low, right? So there's not much there on them for it. But when you think about Tempo Storm, they've played it on land only a handful of times this year, and they've never won it. They've had some close games that even went into overtime. I think against teams like FaZe and G2, they had some close losses, but they haven't had a land victory on Dust 2 yet. And even in the online scene in the NA region, all their wins come against weaker teams in the region. The only time that they've ever really played a top team, I think, was against Cloud9, the Malmö qualifiers, and they actually lost it. So I'm not totally convinced that, you know, that Tempo Storm's this heavy favorite on Dust 2 simply because VP permabans it. You know, like I said, their results aren't quite there yet either. They're probably a bit more fluent on the map because they played a bit more, but it's not a guaranteed thing.
Absolutely not, especially against VP, right? Because it's the VP factor. You never know when they're going to show up. You never know when they're going to just steamroll over you. Dust 2 is the kind of map as well that is very kind to the Pugs sort of style. So if VP even wing it and they just go off and like Neo or Snack step up massive, then they can just blitz through in that way. So again, I wouldn't necessarily say this is a guaranteed map. As I said in the desk as well, when you look at the fact it's going to be Dust 2 Train coming up, that could put VP in such a commanding position right off the bat if Tempo Storm aren't careful here.
Yeah, it's one of those things where VP do happen to get Dust 2. They might just 3-0 the series at that point because, like you said, Train's coming up next. It is true that I know Tempo Storm's put a lot of time in the Train lately, which is why they've been going towards Overpass. They did have a boot camp in Sweden leading up to this event. So I know that they've been putting some time on the Train. They actually did beat SK on Train earlier in the tournament with a really big CT side. So it seems like maybe they're starting to move in that direction a bit better with the map, but their T side still isn't there, and that's going to be a big problem. One thing that Tempo Storm does have going for them this tournament, though, is the fact that everyone is positive positive on that team. Everyone's really pitching in, even guys that are considered weaker like Lucas and Showtime, they're putting the numbers. They had one game yesterday against Dignitas and Mirage where all of them had at least 20 kills. You hardly ever see that happen.
So true.
The frag distribution was just so even across the board for these guys. Sure, you've had your standout players on that team, but it's good that they're all pitching in throughout the entirety of the tournament. The big name for me is Phelps, though. You know what you're going to get from Balt's very consistent fragger. You know Hen1 can go crazy with the op, but it's really been Phelps' development that I've been keeping my eye on. He had a great couple of maps at Katowice at IEM. He's been great online, but I think this LAN, he's really starting to get that consistent showing. He's supposed to be that star player. Everyone in the Brazilian team's been hyping Phelps up. They've been saying this guy's going to be the next Cold. Maybe that's probably too far because Cold's insane, but it is true that he really is moving in a positive direction, so I can't wait to see if he can keep it up. If he can have a big series here against Virtus Pro, he will be a name that people will be talking about going forward.
Absolutely will, guys, but we are just about ready to jump into Dust 2 for the first map in the semi-finals, best of 5. It is going to be a marathon, a real slug between these two teams. And we are going to have VP starting off on the T side of Dust 2 as we look to jump into the first pistol round. Here we go, the smokes. Lots of utility again for VP, actually. Flashes, smokes, they got decoys as well. We saw this on Mirage yesterday. Played a very slow round. That would indicate it's probably going to be more of the same here as well.
Have a lot of cat aggression here, though, from Tempo Storm. This is going to allow them to be able to rotate very quickly with these two players on cat. If it wants to be in a B execute, they can quickly rotate. But look at this, they're also pushing upper B tunnels. They do get a 1-for-1 trade, so they get some information. Those cat players are still in position. They have given up long A, though, so they're going to have to kind of play for a retake here unless they can double back on cat and try to catch some of these players crossing into the A bomb site. That bomb hasn't necessarily committed just yet. Snack's throwing a deep CT spawn smoke so that they can still take fights over towards Elevator, actually blocking off Cat because he knows there's that fallback potential, so this actually could work out well.
Great headshot, though, from Bolt. One of the players he's looking for a second frag for him, looking for a third. Will get picked off from Bjarly, but those two frags were absolutely instrumental. That leaves Bjarly all by himself. Now 17 health left, and he's going to go down. You can see what VP were looking for. But when Bolt steps up and delivers 2 headshots, there's not a great deal you can do about that.
Yeah, good smoke to try to hold off that cat retake position, but Bolts just didn't mind it. He just pushes through it, finds 2 kills, really lets Tempo Storm start that out on the right foot. And so they will get the pistol. They'll be up 1-0, and you will begin to see them upgrading some weapons here. Virtus Pro, not too invested. A few upgraded pistols, but no utility. Oh, actually, no, they do have a couple of smokes, but no armor involved here. Hen1 already out with the scope weapon with the scout. Looking to see if we can find something mid. VP, in the meantime, have almost all their players gathered up here in B tunnels, but Lucas has already found one of them.
He has, and now they're going to look to filter their way out. And one again, showing what he's capable of doing. And he's definitely going to be one of those players, you know, typically you look towards the AWPers, and he's just landed another headshot for the Scouts. He's the next contestant stepping up, and that's going to be Snacks, who will get picked off for the MP7. But he's definitely a player to watch out for. Dust 2 is an AWPer's paradise.
Indeed it is, and I mean, there was some talk that Hen1 actually has been the more quiet player on the team. It's really been players like Phelps and Bolt who have been kind of really the highlight players so far for Tempo Storm this event, so we'll be curious to see if he can start living up to the hype with that AWP when he gets it later on down the line. But VP, of course, and again, just some upgraded pistols, some limited utility. Task setting up a smoke here for Xbox to see if they can't get up Catwalk, but there is a big push coming up mid from Showtime. He's already found a couple of kills.
Just slaughtering both Pasha and Neo. Bjarly will deliver a P250 headshot. Now the deagle is coming good for Taz. Opting for a second frag, but he's not going to pick it up on this occasion. Bolt to the double for mass spray down, and as expected, Tempo Storm will pick up their 3rd round. But VP, they'll have rifles coming in, plus an AWP in the hands of Snacks.
Yeah, so again, it's kind of musical chairs when it comes to the op over on VP, but Snacks will take the first crack at it. Doesn't really particularly have a good spawn for anything else other than checking out middle. Hen1, of course, going to have his op as well. Not sure where he's quite headed. May just be looking to go towards long A, just using an HE grenade to put that smoke up so they can cross to B safely. 2 players going to be there, and Phelps will begin pushing out here towards the pit.
It's interesting that Snacks didn't even pull the trigger there and just try and smash someone through the doors. You'll often see that from an AWP, just playing patiently instead, in case the peek came afterwards from N1, but that wasn't forthcoming. Smokes have been placed from the CTs onto Catwalk. Taz going to go for the pre-fire in case someone's hiding in there, but of course more passive play from Tempo Storm. And one up on the little barrier. Be waiting for someone to push his location. Takes one shot, drops down. pretty standard stuff so far from both teams.
Absolutely. Might see VP just do a little bit of a pot flash here, see if they can't push him off. But no, they're just going to dry peek it. That's going to give him the opportunity to take an easy kill. Now he's going to begin to backpedal over here towards the corner. They're trying to punish him, but Bolts is there to bail him out. Phelps did go down at long, though, so a little bit of map control being gained from VP, but there still are a man down in this round. And there goes another, but it is traded. So now we have ourselves a 2 versus 3. 44 seconds left on the clock here. Looks like they're trying to see if they can't find an opening here at middle. No one is there to watch it. It's just Lucas inside the B-bomb site.
Very disjointed attack, though, with Taz going out on catwalk all by himself. N1, uncharacteristically, actually misses that
No, he hit him.
kill.
Just not enough to get the kill, though.
Yeah, down to 7. We'll get it on the second time of asking. Now Bjarly is getting flanked from Bolts up on short. And Tempo Storm with a 4-0. But it was very confusing to me that Taz just walks up by catwalk by himself. He gets flashed. He must realize he's going to have 2 players to contend with. The rest of his team start backing away to mid, so they couldn't get any avenging frags. Here's the N1 opening pick. And then the second kill just afterwards. Great start from Tempo Storm.
Yeah, certainly off to a good start here. They're up 4-0. They have VP back onto an eco, so they should be able to kick up the lead. And look at this, they are reading it. Showtime again pushing up with an SMG, just as he did one of the pistol rounds, trying to get some extra dollars here. And he does pick up Taz, but is eventually taken down by Bjarly, so that will come to a close.
Just an SMG, though, in the hands of VP. It wasn't an M4 that he moved up mid with. Just trying to choke out VP, not giving them any chance to think or put some strats together. Phelps in the perfect position. That smoke is going to keep VP at bay for now. Pop Flash will connect, but then stops with 3 kills in quick succession. Neo could be the next player to fall to the hands of Phelps. Or return the favor with the flash. USP, MP7 switching across, headshot, and he'll take that M4 afterwards. Very well played from Phelps, holding position. We said before, as did the desk, that Phelps and Bolts, they're the 2 players that you need consistency from. Early days still, of course, but
yep,
the signs are looking
good. That's actually a new position for Phelps, by the way. In all the Dust 2 games I have been watching for Tempo Storm, he's been playing more on the B side of the map, kind of as a rotator over there with Lucas, but it seems like he and Showtime have had to kind of swap roles, so maybe that's something they've been preparing in their boot camp that they had before this event to try to, you know, just get people into new positions and see how they play. And so far, I mean, Phelps doing pretty good over here at long A, but he has been taken out this time. Snacks having a good spawn for the pick, and he's able to get the instant 5-on-4.
Yeah, all about that spawn there from Snacks. If he's a couple seconds late, Phelps will get through into pit. I'll get the close angle. VP, I think Pasha was on 005 coming into this round, so again, he's normally the metronome that you go across with VP. Can you lay the rhythm for them? For now, the answer is no. They have got a bit of mid control. We'll be looking to smoke into the CT side if they opt to push onto the B play, because they'll know that N1 is just a couple of meters away from peaking. There we go, the smoke has landed. That allows VP to now try and get some control in mid, but actually deciding to back away instead. They do still have a couple of smokes. They haven't wasted all of their utility just yet, and still a minute to play with.
Indeed, they did back down from that, and now Bolts is able to collect the kill here on the catwalk. May find more, but no, Taz will deliver. So now it's all up to N1 to watch this cross with the op. He's the only guy left here at A to defend against this, and he's missing the shot, trying to get back in the CT spawn to stay alive, to allow his team to get in position better to perhaps attempt a retake. So they are going to be able to start getting into a cat flank position now with a couple of their members, but the bomb has gone down from VP. They have the numbers.
Should just be an easy cleanup from this point. Rest of Tempo Storm. Yes, they got 5 rounds on the bounce, but there's no point throwing away this much equipment value. This allows them to just have a stronger economy going forward. So VP will be picking up their first round. That much is for sure. The question now is, can Bjarly take away one of these weapons? He is the player scampering his way through T-spawn. He's going to be at N1, actually does get a couple of shots onto him. N1 will just about be able to escape, and, well, there's no T's close to him, so these 2 weapons will remain in round 7 as well.
And it's nicely done by VP. Snacks being able to get the opening pick at long A, and from there, they traded 1-for-1 into the A-bomb site, so always able to stay a step ahead of Tempo Storm, and they put their first round on the board. We'll see if they can use that to build some momentum and close the gap on the scoreboard, as it's been the Tempo Storm show for most of this game, but VP finally coming alive now.
Auto Sniper. Hello. It's a map that you can definitely use it. We saw Asilian earlier in the tournament doing a lot of work on Train. I'd be curious to see if Tempo Storm opt for that as well. Either way, that's in the future. Let's keep it in the here and now. Snacks gets flashed out, was looking for that opening pick. Neo actually will take that onto Lucas, gets traded on afterwards though. Well, this is a chance now for VP to try and play the map, to try and get in the mind of Tempo Storm. 1-4 trade would favor them.
Yes, I mean, they got that auto sniper down, but Showtime, of course, will recycle and start putting to use, laying down some bloats through that smoke, as he's usually the one that uses auto snipers for this team on different maps. So now he will have the opportunity to see what he can make happen with it here as Virtus Pro gathering up on the catwalk with 3 of their members. They do have one player, that I believe that's Bialy, late coming over to long, but Bolt's inside the site. Able to get that first kill onto Pasha, so able to keep Tempo Storm a man ahead now.
Again, it's that same issue though, no avenging frag, so VP have been completely halted. That's just got a whole lot worse. As N1 comes in with 2 huge frags. The bomb's dropped out as well. Meanwhile, Bialy gets bested from Phelps. A clinical round from Tempo Storm. And that round loss bonus has been reset, but there will be enough money in the bank here from VP's perspective to get another buy. The only issue is that Pasha's on 1.4k.
True. As so far, Hin1 is delivering. He has yet to die with 7 kills on the game as well. So he's definitely putting that op to good use. And that auto sniper is still going to be in play. Snack's trying to see if he can catch someone crossing. Not going to find it. So we actually do have Hin1 taking the op to middle this time around. Not taking it over to A.
I wonder if Showtime has misread the situation going for that MP7. Because they kept 4 players alive. They definitely would have been able to drop to him. But we have seen him pick up the MP7 in the past and charge up mid with it. Either way, it's still pretty scary at close range. So let's see if it pays off for him. He is one of the B defenders. And again, VP looking for a similar strat of pushing 3 players up catwalk, 2 on long, but Phelps has been a consistent pain in the backside for them, and he's holding this close range angle once again.
Yeah, again, this is one of his first official matches where he's played this spot, and he's been doing quite well. Bolt's in a new position as well, playing inside Goose. That might catch VP a bit off guard, as they've yet to really meet with that. They've mostly just been dealing with Hin1's op on the corner. This time Phelps has been taken down, however. Hin1 has to try to get over here and see if he can trade back, but he's getting blinded, and VP are beginning to swarm this A-bomb site, and it looks like they are going to get it with ease. Everyone has fallen for Tempo Storm on this side of the map, and there's really no way for them back in, so this should be VP taking their second round.
Pasha with a Tech 9 finally finds some kills. 2 in total, and Lucas just to keep his hands on this auto sniper, but it's not going to happen. Snacks through the doors, puts him down. Second round for VP, keeping all 5 players intact. That's a solid round for them. How's the economy looking for Tempo Storm? We got 11k and N1, so this is going to be a very comfortable rebuy with him dropping to his teammate at Showtime.
Yeah, certainly paying off that he didn't receive any deaths until that previous round, so had plenty of money to help everyone out. He will have the op in his hands once more, but if they do lose here, they could be forced to save, and that's where VP can start working to close the gap there. Meanwhile, VP, though, their economy is also not quite sharp, so they could find themselves in a bit of trouble as they are looking to go heavy B, and Showtime's already down, so it's just Lucas. The rotate's so far away.
He's got to fend this off by himself as well. One-man army like. M4 spray. The problem is bullets, but he's picked up 2 kills by himself. Great job from Lucas, keeping the dream alive for Tempo Storm, but it is being taken away again from Pasha, who is ruthless with the AWP. Phelps now going to be charging through the smoke. Actually decides to bide his time instead. N1 is out of position right now. He's going to have to wait a few more seconds before his teammate gets in close enough proximity. But Pasha is watching the angle with the AWP right now as well. This is so tense. You can see what the CTs are going for. Phelps deciding to actually back away. As N1 comes in, Pasha delivers the fatal blow. His second frag of the round, and now all falls to Phelps. There's 2 players actually... Okay, just the one. At first I thought 2 players were going to leave. Phelps, he's going to be so cheeky, he actually goes in afterwards. He doesn't have a kit though, that's the only problem. Second kill comes in for him, he's going to be jumping on the site. He's trying to tickle a bomb, get this last terrorist to come out, it's going to be Pasha. And even though Phelps isn't going to get this round, I think Pasha will end up dying. No, he doesn't actually, he manages to survive. I was going to say, maybe he'd bait Pasha into losing that AWP.
What if he would have had a kit? I mean, that got a little bit scary there, but well done from Virtus Pro. Able to hold that one off. That B-bomb site can be so hard to retake. And while Lucas put up a nice effort to hold the site, rotate was just too far off. VP too strong there. Now they'll actually have a double op set up with Snacks and Pasha. Looks like Pasha has a long A spawn, so he will be headed that direction with Bialy. And Snacks is going to find Lucas through the door.
There we go. The first time he's landed a shot through there, but in the 10th round, not too shabby. And with the weaponry so lackluster, that's a pretty important kill. There's the second one. The M4 in the hands of Phelps is still alive. He's on long, and oh my goodness, Pasha actually missed his shot. Probably the easiest of the three. But the trade comes back. The M4's been put down, and Tempo Storm likely going to lose a 4th round. N1's P250 may have something to say about that, but he's going to be silenced.
So here it is, Virtus Pro coming back into the map. A bit of a slow start, but now they've begun to collect some rounds, and they're knocking on the door of a tie, but a double op setup coming in effect here for Tempo Storm. Hidden One probably keeps his admitted A. Showtime probably going to be towards the back of B. Double op, though, also out for Virtus Pro still, and it was certainly effective in that last round, but this one will be a bit more difficult. Now they actually have to meet up against Tempo Storm on a full buy. Because again, they will be looking to get to long A right away, so we are going to see a clash of forces here on the corner.
Oh, and it's gone the way of Tempo Storm to kick things off. The flash, though, completely wrecking both players. Phelps is hiding in the smoke. Are they going to check this, though, VP? They still haven't started to pre-fire through there. Phelps is going to be able to actually back away. The great escape. Somehow, someway, Tempo Storm not only get the kill, but they manage to survive with all 5
I mean, that's
players.
a perfect scenario, though. I mean, you got a kill and you got out of there and you're alive and you have a man advantage. I mean, that can get real dicey sometimes when both teams have a good spawn for long A. You can have a big clash and, you know, it can go either way. And this time around, Tempo Storm got the better end of the deal. They're up a man. Snack's trying to sneak out mid to even the odds here, but Phelps just caught on to him.
Gotta land those shots if you want to keep yourself in that round, and N1 will show Snacks how it's done. Does miss the second. He will finally land a frag, though, just before he gets picked off from Neo. He finds himself in a 1v4. We know this guy is capable of massive clutches, but he's down to 32. A bomb plant would be a nice bonus for VP, but he's still not entirely sure that no one's going to be pushing his location from short. And there we go. That's exactly what happens. VP, you just think as well, Dust, if that confrontation in long had gone slightly different, VP could have just charged on the site. It would have been an easy plant.
Absolutely. If Phelps and Hidden One both go down there, it's a whole different round. So really well done by Phelps to stay alive and Hidden One to be able to deliver some more kills. He's up to 10 now. So he's definitely been putting in the work. VP, though, still going to be onto a buy. And again, they are going to go double ops onto Neo and Snacks this time. So between the three of Neo, Snacks, and Pasha, they've all had a chance with it.
Lucas, that's holding the angle on door here, as you can see now, didn't want to peek out as he knew that Snacks hadn't shot across with the AWP, hoping that VP try and make a way out of mid. They have done this a couple of times where they flirt with the idea but then just back off. That smoke from Pasha, they'll try and isolate from CT side. Actually decides against it. Very dangerous play from VP. 3 players in there, but if Lucas just peaks at the right time, this could be an absolute massacre for the Poles.
Absolutely, and they're definitely committed to this. You can see that bomb is making its way into B tunnel, so they're definitely looking to split this site, but it's going to be up to Lucas to stop the bulk of it. They actually have Hidden One with the op in B, so this might be a new position. He actually catches Neo there, so they may not have been expecting him to be on that side of the map. So another kill here to get a 5-on-3 as Lucas has been able to put a stop to the mid push as well. So looking pretty good here for Tempo Storm. And now look at this flank from Phelps. He'll be the one to just perhaps put a close to this round with a pair of kills. And now it's all on Bialy.
Really crisp play from Tempo Storm, holding positions perfectly. Phelps realizing that he could push around the back. And that's going to pretty much round up number 12. 8-4. And again, Tempo Storm lose no players, so their economy's starting to build up. It's still not great by any means, but you can see VP's is pretty poor itself. 3K is pretty much the highest amount that they have on their entire team.
It's well done from Tempo Storm, just basically denying VP before they can even begin to develop that play. You know, they were getting in position to set up for the split to explode, to give you that aggressive force that you're used to seeing from them, but Lucas and Hidden One there, able to find some key kills to slow it down. And as you said, VP just going to be on pistols here for Tempo Storm. Going to have an opportunity to start increasing this lead, as it is going to be a big mid push, though, from VP. So this could get a little bit dangerous, but Showtime finds 2.
Those flashes absolutely wrecked VP. You can see what they're going for. They're going to play a very aggressive mid push, and it's Phelps again from behind. VP pretty much tapping out of that round. Here comes another rifle by. If they can get 6 rounds here on the T side, it's not too shabby, but that's asking quite a bit. Tempo Storm taking 11th. You'll really fancy them to convert that into the first map.
I mean, this is usually one of the maps that does sway a bit T-sided. Even before the clock changes and all that stuff, D2 was one of those maps that was one of the few that would lean a bit towards the T-side, but certainly it's still a map that is capable of having the CTs be successful. So definitely VP not out of it yet, but Tippelstorm setting themselves up pretty well on this map, and Phelps again trying to get something done here at Long A, again staying alive and finding a kill, and same with Hit 1. So I feel Tippelstorm's been winning the bulk of these Long A exchanges throughout the entire game, and that has been a big difference maker, I feel like.
Absolutely, because then that funnels VP into more mid-centric plays and trying to peak B. And they've been picked off time and time again. It's pretty ridiculous that, again, Tempo Storm not only win the confrontation, but lose no players in the process.
It's happened, I believe, the last 3 times they've been at Long A, it's been that way.
I think you're correct, yeah. So now that isolates both the terrorists. You've got one in pit with Bialy just chilling out in the doors. I mean, at this point, Tempo Storm would have to make a Herculean throw for VP to get back into this. 16 for 5 for Phelps, and 13 and 4. Everybody on the side of Tempo Storm is doing all right. I mean, Lucas only 6 frags, but the rest of your team is wrecking. Not really required. Speaking of Phelps, he has been picked off in mid as he went for an aggressive play again. And I tell you what, if Showtime goes down here, trying to push around the back, that could open up this round nicely for VP. Bialy with a second kill. Okay, here we go. Game's back on again. There is only 30 seconds and 2 players on the A site, which is exactly where VP are going to have to go. They don't have the time when a third kill comes in. What is happening for Tempo Storm? Surely VP can't clutch this round. These are the kind of rounds that will catch up with you. Bolts on the site has played this very patiently, and he will be rewarded. Having a calm head, transfers his spray to Bialy in a good hold overall, but Tempo Storm, what happened there?
And I saw the booth, and Peacemaker was livid when some of those kills were going off. He looked fired up about that, and that got real scary. I mean, they had a 5 versus 3 and almost threw it away. Luckily, Bolt's able to reel that one back in, so they will make it a 10-4 score, but that was definitely a little bit dicey there, as we are going to see VP in the last round of the half. Certainly not with an ideal buy, but they'll buy up what they can. We see all of them heading towards the B tunnels, except for one player lurking outside Long A. Taz will remain over here at upper, the rest looking to go mid, so perhaps again a mid to be split is the idea, but Tippelstorm does find the first kill on the round.
Again though, look at how split up VP are. Still got a player in mid, one coming through the tunnels, but Snacks decides, screw this, I'm gonna do it all by myself. With the tech 9 kills, AK comes good for Bialy. Phelps is very low. Gonna be throwing over the incendiary, but the bomb's already been planted. Snacks has got his hands on an AWP, and suddenly VP go from a pretty poor buy to a solid amount of weaponry. And this round really should be theirs, you'd think. Phelps and his 3 health push in through tunnels. He is going to get picked off from Bialy. He is the lone tunnels player. The last 2 are going to be moving from the CT side of the map, with Bolt coming through the window. He gets picked off. Meanwhile, the incendiary did do work, taking down one of VP, and it all falls to N1 and his CZ, and he's going to fall prey as well. VP will take a 5th round, but we mentioned it before, 5 rounds in the T-half is not too great.
No, not at all. I think Tippelstorm has done a fantastic job on the CT side. Again, we talked about it, those Long A exchanges almost always favoring Tippelstorm. That was definitely one of the keys to success so far from Tippelstorm on this map, but they do need to get the job done and close this one out. Again, this is the map that they should be winning. It is their pick. It's usually Virtus Pro's permaban. Yes, Tippelstorm doesn't have the land success on it either, but it's still their pick. So let's see if they can get that job done, but we will take a quick break before we get there. Stay tuned, folks.
ladies and gents, welcome back. I am N.A. Anders, apparently, and this is Dust alongside me. I'm going to be jumping into the second half of Dust 2 in just a few moments' time. 10-5 scoreline. VP will be fairly disappointed with that, I think, all things considered. But take nothing away from Tempo Storm. Phelps, in particular, on long A was just absolutely ridiculous, playing it to perfection. We have just jumped in to the second half in the second pistol round, guys. Let's get this back underway. Smoke already thrown out from Tempo Storm in mid, where Snacks was residing, but he still lands himself a headshot. Brisk start from the CTs. The overlay at the top confused me for a second there. There we go. It's all good. But Lucas and the rest of his team going to be funneling through. That being said, though, judging by Bjarli's position, if he decides to push out, he could get behind. There's a really cool boost trying to get the jumping headshot onto a player that was actually under towards the CT side, but suddenly Tempo Storm have brought us back to a 3-on-3, and now Bjarli is going to be coming around from the backside. He's going to meet someone head-to-head. That's going to be Phelps. Nearly gets himself the kill. Finally, Phelps will be put down and out of his misery from Taz, but the bomb has been planted, and with the USP in both hands of Tempo Storm, this could get interesting. If these one-taps land, Tempo Storm can hold on to this bomb site. There's the first one from N1. Snacks and Taz now need to play this huge. Lucas will be picking himself off the headshot now on 100% of his HP and trying to play the time. He's against Taz. Taz missed so many bullets. He's going to have to back away on 1 HP. Can he land this headshot? Not quite yet. He's still somehow alive. But Lucas is in such a good position now. Taz is going to go for the full defuse. Can he get it? 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Here comes Lucas and lands the headshot. And Tempo Storm, after conceding the first frag in the round, somehow get the round going their way.
That was so neat. I have never seen that before. I mean, we've seen run boost, but not in that particular position, and 2 of them at the same time. I thought they were boosting up initially just to get a better angle, or maybe someone rotating out of CT spawn up the slope, but they decided to just cross out there. So that's going to be pretty neat. People will be talking about that one in the future, I'm sure. Almost forfeited it, but they did hold off Taz there right at the very end. That 1v1 was certainly intense, but now Tempo Storm are up 11-5. We do see them upgrading their guns here. There is a scout out in the hands of Pasha and several Deagles in play. So we are going to see Tempo Storm gathering up here out long A. A pop flash is coming through. They do begin to push Bjarli, trying to get a parting shot on his way out of there, but not able to land it, and Pasha has fallen.
Deagles are such a powerful upgraded pistol on Dust 2 because of the fast open planes. You can really land those one-taps, but the problem comes in when you miss. When the P90 is breathing down your neck, there's not a great deal you can do. It's actually N1 that takes the kill from underneath Phelps, but they're not going to care how it gets done as long as that round is picked up for them. And so far, so good. VP still have one of the Deagles in play for Taz. Well, I say that, he's now dead. USP for Snacks, looking for an exit frag potentially, but Tempo Storm will move 7 rounds ahead.
Yeah, so they're on track to get the 3-0 start. And then from there, they'll be set themselves up nicely to close out this map in a pretty one-sided fashion.
Not much you can really add to that, just executing through long, kicking ass, taking names, and getting the opening picks. Very well played. And this is where VP, I feel, recently have been struggling a little bit more on their CT sides. They're a team that can completely blitz through you on T side, but it's their CT side special maps like Cobblestone, which obviously was banned for this best of 5, that they struggle the most in. So I would be curious to see if we're going to see that become a repeating occurrence as this BO5 continues on. But they've given up long control this time around. Phelps wishes he had any other weapon in the world than a P90. It is awful at long range. And this will allow the CTs to start to push their way up through mid, getting around the back into N1. He's only got a scout, so his USP is going to have to come good. The strength in numbers, or is there from the CTs? Finally, they will pick the kill down, but Snacks and Bjarli both so low on health. Realistically, can't get anything done. There you go, 13-5, the perfect start for Tempo Storm on their T side.
Yeah, it couldn't be going much better for them at this point, but here comes the opening gun round, so we can see VP get back into things. Snacks will be the one to do the honors of taking the out for the first time here on the CT side. See if he's going to be able to put it to good use. As if you feel if Tempo Storm get this one, then we're probably on our way to map 2 shortly. But we'll see how it goes. N1 been great with the op on the CT side. Will he be able to find anything on the T side? Tries to pick mid, not finding anything. And you're going to see Tempo Storm. They were great on the CT side attack, defending long A, but can they attack it well?
Well, you'd assume so, but VP are going to be returning a favor. Second smoke is thrown down. Pasha's trying to dodge bullets. Channeling is in a Neo. And back to CT spawn he will go. They can boost up on the elevator to get him back onto the site if needs be. But meanwhile, Tempo Storm, I'm not quite sure what happened there, but I think they passed each other in a smoke maybe.
Yeah, so
Taz has got through to the T spawn.
Yeah, this is really awkward. Showtime, if he only knew what just happened, but the bomb's so separated, there's so many players on Cat, Showtime could be the one to make a play.
Because that's going to get called as clear from Taz, surely. So now, Showtime has the element of surprise, and he will be darting up. Okay, finally Taz very intelligently checks mid, just in case there's a straggler there. So wipe everything we just said. Not going to be an issue in this round, at least for VP. Phelps and N1, though, will be. 45 seconds. Phelps peering up onto A. Snacks takes the shot, drops down. Good positions from VP, but still the headshot will connect. Neo getting silenced. Taz has managed to snake his way all the way from B round to long A, and Snacks is there. N1, as soon as the kill comes in from Taz, knows his days are numbered.
Yeah. It's one of those things where Showtime got the information that no one was B, but they just couldn't do anything with it. They were already fairly committed with that bomb up the A site. That's why you saw they were so cautious on the A ramp. They were aware that there was going to be several VP members in the area. They were trying to see if they could sort it out, but unable to do so. And there you have it. VP taking their first round. The crowd certainly excited about it. See if they can do more. They have the double op now. Again, we're going to see a long A battle right off the bat.
Lucas has been flashed 2 or 3 times. Couldn't see anything. Another one, just for good measure. Passion in a good position. Will miss his shot. And now, this is such a sketchy place to be. He will be trying to smoke his way out of harm's way. And I've got to say, Neo, the MVP, coming good for Pasha, but will be found out. N1 answers backing out. It's all on Snacks with 20 health to pick up this round for his team. N1 and Bolt, both very healthy, going to be throwing the bomb across. N1 can watch his teammate as he tries to plant this bomb. Snacks going to be charging through the smoke, using the flashbang. And Sentry's going to land right on Snacks. That buys up enough time now for this bomb to get planted, and Snacks just has to turn tail and run. Is he going to go for this retake, or is he going to tap out of the round? It looks like he is going to try and clutch this for his team. He does have a kit. Going to be slowly and steadily coming up short. Bolts watching a bit too far to the right, but Snacks, of course, going to have to come up the stairs, and that's where you assume that Bolt is going to connect the headshot, and Snacks realizing that there's really no hope of him getting this clutch. Right. Just going to back away, save the AWP for the next round.
I mean, an economy reset and couldn't happen at the worst time here for VP. I mean, that means Tempo Storm is going to have an easier time getting to map point. Snacks, of course, will save this op, but the money is going to be so low. Really, for the next year, I mean, this is where Tempo Storm can just win the map now, basically. I mean, unless Snacks get something done with this op, they're able to force up some pistols around it, make some magic happen. It really should be 16-6 now. I mean, unfortunately, we saw a great round from VP in that opening gun round, but now, I mean, Tempo Storm, any ground that Virtus Pro gained with that has been taken back.
It's kind of the way that I think a lot of people are expecting this map to go. Maybe this best of 5 to go, although maybe not this one-sided. But discussing that Train is almost a certified guaranteed map for VP. You'd think, at least.
You'd hope so.
Well, the way this tournament's been going, I don't think you can take anything for granted, but VP are complete beasts when it comes to Train.
Yeah, again, that's one of the maps where they've still been dangerous despite their supposed slump. Like, Train and Cash have still been great for them, so that should be their chance to get a map in this series for sure.
This round, going for the force for 5-7s. They have an open play on Snacks, of course, which he managed to save. Bialy close range, 5-7. Will put bullets down range and lands one in the head of Phelps. Can he go any better? He will take down another player with him, but he goes to his grave. Leaving Taz and Snacks make that just Snacks. Showtime pushing through mid. Picks up a kill onto Taz, who's such a monster yesterday on Mirage. Maybe he's going to be able to show his worth. Again, Snacks with a beautiful shot onto Showtime as he jumps up looking for information, and he gets it. This will instantly give the green light to Tempo Storm to rotate, but with 55 seconds left, Snacks still has to play this one smart. He's not entirely sure as to where the Brazilians are going to look to push. N1 and Bolts, the two players that were in a clutch situation not too long ago, find themselves here again. Molly, smoke, flashbang for N1. You assume that one of those is going to get used onto the site just to make sure in case Snacks is still camping there. But unbeknownst to them, Snacks is actually pushed across to the B side, so this bomb is going to get planted.
And he's not going to really have a chance to come back and do anything, so it's more about just saving this op now to bring into the next round. I would assume maybe he'll try to see if he can catch someone crossing over towards long A, see if he can't get a parting shot, but...
If he lands the parting shot, I think the clutch is back on again for him, but yeah, as soon as the player doesn't push across correctly, just backs away. Especially with VP going for the full buy in this round. I mean, they're going to have a pretty sketchy buy in next round as well, so an AWP could make all the difference.
Absolutely, only 1,900 coming in next round for Virtus Pro. So, I mean, again, Tempo Storm in a great position to go ahead and close this map out in a one-sided fashion, you know, getting the job done early.
Tempo Storm not really looking too much for Snacks. And they will pick up their 15th round, giving them 9 map points. Of course, again, it's still incredibly early days for this best of 5.
Yeah, taking a look at the scoreboard here. Again, it's been Phelps. He's had his maps in the past at IM Katowice. He had like a 30-bomb on one of those maps, I believe. But throughout this tournament, he's been consistently putting up those types of numbers. And Hin 1 has been on in this map. That's another thing you can pull from it. May have had a couple of quiet moments yesterday, but he has definitely been on point here on Dust 2.
Absolutely, because typically it was those two guys that were playing long, and with Phelps taking such a large bulk of the kills, N1 wasn't required to. So I feel his stats would be probably pretty solid if Phelps wasn't performing. But look at this push. VP opting for a very defensive play this time along and a catwalk-centric defense, and that nade lands in the face of Showtime. He very nearly falls down to 9 HP, brought to his knees. The rest of his team is doing the work now. Taz, Bjarly, Snacks, what can he get done? Bjarly with the headshot, completely flashing up, spins around, nearly bags himself a second kill. Meanwhile, Lucas from short's gonna get picked off from Taz's UMP. Oh my goodness, Snacks. That would have been filthy if you connected that one. And he's still looking. N1 will be trying to return the favor. USB has been brought out. The sidearm needs to come good for Snacks. Meanwhile, Taz will be trying to push his way in. Headshot. And VP will keep themselves alive for a little while longer.
Yeah, at least get one more round because of that. And the money's actually pretty low here on Tempo Storm. Many of their players, but there is enough on bolts to maybe do some dropping. And so they will, in fact, get something into this. Though it will only include a couple of Galils and a Deagle on Lucas and some limited utility. So this is definitely a chance for VP to maybe get this one, actually force Tempo Storm to a save in the next round. That's when they can start building up some points to see if maybe they can get back into this one.
Well, the thing is, if the roles reversed and VP on the T side, and I say, okay, they can break the economy and get that really shaky CT economy going, but they're on the CT side, so if anything, that backs them against the wall even harder. Tempo Storm, with 3 players over on the A side of the map, Bjarly trying to channel it into Phelps, who was godlike from this position on long. The bomb, however, is over on the B side, but with, of course, so much time and very quick rotations on Dust 2, that doesn't really tell you anything at this stage of the round.
Yeah, not sure if they're looking to do some type of fake here by taking long A control, forcing a rotate off of B, and trying to do something there. Maybe they throw some stuff like they're going to attack long, actually route through mid and do some type of mid B. I mean, there's so many options open to them, but here comes the smoke wall
to
control the corner. This is something that Na'Vi likes to do, just put a complete smoke wall to seal off a player in pit, isolate them, and look for a kill, but you don't see them execute off of it.
Yeah. The problem, it hasn't moved an inch. I think this is a full-on fake from Tempo Storm, sending 3 players through long, trying to draw out one of those players, but because they've held on so well, there's no need for VP to move anyone away from B. So this is going to be a perfect round for VP. They don't lose a single player. They hold on. Building up the economy once more.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head there. If you're not getting any kills, you're not creating any pressure on long A, there's no reason for Virtus Pro to shift position. So able to keep their B defense in place and prevent that fake from turning into anything. And so they do find themselves an 8th round in Tempo Storm here with no bomb plant, and having forced in the previous round, we'll have to look to just work with upgraded pistols in this one, as we will see them gathering up into the B tunnels. But look at this, Pasha gonna get aggressive in lower B with the Mag 7. So they have these players boxed in. This should be a bloodbath coming up soon here on the B side of the map.
Yeah, you'd think so, and it has delivered. Taz with 3. It's hard to get too hyped about this. They're all bottlenecking through the tunnels. Oh, Taz runs out of bullets, but he's gonna get saved from Snacks. Well, it's just to build that confidence up as well. Get more respectable scoreline on Dust 2, and hell, if you manage to win the next rifle round, game back on. You can bring it back to like a 15-11 scoreline. Tempo Storm may start to get a bit shifty in their chairs, a bit nervous.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not as if VP's completely out of it at this point. Again, they're just a couple rounds away from being within striking distance of forcing an overtime
as well.
Yeah, a little bit of damage being dealt there. I don't know that we haven't seen an overtime this tournament, I don't believe. So I mean, we'll see if VP can get that one right here in the semifinals.
That's a good point. I think we came close a whole bunch of times.
There was a couple of 16-14 games, yeah.
3 Galils, though, in this round. So far from ideal for Tempo Storm, but they have a healthy helping of grenades. Just the one Molotov, but 4 smokes. They can get a set plate if they so choose. Majority of the players coming through catwalk, maybe looking for a fast execute. Judging by the positions, it's looking likely. N1's going to be throwing his first. Bouncing off the wall, going onto the site. It's going to actually be covering the cross from Car. Pasha, I was about to say, he's in a really good position to strike. 2 kills from Pasha. Maybe good enough. Neo is next up, and he will be opening down bolts. N1, if you hadn't opened this situation, you think, okay, maybe it's back on, but he's just got an AK and he's been tagged heavily. His teammate at Showtime hasn't shown up just yet, though, and now he does have the AWP. Showtime with a headshot onto the Galil. On Neo, what is going on now? VP could concede this round. They could end up losing this map, and the next spray down goes the way of Tempo Storm. HP. And Pasha must be absolutely gutted. Those 2 max 7 shots were phenomenal. But Bialy is keeping it alive. Showtime has 1 HP.
If he wins this with 1 HP, that would be insane, but he's got his knife out. They both do. They both draw their guns. It's so awkward now. He's able to run to the site. The bomb is there. Bialy's not going to be able to challenge it, so he's at least going to get a bomb plant, I would imagine. Does Bialy have any nades? I can't tell the pictures on. Okay, never mind. So that could be what he needs, unless Showtime just goes for the kill, but no, he's not going to throw it. Will it land in time to do anything to Showtime is the question. Oh my goodness.
I don't think he realizes he's in 1 HP, though, otherwise this incendiary would definitely be getting thrown. And with Showtime with the AWP, it just takes him to land a crazy shot, and this map is over. Bialy moving his way up to the side. He's going to be checking every corner. Showtime's still looking at short. Surely Bialy's going to have this. He's actually going to throw the incendiary away. Showtime picks! And Tempo Storm will pick up the first map. Showtime, the 1 health dream is real.
Oh my goodness, he got the job done. Dropping down the team. He starts making all these plays you don't think can work, and somehow it does. And what a way to end it from Tempo Storm. I mean, Pasha had the perfect read. It was a cat drop down play. He got right where he needed to be. He shut it down. He got 2 kills with the Max 7s, looking so good for Virtus Pro to extend that game a bit longer, but Showtime, he had different ideas, I believe, Medicine. He made it happen, and so there you have it. Tempo Storm, they're going to take Dust 2. They do it in shocking fashion there at the very end. That was a good round. That was fun.
It was actually a really enjoyable map. It was maybe a bit more one-sided than the score would suggest because VP got a second gust of wind towards the end of the map. But you just think if Bialy clutches that round, Tempo Storm would have been back into an eco, looking at 15-11, 15-12 maybe.
And it was, Showtime was scoped in on Cat for so long. I thought eventually he was going to get snuck up on, but man, oh man, what a way to end the game. That was definitely quite a nail-biter moment there in that last round that we saw. But we're going to let the guys over at the desk talk about it in a little bit more detail. Puckett, take it away.
All right, thank you very much. It looked like it was going to be a pretty quick game of Dust 2, and Virtus Pro didn't look super strong in the first half, but towards the end, they started to bring it back together, had some clutch plays from below, and I actually thought we might get into double digits there for VP for a moment, but overall, what was your guys' take on the game?
Well, look, okay, so first of all, Virtus Pro has been a permaban for 18 months. You can't really expect too much from them. And I wasn't expecting them to win this map. I said if they won this, then obviously they're going to just have a blowout in the series. So Tempo Storm had to hold their own here. They had to, you know, they picked it. It was their choice. But on top of that, what's really interesting is we're starting to see this kind of, you know, recurring problem with Tempo Storm closing out games. They always seem to let opponents back in.
Right.
They should have been out in sight over the green hills and far away, and they weren't. And it could have got real hairy there if Showtime didn't have balls of steel with that 1 HP.
I was going to say, Duncan, can you walk us through that final play? Because Showtime on that 1 HP just hitting a ridiculous shot, really playing that well.
Yeah, the funny thing is, you thought, first of all, he was going to get, the guy was going to creep up behind him and get the kill on him. Then actually, when that guy started like going for the bomb, you thought, right, well, now he's going to actually get killed outright. And so it was like back and forth. And then in the end, probably when Showtime was in the hardest situation was when he actually got the kill and won the round. So that just kind of shows that in this, I mean, and we actually saw in the top 5 stats, remember, for the whole tournament, he was one of the top 5 there, even though we haven't mentioned him so much because I think it's kind of been like a sleeper performance overall. He hasn't had that many maps where he's topped the scoreboard, but he's obviously put out a consistent performance.
And I think on top of that, it's worth mentioning, it did point to a little bit of sort of maybe a miscommunication because Bialy did have that incendiary grenade, And at
And he's
first,
throwing it towards the box you can
and
spam
he
through,
had
yeah.
enough bullets in the M4 to risk even spamming the boxes. I mean, that's a classic position to kind of hide behind. Did he know he was on 1 HP? You know, he didn't really seem to have a good read in that. And I don't know if his teammates were communicating and helping him out there, you know? So, bit of a strange one, but again, you've got to just give credit to Showtime. That's a great way to close out the first map.
Unfortunately, though, it does feel like when you consider that map there would have either been Dust 2 or Cobble, depending on what the ban was. So ultimately, I mean, it was a clever gambit from the guys from Virtus Pro to say we think we have a better chance on Dust 2. It hasn't ended up mattering, though. Yeah. Actually, that part is not as relevant as to what goes next. What's more relevant now is that because the guys from Tempo Storm didn't risk themselves with the overpass letting through, now they're going to have to play Train. So if you VP, you don't have to worry too much. Train is coming now.
Well, I know it was a really short game, small sample size here, Duncan, sorry.
That is his name.
Yeah.
Dougie Fresh, you like to call it.
My brain just crapped out on me there. All right, so there is the replay. Yeah, people speak in your ear, you try and speak at the same time. It's not always easy.
Mate,
but anyway,
guys,
so Duncan, we saw just a small sample there of Dust 2. Do you think if they do have trouble on Nuke when the new map comes out that this is something that they try and work on?
As in, Virtus Pro work on it?
Yeah, Virtus Pro.
I think that it'll be the other way around. They'll just work on Nuke. I think they'll just make it. We'll try and win on that one, especially because, I mean, the rumor is that Nuke's supposed to conceptually be more T-sided. I mean, T-sided maps are what Virtus Pro is supposed to be all about. So I think they work on that. Also, the fact it's a custom and some teams won't like it. Again, they're going to want to force you to ban it against them. I think they'll go the other route. I think they've shown right now. I mean, if you were going to ever get to Dust 2, what are you waiting for? You know, you could have done that a long time ago.
And I think it could be the kick up the backside Virtus Pro need, really, because it does feel like they're not really evolving or working on their maps at the moment. You know, like say that it just feels that over time you've just been watching their map pool kind of degrade, and what's been their strengths is now kind of outside of Train. I'm not 100% confident they're going to win every map, even the ones that they're picking and have been famously good on. You know, meanwhile, all the teams that have overtook them and are winning championships, they've got these incredible map pools. So yeah, Virtus Pro need to get their act together.
Here's the numbers, fellas. What did you see from Tempo Storm? They took game 1, coming into it really confident. Dust 2 was their first pick. And you see Phelps, he was kind of a star last night, plus 11. But overall, what did you see from the team as a whole?
I mean, yeah, Phelps was the best player. It's like, what's funny is I made this point on Twitter yesterday. I said, okay, for me, Boltz is kind of the best player overall. Yeah. I've seen him have the best performances. N1 has kind of shown me, if anything, through all these performances, he's not going to be like a carry player. He's going to hit crazy shots. He's going to be a good AWPer. He's not going to be the carry. And when I was saying that Phelps was the guy emerging as the carry, everyone was telling me, actually, before he joined this team, he was considered one of the best players in Brazil. People were like, actually, why is he having these problems when he joined this team? So maybe this is the emergence of Phelps, and we see this tournament going forwards. Maybe he's set to become the star of the team. And certainly, if he plays like this, Tempo Storm looks a lot better than they have in the past.
And let's not forget, as we said, overcoming Dignitas at this tournament, that was the next step up for Tempo Storm. Could they beat a top European team, a top 10 team, in a best of 3? Well, they've done it. And if they can get a win over Virtus Pro here, then you've got to start taking these players very, very seriously in terms of their development. Just to talk a little bit about the Virtus Pro numbers that we had there, I thought Snacks, you know, even though he was the top of the scoreboard there with the efficacy stat, it's actually a pretty poor performance across the board, and Snacks wasn't amazing by any means. Only 14 kills and an ADR of 59. You expect better from a player of his caliber. I mean, the reason it was so high was because of the bomb plants, and he had a couple of 2Ks and whatnot. So, yeah, just we didn't expect Virtus Pro to be at the races there. Now we find out whether or not they're going to be at the races in the series, because this is Train. If they don't blow Tempo Storm away, then they've got problems.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about Train. I was sitting next to some of the VP fans, and they said,
pretty noisy.
Now it's our turn, Duncan. Yeah. So how strong is this VP squad, and how does Tempo stop them, if at all?
Well, the big concern is, you remember the game that Tempo played on Train against SK Gaming, and in that particular match, yeah, they won the game, and they won the game by having an overwhelming CT side, and they were against a team that clearly had a lot of problems and themselves had a decent CT side. So you look at it, not a good T side from Tempo Storm. That alone is the problem right there, because I don't see them having a monster CT half, because T half is where VP is really going to wreak havoc, and they're going to be able to take that outside site a lot. And then on CT side, VP is quite famous for some of the spots they play. So I think for me, this is the most one-sided map of the series. Like, I think this is going to be a big-time Virtus Pro win. I think this could even be like Tempo Storm not even in double digits.
The two key components on Train on the CT side, there's not really, you know, Duncan's talked a lot about the T side. They're just this irresistible force. They're just going to run over you. But it's actually on the CT side where they really bolster the scorelines and make it so comprehensive.
Okay.
And that's because Taz plays so well on that inner bomb site, just holding it down by the train wheels, just so efficient in that role. But Pasha at Ivy as well, what he does now that he's not AWPing, he gets that rifle, and he does AWP some rounds, you know, but it depends how he's feeling, but he'll get that rifle and he'll push aggressive Ivy on the CT and get into that sort of spot, and he'll very often pick up kills there. So on the CT side, they don't even let you settle as a terrorist. They don't even let you get your executes off. You just got Pasha running around the corner spraying like a madman. It can be very hard to play against.
So you kind of gave us a background of what we can expect on T side and CT side. I got this question on my Twitter feed, and hopefully you guys can explain it to some of the newer fans. How is that side decided? Who gets to pick their side for the first half?
I mean, it's different from tournament to
yeah,
tournament,
and
so
it is different from tournament to tournament. There isn't actually, this is why we talk about this a lot, actually, the need for a set rule set across tournaments to be a bit more uniform. But yeah, generally what will happen is if you get the first, it goes back to the vetoes. If you get like the first map pick, very often it will be, if you pick the map, you don't pick the side. And so, or sometimes they'll do a knife round. So I mean, it does vary from tournament to tournament. I think here, if I'm right, I think we haven't seen any knife rounds being broadcast or anything. So I think it actually is. If you pick the map, you don't get to pick the side, and it keeps alternating.
And if you're Tempo Storm and you do get a chance to pick here, what do you want to go to?
I mean, the problem is the way it's going. I don't want to start on T side if I'm not good at that map. So they probably want to start CT side, but then that's actually putting you right in the firing line of the Virtus Pro monster side. So there's not really any right option, I don't think, for Tempo Storm.
All right, it's a lose-lose situation. We'll find out, will Tempo Storm be able to increase their lead to 2-0, or will VP tie it up? Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back for map number 2. After VP conceding the first one 16-8, there was a bit of a second gust of wind, a bit of a comeback towards the end, but it was well and truly squashed by Showtime's ridiculous 1 health clutch. So through to Train we go. VP will be firm favorites to take this map, but if Phelps performs like he did on Dust 2, maybe there's a little bit of hope here for Tempo Storm.
I mean, here's the thing, though. Virtus.pro, despite some of their slow starts at the beginning of the year, Train has never been a problem for them. The only teams they're losing to on Train are Na'Vi, who's the best Train team in the world, and Fnatic, who is the best team in the world overall. So they're not having trouble with Train against some of the, the lower teams on Train, in fact. So Tempo Storm, then they really have going for them on Train is the fact that they beat SK early in this tournament. Otherwise, it's on the weaker end of their map pool. The only thing that's worse than that for them is Overpass. So this should be Virtus.pro's opportunity to get themselves a map, stay in this series, prevent Tempo Storm from just running away with some type of crazy series like we saw in the first semifinal.
Yeah, and we also mentioned as well that we're so sure that VP should take this map, that if they picked up Dust 2, this could be a clean sweep. This could be a 3-0 sort of scoreline. So that hasn't came to fruition. Tempo Storm now have drawn first blood on the maps, and they'll be hungry to try and prove a few of us naysayers wrong on Train. Of course, Inferno's the third map. Then I think it's Cash, and then it's Mirage. And I agree with the desk. If we go to Mirage, that is going to be
it's going to be a nice one. I hope we can get all the way there, because that would be really fun to see them battle out. I think it was VP who got the better of them on it at Malmö groups, so that would be pretty cool to see. But we're about to get to the game, and definitely, as Richard was saying, keep your eye on Pasha at Ivy on both sides of the map. He's going to be a key factor here. Also, Taz on that inner bomb site. This is where he needs to shine on that CT side. He gets the opportunities, but it looks like it will be VP starting out on the Terra side, of course. Tempo Storm will get to choose the side since it was VP's pick. And Virtus.pro just so good on the Terra side of this map. Again, Pasha at Ivy, they get snacked so much freedom. He's able to do a lot in the outer bomb yard. And again, they're just one of the best T-sided teams on this map. Navi's the only one probably that put ahead of them.
That's exactly it. This is another reason why Train is such a formidable map, because VP can play very, very well on both sides. Taz is an absolute monster when it comes through to that B side. You've also got crazy T aggression, like the set plays, like to be explosive out of T main onto the A site. So it's going to be interesting to see how Tempo Storm try and deal with this, if they're going to fight fire with fire and try and play an aggressive CT style. There's 3 HEs right off the bat, though, in the pistol round. So expect to watch those landing onto VP. That being said, though, VP going to split up to start off with 2 players towards Ivy, the rest of them just sitting up in halls.
And so a couple players coming towards Ivy. Hinwon's going to be here with the USP, so he might be able to find himself a long-range fight and open this up well. Does do a little bit of damage to Pasha there, but a nade is certainly missed. It doesn't do any damage, at least, so it's a wasted nade, but it could have been much worse, as we do see VP backing off of Ivy now. A couple players in the inner halls with the bomb included in that mix-up. So they might be looking to hit here any moment now, but they could also just quickly transition the ladder and actually split the outer bomb site, so there's really no telling what Virtus.pro have planned at this point. But there's some aggression Ivy here from Tempo Storm, so they will get a little bit of information.
Certainly will. I think he was slightly nudged by his teammate as he threw the grenade. As you mentioned, though, doesn't really make a great deal of difference overall. Here comes the execute now onto the A site. Still, Snacks is actually lurking on the B site itself, so this is going to be a fake. You can now see the bomb is traversing its way back up the Pop Dog and towards the B site now. But Tempo Storm, with a lightning fast rotation, will be trying to cut this off before it can get close. Showtime with a headshot. Taz did get the first kill on the map. Snacks now close range with his Glock. What can he get done? So many angles to watch out for. He can hear the pitter-patter of footsteps above him. That's going to be Showtime. Now the bomb has gone back towards the A site again. Neo, one bullet would finish off Phelps, and Pasha's going to deliver that second headshot for Pasha as well. The bomb is dropped just behind him. He finds himself in a 1v2. He reloads his weapon at the worst possible moment, and he will be silenced. Tempo Storm will pick up the first round here on Train.
I mean, Virtus.pro is looking good. They were just going back and forth with that bomb, just traversing through ladder room, looking to see what was going to be their best chance to get it down. But Tempo Storm were able to keep rotating and kept finding the kill. Showtime with 3 of them, so continuing off the back of that clutch to end us 2. He's had a big round here. Tempo Storm will go ahead and take the pistol. Virtus.pro, no bomb plant, so just Glocks here.
Glock with the lonely smokes. A couple of those smokes were brought up fairly late, actually, after the freeze time, so clearly not entirely sure on what strat they'd be running with in this round. So probably going to just be opting to get a bomb plant. Here come the smokes. All 3 of them are thrown on towards A. Again, that bomb in a position where it could filter towards B or A, depending on the choice. It's going to be the A play now. But N1 with his MP7 looking to get some money in the bank towards his AWP. He's doing the damage. Second kill for him. He will finally get put down from Bialy, but he himself is on the receiving end of a battering courtesy of the UMP of Phelps. Now Neo Here's the last of 4, but that bomb was planted, so that's pretty much all they were looking for in that round. They got it done.
And now they can buy because they actually didn't invest anything really into that round. It was mostly just Glocks, right? They didn't do any type of Tech 9 head armor type situation, so they really should be able to, if they elect, to get these AKs. And you got to think that Temple Storm's going to be a little bit lower on utility, so you could just see an outer bomb site rush or something like that. But as I say that, we do see an op coming out from Hin1 right away. He's realizing what's going on, knowing that these AKs come out.
Tech 9 for Neo. That's as a result of him wanting to put more money into grenades. Of course, VP, the kind of team that they do like to execute, so it makes a lot of sense. And the Tech 9 through smoke, through flashes and mollies is still ridiculously strong. Looks like it's going to be B. Showtime is stood on top of fire. He's going to have to try and relocate behind the boxes. The smoke could keep him alive. They're not entirely sure if he's backed away or not. He's actually just going to sit there, and meanwhile, Taz jumps over his head.
Yeah, they knew they had him trapped. They had put the incendiary down so he couldn't run back into the inner site. So they just kept spamming him and eventually just chased him down. So they do trade that out evenly. Phelps getting aggressive here inside the ladder room. Everyone else, though, in pretty passive positions. Maltz has remained at inner, his normal spot of play. Now VP slowing it down just a bit here. SBI just making sure no one's be pushing Ivy. So we do see VP gathering up a few members here over towards T-Connector, and there is Taz here above the ladder, a normal spot for him as well. Looks like they're actually going to see if they can't put some pressure over here at Ivy.
That's the thing with VP, with them having such fast, explosive starts to the round, you almost forget that there's so much time left to play with after the dust settles. Phelps in a forward position will get the better of Taz. All 3 players will be moving their way through Ivy. The bomb in the hands of Snacks. Lucas in a good position to try and fend off this push. 25 seconds, VP have got to get a move on. It looks like they're trying to get their way around the back of B, but there may not be enough time, and if just 1 kill goes the way of Tempo Storm, this strat is completely neutralized. They should be getting the upper hand onto N1, but they don't actually kill him. Surely that was a free frag. 8 seconds left now. They have to make a dart towards the site, which is where Bolt is with his UMP, and that's the round over. Way too slow from VP. They weren't able to get the entries.
Yeah, I mean, you think they should catch Hin1 there. I mean, he had no idea. He was just peeking low around the entire time. He was able to escape, and then Bolt's able to kill the bomb carrier. And so VP just loses by virtue of the clock. And so now it's going to be 3-0 in favor of Tempo Storm, but VP still going to buy into this. A couple of AKs being brought out by Pasha and Bialy, as well as a scout onto Snacks, a Tech 9 onto Taz. So they're buying up all that they can. See if they can't steal around away, as we are going to see Pasha heading over towards Ivy with Bialy. Hin1 with the op over here, just looking to see if anyone's trying to cross the connector. Now he'll divert his attention to Ivy, takes some damage. He misses the op shot, and Pasha running through the fire and running through the smoke. Oh my.
Oh no, Pasha. Okay. That was nearly the most awkward play I've seen in quite some time. You can see what he's going for. He was hoping that another CT would move into position. You could take 2 down rather than 1.
This flank is so fast, though, from Showtime, and he's just going to blow up the round at that point. How fast those frags came from Tempo Storm.
Oh, Pasha. That would be pocket buttholes right there. He's had such a good chance. I actually at first thought he was going to knife him, the way he was moving in. But
sure, he was considering many options at that point, but before he really had a chance to decide, he had to just react to the player turning around. And
we have seen quite a few knives as well this tournament. I think Pimp got knifed. A couple more players have as well. But here we go, Dust. I mean, just pistols by and large. A few grenades as well thrown into the mix, but Tempo Storm starting convincingly again. Dust 2 was the same result, really. They moved to a 5-0 lead.
I mean, this aggression at the inner halls and ladder room from Tempo Storm has really been netting them a lot of kills, and it was the reason why they turned that round we just saw upside down. I mean, it was looking great when Pasha got the opening, but then Showtime with the quick flank for 2 kills made a huge difference, and now Virtus Pro have to work with just pistols here. Looks like they are trying to throw a little bit of attention here in the outer yard, but that bomb's still above the ladder, so it could go either way at this point.
I actually really like that Molotov that's thrown just in front of the train. It's to stop that insta-bomb plant from coming in and allows the smoke to actually dissipate so the Tempo Storm can get back on, but the bomb is still going to get planted nonetheless, so just delays the inevitable. And again, with VP in this kind of buy, really a bomb plant is all they were hoping for. Now kills would be a nice bonus. Next incendiary is thrown out, and the kills are convincingly going the way of Tempo Storm. N1 with a USP. Snacks is next in the firing line. Bomb will get defused. So Tempo Storm move very briskly to a 5-0 lead.
I mean, Tempo Storm has a great start here on Train. Stealing this away from Virtus Pro would just be a huge move towards winning this best of 5 if somehow Tempo Storm can do it. It's still very early, though. We haven't really seen VP on a full buy like this before. I mean, before we were seeing them having to use Galils and Tech 9s in the mix. They had a force buy with mostly pistols as well. So this is their first real clean buy where they have all the AKs, they have all the utility. Again, they have those trademark outer yard explosions where they just let Snacks loose and he's able to do a lot of damage. This time he will actually have an AWP in his hands.
Thing is, though, Snacks and Neo are both 005 right now. Neither of them got a kill, and these are two guys that you are looking to be the linchpin of your team. So it's all well and good not having big buys thus far, but you have to start converting these rounds. And Pasha and Snacks finally gets himself on the board. That's much better. Second kill for Snacks. Beautiful AWP work from Team 8. Showtime and Bolts now reeling after the rest of their team are wiped out in front of their eyes. Make that just Showtime. And he's in box halls. Good luck to you, sir.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, you know, Tempo Storm trying to be a bit gimmicky there, trying to flash some smokes and get aggressive at Ivy. They got caught by Pasha. Snacks able to find some kills with the op. And it's one of those situations where if that works, Tempo Storm looks like a genius. They win another round. They're getting all this momentum. But, you know, when Virtus Pro's paying attention and they take it from you, then you start second guessing maybe that wasn't the right call. And so with that, VP will get their first round. Showtime to seeing if he can't hold on to the M4, maybe collect a few exits, but there's certainly nothing stopping from VP claiming this one. So we will be at 5-1 going into the 7th round.
Yeah, with VP's round loss bonus being cancelled, the Showtime could have got a couple of kills at the end. That would have been pretty powerful stuff, but as you mentioned, VP have the round in the bag. All 5 players moving their way onto B. Just keeping these weapons intact. Great opening picks, good entry frags, I should say, from Snacks and Pasha. But of course, with Tempo Storm getting 5 rounds, easy rebite, and it will be another AWP in play from N1.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see if Tempo Storm will try to be a bit more conservative this time, just kind of hold position, or maybe they, you know, depending on the spawns, you could see them still trying to press the inner halls, which they've been doing quite a lot. It looks pretty standard thus far, as we are going to see Virtus Pro gathering up several members here towards the inner halls, throwing some nades, making sure no one's going to be pushing the upper side of it. Showtime just playing it from the lower ramp. Again, Bialy and Pasha and Ivy as always to kick things off. And yeah, definitely can see Tempo Storm's not looking to do any type of pushes this time, just holding position. They are committing a second player inner for a little bit.
Definitely eerie silence fell on the battlefield for a few seconds as both teams were looking to poke and probe the opposition. Damage being exchanged between the Smoke and Ivy. Phelps coming out worse for wear. Pasha was tagged in the process as well, down 22. That bomb actually being dropped in a salvageable position. Declaration of intent from VP. They just want to look for the pick. They want to try and see if they can give themselves an early advantage in this round. And with just 2 incendiaries and a HE in the hands of Tempo Storm, make that just 1 incendiary now. They are running out of grenades fast.
Absolutely.
And there's still so much on the T side.
Yeah, very hard to retake now or hold anything off. So it's just going to come down the raw aim for Tempo Storm. N1's going to have to hit some nice op shots because you can see VP is going to be setting up for an outer split once more. They're already dropping down ladder. They have their members at T connector. The smokes are raining out. So N1, he needs to deliver. Otherwise, VP, they could be swarming this outer yard and getting the bomb down.
Only a HE now in the hands of Tempo Storm. Bombs can get planted with about 20 seconds left. N1's dead, but Bolts and Lucas have came in with kills. It's an important kill for Bialy. Can't get it clean. Down to 30 now, and he's ran out of bullets, so it's just the Glock and at long range. That's not going to work against Lucas' USP. Neo and Pasha now find themselves in a horrible place. There is a team kill, but Bolt's securing the kill afterwards, so it's all right. Pasha now in a 1v3, gets the bomb diffuser, but with the kit, easy defuse. Tempo Storm going to take away that round loss bonus, and then the next round from VP. This is a really sketchy start from the Poles.
And started off well in that round. I mean, they were able to pick up N1, who kind of got caught in an awkward position. They got the bomb down. They had a 5-on-4, but you kind of saw that weird fight that took place there over towards the green train where both players kind of ran out of bullets with rifles, had to pull out the pistols, and Tempo Storm really come up the better end of the deal. So even though Tempo Storm kind of had to concede control of the site and allow the plant, they were able to, you know, keep their players alive, and when the moment was right, be able to retake the site. And so now they are up 6-1, but with the bomb plant Virtus Pro are still able to get a full buy here. So you will see Pasha again being sent out towards Ivy. I haven't really seen anything too crazy here with the exception of the push from Tempo Storm that didn't work. Otherwise, it's just been kind of back and forth. But Phelps, he's setting up right on the edge of this smoke.
There's a pretty high chance that it will be Pasha outside of Ivy. He consistently plays this position for VP. We've seen him time and time again looking to get the opening pick through there. But it's actually going to be Snax that's the first player to get silenced as N1 breaks a deadlock in round 8. Pasha now going to try and return in kind. That's a bit of an awkward play from Showtime. Gets his incendiary instantly extinguished. And Pasha just has to turn tail and run. So
yeah, they're just not finding any openings there anymore. Yeah. And they've already lost a player. Snax got outpicked by the op of Hin 1. He was great on Dust 2. Seems to be rolling it over. Here come the smokes in the outer yard, however, from Virtus Pro. So they're just going to do that smoke wall on the bomb train to see if they can't get out here and make something happen.
That's such a solid smoke. It stopped. Oh, Taz, what was that? Showtime gets dunked in connector. That smoke blocks off the vision from Lucas, who's in heaven. But Taz, that shot was ridiculous. He's going to get the bomb plant as well afterwards. And now this is where the positional advantage from Tempo Storm comes to play. That first kill was massive. Lucas could find himself on the receiving end of a battering from Taz, who looks to pick up a third. Not going to be able to convert it. Not able to transfer the spray, and it falls to Pasha. And just the positions right now from Tempo Storm are way too solid. VP lose another retake. And it's Phelps and Bolts that are retaken like gods once again, 7-1.
Again, you just hardly ever see this on a Tempo Storm on train. They did it to SK, sure, early in the tournament, but otherwise, it's not been a map for them. And they're generally a T-sided team across their map pool, so this is great stuff to see from them in this map. And, I mean, Taz was doing some great things there. He had some really nice shots to open things back up, but they just could not hold Tempo Storm out. That was a true team effort. I think 4 players from Tempo Storm were involved with frags to be able to bring that round back. So that's been kind of the storyline of Tempo Storm. Everyone on this team positive throughout the tournament. Several games where their frag distribution has been really close between all the players, so they've really been playing well as a unit. Virtus Pro still able to muster up somewhat of a buy here, though there is just a scout on the Snax. The utility is a bit more limited this time, and this time they're looking for an inner execute. They're throwing a little bit of attention to Ivy with Pasha once more. Hin 1 able to tag him just a bit, but there are 2 players already in inner and 1 quick to rotate. So let's see if VP can break through.
Showtime playing a position, and we're expecting to see Taz in. The roles are reversed. Is he going to be able to execute as well? Not quite. Neo will be picking himself up that kill. Bolts returns fire. He falls afterwards from Taz. That HE a bit too late from Lucas. The bomb has been picked up and will be planted momentarily from Taz. Lucas, does get the kill on Taz, but just after the bomb planted. So that's actually pretty key. If he gets that kill a couple of seconds earlier, VP are in a horrendous position.
Look at this move from Pasha, though.
Pasha lurking again. Gonna be flanking around the backside. Nice headshot onto Lucas. Now that keeps Tempo Storm in 2 minds. Which angle do we cover? And the answer for N1 is neither. I just run away. Pasha could actually get him here, though. He can hear the footsteps and will land a headshot. No weapon saved for Tempo Storm. And this could be VP's chance to start to get some rounds on the board.
Yeah, that lurk from Pasha was great. Kept people in place for the execute itself, and then being able to backstab later on to hold off that retake. So a really well orchestrated round from VP, just being able to push upper at the inner bomb site and just overwhelm their opponent. And now they have a second round on the board, but they need so much more, I feel like, on this terrorist side. I mean, they're so used to being able to put up, 8+ rounds on the T side pretty regularly. And now 8's the best they can hope for if they win out. So, I mean, they really need to get it together here.
Oh, Neo stuck on the stairs. Mag 7 looking so good from Lucas. The grenade did damage just beforehand. N1 takes down the Opera Snax, and it just seems that VP can't get rolling. They get around and they instantly lose afterwards, and it's normally a blowout round. Tempo Storm have 4 players left. Bolts is very low, however. But Bialy, I mean, the only saving grace is he has the bomb. At least it's not out in the middle of nowhere, but I mean, everything else heavily stacked against him.
Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. They're not able to string these rounds together, just finding one here and there, and Tempo Storm's always quick to respond, and again, it's been this aggression in ladder room, as well as some of the inner halls flanks at times that have really given Tempo Storm a lot of kills and a lot of rounds added to that. Now they're up 8-2. VP's economy finally going to get reset, and you can see it. They have no money except for Pasha. So very likely Tempo Storm to find 9 at this point. And so VP already going to have one of their lesser T sides of Train that you're used to seeing.
Those are some solid stats as well. Everybody over 12 efficacy. Everyone pulling their weight again for Tempo Storm. The VP with 2 AKs. Looking to get some work done. Maybe going to shift up the pace now. Go for a more ruthless aggression style.
Yeah, Showtime spotted all these players in the inner hall, so you see they've already rotated a 3rd player towards inner, but now that things have slowed down, he's begun to cheat back to the A-bomb site. But VP are certainly committed to this hit. They have plenty of smokes and Molotovs to clear out these trains and look to push this lower ramp. And, I mean, these inner executes like this can be very dangerous, even with limited firepower. So, I mean, Tempo Storm need to be careful as VP begin to spill into the site.
Oh, Bolt picking up the first kill and potentially the second as well. VP aren't even getting close to the site. The bomb's been dropped out, but if you reaction speed from Bolt Phelps as well. And it's that age-old tag team duo that are just wrecking house. VP started the round with Pasha with one of the only AKs in play. And it comes full circle. It's all on him now. 50 seconds left. But whereas Bialy in a 1v3, or 1v4, pardon me, had the bomb, Pasha does not. And he also is on 26 health. So what's the play here? Do you just try and get an exit frag and save? There's nothing else you can do. And delayed reaction speed, maybe talking with the rest of his team, having a mini tactical timeout to themselves. And there is the timeout called. So I feel like this is the correct play from VP. Just try and figure out what the hell's going wrong and what you can switch up. But this next round, Dustin, I mean, they're going to have nothing to play with, really.
Right. I mean, so Tempo Storm probably going to get to 10. So VP probably just really discussing the round afterwards. And I mean, in all honesty, it's hard to know exactly what to do. I mean, the only thing I feel like I haven't seen Virtus Pro do yet is kind of one of those just trademark, just rush outside with everyone, just try to bully your opponents. I mean, they've done some slower outer stuff, but usually they've tried to spread out more, try to work some action at Ivy, you know, try to have snacks inside T-Connector with an op, see if you can't scope someone out. So, I mean, they've definitely tried kind of a slower style of play throughout pretty much this entire half. And short of the aggressive Tempo Storm at Ivy that one round where they lost a player, which was one of the few rounds that VP has won this game, every other time that Tempo Storm has been aggressive, they've been able to find a kill. They've been able to push ladder room. You know, that one round where I think it was Lucas who had a max 7, able to push ladder, find 2 kills. We've had Showtime who's been able to flank the inner halls, you know, be able to shut down VP by making plays like that. So it really has been, here is the play. In fact, I think we might actually show it here of Lucas being able to get the max 7 kills. Yeah, I mean, it's been great stuff from Tempo Storm across the board here on the CT side. Again, looking very similar to their game against SK earlier in the tournament, where I believe they put up, you know, 11 or 12. They put up a lot of rounds on the CT side on that particular game, and then they're off to a good start here. And I mean, you got to talk about this. If they do wind up winning this map and being up 2-0, you know, stealing Train away from Virtus Pro would just be epic. I mean, like I said, the only teams beating Virtus Pro on it are teams like Fnatic and Navi. So with someone like Tempo Storm who don't even really play it come in and take it from you, that is a bold statement.
And to give an idea of how Tempo Storm are playing, the kill spread right now is 10, 9, 9, 9, and then 7. Everybody is getting themselves kills across the board on the CT side, which obviously suggests that VP have been trying different sites. They've been trying different areas of the map. They've been poking and probing, but they're just getting nothing in return. So it has been an absolute solid defense. And who would have thought, by the way, let's just play the hypothetical game, that if TS do win this, if Tempo Storm go through to the finals, who would have predicted an SK Tempo Storm finals at Gfinity?
Probably not a soul. Probably not anyone. I mean, I think Tempo Storm did have a reasonable chance. I think most people thought they were going to be a playoff team and they might be able to make it this far. But certainly people didn't even think that SK would make it out of the groups, most likely. Beating Dignitas was huge. And then they just beat Hellraiser. So yeah, they've been playing really well this tournament. But here we go. 9-2 for Tempo Storm. VP onto a save this round. So Tempo Storm will look to get to 10, but VP will be on the full buy next round. That's where we'll see what they're made of if they can dig deep and get back into this one. Showtime again getting aggressive here in the inner halls.
We have seen him do this before, though. It was more of a deep position in the box behind him. It was Taz that jumped up with an AK and leapt his way to the kill. But of course, a very different scenario. Just a P250 and a flashbang for VP to really get anything done. And this could be a complete massacre. Showtime's even holding the perfect angle. He's going to get peeked, though, from Taz, who, in fairness, will land the headshot. So that's going to be Showtime picked up. That's the AK as well. So a lot better than I expected, but Phelps from behind again with the M4. First kill goes down for him, and a second as well, and now that pretty much is going to be VP. Oh, a team kill from Bolton to Phelps. Actually stopped him, I think, from denying the bomb plant.
Yeah.
Would have been very close, but what happened there?
I'm not really sure, but it's again Phelps with the aggression at the ladder and getting a quick flank, making sure that round comes to Tempo Storm, so they will get to double digits once more here on the CT side of Train. And now we have to see what was Virtus Pro thinking about on that timeout. What is the play they feel they can go to finally get something going? Snacks will get the op again. He's 3-10 right now. He's used to being able to be, you know, a lot of freedom to attack the outer yard and be able to open up things for VP. He hasn't been able to do that today. In fact, the only person doing much has been Pasha over at Ivy.
Yep.
He's certainly put in some work. In fact, he won them around with that pushback calls and flanking the retake at Inner. So these other guys need to step up. No one else has really been helping them out at this point. We are going to see VP open up pretty similarly to how they have been most rounds. Just a couple players towards Ivy. Neo over here towards the inner halls. We're looking to see if they can't get some type of pick here at Ivy once more. Thus far, they haven't been able to.
That's the key thing. It's been very toothless in their attacks. They haven't really been getting a lot of the entry kills. It's really been falling on Pasha. He's the only guy that's really been like pushing his way out, getting the opening picks. Snacks has got a couple as well, but as you say, 3 kills for him. I think Bjarli's on 2 or 3. He also had a really poor performance yesterday on Cobblestone, 1 for 11 at one point. So VP taking it in turns, it seems to underperform. But if they can salvage a few rounds here, if they can finish strong as they did on Dust 2, maybe, just maybe, there's some hope still left alive.
Oh, Lucas, though, being able to get Neo. So already VP a play down. Snacks is looking for the trade back with the op, but no one's showing themselves. No one's giving him a chance to get an opener.
And that's a confrontation you have to win if you're going to start to get back into this. You'd fancy Neo in that situation to pick up the kill. Now, is Bjarli going to best Phelps? Close range affair. It will be a 2-on-1 trade-off. Phelps has been flashed, will be picked off from Bjarli, so that's a good answer. And this now allows the T's to funnel away behind the trains and try and get around the back of the CTs. And again, this keeps them in caught in 2 minds. You can see Boltsy's frantically darting between his backside and the front side. Bjarli goes right past him. Will take down Showtime. N1. Oh, beautiful shots onto Snacks, and Bjarli gives his team the player advantage once again. The bomb's been dropped down and planted, but N1's going to get himself a 3rd kill. And a 4th kill as well. Beautiful AWP work. VP again get the bomb planted. And again, it will get defused. In actual fact, if it's possible, I'd like to see the scoreboard, see how many times we've had a bomb defuse. Must be a whole bunch of times.
It's one of those things where that can be so difficult to deal with as a CT team. When teams can get control of the back halls and are looking to put the inner bomb side on you, that can put you in such awkward positions if you're Tempo Storm, but they were able to get the read on it. Him with the quad kill with the op. He's up to 13-4 now, so he's definitely done his part. And it's just this Hin1 being able to get the information from Showtime, who went down and spawned that they were going to be flanking that area. He's able to find all those kills. And so Tempo Storm now have 11. Virtus Pro now have to do more with less. Just some Tech 9s, limited utility, and AKs. They are gathering up a bit more. No presence at Ivy this time around. They just want to see if they can't split outer, I believe. A couple players looking above ladder, while 3 are still tucked in here towards the connector. So it seems like at some point they would just want to run one of these splits once more, unless they're looking to do some type of fake, as the smokes and flashes do begin to ring out here.
Certainly do. Lucas, close range. They're not going to check it, but he gets flashbanged. He's just good for 1 kill. It could have been a whole lot worse, and that flash not landed right in his face, right in his pocket. Snacks with the Tech 9, but it's going to be Phelps once again with 3 kills, stopping the bomb plan. Pasha in another clutch scenario, but look, he's got 6 health and the bomb's dropped just ahead of him. Luckily for him, at least. I was about to say no one's in connector, but we will not need another defuse coming from Tempo Storm. By the way, they've defused 6 times.
I mean, Phelps just on a whole nother level this tournament, man. I mean, just think about how fast he was able to go from spraying at a target to just fine-tuning his aim for a couple of little bullets there underneath to make sure that the plant couldn't go down. Just the patience and the composure here from Phelps. He's been excellent for his team. 12-2 is a score, and yeah, I mean, so many retakes coming in from Tempo Storm, as you noted. That combined with their aggression being successful on a lot of times, I mean, they are just looking so sharp right now.
And that was one of the keys to success. They said on the desk, you know, if Tempo Storm want to win, they're going to have to be sick on their retakes, right? They have definitely done that so far. I think it's safe to say. 12-2, this is almost as poor as I've seen VP on their T side. I guess the other side of the coin there is that Tempo Storm have just been that good. But they've lost 2 players so far. Bolter's going to almost faceplant into Pasha's barrel of his gun, and he will get dispatched in kind. So looking much better for VP, but is it too little too late? They're only be potentially getting 3 rounds out of this, and then one is still alive. Not for long. Showtime will avenge him. Picks up his AWP. Going to have to make this a truly remarkable clutch. He's got 1 kill so far, 4 more players to find a frag. Gonna have to rinse and repeat. HE goes down, does knock Bjarly closer to death. 33 health left for him. Showtime has to charge in, and he's gonna get picked off on the cross. VP have got their 3rd round. This CT sign is gonna have to be flawless though. And we're gonna find out if it is right after this very short break, so we'll be right back. Welcome back. A very lackluster performance from VP. The only player that really showed anything was Pash, who's on over 100 ADR, and his team trailed 12-3. That goes to show how poorly the rest of the team has performed so far. But here we go. VP on the CT side, Dust. It's doable, but it's going to be extremely difficult, and this pistol is paramount.
Exactly. And if this pistol goes to Tempo Storm, it almost doesn't matter that Tempo Storm's T-side can be much weaker on this map. So we'll see what can happen here. Snack's going to get aggressive at the T-connector, but everyone's ready for it.
Everyone knew exactly what was coming at him. Beautiful headshot with the Glock close range. 2 Molotovs in play for Tempo Storm. Oh, Leo. N1, live by sword, you die by sword. The one taps are real. Taz now has the very difficult task of holding off this bomb plant, but he can't do that. Of course, he's too deep, too far down the train tracks, and Showtime will finally pick him off. 3-on-3 though, and with his P2000 one tap, he did give his team a chance, I should say, to get themselves back onto the site. Bialy will pick off Showtime, and Phelps is just biding his time in the smoke. Very well played, patient play. Now going to be looking onto the site, but he's actually going to be caught out. Meanwhile, Catwalker is going to be the defuse from Neo. The interference bait play was real, and just to add salt in the wounds, Pasha will take down Phelps afterwards.
I'm so surprised that Phelps didn't just commit to trying to kill the defuser. You saw that he saw that guy on the upper bridge and tried to transfer his aim up there to deal with that, which, you know, just allowed the full defuse to go off. I'm not sure if he thought it was like a fake defuse, but it really seems like he should have just tried to commit more to the diffuser there. It did not pan out, and so there you have it, VP. They take the pistol, so now at least they're alive on this map. Without that, it seems like Temple Storm may have just ran away with it, but now there's a way in for VP. Should be able to put this up to 6.
Of course, deja vu from when we saw, I believe it was Showtime, wreck a couple players on the ladders. Smoke just into the bathroom. There's Taz with a P90. It's such a brutal weapon to contend with in eco rounds on the B side. Second kill for him. N1 has the bomb and a flashbang, but just a Glock. And got a feel he's not going to even get the bomb planted. He will fall prey to Neo's M4. Solid start for VP. Don't lose any players.
So well done. I mean, this is going to put Temple Storm in an interesting position now, because now they can't just simply run with the map. They lost a pistol. Now they're going to have to work for it. And they did struggle to close against SK. I mean, they had the big CT side in the first half, yes, but it took them quite a while to actually punch that one through. So they are going to be met with that challenge once more. They want to steal this map away from VP. They're going to get the earlier buy thanks to that first round bomb plant. They have the AKs, they have the Gleos, and they're wasting no time. They're looking to just attack this outer bomb site right away. Smokes and Molotovs coming in. So far, no kills, but a lot of damage being dealt.
You could see that Neo was running a very tight line between burning alive or not. He's heavily flashed, and meanwhile, Tempo Storm are just destroying Snacks. Again, playing patiently with Max 7. It's going to stop the bomb from being planted. It's dropped out on the opposite side of the train now to him as he has scurried away into connector. Bialy will put the bomb down again. 2-on-2. Going to use the smoke as well. That's going to make it a lot more rough for Tempo Storm, but more importantly, allows him to relocate on top of the site. And Snacks, in the meanwhile, is snaking his way around the backside, so Bialy needs to stay alive, but he's not going to be able to do it. Snacks may be a bit too slow on this rotation, leaving Bialy out to dry. Now with the USP in the Mag 7, can he feasibly stop this two-man strong Tempo Storm? The good news for him, though, is the bomb hasn't been planted just yet, and he has spotted the first player, tapping across a couple times. This is where you'd love to have an AK-47, you'd love to have an M4 picked up. But instead, he's just got the USP, and he's been spotted. There's two different angles he has to watch out for. He's hoping one of them push him and he gets a free frag. It's not going to happen. Tempo Storm playing this very smart, but at some point, I was about to say, if this standoff continues, he'd have to get a move on to plant the bomb. Not required. Bolts takes him down.
So the first buy from Tempo Storm does come through. You can see Virtus Pro are doing pretty well to get into some good positions by the bomb train and catch some Tempo Storm members off guard. It kept them in the round, but in the end, Tempo Storm find Bialy. And they play that 2v1 very patient. You know, they weren't quite sure where that last player would be coming from. They didn't just rush to grab the bomb and plant it. They were waiting things out, playing together, and making sure they closed the round. So they have it. It's 13-5. We do see VP buy up here, but if this doesn't work, their economy is going to be wrecked, and that's where Tempo Storm could just run away with the map. So this is kind of VP's last chance.
It certainly is. And this would be Tempo Storm if they do convert this huge lead into the map at 2-0 to the good, moving across the Inferno. And again, neither side has really filled you with confidence from VP. It's not as if their T side was epic, but their CT side has been lackluster.
I don't think I've ever seen them have that lackluster of a T side on track. I can't remember the last time they've only had 3 rounds. That was insane.
Agree with you. They got bomb plants, but then the retakes just time and time and time again. They couldn't hold on to what they were getting. Now with a 5-7 and a Max 7. This lone smoke has landed on A, but that keeps 4 of the CTs on here. Here comes the aggression. It's going to be Phelps who will bag himself the first kill. Neo on the site will be getting himself taken out. 3-on-3 again. VP keeping it close. Snacks in heaven is going to be a real pain in the backside for Tempo Storm to contend with. Misses his shot, gives his position away. And now you feel like it could be a case of Tempo Storm just moving their way in through this smoke and trying to pick up kills. That being said, they do concede the first kill in this 3-on-3. Leaving N1 and Phelps with it all to do. Snacks goes out looking. He will get punished. 25 seconds left. Bomb hasn't been planted just yet, but both team members on the A side looking to pull the trigger. And once again, we are going to see this rotation from Pasha this time with the Mag 7 again. Whereas previously, Bjarli had already died in this situation by now. Taz is playing it more passively. They know they've got plenty of time to get this bomb defused. They just got to get the first kill, but it's such a rough site to retake. There's so many positions that a terrorist could be hanging out in. One of which is Heaven. Pasha picked off Taz. On 100% of his health, is going to try and get something done. Switches across to the AK, and that's going to cost him his life. Although, to be fair, it was only a matter of time before he fell anyway. 14-5 now, Dust, and the VP economy is in tatters.
Yeah, it's not looking good for them. It looks like Tempestorm are going to do it at this point, as we just see Tempestorm put the smoke out of T-Connector, just allowing them to get out, and then they just took aim duels. They didn't smoke wall the bomb train or anything special. They just put one out on Z. They took fights, and they won them. We did see a little bit of an awkward exchange at Z-Connector. You saw Tempestorm kind of throw away a player for free with Showtime, but then Snacks kind of went out there, even though VP had a 3v2. He threw his life away, and it got it back into an even situation, and Tempestorm took it, and now the repercussions of that are that VP have to play out these next couple of rounds with probably just pistols. As long as Tempestorm are careful, they should be fine, but there's Pasha. He grabs a kill at Ivy. He's going to be able to pick up a gun for that, but now Bolts and Phelps have chimed in for Tempestorm, so they get the man advantage right back, and they're looking to close this one out.
It's hard to see how VP can get anything out of this round from this point. Bjarli and Taz have P250s, one of which has just been taken out, courtesy of Phelps. MP7 has been claimed from Neo. Nice shot from Taz, but he's not able to convert that one. Just the one dink on Showtime. Will answer back with the AK. And now Neo's MP7 and CZ, all that remains. He's going to be running in with the CZ. That one tap potential on Showtime is very, very doable, and he has picked that up. So it's going to be the AK-47. He doesn't have Kevlar, though. And it's not going to matter because he gets the bullet between the eyes anyway from Bolts. Tempestorm have 10 map points.
It's looking like they've done it. Virtus Pro, they do get a full buy here, but this is it. They're going to have to win every single round from this point forward if they want to be able to win this in regulation. Actually, just to get into overtime. I mean, they need to get 10 in a row, so this is not looking good, but we'll see if they can do it, see if they can make it happen here. The test of a true champion, to make a comeback like this on your map. They've passed that one before, but can they do it now?
Sure is a mark of a truly exceptional team is battling back against the odds when it looks all but lost. This round is their last lifeline, and lacking on grenades, no defuse kit, no warp in play. We know that VP are very solid riflers though, but again they concede the first kill. And again it's Phelps that will claim it for himself, and now it opens up a lot of leeway onto the A side. 3 players on A for VP. No surprises who's on B, it's Taz. Bomb still in control for Tempestorm as they're trying to make a decision as to which site they want to press on.
See them setting up a pop flash to get control of ladder room here. The rest of T-Connectors are looking to split this outer bomb site once more. Bjarli up close with the M4 to see if he can put a stop to it. So far, no kills, but Pasha grabs one.
Bjarli's still up on the train, though, so he could do some serious damage. The flashbangs are landing, actually falls down into the Molotov, and that's going to end his life. 3-on-3 now. Pasha with the M4. Second time, he has been the only shining light for VP. And he may have just given them the opportunity to get at least one of these rounds back. 30 seconds, but it's N1 and his AWP. He'd like to get a sidearm out here, potentially, if he gets close range, but he's just got a Glock. Molly's going to connect onto Neo, so it's going to force him out of position. In doing so, N1 picks up the first kill. How is he still alive? He very nearly, I felt, was close to trying to trigger off onto Taz, but Taz will save his team. The problem is, though, they lost 4 players, so they're not even going to have a great buy up this round either.
It is certainly true, but money is tight on Tempestorm as well, so I'm sure they're probably not even really going to buy up into this one too much. You might see them get some pistols, 1 AK onto Bolts, but not heavily dipping into this. I mean, they have plenty of rounds to work with. There's no need for them to get too crazy, but there you have it. VP taking that first step, being able to pick up that round. We do see Tempestorm setting up here with all their players in the inner halls, but look at this. Neo getting aggressive with the Mag 7. What can he do? He finds one.
Especially with the lack of armor. Taz is there as well. The 2-man death squad living up to its name, but N1 actually just charges out with the Tech 9, gets himself the headshot, so now that makes 7. In fact, the AK-47 will get picked up from Boltz's corpse, who bought that to equalize the economy at the start of the round. Again, though, N1 without the Kevlar has a tall task ahead of him. Bjarly, Snacks, Pasha will be facing off against him. One of which is Pasha, who's starting to dart his way up from the T-spawn. Is anyone going to expect this? Yes, he will, but Pasha's too fast on the trigger. VP have saved 2 of the required 10 rounds to take us into overtime.
And again, Pasha playing very well for VP, up to 23 kills, but no one's even in the ballpark of that on the rest of the team. But we'll see if they can start getting that going. And again, Taz, very well known for his inner bomb site defense. See if he can start putting numbers up. Snacks now opting on the CT side. He's having a rough time finding openings on the terrace side, but maybe he can do better here to defend. So we are going to see Tempo Storm back into a buy once more. A little bit limited on utility, so it doesn't give them a lot of room to play around with. So they're just going to rush outer once again immediately.
Now look at all of the real estate they've already picked up. A carpet of fire is put down just behind the site. Lucas with the first shot, time of the second. This could be all over for VP. The bomb's been planted as well. Meanwhile, Taz and Neo trying to step up big for their team is now on Taz. He's already got 1. Make that 2. Lucas is low. All things considered, this is actually doable. N1's going to just chill out in Pop Dog. Decent position. Taz did spot Lucas and he didn't see him cross, so it's a pretty solid chance that he would be round this corner. He pre-fires it. And he will get the rewards. He's still a little bit curious as to where the last player is. Got the defuse kit now. Charging onto the site. Oh, the time is so low. He's going to have to tickle this and hope that N1 peeks him and gets this insta-kill. He's not going to get it done. N1 will take him out. Gives Tempo Storm a 2-0 lead. Both maps have been fairly one-sided. VP they're against the ropes. There's no other way to say it.
They definitely are. There's no doubt about that. What a game from Tempo Storm, taking Train away from Virtus Pro, one of the biggest Train wins that they've ever had, and one of the only times that Virtus Pro has lost to a team outside the top 10 of the world on it, or outside the elite teams of Train like a Navi or Fnatic. So really well done. Bold statement from Tempo Storm there. Just it's weird because Tempo Storm looked more like VP than VP did on T side. They were the ones that were pushing the issue outer. They were getting aggressive. They were hitting in the first 10 or 15 seconds. They were getting in VP's face and bullying them. On the CT side, they were the ones getting aggressive. They were the ones doing the fast flanks and getting in people's face in ladder room and T connector. Meanwhile, you saw VP, they were playing almost timid on the T side. They were worried. Even after their timeout, they didn't really make a huge adjustment. It seemed like they were just kind of still looking to see if they could pick Ivy. Never were finding openings there. Meanwhile, you have Tempo Storm just wreaking havoc on them, doing whatever they want. You know, they only gave up 3 rounds. It was a monster CT side. So it just seemed like VP didn't look themselves. They didn't look like the Train team I'm used to seeing. They're not looking like the VP that we were seeing at DreamHack Malmö and the Major, who were starting to come out of that hole they had dug themselves in the beginning of the year. Meanwhile, Tempo Storm just doing great things. They're up 2-0 now, and we're going to get the opinions of the analysts now at this point. Take it away, Puckett.
2-0 start here for Tempo Storm, and they just got it done on Train, a map that we were really worried for them on.
This is analyst hell, isn't it, really? Because, you know, we are looking at
Money's
facts.
still good,
You're
though.
using facts, you're using statistics.
Well, we're using facts and figures.
Just throw those away,
Don't let me see that. Don't let me see my handwriting. It's terrible, of course. Crayons. Anyway, point is, we are using all the facts and all the data that's available to us, and it just doesn't matter here. It just doesn't mean anything in this tournament.
No.
And Virtus Pro, to lose Train to Tempo Storm, it's just absurd. It's just ridiculous. I mean, to be fair, at least Pasha got a case, though.
He got a chroma case.
He got a chroma case, so...
Keep your skins, kids. All right, so Thorn.
He's the only person who's going to have skins left.
What did you see, though, from Tempo Storm? What happened?
Well, I mean, interestingly, they did do what they did against SK Gaming. They just got a monster CT half. But the thing is, that was what... If Virtus... This shows you how out of form and how out of sorts Virtus Pro is. This can't just be considered like they're having a bad tournament. They're in a really bad situation in terms of where they are as a team, because Train T-side is the one thing they still held on to. They still had that in their back pocket against everyone. They're really strong on T-side there, and they had nothing this time around. I mean, they didn't even slightly get going until the game was almost over, essentially. And also... I mean, one of our keys for victory, Snacks has to be the best player. Not even vaguely the best player. I haven't seen him be the best player until like the beginning of the tournament almost. I mean, he's having real problems. And so I think that whole aspect of like, he's the new AWPer, that's got to end at this point. That's not working okay.
You have to stop that. It's time to get rid of that. And, you know, I felt like, you know, Pasha did certainly what he had to do. You know, large number of frags, definitely earned that.
I think he had like 14 in the first half, and the next highest on the team was 6.
I mean, you can see his ADR, it's over 100. He's done his job, right? Now, Neo had some nice little moments, some sort of clutch moments, or rather he had flurries of kills where he put them back into the reckoning in rounds. And Taz did his job as well. But like I say, the Snacks and Bialy pairing, which is so vitally important to Virtus Pro, both for different reasons. Like, Snacks got to be the all-rounder, and Bialy, of course, is your point man. He's your entry fragger. Well, just non-existent in the series.
At this point, you're saying, what's the point man?
Excellent, I love that, great. Tempo Storm.
Hell week.
I was just going to let it go.
A night of the improv. Tempo Storm, you can see, again, what they've had is they've had consistency across the board throughout the tournament. N1, like Duncan says, I don't think he's ever going to be that carry-over, but he hit some amazing shots and he was opening up sights here. Lucas won, the other twin, he's channeled him, or whatever they do, whatever twins do. And, he managed to have a real good performance, which is rare. And that's been the thing. You think about Showtime making that clutch to get them through here and win the first map. Everybody's done something for Tempo Storm. Meanwhile, over at Virtus Pro, there's a lot of people, conspicuous by their absence.
Thorn, you clearly pointed out the issues that we're seeing from Virtus Pro, but let's talk a little bit about this Tempo Storm squad. And what I like seeing is we went into the half and it was about a 3-kill disparity from the top fragger to the bottom fragger. It just seems to be a team effort.
Yeah.
Is it just fundamentals of CS that other teams aren't bringing to the table, or do they do something special? How does this team operate?
I mean, it is true when you look at Virtus Pro, obviously, here, a couple of them, terrible fragging performance here. I mean, the bottom two had 8 kills each on Virtus Pro, so you add that together, that's not that much less. That's only 1 frag more than the worst player on Tempo Storm. So you're out-fragged convincingly there. That's probably the most interesting thing about this particular side is when you look at the Brazilian team and you know the history of how the Brazilian scene got good with Fallen coming in with tactics and then piece by piece you putting the right players together. The storyline should, in that narrative, be like, oh, you're not that skilled, but you got the great tactics like it was with the old Luminosity squad. So the idea that like the whole team top to bottom are having like either maps where everyone frags well, or like, okay, this time it's your turn, Showtime, you're top of the scoreboard now. Oh, now Phelps is up there, now Bolt's up there. The idea they've got this like depth of talent is quite insane because it's the second best Brazilian team. It was hard enough to make one Brazilian team that had all these really sick players in and everyone's going off. So this is kind of astounding. If it can continue, they are going to become a top team. Now, will it? I don't know if it will at the moment. This is obviously a lower level of competition, unfortunately, that they're playing against. So overall, yeah, very impressive.
Yeah, and the reason it's happening, I think, is because on that T side, we talked about that explosive kind of power they have. Their spacing is really, really good. They have this very good understanding where it's not coming out drips and drabs. They don't seem to get phased and caught out by the Molotovs, which are like might separate that 5-man push on the rushes. And they're all coming out together. And you see, it's very hard for the observers who've done a great job all tournament catching the action because you'll just go 1, 2, 3, quick kills. Now that's amazing. And then on the CT side, the way they trade kills so effective and efficient. So that's why you're seeing the scorelines the way they are. They've been brilliant all tournament.
2 games in the books now for Tempo Storm. They are 1 game away from joining SK in the grand finals tomorrow, where $55,000 is on the line. Let's talk a little bit, just close to it. Let's talk a little bit about this game 3, though, and a little bit about the mental game from Virtus Pro. I was talking to some of the fans again during the games, and they said VP is totally a momentum team. They feed
Didn't
off
those
of
same
that.
fans tell you that this was their turn now on
Yeah,
China?
they did.
Yeah. Oh, that shows what fans
They brought
know.
me a beer to apologize for being wrong. But no, Virtus Pro, we've seen them. Once they get rolling, then they start to like step up their game even further and further. We saw that in Optic Series last night. Are they out of this series before the game even began in your mind?
If you're talking about getting them rolling here, right, this is like trying to start a car on a cold, Sunday morning, it just won't turn over, and you've got to do it on Inferno, so you're starting it uphill because they don't even play that map. It's one of their weakest maps. It's not happening. They're out. They're done. I mean, think about it. Tempo Storm, the position they're in now, it would have to be a mad choke to Virtus Pro to get back in this. It's done. Tempo Storm are in the final.
And your girlfriend was out last night. She didn't fill up the tank.
Yeah, but let's keep this metaphor going. She didn't fill up the tank.
Yeah.
I'm going to have words with her when I get
She's
home.
left the fuzzy dice.
So she's only bloody
those.
left me.
So you guys think it's a clear 3-0? Now, I did figure out the rules. I did figure out the rules. Whoever picks the map for the first 4 games, the opponent gets to choose the side. So, of course, this is going to be a Tempo Storm map pick here on Inferno. You're going to pick a side here now being Virtus Pro. Do you just go CT right away?
I think I probably would, yeah. Because, I mean, at this point in time, if you put yourself on T side, if you have the kind of T side you just had on this particular map here, the series is over already. Yeah, congrats. See ya. You're off. Bye. See. Oh, yeah. Oh, we really hope we can make it to the final. We're going to try. Night. That's the end at that point in time, right? It's nothing more to say.
Anything else before I throw it to break?
No, just, congratulations. Tempo Storm are playing amazing. Like I said, I think they're already in. I mean, I don't see how Virtus Pro can claw back. Stranger things have happened in Counter-Strike, but this would be right up there with one of the great comebacks.
All right, well, we're seeing a whole lot of moves in the rankings right now in the competitive CSGO scene. Right now, Tempo Storm is showing people why they think they should be ranked a little bit higher. We'll find out, can they close out the best of 5 series against Virtus Pro? Game 3 is coming up next when we come back.
Here we go into the third map. It's going to be Inferno. VP, I can't believe I'm actually saying this, are trailing 2-0 after getting destroyed on Train. Collectively, they've only picked up 15 rounds so far over Dust 2 and Train, and 3 rounds overall on Train T-side, something that I honestly never thought would happen. Certainly not today.
It's definitely depressing to see, because again, we know that VP were having a slow start this year, right? At DreamHack Leipzig, they were losing to Mouse and Dignitas. They fell way out of that tournament. At IM Katowice, yeah, they lost to Fnatic, but they just got blitzed on it.
Yep.
But then you see them in MLG Columbus. They only team to take a map off of Luminosity. They got their top 8 finish there. They ensured their legendary status. At DreamHack Malmö, they were looking a little bit better there as well, getting out of groups. But now, even in that lesser period at the beginning of the year, at least they still had Train, right? I mean, that's something that Thorn brought up. They always had that T-side Train going for them. They weren't losing to any teams they shouldn't be losing to on it. It's really only Na'Vi that was able to best them very much. And now they just lost to Tempo Storm, a team that doesn't even really play Train. So it just goes to show that there definitely still is some struggles there. I mean, one good thing going for them is at least Pasha, who was getting a lot of criticism, has actually been playing pretty well throughout this tournament. But, I mean, where was Snacks at? I mean, that's really big, because he had a pretty good tournament up to this point. He was their stats leader. He was doing well at Malmö. He was doing well at the Major, but he's not looking good in this series. And now we're on Inferno. It's a map that, yeah, VP don't play a whole heck of a lot. It's not that they can't play it. On the CT side in particular here, I mean, they're really good at controlling Banana, for example, so that's going to give Tempo Storm maybe a little bit of a challenge. They like to do those triple man pushes, smoking it deep. They like to do that consistently. Neo with the op usually pretty good. They were just crushing Optic last night on it for sure on the CT side. But this is going to be a different test, right? I mean, Tempo Storm looks in much better form, so this is going to be a way different challenge for Virtus Pro here on Inferno against Tempo Storm.
And the worrying thing for me as well is not just the fact that their CT sides haven't been anything special, but their T sides have been so lackluster. This is their choice of map, which suggests that they'll probably be starting on the T side. So, oh, sorry, pardon me, actually. It's Tempo Storm's choice, right. So they'll be starting on the CT side, but then when they go through onto the T side, 3 rounds on train, like, do you expect them to really get anything done on the T side of Inferno?
It's one of those things where Tempo Storm and Inferno are excellent in the NA scene. I think they're 6 for 6 in their online play, but not a lot of teams really play Inferno in the NA scene, though they have beat like teams like Renegades, who are pretty good on Inferno and such, as well as Optics. I mean, they're getting their wins in the NA scene. On LAN, I think they've won it against Selfless and EFrag, but they lost to Envy, I think 14-16. So they haven't really beaten like a big Inferno team, right? But VP aren't necessarily a big Inferno team. So I think VP, as Richard Lewis said, they've probably got this one locked in. They're probably going to 3-0 the series here. But let's see if there's some fight left in Virtus Pro. Definitely the crowd is rooting for them, hoping that maybe they can do something to chance out there. So let's see what will happen.
All right, let's see if VP can heat things up here on Inferno, starting on the CT side. It is so important that this time they get a good start. Both the last 2 maps, they've started a 5-0 deficit. So hamstrung from the very beginning. Get this pissed around. Get yourselves into the rounds here. N1 pushing up. There's Taz, P2000. He's going to be in Swarm. Oh, 3 kills for Taz! All headshots, all from the very stationary position. The turret goes off. Bialy's there. And the CTs have started this round incredibly well. This is what we were looking for. But can they keep it going? Now they've got to convert the next couple rounds. They know it's probably going to be a force spy coming against them. How do they deal with this?
Really well done there from that pistol work of Taz at the car. Again, VP very good at controlling Banana on this map on the CT side, and they're already doing that on the pistol round. We are going to go ahead and see Tempo Storm buy up some Tech 9s and head armor here. Seeing a few players towards alt mid, as well as Phelps still trying to see if he can't do something here at B. But Snacks is going to put a little bit of pressure there with that P90, but does back off pretty quickly.
Tempo Storm going to be trying to filter their way through. Very much a split attack so far. Occupying apps, making sure no CTs are hiding there. So getting real estate, but typically this is going to be given to a T side. It's what you do afterwards that really counts. Can you burst out onto the site? Can you get that opening pick? That's where things start to get a bit worrisome for VP. But both teams pretty standard stuff so far. Nothing out of the ordinary.
No, I mean, it's just an initial pressure from VP at Banana, but now they begin to back up in default positions. But Tempo Storm, they're definitely looking to hit this. They do have that one smoke on Phelps to throw to block all Snacks at CT spawn, then they'll just begin to push up. So we'll see if Snacks can defend. He does peek it. He does spot it. He'll put his counter smoke out as well.
He will, Bialy, with the M4 is going to get just overran. So unfortunate timing maybe from Snacks to pull out that smoke. Wasn't expecting the push on. The bomb's been planted. N1 peeks up, gets his head ripped off his shoulders from the P90. Next up to the walk is Lucas, and he will fall down the exact same way. Phelps picked off from Taz. A decent retake overall from the CTs. I think VP might be a little bit annoyed that they allowed the bomb plant to come in the first place.
Yeah, it's a small victory for Tempo Storm to get the money, but still well done from Virtus Pro. Snacks with the hat trick there, just making sure that VP take that second round. Again, they need this map. If not, they're eliminated from the tournament. And they're starting to put some of the pieces together, at least in these beginning rounds. Tempo Storm not able to buy off the back of that bomb plant, as they had invested a lot into Tech 9s and armor just to get it down. So you will see them just be conservative here. Look to save up for that next round. Maybe try to get another plant, but they have no utility this time around. Just a few upgraded pistols, and there is that bottom banana smoke from Taz. But Tempo Storm, they're just going to push right through it with bolts.
N1 will definitely have an AWP next round if he wants it. And it's going to be Snacks with a P90. 2 kills for him. On 3 health as well. Very nearly fell down. He's making that P90 pay for itself. Bialy with the downtown nade lands in the face of N1. He's going to have to bounce back in round 4. Showtime and Lucas. They still have the Deagle in play. Always crazy things can happen. Shifting across the other P250, has more bullets left in it. Lucas, oh, misses his chance. He's probably gonna get punished for that. Down to 6 health he goes. And still so much time to play with for the T side of Tempo Storm, but not a lot of health to play with for Lucas.
Yeah, this should be in the books here for VP. They should be going up 3-0 here any moment now. But Tempo Storm will be able to get their full buy into the next round. That's where we'll see how things are going to go.
Pasha watching the angle. They spotted Lucas in app, so there's a very real possibility that mid-peak would come in. And there's Snacks and his double kill in Banana. But here we go. Here's the open play for any. And here's the rest of the AKs being picked up from the rest of Tempo Storm. Still 2 SMGs in the hands of VP. That MP9 could be a bit of an issue. Let's see how Neo uses it.
And here comes a triple man push from Banana. VP love to do this. Neo actually going to get a little bit aggressive there at mid with the Incendiary. Just try to really force Tempo Storm to just kind of sit back, not allow them any early map control, making them just stick back at T-stairs and at the back of alt mid, slowing things down. And now you even see BLA and company stretching out. They can just continue to smoke the bottom and just control this. Eventually they will rotate that third player back around. And there you do see Taz beginning to leave. Well, they've already killed a little bit of time. They still do have a couple of smokes for Banana as well as an Incendiary here onto Pasha if he ever needed to go back with it. And so, yeah, it's just denying Banana the Tempo Storm. This is what they were doing against Optic last night. And what you do see them do traditionally.
Yeah, and it paid off dividends for them. We only really saw Mixwell step up for Optic Gaming yesterday on Inferno, and what a performance he had. Ridiculous frags. Let's see if Tempo Storm have a couple more players within them that can step up and deliver performances. Flashes in mid. So far, so good for VP. Especially as Bialy's gone all the way down to Bananas. This is so much information that's given across to VP, but the kill's now coming in. Phelps managing to push his way through into Arches. He's going to bait out Pasha, but Pasha jumps around the corner. Will land the headshot. Taz, a duel to the death, which he comes out worse for wear on. Neo now from behind. Here's the aforementioned MP9. One frag comes down. He's going to have to reload. But that smoke will actually keep him alive. They wanted to re-peek it, and as soon as Showtime pulls his grenade out, he will die. Third kill from Neo, all with the MP9. And now Bolts is between multiple angry poles, and he will fall prey to the MP9 as well. Neo takes down 4 players, and it will be a defused. Big round for VP.
Yeah, definitely well done, Neo, with the quad kill. You can't ask for much more out of him there, except for the ace. So well defended from VP. They will move up to round at number 4. A bomb plant did come in there from Tempo Storm. It helps the money along a little bit, yes, but it's still VP not allowing Tempo Storm any rounds just yet. We are going to see Tempo Storm immediately buy up into this, and here you can see Neo just being able to wrap around the lane and get all of these frags. It's really helping VP out again. Again, their tournament lives are on the line at this point, and they're building up a nice economy here on the CT side. So it's looking real good. Tempo Storm forcing what they can into this, but it is a bit limited aggression at mid from Virtus Pro.
This could end up backfiring on them, though, because the position of Phelps for a couple seconds there looked like he could line them up, but he gets burnt out. Taz did the bulk of the damage. Neo finishes him off with the Incendiary. Neo close range gets destroyed from Lucas. We saw him doing this yesterday against Optic as well. He had a completely ridiculous performance, Neo.
Indeed, and this is one of the maps where he almost is exclusively the opper on the CT side for this team lately. And he was able to get 1 kill, tried to go for an aggressive performance pick, but just got caught off. But it's still VP with the man advantage here. Tempo Storm, their last 2 remaining members, looking to work their way up Banana. They do have 1 smoke and a couple of flashes to try to block off CT spawn, perhaps, and flash their way into the site. There are 2 players in the area, however.
Snacks taking energy from the crowd, it would seem. 5-0 go VP, so actually retaliating in kind. They've conceded the 5-0 deficit the last 2 rounds. This time they're going to leapfrog their way up. Snacks hasn't died yet either. 8-1-0.
That's great to see, especially how he was looking on train to see him look like this. He is the B-bomb side anchor for this team on that CT side, and so far he has delivered as VP up 5-0. Tempo Storm here just on Tech 9s now, looking to just press into B, and once again they're going to meet up with Snacks, who's been perfect thus far.
The grenade's doing so much damage alongside the incendiary. You feel like Snack should probably just clean this up. He has to switch to the 5-7. That's going to cost him his life. And now suddenly, in the blink of an eye, VP find themselves a player behind. And the B site is open, right, for the taking. Yeah, Tempo Storm will go through and get this bomb planted.
Yeah, we were focused on Snacks there for a while, but there was a lot of kills going on the other side of the map from Tempo Storm, so it gets them into a 3v2, and the bomb is in fact going to go down. So Tempo Storm, they may find their first round here, unless Neo and Taz can make this retake happen. They do have a few nades to work with, and the very low health players here for Tempo Storm, so it's certainly possible.
And not great weapons either. And one with a P250, Tech 9 for Phelps. They go for the incendiary onto Dark. No one's home. Phelps, meanwhile, can hear the footsteps next to him. And with that 9 health, he's going to go big. First kill onto Neo. Darts away back into ruins where there's smoke, but Taz comes up with 3 kills. He has a defuse kit as well. He's going to go straight for the defuse. Meanwhile, Phelps is tapping. Gets killed, and Taz could be able to get this. It's going to be so close. Oh, it's going to detonate in his face. So unfortunate. A great attempt from Taz, but it was too little too late.
And I feel like we may have cursed Snacks. He was perfect up until that point, but no kills on that B-bomb site hold. And again, we saw Tempo Storm being able to collect some kills on the opposite side of the map, so it gave him a slight edge going into that one. And Phelps, again, with some great plays to hold off that retake from happening. He's the top fragger so far here on the T side for Tempo Storm. He's been one of their best players throughout the tournament, I feel like. Really putting himself in a position to be maybe the MVP of this tournament when it's all said and done, if they can keep it up. That's the first one for Tempo Storm. They do have the op in Hin1's hands now, and they are going to once again get held off from getting control of Banana with those smokes, so they just have to kind of sit back once more. And this plays into Tempo Storm style. They usually are a slower, more methodical team. On Train, we saw them be quite explosive, so a little bit out of character. But here you do see them just calming things down, waiting it out, not being too worried about VP holding off Banana in the early part of the round. So they will still have plenty of clock left later on down the line.
Definitely showing a lot of respect for VP's defense. So Optic time and time again got Banana and just get completely ruined off VP. Tempo Storm keeping their options open, keeping their cards close to their chest. Smoke and Boiler, stop Lucas for now. Flashbang in mid, similar effect onto Phelps. And now, Bialy was on A originally, he had a half a mind to rotate his way to B, then he get caught in transition, decides to go back to A again, but they've conceded the first kill of the round. This is looking good now for Tempo Storm. 40 seconds left, and they've got control over apps, and are getting more and more of a grip on mid. Bialy could be the key man here, though. He's in the alcove. If he can time this right and spray down a couple players in the backside, the round is over for Tempo Storm. Or if Pasha just opens up, 2 kills for him. Bialy also peaks at the same time. Perfect timing. Forces now Tempo Storm to just get a move on towards the B side. They've got 15 seconds left. The CTs have called this. Bialy is making moves as well. Snacks misses his chance. No, that could be it. The smoke is down. He's going to spray through the smoke, and Bialy has managed to land himself a kill. There is enough time to get this bomb planted, but N1 has 20 HP left and an AWP, and he's missed his chance. Down he goes. VP will pick up a 6th.
I mean, it all comes down to the exchange at that first level of middle. 3 kills popped off really fast there for Virtus Pro.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. That's pretty nuts.
Screenception right there.
That's
nice.
Interesting. As again, just VP being able to win that duel out at middle, denying Tempo Storm any opportunities to crack open that A-bomb site. And we are going to see VP reset the economy of Tempo Storm. Now they're up 6-1. And it's just pistols here for Tempo Storm at this point. A few flashes.
Oh, so much fire in Banana as well. It's heads you win, tails I lose mentality. You either push into the firing squad or you stay there and just burn to death. Pasha is going to get caught. Pulled off the one shot, but the avenging frag did come in for Tempo Storm. Ooh, sneaky. Sneaky plays from any.
Does he just walk into B and plant it? Oh no, he got caught there from Bialy. So no ninja antics coming around at that point. And I mean, things are looking great for VP now. They're rolling. They have the economy going. They have the momentum. With that economy, they're able to just constantly deny Tempo Storm easy ability to take control of that Banana. So it's definitely getting tough here on Tempo Storm. They had an opportunity to 3-0 the series, but now they're getting bogged down. They will have a little bit of a better buy here now. Hin1 has been unable to really have the op much, and when he hasn't really found a whole heck of a lot, and really no one's had some big plays for Tempo Storm. Meanwhile, you have VP playing exceptionally here on this CT side. We're going to see Tempo Storm, again, just held up here at the beginning of T-Stairs. Now we even have apartments aggression going on from Virtus Pro. 2 players pressed way up into the bedroom and right at the entrance. So, I mean, Lucas and Showtime, usually the apartment control players for Tempo Storm, have gotten control of it on a couple of occasions, but this time they'll be met with resistance right away.
Yeah, the wallbang spot's knocking Neo down to below half of his health. Pasha's also ate quite a bit of damage alongside Taz, so the early flirtatious battles have gone the way of Tempo Storm, but Snacks once again. 2 kills for him and Banana, runs back to the site, he's golden. And for all the damage that Tempo Storm did at the beginning of the round, it has been nullified and then some. Smoke is going to come down from Pasha, I believe that was. Going to throw that just to keep Snacks alive for now. Buys up Bjarly enough time to get himself around. So much damage through the smoke. Bolt's down to 20 now. And really, it's looking as though Tempo Storm are out of ideas in this round.
Yeah, they have to back off Banana at this point. They're not even really sure what they want to do. The bomb's actually heading all the way back around towards T-Spawn. Yeah, they're actually just going to save these AKs. They are running out of money, so being able to hold on to 3 guns will at least give them something to work with in the next round. But Virtus Pro, they're going to go up to 8. So Tempo Storm really being denied much of anything here so far in Inferno.
Looks like a new team here, VP, on their CTA side. Definitely stepping things up.
And it seems like under the pressure, they've really been able to finally wake up here. Snacks particularly has done well. That's what you want to see.
Of course, it's always nice to start on the CT side of Inferno. It allows you to get that stability in earlier and get that momentum, get that confidence coursing through your veins. But Tempo Storm haven't really been able to get a great deal done. You know, they've not got that many entry frags, and even when they have, they've not been able to pull the trigger and get onto the site.
Right. Also got to get some props over to Bjarly. He's really had a rough time throughout a lot of this tournament, but he's definitely stepped up his game here on the CT side as well. 12 kills. Yeah. Meanwhile, Showtime with none. One of the efficacy leaders that they talked about in the pregame show. He's had a tough time on this one.
And again, the fire meets Tempo Storm. They're going to wait for this to extinguish.
Wow, look at the positioning from Virtus Pro. They have 3 already at B and 1 really close by.
No.
And uh-oh.
Why you do this?
Volvo, please.
Alrighty then. Well, we have obviously some issues here. Connectivity issues, I think. I'm not too sure on the ETA of that, but let's just discuss this map so far. It's been a complete turn of events from what we saw on both Dust 2 and Train. 16-8, 16-7 were those score lines. Already VP have nearly equalized what they managed to do on those maps, so it's been pretty nuts. But Tempo Storm, this may give them a chance to actually discuss amongst themselves about ideas that they can come to the table with for their T rounds, because so far they really haven't got that much done.
Yeah, I mean,
1 round is a fair score, I'd say. So
I feel like they've just been really shut out. You know, they haven't been able to get control of Banana at all. VP classically able to deny people that, you know, putting the triple band pressure there, keeping nades on you constantly. Snacks being able to play that particular position very well a lot of the time. So that's limiting Tempo Storm's options, of course. They can't even really get control of middle very much. I mean, that 1 round they actually had to execute middle, they got absolutely torn apart by Virtus Pro with the crossfire there at Porch and the corner there. So that's also not looking good. I mean, I do know that Tempo Storm does have a couple of plays developed where they can do like these really heavy hall push outs where they can like kind of triple man push halls or do some type of smoke on the side, something that you see Renegades actually do. I know that I've seen them run that play before, so I don't know if maybe they might elect to, you know, pull that one out. I mean, Tempo Storm has been known as an innovator on certain maps. I know on Cash they have some particularly cool executes that people probably don't see very often. I've seen them develop some different plays. We saw that weird thing on Dust 2 on the pistol round where they did the 2 players run boosts at the same time on the catwalk. So they are a team that, you know, do prep really hard. They do a lot of practice. They're very hard workers. And it's one of those things where maybe there's something, you know, in Peacemaker's playbook that he can turn to right now and say, hey, we haven't tried this one yet. This is something to do. But I think we're going to use this opportunity that we were given to get a little bit more insight mid-game this time around from some of our analysts to kind of see what they think maybe Tempo Storm might be able to do. So, Puckett, what do you got over there for us?
Fellas, this is not what we expected. We said this is a dead battery in a broken car. but somehow the plow is just running full force right now.
It's just no point in even saying anything. Really. I don't know what brought us on the film. Nothing we say is going to be right. So what's the point, guys? Like,
what lies do you want to tell now,
I think
Richard?
Pasha's going to put on a 2-2, and it's just insane, isn't it? Like, everything's going wrong.
This is the most unpredictable tournament that I can remember in CS.
None of this makes sense. This is a map that Tempo Storm should be able to dominate on. They should be off to a pretty good start. They've had some amazing, T sides. They've been very good. They've had good results against good teams on this map. So for Virtus Pro to be holding them here is really incredible, because this is a map that I would probably say after Dust 2 would be one of the ones where they really didn't want to pick until this recent development where Cobble was sort of becoming their kryptonite. So just a crazy series so far.
And it's very big for Virtus Pro to get this map. Obviously not just because they're facing elimination, but if they win this one, remember, Cash is next.
Yeah.
Cash is one where, hey, that's been a good map for them recently, so they get to that point in time and suddenly that impossible challenge of making it to the 5th map doesn't get so crazy. But this game is far from over.
Yeah,
I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, this is a map, remember, that you can win both sides of this game. So it's not over that the guys here had a terrible T side. First of all, there's still a few rounds they can pick up, and if they do so, CT side, it's definitely going to be there for them. Obviously, they have to get a lot better fragging out the guys at the moment.
Well, clearly it all started with the pistol round, but then you just kind of
Usually
saw...
does.
You saw
Often happens that way.
You know.
Science. But you also just saw the faces. Like, the emotions kind of changed. You saw the fist bumps. Like, everyone in that VP booth just came back to life. They seemed like dead and out of it after that game, too.
Well, I mean,
now they're back in it.
You have to at that point, don't you? I mean, you're dead and buried. You're really up against it. You're going to have to win 3 maps in a row against a very accomplished team. You're playing a map that you're not familiar on, that you don't have great results on, that you try and avoid playing where possible. And it's like Duncan says, if they manage to take this one, all of a sudden go in the distance and having that 3-2 isn't unthinkable. I'm just thinking about what I said, where I'm like, yeah, the Tempo Storm are in the finals. Don't worry about it, lads.
Already done.
And obviously that's what's going to happen.
They'll be playing Hellraisers tomorrow.
Is, the first map, Dust 2, was like the fight happened. They get beaten up. Second one, they just killed on their own map. The funeral, we're ready. We give the funeral between the game. It's over. You're walking away on the 3rd map into the sunset. I guess they're dead. All of a sudden, a hand just bursts off. What? Oh my God, they're still alive.
I thought you were going to go with the chicken
alive.
from Family Guy.
Obviously, it's a bit dodgy whenever I'm doing this small
It's better than when you do that, when you open a bag of crisps or chips for our American audience.
I have a certain preoccupation that we've discussed.
I know. I hope you're getting therapy, mate.
He's a doctor, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we have a lot of awesome fans in the audience. I want to give a special shout out to the guy right behind me. I think he's yelled Virtus Pro 327 times.
Is that what he was saying?
Okay. I hope it's coming out of the mics, because it's coming in my ears.
Yeah. Don't puck it.
All right. Anyway, we're going to keep going with this show. I promise. The match is going to get set up once again. We're just waiting for the players to be ready to go with this. But let's talk about Virtus Pro from here on out. Does this pause hurt the momentum that we're building here?
Of course it does. I mean, obviously, it's another storyline, so just take this with a pinch of salt, guys at home. But, Virtus Pro, we talk about how they're a momentum side. That's why they're affectionately nicknamed Virtus Plow. Anything that breaks up their momentum is going to hinder them when they're in a good place. And that's just any team in general.
If you look in the booth down here, okay, they do look like they're in a good mood because they're playing rock, paper, scissors at the moment, which is actually a traditional game in Poland to decide what present you get at Christmas. Rock, paper, scissors. There's not enough to go around.
Why?
There's not enough to go around.
Why? Just open up the old wounds, just as a healing. Like, what's wrong with you?
Terrible idea. All right. They're having fun.
Traditional fun.
You pulled
wasn't bad. It wasn't
that was
bad.
real
Traditional
good.
fun.
Anyway, so I don't know what are they doing that for? What's that to decide?
I don't know, but it looks like I thought originally the coach won, but now it's definitely Pasha who won that one. He threw the headset back on.
Just trying to keep the spirits up, get through the pause, have a laugh.
Yeah. I mean,
whereas actually, what's funny is the Tempo Storm guys. I mean, remember they're up 2 maps. That's like I said, the map's not over. You're supposed to rally yourself. Listen, let's just clean this. Let's finish this now. Let's not going further. They're the ones who look really somber. Look really like they're in a bad mood. People aren't really talking very much. There's a little bit of conversation. There's a little bit of arguing going on over in the Tempo Storm booth.
Yeah, it's really strange considering. I guess they're frustrated because they do realise the gravity of the situation. They're not going to get a better chance to put Virtus Pro to bed than this. Like you're playing them out. The Virtus Pro don't play. And you're 2-0 up. You've got to make this pressure count. You've really got to twist the screw.
And look at the faces here of Tempo Storm. I mean, half of them are hidden by hats, but there is no life in that booth. Like, even though they won their first 2 games, these guys are looking like they're kind of being defeated now.
It's really strange to see this kind of tension given the situation. Like, keep in mind, you're on the harder side of the map, a side that's so notoriously difficult. It's why the map's getting taken out of the rotation and rebalanced. So you shouldn't be feeling too down on yourself. Yeah, it's your map. Yeah, it's not one Virtus Pro play a lot, but it's still Virtus Pro. 2 maps down or not, you know.
Top 10 team in the world.
Yeah, right. Exactly. I mean, yeah, they've got to contextualize it. So that's where you want a manager or a coach or somebody, you know, to kind of just get them and be like, guys, come on, like, there's no need for this weird atmosphere here. Like, this is still an amazing position. We're in a very good position to close this series out 3-0, which. Let's be real. Even if Virtus Pro won this map, you've still got 2 of the chances to win the series. They would have took that at the start. Of course, they would have done.
And if you remember how Tempo Storm and even Luminosity, how they start every game, it starts with that huddle, guys. They all get together. They get each other hyped up. That needs to change here if they want to come back in this game. But honestly, I'm a VP fan in this match. Are you guys hoping to see a game 4?
You've been off drinking with the VP fans all day. Well, me and Duncan are doing our job.
And yesterday,
looking at notes, and you're just a party boy over here from Jackass.
Hey, I'm able to multitask. You guys should learn how to do this.
Yeah, look, I want this series to go as deep as it can, because this is where we start. Look, I know all about Virtus Pro. Anyone who follows the game knows all about Virtus Pro. I want to know about Tempo Storm. I want to see what they're going to do when the hard yards come in. I want to see them go up against all of the maps against Virtus Pro, because they don't get to play these teams very often. And a lot of people are really hyping Tempo Storm, and it's not without reason. It's not unjustified, but I want to know a bit more about them. So moving forward, we can actually get a better idea about how good a team they actually are. And the only way you're going to find that out is when they're up against it. And they haven't been in this series. It's been way too easy for them.
Duncan, we're not even halfway through this game 3, though. Anything could still happen here.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about the T side for Virtus Pro. We're going to see that a little bit later. How strong is it, and do they have a preferred bomb site that you expect them to be executing on?
I mean, usually the A site. They're so good at going up, taking that mid control. They go on the wrap side. They're really good at taking those short-range duels. But the thing is, for me, this is the bad side. I guess at the moment it's not a problem, but usually for me, Inferno is only the strong T-side map for Virtus Pro when everything's going right. All the players are on form. They're looking like incredible. It's usually like, it's actually very often a 3rd map in the series for them if someone doesn't pick it against them. So that's usually when they're used to playing it, and they usually don't have to win it. So it's often a scenario that it can be like if we win their pick, if they pick Inferno and we win it against them, we win 2-0. So it's like they have a little less pressure on them in that scenario. So traditionally, you'd expect them not to be that great on the T side in light of the fact they're not in great form at the moment. But if CT side goes this easy, especially if they can add, at this point in time, we're just talking like 3 or 4 more rounds. You get 3 or 4 more rounds now on CT, and it's not going to be a problem for the T side, because you're going to know we only need the 2 or the 3 rounds. It's like we don't need many, and that's going to free you up a lot more. Whereas if they need to get like 6, 7 rounds, that's where it's going to be really, really hard.
And the T style that they have on Inferno in particular probably is one of the reasons why they don't enjoy playing it, and one of the reasons why they don't do so well on it is that they have a completely contrasting style to what we usually associate with Virtus Pro, which is they're explosive, they're aggressive, they burst onto sites. Actually, what they do here is you'll notice 2 features. So they'll throw a lot of Molotovs or smokes on a banana, and they'll kind of hold it on the T side, try and shut down any CT pushes and take that banana control. And then the other thing they'll do is look to work those mid picks with a double peak. Very often Bialy will be peeking on that arch side or quad side and looking to get some entry kills. And it's a much slower pace that they play with. And this is probably why it hasn't been a map that they post a lot of T rounds on. However, you do the hard yards on CT, you get some big numbers on the board. You only need a handful of rounds on the T side, and with the just raw skill they've got, more than capable of taking it. So it's going to be interesting to see if Virtus Pro do have that same approach, or whether they get a little bit flighty and try and force the issue. You know?
Duncan, here comes the new questions for you, for all the new people watching. What is the biggest comeback that you have seen in a single side? Everyone says the game's not over till it's over, but in your mind, when is it done here in this first half?
I mean, on Inferno particularly, the key thing here is it can be a map where, like I said, you can win both sides of the map. So, in theory, on this one, there's almost no rule like that. Like, even if they were, right now, to go something crazy, like, I mean, so far, Tempo Storm was 1 round, right? Yeah. So let's say Virtus Pro does it. Let's say they go 14-1. I think it was like 8-1 or something, wasn't it, when the game froze? So let's say it goes 14-1 for the guys from VP. As long as the pistol round's still won by Tempo, at this point, it's still possible. You really can do it. It's going to be hard, obviously, especially because at that point, you're going to have to, on CT side, make perfect reads. The guys who actually have first contact, I think, have to be very, very good. Retakes, you're going to have everything go right for you, but this is a map where it's definitely doable, especially because, remember, the original bias of this map was to be CT-sided, and you could run off 10, 11 rounds in a row and on the CT side. So at the moment, if you're Tempo Storm, that's why I'm saying to them, I'm surprised that when they have this timeout, well, not really a timeout, it's like an enforced timeout, but they're not a little bit more upbeat, they're not figuring things out. It's kind of people looking frustrated and guys like, oh, why aren't you doing this? I told you. Because actually, this game's not over, and this is a chance to close it out 3-0 and forget about all the rest. You don't want to go to cash. That's not going to be a great scenario for you. So this is where you should be able to close it out. You already stole away Train.
Yeah.
So you're already, in theory, going to have to play beyond this anyway. So just close it out here. Again, you're not out of the game at all. It's still early in the game.
Yeah, exactly. I did just take a peek down into the booth, and Peacekeeper is sitting right now between the two twins, Lucas and Henny. He's obviously going over something with the twins, figuring out how they're going to come back in this one. Henny's wearing the yellow hat. Anyway, guys, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. But before we do, I want to remind you, you can sign up for CEVO Season 10. You can play against these teams if you make it far enough. But all you have to do, go to CEVO.com. Check that out. Also, Gfinity.net. Make sure you sign up for the competitions. Have a chance to still win. They're giving out a PC. They're giving out iPad minis as well as headphones, all kinds of stuff. So during the break, get on Twitter. Let us know. What do you think is going to happen? How many games are we going to go to? Are we at the halfway point, or is this about to be over? We'll find out when we return. right, guys, welcome back. We are live from London. This is the CEVO Gfinity Season 9 LAN Finals. Virtus Pro and Tempo Storm currently in the middle of Game 3. Virtus Pro with a lead in this one. But we're going to talk about not just that, but CS in general. I'm joined by a very special guest. This is Hutch G. You guys may remember him from the first time CS was on TV in America back the CGS in 2007, 2008, when you were a Source player. What's it like coming to an event now and watching the same old guys, Taz, Neo, now playing here in CSGO?
For me, it's I always love coming to events anyway. It's a very weird experience for me to not be playing because I find myself nervous for players rather than, like, even when I played, I was never that nervous. But
okay.
Now coming and watching these guys, it's yeah, I mean, I've been watching some of these players since 2003, you know, so it's a great experience.
We got some legends in the venue. I mean, Neo's dad is actually here watching his son in the venue, which is pretty cool because he's been able to do that for over a decade. But talk to me a little bit about this Virtus Pro squad. When did you first pay attention to these guys? How long have you been watching them? And who's your favorite player on this squad?
Well, I mean, at the start of CSGO, I got to know a few of them through playing. When I was still on MTW's side, we used to practice versus each other. But I've known these guys and I've watched them play since the Pentagram days when they were competing at the top level of 1.6. And yeah, my favorite player probably, I would say for me, is I've always got on really well with Taz, actually. Me and him shared quite a few conversations over the years, especially when I was playing. So yeah, I would have to say Taz.
Gotta go with Taz on that one. I mean, Taz, I've said it before, he's my #2 favorite player just behind Fallen. Everyone loves him. He always cracks people up in his interviews as well. But George, talk to me a little bit about the games. Now, we've had some awful predictions on the desk, and to be fair, it's not always their fault. They're using a lot of facts to base their opinions. But you've called the games correctly. You've been hanging out with Richard, Thorne, and I throughout the weekend, and you were the one who thought that SK may be able to do some damage earlier in the tournament. You thought Tempo was going to do damage. You picked that one correctly. What have you seen from the teams, knowing that SK is actually in the finals, and we might see Tempo there as well?
Well, I mean, for me, I used to play with Modi a long time ago, back at the very start of CSGO, so I know what this guy's capable of in SK. And when I saw they were going up against Dignitas, knowing that rivalry where they've just removed Pimp from the AWPing role, and then MSL wanted to kind of prove to Pimp, you know, that was the right decision, guys. I knew that SK had a very good chance because they were coming into the tournament off a string of bad results. No one really expected them to do anything, and I always found playing it was easier to be in that scenario. Back in the days, it was London Mint versus FM Toxic, and you always had Salvo way above everyone else. So I know exactly that position SK were in, and like I said to you guys, I always thought that they would be able to do it. If Modi is able to play how he is, and Frizz sort of, they get into that role, they start leading the pack, then everyone else will follow. The young players that look up to these guys, they'll start to follow, and that's exactly what happened. And Dignitas on the other side, on the flip side of the coin, Dignitas came into this event, they're trying to break into that very tier 1 scene. They know that they need to be competing with Astralis. That's their goal. And in London Mint, it was always our goal. It was Salvo. That was the pinnacle. And FM Toxic were just someone we needed to get away with. And that's the same scenario here. You've got Demo, you've got Astralis up here, then you've got SK and Dignitas. And that game was always going to be highly contended. And I think Dignitas just crumbled under the pressure. And there's nothing more to say about that.
Did that ever happen to your old teams where you just kind of ignored the guys behind you and only looked ahead and got surprised like Dignitas did?
Yeah, I mean, plenty of times. There would be times where we would come into a tournament and we go, oh, you know, we've only got to play. Back then, the team names were ridiculous. We had a team called Rasta. But we would look at the bracket and we'd often go, okay, guys, this is our goal. We need to beat Salvo if we're going to be taken seriously in the UK scene. When we'd never look at Toxic. And that's exactly what's happening with Dignitas right now. Their aim is always going to be on Astralis, and then without looking back, they haven't realized that SK are on their tails. And
it's kind of crazy just to see the talent that is there in Denmark. But let's talk a little bit about this Brazilian squad. You were just 17 years old when you became a pro player. You came over to the States. You were competing in front of tons of fans, in front of all these cameras. What kind of pressure is it like to be such a young guy and have so much attention on you while you game?
I think being a pro player when you're that age is very... You're only focusing on the game. So you don't think about things like when I was playing, Twitter and social media weren't so big and they didn't have such a big fan base. But like I said to you earlier today, Tempo Storm, they're coming in, they're here to prove a point. They're very excitable guys. They believe in themselves 100%. There's no doubt in their mind. And when you look at Virtus Pro, they've been at the top of the game so long, for so many years. You hear the crowd now. The problem with Virtus Pro is, like I was saying, they haven't got that. They've got the motivation to do well, and they want to do well. But if we look through their history all the way back through 1.6, they always were stumbling. They were always stumbling at certain blocks, and I think for them at the moment, they just haven't been able to figure out that. Like I say to you, they're motivated to play the game, but are they really motivated to put in the hours like Tempo Storm are? Because Bolts has just been removed from Luminosity Gaming, a team that has just won a major tournament, and now he in the back of my mind, that would almost be enough to make a player quit. But he's turned around and said, no, I'm going to build another team, full of Brazilian team, and prove that I can still do this. So those guys are it's a very easy scenario for them because no one expects anything from them. They're motivated, they've got the support, so it's a win-win situation. Whereas Virtus Pro, don't know.
Well, and you have to remember where Virtus Pro has been over just the last month. They've been over the U.S. playing in a $1 million tournament. They've been up in Sweden, been all over the road. Tempo Storm also doing a little bit of travel, but not at the major. So they've had time to really focus on some of the upcoming tournaments. And you have to also realize Tempo Storm is about to go on a marathon of events. They're going to be coming over to DreamHack Austin, traveling all over the world. This is just the start of that marathon. But I know the game is getting close to starting up once again. So just a few more questions for you, Hutch G. Let's go to your predictions. You've been on point since day one here behind the scenes. Are we going to a game 4?
Yeah.
Is Virtus Pro going to close this one out?
I think VP are too far ahead in Inferno. Inferno is definitely one of those maps that is very, very hard to get T rounds. And Tempo Storm don't look like they're in the mental condition to even take any more rounds on T side. So I was saying to you earlier, I said to Jay, a couple of friends in the crowd, that I reckon it will be still Tempo Storm that win the game because they've got that fire, but I think it'll be 3-1 ultimately. I don't see VP taking another 2 maps in a row, just because of what we've seen in this event so far. I think that they're, like I say, they're not quite there where they should be.
All right, well, before I let you go, real quick, game is about to get off. Are we going to see Tempo Storm 3-1, 3-2, or is it VP pulling out the 3-2 Vic?
Tempo Storm 3-1.
Tempo Storm 3-1. That's Hutch G, guys. Thank you so much, Hutch G. Back to the casters, guys. Into the game. Metis, take it away.
All right, thank you very much, Chris. Great work on the desk as well, Hutch G. And we are, as Chris said, just about to jump back into the action on Inferno after a pretty lengthy pause. You've got to wonder as well how that's going to factor in towards Tempo Storm potentially resetting mentally. If things weren't going well for them, now they've had a chance to have a bit of time, and Virtus Pro may go off the boil, so to speak. But let's find out the answers to those questions. Tempo Storm with a full buy-up, including 2 Tech 9s, early incendiary right down the middle, and it looks like VP are deciding to play aggressively. At least they were to start off with. Neo actually backs away, but 3 players were over on the B side for a few seconds.
Yeah, again, they always like to do these triple B pushes initially just to make sure that Tempo Storm can't get any real estate over there, and they just kind of force them to play back, and Tempo Storm, once again, kind of stuck in the same boat, as we do just see Snacks continue to anchor that B bomb site. A lot of Tempo Storm members gathered up here in alt mid and mid as well, so maybe they're just going to look to avoid B altogether, just look to see if they can't fare better at controlling this middle area. Last time they attempted this, though, they ran into a crossfire and got absolutely destroyed, so we'll see if they have a better luck this time, as they already have a player pushing out into the apartments, and one setting up a smoke now. But everyone begins to back off B, so this is kind of a fake, throwing all these smokes perhaps to make people think that it's going to be execute. Taz actually does spam Phelps through the smoke, but it's going to be a B hit. Snacks there all on his rotate. It's pretty far off, and we do see Tempo Storm just charging in there.
So on Snacks, how many kills can he take with him? 1. That's all. Thought it could have been a little bit more. Here comes a spray from Taz, and Bjarly as well, doing a pretty solid job. Still on Lucas now, 35 seconds. He's got the bomb, looking for the headshot, but he's not going to connect. VP have managed to navigate over another CT round, and that was maybe the hope for Tempo Storm.
I mean, what really happened there was that there was, there was, no smoke for CT Spawn there. I mean, that was big. They used their smokes to try to fake the mid-execute. So when they went back to B, they had nothing to work with. So when VP had those two members rotate through CT Spawn, it was just easy pickings for them to line up the shots to prevent Tempo Storm from getting inside the site. And now Tempo Storm, they're right back to being limited to pistols. And once again, it's VP denying them any access to Banana to kick things off in this round. And at this point, it just looks like there's nothing left in the tank for Tempo Storm on this T side. I mean, they haven't really made that many adaptations. They tried to fake. That was a little bit new, but it still didn't work. And they're just getting absolutely shut down across the board.
Yeah, I weren't expecting a lot from Tempo Storm in this round, just with pistol upgrades by and large. But the manner in which VP are landing these kills does give you confidence that maybe this best of 5 isn't over just yet. Maybe we could be heading towards Mirage. You assume that Cash is going to be a bit of a fortress for VP. 10-1, Tempo Storm. If they're going to start to come back in this game, it has to start right here and has to start right now. They're going to have a solid buy-up. They're going to have an AWP on Henny. The rest of the team with AKs. But what can you get done?
I mean, there is always that chance that you have Tempo Storm have just as much of a CT side as VP did. You see that happen on Inferno quite a lot in this game. So I don't want to count Tempo Storm out just yet, but you also have to note that VP are doing all the right things to stay alive in this tournament. They've been able to get the 10 rounds here on this CT side already. So, I mean, some teams, perhaps they would go down 0-2 and that's it. That's kind of what happened in the last semifinals is there was really just no fight left over there for Hellraisers. SK just kind of tore them apart in the third map, but VP, not that type of team.
Certainly not. They have so much experience. We touched on this on the desk before, that these players have been around for a decade, some of them. So, they've been in these situations before. They managed to battle back. They are not done just yet. And one pushing up into short. Pasha is going to be watching the cross. Does miss the first shot. He has to pull himself back into the pit. Meanwhile, Neo with the spray down. Looking for 2. He's actually going to pick himself up 3. Switches to the Tech 9. Taz is there as well. And what a hold that is from VP.
It's just one of those things where nothing is working out here for Tempo Storm. They're just unable to really do much there. Trying to attack into middle just straight away that time. Trying something a bit heavier towards that A-bomb site. But once again, it's been VP to shut him down. First time around, they shut him down at middle. This time around, they actually did back up, take the more passive positions inside the site, and Moto gave Tempo Storm a little bit more room to work with, but it still wasn't enough. It's still VP holding strong here. Tempo Storm, this time they're pushing through the smoke. They just want control, but they're sick of being denied it. So you see them starting to molly the car. They want to get in here, but they have an op actually on Snacks playing a crazy angle. Misses his first shot, but he hasn't been punished yet. Gonna get that smoke out. Wolf Phelps pushed this one.
Yeah, I think he only felt confident in doing that because Bialy was stood right next to him. Meanwhile, the other side of the map in apps, it's Neo laying down the pain and misery. Lucas and Showtime both bite the dust. Now there's only one AK in play. That's going to be in the hands of Phelps. Only one smoke to play with. Maybe going to have to be throwing that. Try and keep off the vision, but the Bolts gets picked off as soon as he tries to push his way in. Good crossfire down. It's actually Snacks that gets himself the next kill, and Bialy will round things off nicely. This is looking like a much healthier VP overall, 12-1. Now the question is, did Tempo Storm even get a second round on the T-half?
I'm not even sure. I mean, Snacks is playing phenomenally there over on that B-bomb side. Also got to credit the Neo. He's a very dynamic CT player on this map. Sometimes you can find him at lane, in apartments, maybe even arch with an op. That time around, he killed 2 players in apartments from Tempo Storm, and then just, they're just winning the numbers game at that point, time and time again. And Tempo Storm here on Tech 9s and AKs only. Very limited utility as well. Once more, the smoke's coming down at B. Can't get past that. Tempo Storm, will they speed things up this time? They've been quite slow throughout this game. Looks like they're trying to get faster apartments control this time, but Lucas missing the jump. So it does slow down a bit due to that, but now they begin to gear up for apartments. So maybe we do see some type of heavy balcony spill out or something, but Taz is going to be here spamming through. Already finds one.
That's just raw game sense right there. Smoke comes down, he assumes that someone's going to try the cheeky peek and does silence them instantly. He has gone down, but him and Pasha took one just beforehand. Neo spots Phelps, he tries to jump on top of the truck, and there's the headshot. Bolts this time, next in the firing line. Neo's still alive and very healthy. Well, I'm saying that, but Head1 is actually taking him down, so keeping this round alive for Tempo Storm. The bomb just behind them on the truck. It's a bit of an awkward position, and in doing so, Pasha's going to make the most of that one. And one trying to pull out players, and he will actually be successful in that endeavor, but it's going to cost him his life.
And you can see the fans are certainly happy. They have a lot of reason to be, as VP, with their tournament lives on the line on this map, are looking in good shape to get us into a 4th map. So we are going to have Tempo Storm with the op on Phelps this time. I guess he just had a better spawn to do something with it. What it is, I'm not sure. I guess just looking to try to stop anyone crossing from middle, but he won't spot anything. And there's a gap in that smoke, and Pasha makes him pay for it. Though there is a trade from Hin 1, so it's a 4-on-4. One of the better initial starts to a round for Tempo Storm, in fact.
Yeah, it's actually completely fine because Phelps goes down, but N1 now has the AWP in his hands as a result of picking it up. Whereas Pasha's gone down, he has been a very important member of VP on their CT holds. He was going to use that smoke. Of course, we know this guy is very capable with the AWP as well. Him and Snacks have them here in round 15, last round of the half, and N1 wants to double their T digits. Lands an AWP shot. Actually, Taz is a bit vulnerable right now, so he's going to have to hope that Bjarli gets a move on, and Bjarli and the Archers seemingly more convinced that this is a B play, keeping his options open in that sweeper role.
Yeah, Taz is staying inside pit, though, a great position to have to hold on to A. You can just stay alive here, allow more time for the rotate, but Bjarli is already at the arch, so he already seems to be in the correct position. So, I mean, VP are the best spots they could be, but there goes Bjarli, so now it's going to be all on Taz.
Yep, he's going to have to go massive for his team. First kill did come clean, but he's out in the open. Lucas will punish him, and now Snacks. It all remains on him. Runs into an enemy. Does he realize this? No, he doesn't, and Bolts will get the most awkward of kills, but Tempo Storm have got 2 rounds. On their CT side, it will take a miracle for them to even get as close to overtime, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not as if 14-round CT sides are unheard of on this map. In fact, before the clock changes, it was quite common for teams to get double digits on the CT side on a regular basis, you know, so certainly not as if Tempo Storm is out of it. And again, they have a 2-map lead, so even if they wind up losing out this map, as long as they can keep their mental composure together, they should still be, you know, in a good spot to win this series. But at the same time, Virtus.pro digging deep when it matters most to keep themselves involved in this tournament rather than being sent away. So you got to give them props there. Great CT side. Fans certainly ecstatic to see VP playing this well based on how everything else had been going for them. And even their road here has been a bit tough. They were very seriously challenged by Splice, which was unexpected. They lost to Hellraisers, but they found their way here by beating Optic, and they're still hoping to find that grand finals matchup against SK.
Quick shot of Chris there as well in the crowd, enjoying himself. Just waiting on the players to get themselves readied up. Let's see if VP can convert this and head across to Cash, our 4th map in this best of 5. 5th map, of course, Mirage. If you just joined us, the first 2 maps are pretty one-sided. I think it's safe to say Dust 2 and Train. And you didn't hear that wrong, by the way. Tempo Storm beat VP on Train 16-7, which is still somewhat stunning to me that happened. But here we go, into the second half of our 3rd map. Tempo Storm, are they going to go for an... Oh, they are going to go for a heavy utility play. 4 HEs in actual fact, 2 smokes, 2 flashes.
Maybe only 1 player with armor.
Nades.
Yeah. I mean, they need to win this round, obviously. Without it, it's pretty much a done deal.
I thought we may see heavy grenade usage down mid, but that's not the case. They're actually going to be going back in. Dry peeking. Nearly costs a couple of the players their lives. Bolt's down to just 1. Taz and Snacks have been tagged. Bjarli looking to try and pick up Phelps, who's down to 56 himself, so plenty of injured players on the battlefield for now. Smoke is out, it's too shallow. That HE's not going to connect. Lucas trying to tap his way to victory, but he's being chased down by a plethora of terrorists, 2 of which have got through into ruins, and this is going to make things so difficult for Tempo Storm to now fend off. Pasha is the first one in, but it's going to be Bjarli just behind him that takes the first kill. Meanwhile, Snacks from the shadows will be lurking. Taz from the point-blank range lands the Glock headshot. And out comes to Bolts, the guy with 1 HP who tried to dart away from the site to keep himself alive. Surely this is a done deal for VP, not just in this round, but the map as well. This is one of the only ways Tempo Storm could get back in this. is by winning the pistol.
I mean, yeah, at this point, you don't even have the economy to get to those gun rounds to have the chance to make the comeback. I mean, you're going to be forced to buy a round early, basically, just to stop Virtus Pro from getting the map point. So you're never really going to have the nade you want, the control banana, like most teams do, to be successful on the CT side. You're never going to have him with an op in his hands, unless you just pull out some miracles to, you know, win a few rounds in a row and somehow get money in your hands. So, I mean, yeah, you would think that VP have finally done it. They've finally found a map for themselves here to keep this best of 5 going.
You'd certainly think so, as Tempo Storm will be forced buying, so if they lose this, the last round potentially of the map will find them in a similar predicament with pistols, not much else. So this is effectively a 2-for-1 round, you have to think, for VP. Do them the world of good if they can bounce back with a 16-2 victory, just to show that they're not quite done just yet. 3 AKs, UMP, MAC-10. SMGs will look to go in first. Neo with the MAC-10. Gonna be pop flashing towards the sandbags, making sure no pesky CTs can get the drop on them with the 5.7s. Showtime did just catch a glimpse of a player.
I mean, everyone from Virtus Pro here gathering up at B, including that bomb carrier, so it looks like they should be looking to execute any moment now. There is no real stack here at B. It's pretty standard positions for Tempo Storm, so they could certainly be overwhelmed. We'll see if Showtime can find something with this 5.7. Lucas with the Deagle from Spool, so what can they do here? As here comes the push from VP.
Still 4 flashes, the Molotovs connecting, forcing, almost herding the CTs to the right-hand side of the bomb into dark. Showtime using the off angle as the first frag, can't get the second one. You can see that VP simply weren't expecting someone to be there. P250 now from long range, trying to do what it can, but Bialy is up to the task. Oh, the frag through the spoils from Lucas, and Tempo Storm out of nowhere actually get it done. So, really? Not over just yet.
I mean, it was kind of weird because when VP finally went for the attack, they kind of held up for a little bit, that their smokes had already begun to fade whenever they started moving in, and so that meant that smoke didn't last very long at the spools area. So Lucas, in a good position with the Deagle, able to just wait the smoke out, and he was the key factor there. He got a couple of big kills, prevented the bomb from going down, and gave Tempo Storm a chance to win the round. And so with that, you do have Virtus Pro now just on pistols, and as long as Tempo Storm can avoid getting, you know, destroyed on this round, they should be able to get a couple of more here. So maybe there is a little bit of life left for Tempo Storm. We'll have to see. They still have a long road to travel to even be in the conversation of a comeback. But at least they've taken that first step by preventing VP from getting the map point.
Yeah, at this point, it's just a whisper. Haven't even got to saying it out loud fully just yet. Tempo Storm able to mount a bit of a defense. That's going to do them a lot of good. Picking up snacks. No Kevlar put into this round for Virtus Pro. Deagle and 3 P250s, but Bialy with that Tech 9 is going to make it work. And now, Neo looks to push up mid. He's going to try and get his hands on the AK and somehow manages to survive as well. He can throw out to one of his teammates with a healthy amount of health. And, well, this is actually starting to get really dangerous now for Tempo Storm.
Certainly is. I mean, it's all up to Lucas at this point. He's going to get pushed. He's got the Max 7 at close range, but he needs to find a kill. He does find one, but it's quickly traded. Now they're going to push in the B, but Showtime will get here in time.
Showtime with the spray. Oh, he's just spoiled for choice. He couldn't get a single kill out of that confrontation. Neo's only down to 15, and now Pasha's using the angle to his advantage. The AK-47, this is an absolute train wreck for Tempo Storm, and they're going to concede a round with just pistols. And that pretty much sums up Inferno.
Yeah, you got to feel that's one of the final nails in the coffin at this point for Inferno. Tempo Storm was trying to give themselves a chance to get back into this, but Showtime not being able to come up with a single kill there, and he's 2-17 overall. Definitely struggling here a bit when they needed him most. He's had a great tournament. Everyone really has from Tempo Storm going into this best of 3 in the first 2 maps that continued, but now they're finally meeting some of the most resistance they've ever met. I mean, they did lose 1 map to Dignitas on Cobble, but they were always competitive in all their games, and they won the other 4 maps they played. So this is definitely a much different look from Tempo Storm as compared to the rest of the tournament. And this is not when you need to be slowing down. This is when you need to be hitting your final form, right, and closing out games and getting into the finals.
This could be only a minor setback, though, for Tempo Storm, because even if VP win this, there's still 2-1 to the good.
Right.
Phelps, 5-7. Bolts with a 5-7 as well. Our Tempo Storm going to return the favor. Bolts with another frag. Bialy answers back. Phelps is extremely low. But they've got a mag 7. And just Pasha and Bialy remain. The bomb is in their hands, though. But look at this from Phelps. He fancies a chance to try and get up around the back. He could even just sit in this position and this information gathered, then he knows that the A play isn't coming in, so it allows the two Tempo Storm players to remain on B. Came to a bit of a standstill here.
Yeah, I mean, Tempo Storm may have a chance to at least extend this a little bit further. BI, though, catching that flank on the Phelps.
Oh, Pasha gets himself the kill, but so will Showtime. Bialy has a smoke. He's going to be throwing that for the cross. Make sure he doesn't get picked off from the CT side or truck. 25 seconds to go. Just making sure that Phelps wasn't the only player that was trying to flank behind him. Going to go for the plant. Try and draw out a couple players from Ruins. Neither of the CTs actually budge an inch. Going to try and plant behind the fountain. This will give them a bit of cover, but they're going to start to push round, and Tempo Storm are going to retort straight back, picking up their 4th round. But just a drop in the ocean, you have to feel, and VP can afford to get some weapons if they so choose. Low 2 players, fairly low, but yeah, they're going to go for it.
Yeah, they're going to have the AKs and Tech-9, still a pretty good amount of utility as well. Tempo Storm, a little bit low on funds, but they were able to hold on to a couple of weapons there at the very end. So they still do have 4 rifles as well as the Mag 7, and Hen 1 going to throw that smoke down there over at Car, try to do their own little bit of banana control. Though Bialy is able to make it out to Logs. Is where he will remain.
Ooh, Phelps just spotted a player trying to jump up from the hay. Gonna go for that repeat, giving his position away. Now the 2 terrorists who are coming up through the stairs are gonna try and answer back with a kill. Phelps shouldn't be able to escape from this position, and indeed he won't do on this time of asking. Bolts now is gonna try and avenge his fallen teammate. The damage does significant. The grenade, I should say, does significant damage to the players in apps, but they managed to scurry out of that, and still a lot of time to play with if they want to rotate onto the other side.
Yeah, it's kind of felt to the new position as well. Him and Showtime had some swap CT positions on Dust 2 as well, so again, Tempo Storm adjusting things, but Phelps got caught very early there. Just unfortunate for him. He almost had to jump on someone trying to boost in the window, almost had a kill, and he could have backed out and had a 5-on-4, but instead he got pinned in there, and Virtus Pro now have the advantage as they put their remaining forces over here towards Banana. There's still some smokes up, though, from Tempo Storm, but now they're out. They do have 1 incendiary on Showtime, so he might force VP to wait a little bit longer or force them to take damage if they do, in fact, want to just plow in here and see if they can't put this game away here and now. So there is going to be a split going on, though. Snack's looking to get here in the archway. They love these types of plays, so Snack's going to be able to get inside CT spawn, and now they can just make a pincher move here on the B side.
Because of a lack of utility, Tempo Storm had to just stack both the players on pit. That completely gives up the Archer's control, and now we're seeing the end result. Lucas and his Mag 7, all that stands between VP and this bomb plant, and there was 10 seconds left, so if he made a bit of a hero play and got a couple kills with that Mag 7, maybe that would have been enough. But now with the bomb planted, it feels like Tempo Storm are going to be bowing out of Inferno. N1 with at least a kill before that bomb will become more and more of an issue. But this is where the lack of utility really hurts as well. You want to be flashing your way in, maybe a HE, maybe a Sentry to one of the standard positions, and they just have absolutely nothing to work with.
It's also Showtime had the 1 incendiary, but he died in CT spawn, so he had no ability to use it to stop the Banana execute. So it's just a rough job for Tempo Storm. But what a resurgence from Virtus Pro. It looked like they were on their way out of here, but now on Inferno, they've been able to dig deep, find a little bit of form, take a map, and allow this best of 5 to continue on for longer. Tempo Storm still have the 1 map lead. It's 2-1 currently. We move on to Cash next, which is certainly a powerful map for VP, so the chance for a map 5 now becomes very realistic at this point. And I mean, you just gotta hope, if you're a Tempo Storm fan, that they don't let that get to them. You know, that they keep the mental composure, that they say, hey, yeah, we lost that map that we should have won to 3 other series, but we still do have a map up. We still have a couple of maps that we can play. Yeah, sure, VP a very strong Cash team, but it's not as if Tempo Storm can't play it. You know, they do have that ability. I think they, in fact, won Cash earlier on in this tournament when they were playing in the group stages, and they do pretty well on it in the NA scene. So it's not as if it's not in their wheelhouse. It's just that VP are quite powerful, and then you still have Mirage at the end of it, which is a map that they have lost to VP to head-to-head, yes, but it's still a map that they can play quite well. So, yeah, I mean, for VP, great. You want a map, you're back into it, so that's positive. If you're Tempo Storm, you just got to keep your composure. And we'll get the thoughts over here from the analysts now, so Puckett, take it away.
Tell you what I give thoughts.
All right, well done, Dustin Meadows. Guys, Game 3 is in the books. We are going to see a map 4 for the first time today. SK, of course, cruising over Hellraisers this morning. But but now it looks like Virtus.pro is alive, and we could potentially even see a Game 5 they stay like this going into cash. So is there anything you guys want to really mention about this Inferno map before we get into Game 4?
Well, I mean, just first of all, just seemed to be a very strange map in terms of how Tempo Storm kind of approached it, and they even got a break with that sort of crash that we had that caused that gap in the game, because that did break up the Virtus.pro momentum, or at least it should have had. But then it's just the same as it ever was. Virtus.pro stayed focused, and then they lose that second pistol, and then they just sort of folded, faster than Superman on laundry day. They just didn't care,
Thorn, what happened in that round where it was nothing but pistols for VP, and they were somehow able to win it? I believe it was round 18. VP just ran away with it.
I mean, you just have to look at that. That's like the kind of map that Virtus.pro had today. Like somehow this one map in isolation was the best map they had in the whole tournament. This one they were absolutely dominant on. They almost couldn't lose. What's amazing is you think how few rounds Tempo Storm get, and 2 of them were almost like pure ecos. So very, very strange stuff. Obviously, if you look at the rest of the series, yeah, VP's still down, but if they've woken up now and they go now into cash, which I would say is their best chance. Obviously, Train was originally their best one.
Yeah.
This is their second best map. It's obviously their second pick. This is a really good chance to go to a 5th map here.
Yeah, well, I think that's... Well, I'm going to jinx it again, man. I think that's what'll happen, lads. Obviously, none of it matters.
Right after Pasha comes out in his tutu. All right, guys, so we do have cash coming up next. You said this is their second best map in their pool. Can you name some notable wins on this map in recent history that you've seen from Virtus.pro, or have they been kind of avoiding it in the best of 3s or best of 1 series that they've been playing?
The history of Cash with Virtus.pro is really interesting, because it was a long time ago in Valencia where they had where they got 16-0'd by the team that went on. It was Kingman went on to be FaZe, and that sort of made them really revise and revisit how often they wanted to play this map. Then they sort of doubled down. They avoided it for a while where possible. They wouldn't pick it, even though it used to be a confident pick for them. And they slowly started introducing it into their map pool. You all right, mate?
All right. Hey, he's a ninja.
Good work, good work.
Yeah.
And then they slowly started bringing it back, and then it has become a really, really solid pick for them. This year, I think in notable tournaments, this doesn't include online. I think they've played maybe 4 times I can think of at notable LAN events. And as we said in the pre-show, I think the only notable defeat out of the top teams who played on it is NIP, which isn't surprising. NIP are Unreal on cash.
Yeah, and they have had a couple of big wins as well. They were able to beat Luminosity on it, and Luminosity is a pretty decent cash team. They're not amazing on it. And one of the biggest wins actually came over Envious. Who, okay, yes, Envious is slumping now. We all know that's like the storyline. But one of the best maps for Envious was cash, actually. It's one of the things with this lineup that they have now with when they had Kiyoshima, that they were still strong on that map at least. So it's not so much that they've had the big wins on it. It's just that when you look at all these big teams they've been playing some of the best teams in the world: Luminosity, NIP, Fnatic, obviously, at Katowice. The times they've been able to get onto cash, even if they lose, it's a competitive game. Their T side is very good. They're another one of those teams that will get double digits. So for the guys from Tempo Storm, I think this is a danger map right now. Because the idea that we're up 2-0, well, yeah, if they win this map, though, it's all square.
And here's why it's a danger map for them as well. We saw Tempo Storm play already on cash against Dignitas. And people... Probably, if you've not followed the tournament, you might not remember this, but they struggled. We talked about, they had these great smoke executes on A. Actually, this was the worst map for Hen 1 all event. He really struggled. I think he got 4 frags in one half. They weren't putting down any smokes. They weren't executing. They looked really, really sloppy. Their T-side was terrible on this map. So, again, this I agree with Duncan. I think looking at it now, you've got to say it's going to go to distance.
You have to remember, back in that game, I believe that's where Config just started exploding faces for the entirety of the match. So we'll see if anyone from Virtus.pro is going to be able to play at that level that we saw Config. But I do want to give props to Bialy. He started off, I believe it was 13-3. You also saw Taz at 13-3, as well as Snacks. So the guys that we were worried about after watching Train, they all kind of rose up here in Game 3 on Inferno. Cash is coming up next, though, guys. We got plenty more Counter-Strike to go. Hopefully, we're going to see a Game 5 here. It's been a while since we've had best of 5s in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. We'll see how this one all plays out. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hello, welcome back. I think you just got a little bit of a sneak peek before we actually went live there.
Thank God the mics weren't live. That's what matters most.
That's true, that's true. You'd have seen Dust in a whole new way, trust me. But we are going to be jumping into cash. Map number 4. This marathon continues, and VP seemingly have got some adrenaline coursing through them finally. A great performance on Inferno. We honestly, me personally, I thought that would just be 3-0 Tempo Storm. After the first 2 map performances, I thought VP had nothing left to give, but I'm happy to be proven completely wrong, because now we have a chance to maybe go the distance on Mirage, and I agree with what the desk said before. I think Mirage will be the best map of this series if we get it.
Yeah, so I think there's a high chance for it. I mean, Virtus Pro very good on cash. Used to be one of the best cash teams in the world there for a while. Still very powerful on it. Still able to put up results despite the fact that their year hasn't been so great. They're an innovator on this map. They're one of the teams that just really showed how to get control of middle better. You know, this is one of the first teams that were using Molotovs to get control of vents, using Molotovs to clear out sandbags off the wall. You know, they're very aggressive. On the CT side, it's the same way. They're one of the ones who kind of perfected that 1-3-1 setup where they just get in your face, deny you abilities to get boosted up and get out of middle main and get mid control to work the map on the T side. So again, just a very dangerous team on that T side. But I will give Tempo Storm credit here. They had some pretty unique executes. I know Richard Lewis was alluding to one of them on the A-bomb site. Yeah, Phelps has some really cool ways about how he maneuvers into the A-bomb site, gets on the red box and kind of waits there patiently, cuts off people from highway. They also have some really cool smoke executes on B that you very rarely see heavy smokes used on B the way that Tempo Storm can do it. So I know that they have some, you know, some tricky things in their playbook that they can pull out, and they can still play the default style very well, which is what they're known for, that slower, more methodical style, you know, bolts and Showtime on the perimeter, using hidden ones out to find picks. They can play that very well also. So it's certainly a map that, while Tempo Storm don't have the same kind of pedigree on it as VP do, they still are fluent on it. So I think it should still be a competitive game, so long as Tempo Storm didn't let that last map get to them.
One thing we didn't see, though, the last time the Tempo Storm played was them executing too often on A. It was quite surprising in actual fact. But regardless, we are live into map number 4. It's going to be Cash. Tempo Storm starting on the CT side. Virtus Pro already very aggressively making a move into Garage for mid. And with that smoke connecting in the connector itself, you fancy like this is going to be a fast play onto B. Neo's going to be throwing the smoke into CT side. Meanwhile, Showtime holding the close angles. Going to land one frag, looking for a second one, but Taz in midair will sweep him away. 2 for 1. Make that a 3 for 1 now. Bolton and N1. Gonna try and do something special with this USP and P2000. Bolts misses his chance. N1 meanwhile in heaven. Missed a couple of shots as well. The bomb's planted with some more smokes. N1 now gonna try and burst out onto the site. Landing some headshots maybe. Not gonna happen. And now Bolts, not for the first time, in a retake situation that looks hopeless. And indeed, it will prove to be just that. Pasha with the headshot. Great start for VP again.
Yeah, just as you said, barreling out of mid right away, dominating the round. Only 1 kill coming in from Tempo Storm there, so it was very well done from Virtus Pro. And again, looking to see if they can get this map to move on to a map 5. So of course, the first 2 maps, what the Tempo Storm, but VP there just dominated Inferno. We're going to see a little bit of a buy up here from Tempo Storm. The scout on the hidden one, some upgraded pistols as well. Looks like VP is once more looking to get out here in middle.
That scout could prove to be the power play that Tempo Storm was so desperately looking for. You can hear that the scout shots rattling off as damage is being traded. Oh, Phelps actually connects himself a P250 headshot onto Neo. Pasha, meanwhile, answers back. And that leaves the scout with a 5-7. And just Phelps remaining. Phelps is going to make his pistol work for him, though. But the B site has already been aggressed on from one of VP's players. The issue is that the bomb's been dropped in mid, and the CTs have control over this one. With the smoke being thrown out into Garage, this can be even more difficult now for VP to push out on. And he's going to use the opportunity, Phelps, to have the MAC-10 close range. Meanwhile, Bolts just goes huge with the 5-7. And we've seen this before. We've seen Inferno, a couple of the rounds that Tempo Storm did get themselves were in similar buy-ups to this.
This would be a big win for them. Great read there from Bolts to pick up on that. Again, that bomb down mid, as you said. It's just Bialy and Snacks left. Snacks is boosted, but N1 takes him out the scout right away. So it looks like Tempo Storm may have stolen one away. And winning a round like this can really get your mind back into it. You know, you've stolen a round from Virtus Pro. You've done it early on. And so this could make this quite an interesting game.
I'd say Bialy still has a glimmer of hope in this round. If he can get this next kill, then it's this game back on again. But the time itself is ticking against him. So effectively in a 1v4. And N1, Phelps and Bolts have just managed to get another AK in the hands of Phelps. Just as I was speaking, the MAC-10 was dropped, and it looks like Bjarly wants no part of this. So instead, he will save the AK and have at least one assault rifle kicking through to round number 3. So Tempo Storm, huge props to them. After a really rough Inferno performance, right away, they bounce back against VP.
Yeah, so now we're already all tied up, and we're going to see Tempo Storm be able to kind of steal away a couple of AKs to use in this next round. And one stays onto the scout. Waiting to see what Lucas and Showtime want to do. Looks like they are going to go ahead and get the FAMAS Virtus Pro here. Just going to be on pistols outside of the AK that Bjarly was able to keep into his hands. So we'll see what Virtus Pro wants to do here. We do see a lot of them gathering up already over towards the A lobby. Again, noted for their aggressiveness on this map. Tempo Storm, just a basic 2-1-2 setup.
Oh, that grenade does a bit less damage than I was expecting. I saw 3 players lining up. I thought it could be a crippling blow. It still does do significant damage, and Bolts, meanwhile, will peek from quad, double spray down for him, and he's hungry for more. May very well get a third. Indeed, he does. Nearly a fourth, but Taz with his Tech 9 will silence him for now. Damage been done, though. Snacks down to 10. N1's watching the cross with his scout. Bomb's going to get planted, though, from VP. And Showtime's going to charge onto the side. He gets picked off from Taz. Really had no right to take down that kill, but there's the scout. Patient play will reap the rewards for Tempo Storm. Bomb defusing its way as well.
Got a little bit scary there for a sec when Taz gets that kill on Showtime pushing. I mean, usually you can get a pretty good timing on that when the bomb's being planted to get out there and get the kill right away, but Taz was able to put one over. Actually has 3 kills in the round, got all of Virtus Pro's kills that round. Yes, they do get the bomb plant, but they invested a pretty good bit into that round, so they can't really buy off the back of it, unfortunately. So it looks like it's going to allow Tempo Storm to extend their lead just a little bit. So Bolts, the A-bomb side anchor, they're doing a great job with those initial 3 kills to keep Tempo Storm ahead in the numbers. And now we do have the op in the hands of Hin1. Let's see what he can do with it. Usually all over the place with the op on this map. Very dynamic, so could keep VP guessing on where he might be. It's Virtus Pro, again, gathering all their forces over here towards the A-bomb site. Smoke's being lined up. So I'm not sure if they're looking to execute off this or fake, but we'll have to see how it plays out, as it looks like they are pretty much committed to executing at this point. Bomb tucked into the door, so there's really no other place for them to go.
Yeah, there's not a lot else really available for them as well with these pistols. I mean, similar to what we saw on Train, they're just be hoping for the best if they can get a bomb plant. The fact that Snacks has claimed a headshot onto Phelps, though, is going to give them some breathing space. Bolts back through the smoke partially with the M4, spraying preemptively in positions that VP may be trying to take for themselves over on Forklift as a Molly's landed as well. A bomb planted and an AK in the hands of Neo means that this round could be even more damaging for Tempo Storm. They could lose a few more weapons from this one. The crossfire is starting to come down from VP, but now we're seeing what the power and the potency of grenades can do. That incendiary could very well start to move on to Taz, and it forces him out into the firing range of Lucas. Bolts is going to go ahead and try and tickle the bomb, forcing out Pasha. There's a first headshot. Pasha could do one better here. The bomb is being defused. It's going to go for the peak. They line up for him. Oh, he very nearly gets his spray down. But Tempo Storm just about will get the defuse. But they lose 4 players in the process, so VP really hammered them in that round.
Exactly. I mean, you see Tempo Storm purposely electing to play the retake on A just because they know that those Tech 9s can be such a huge threat pouring out of the door and getting those close-range fights over there towards Quad. And, you know, so you got to make the retake work, though, and it almost didn't happen for them there. I mean, it came right down to the wire, but they do get it done. So they are going to be up 3-1, but now VP are back onto money. Snacks is going to have the op in his hands. See what he's going to be able to do with it. Looks like Snacks is taking his op to Squeaky. Don't see this very often. Will Pasha throw the decoy grenade for the opposite open on the door? Curious to see if that would happen. I know something that Luminosity was doing, or if they'll just open it up and he'll just do something standard. Yeah, it's just a standard open and he finds the kill on the Phelps.
Yeah, maybe because it's not the most orthodox of plays. Now it allows Snacks to start tapping through the wall, see if he can land a shot into Bolt. It's actually up on the ledge, just to make sure he doesn't get tagged. That's got to be a worrying sign, though, now for Tempo Storm, conceding the first kill. You can see that they're putting a lot of their power over to this A side, splitting up a 2-2.
You very rarely see the op indoor, especially not on the first gun round where it's being used, so definitely caught Tempo Storm off guard, and now VP have a 5-on-4. You begin to see Pasha getting control of checkers here, so opening up VP's options.
No smoke's been thrown just yet, but the second kill comes down from Snacks. This time it's N1, who's a key member of Tempo Storm. Lucas going to be throwing out the incendiary. He can stop the charge, but Pasha's already onto the site, and Lucas clearly has no idea what's about to unfold. He's going to go down in the second kill from Showtime. Isn't good enough on Taz. Pasha cleans up single-handedly. VP only lose one player, and they committed so much. And this is where the 4 weapons 2 rounds ago really hurts, because now Tempo Storm, their economy is just completely flat out broke.
Exactly. I mean, you had a 1v1 in the last gun round. They won. So despite winning 3 in a row, they don't have any money here. This is where VP can just go ahead and immediately tie up this game. Tempo Storm onto a full save at this point. With the exception of 1 Deagle and 1 P250 being put to use.
Thought Grenade might do quite a bit of damage, but I think he's just able to scamper away. That was N1. He has Phelps also in mid behind the sandbags. It's actually the 2 USB players that have these weapons, so it makes mid extremely vulnerable and weak. And they've both been dispatched. You think maybe they'd run a Deagle or a P250 or something that's a bit more powerful. And speaking of powerful, Lucas one-taps Pasha. But mid control has been completely assumed from VP.
Now they're trying to come up highway, and Bolts is the only one here with just a P250, and he's already been spotted out, so it's not looking like Tempo Storm will get much more done here as VP get the kill. Now they're going to get into the A-bomb site, so the bomb will in fact go down, and they will be on their way to tying things up at this point.
Showtime going to be looking to save his AK. Molotov as well, 3.3k worth of equipment value. That'll do nicely into the next round. VP likely will try and hunt for him. But this is going to be 3-3 now, Dust. So it's looking like Tempo Storm could start to run away with this, but a huge individual play from Pasha charging out onto the site in round 5. Set this one up nicely, and now we're going to be back all even again.
Yeah, so I mean, we can see that both teams have some fight in this map at this point. You know, neither team's really taken control of the game yet, or the half rather. So it could still really go either way. Tempo Storm have a lot of different CT setups they can use. They play the retake A even on gun rounds. They like to do these triple man B pushes, so they can certainly maybe catch VP off guard. I'm sure that they have, you know, studied their opponent, but I'm sure it's gone both ways. VP certainly aware of Tempo Storm. So it'll be kind of curious to see how the rest of this thing plays out, as Tempo Storm will be able to go back onto a buy, but they will not have an op in use. And in fact, 2 players only on a FAMAS, so making it a little bit harder on themselves that way, but we'll see what they can get done.
It's a whole lot better than it would have been if Showtime didn't save his AK, though. You'd look at someone maybe on a pistol, 5.7, something like that instead, so it does give them a bit of a higher equipment value coming into this round. But Snacks, again, is going to get the first kill, and Tempo Storm seem to be hemorrhaging first kills so far on Cash, and that's so detrimental to a CT side, and it forces Tempo Storm now to just go a bit desperate. You can see Phelps charging through A main's going to get himself killed, and that's all as a result of the Snacks picking up the first kill. M1's going to try and do something, though, to bring this back for his team. Lucas is well off the side. Nicely done. Looking for a second kill as well. This is actually really huge. If Neo goes down, that's going to hamper this aggression. And he will go down now from the dropping bolts. Great turnaround from Tempo Storm after losing the first player, and the bomb now dropped out in B.
Oh, but Viali catching that flank from Hidden One, so it all comes down to this 1 versus 1. Tempo Storm played it so great, but Viali still has a chance to win it for VP.
Look at the spray down, lands it as well onto the headshot, and Bolts will fall. And just when he thought Tempo Storm had this, Bialy 1v2 clutch. Thank you very much. Picks up the AWP as well.
Yeah, just that flank came in a bit too fast. There was so much time left. Bialy just able to play it smart. I mean, Lucas did such great work. He was baiting so well for Bolts to get out of heaven and get some kills. He also got one himself, but it just wasn't enough. Bialy there to pick it up, and once again, Tempo Storm with no economy. So this is where VP can begin to get their own bank in order and be able to start putting rounds on the board and get a big lead. And you see Phelps already going down in this one, so VP looking to get a 5th round pretty quickly here.
Yeah, it should be a formality when you consider the difference in weaponry. Showtime just with the USP, Deagle for Lucas. Showtime trying to get round the back again. VP have shown that when they try and take mid, they do take it very forcefully and pretty much stack all 5 players in there. So you can understand why Showtime went for that flank. And now Lucas is going to have the same idea. But this will be VP taking a 5-3 lead, almost guaranteed.
I mean, Snacks has been doing so much with this op. I feel like the last few rounds in a row, he's been finding this first kill, whether it was door, middle, D. He's been putting that op everywhere, and he's always been able to get his team a 5-on-4. And so, again, it's good to see Snacks playing well. He was certainly off on Train He looked great on Inferno, and so far he's doing his job here on Cash, as well as Pasha, who's continued to have a great tournament. He's at 11-5 right now. Everyone here from VP putting up the numbers, so definitely looking a lot better from them.
Blast cannon in for N1. Getting that AWP as soon as he can, but at the cost of a bit of vitality, maybe. Remember, though, that this map has, over the last month or two, started to shift more towards the T side, so don't be too dismayed if you're a Tempo Storm fan. They can still pull this back, but VP have been looking a lot stronger over this last couple of maps.
Right. At least Snacks was denied a quick kill with the op this time around, so it's a little bit better here from Tempo Storm. So Hin1 and Phelps definitely need to wake up. They've been some of the key players for this team, but they've had a slow start here on Cash. But Showtime getting a bit aggressive here. Able to pick up a kill on the Pasha, but Snacks is able to trade it right back with that AWP. So we're back into a 4-on-4 with still plenty of time left to play with. So we do see Tempo Storm putting 3 men at A, no presence mid, but they do have control of A main. They're just leaving one player at B.
Oops. A slight whiff from Bialy. Wanted that smoke to land in connector. It's not going to cost them a great deal, though, because Bialy and Snacks are there once again. They've been really pulling out all the stops for VP. Bolts and N1 have to try and stop this bomb from going down for 40 seconds, but there's no chance of that. The bomb's already over on the B side, and looks like N1 still feels like the A plane may be imminent. Again, though, as soon as the bomb goes down, they may just want to save. They may not even want to think about trying to get this bomb defused.
That's twice now that Phelps has tried to flank through A main. He's been caught. And that was kind of the big difference maker on that round, because it was pretty even at that point. It was, I believe, a 4-on-4. Then Phelps got busted, and Virtus Pro made him pay for it. So now it's going to be 6-3 for Virtus Pro. As Hin1 and Bolt's looking to save these guns, but Bolt has already been found out, and so is Hin1, so no guns will be carried over. So VP will be up 6-3 now, and Tempo Storm, due to not being able to save those guns, not going to really be able to put too much into this round, so a chance for VP to keep it rolling.
May have been able to actually rummage together a force buy as well if they managed to save those two weapons with the AWP and the M4. They had a couple players around the mid-3000s. Could have dropped some FAMASs. Instead, though, that option has been taken away from them with an air of ruthlessness that we didn't see from VP in the first two maps. Meanwhile, though, Neo and Bialy going to do their part. 8 HP on the site for Lucas with his deagle. First kill comes down, looking for a second. If he landed that shot, Bialy would have died. But in the meanwhile, the HE comes in, and suddenly it's looking great for Tempo Storm.
What just happened?
It seems like they performed better with pistols.
I don't know.
Swear.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro just looking for a dedicated B execute, and then all of a sudden you just look up at the kill feed, and Tempo Storm are putting the pistols to work, and they get a 4th round, and did not see that coming whatsoever. And now it's a double op set up here from Tempo Storm. Hin1 still having his, but now Showtime will also throw it in there. See where they want to take their position. That Showtime will take his over towards the B-bomb site where he plays with Lucas. So Hin1 will have his at mid. And just the combination of Phelps and Bolt still over on the A side. They keep kind of playing this more 2-1-2 setup. So apparently there's a technical problem already. So I'm not sure what's going on with this round. It was called before any damage was exchanged. So they're calling for not live, so they will just go ahead and stop it. So this round will not be played out. We will just restart basically from 4-6.
Yeah, apparently it's a sound issue. There was no sound on the players' PCs. Obviously, it's a huge part of Counter-Strike, so understandably, we'll be pausing and looking to get this round restarted as soon as possible. 6-4, and that did a huge amount for Tempo Storm's economy as well. Ineffectively, an eco round. Suddenly, you win the round, and they got double up set up in play, and they're looking pretty healthy. Just watching to see when the player reconnects, but it looks like we may be a little while longer here.
That's fine. Just taking a look at Cash right now, I mean, that's a big round win for Tempo Storm, right? I mean, it was really looking like Virtus Pro are really beginning to get big control of the game. They were starting to really rack up the numbers on the terrorist side, but then all of a sudden you just have this crazy round where Tempo Storm are able to put the pistols to work and get themselves a 4th round pretty early on. And again, you talked about how this map has drifted more towards terrorist side. That certainly is true. Even before the clock changes, Cash was a map that was kind of drifting a bit towards the T side, or a map at least, if you were very good on it, you should be able to put up the good numbers on the terrorist side. It was really one of those ones that was quite balanced. It could really kind of go either way.
Yeah.
And now, with the clock changes added, it's really just become the same thing. So, yeah, I mean, Tempo Storm, if they can continue to get some rounds from the CT side, they can have that good terror side. Again, they'd have a pretty diverse playbook on this map. They don't necessarily, like I said, have the same pedigree as a Virtus Pro as far as results go, but they certainly have worked on it a lot. They've put together some plays, and they're certainly capable of putting up numbers on both halves. So as long as they remain competitive here in this first half, there still is that chance that they could end this before a fifth map is required.
Oh, absolutely. That's definitely the case. I think for me, though, looking at the VP side, because obviously coming into this, they are definitely up against it.
Yep.
Bjarli's been making some big plays. He's been absent, like completely absent in maps before in the tournament. Snax hasn't necessarily been stepping up to the caliber expected. He had a pretty decent start, but since then fell off. He's been landing some big shots. Pasha, surprisingly for me, has been maybe one of the standout players consistently over these maps. Even on Train, when the rest of his team were getting battered, he had a 100+ ADR. So he was consistently doing the damage, just no one else was following up. So there's some good signs for VP here. For
definitely been the key player as we're looking at his numbers here from just this match alone at 114 ADR. And even in games that VP have lost, like particularly that Cobblestone loss against Hellraisers, he was keeping his team in the game. He was keeping his team in Train a little bit. He was at least putting up numbers in this series. So, yeah, he's definitely looked a whole heck of a lot better in this tournament compared to some of the ones earlier in the year, for sure. And that's good news. It's also important to point out how Snax has been playing in this series. He had kind of an off time on Train, wasn't really getting much done with the op, but on this particular map already, we've seen him have several opening kills, and it was always from a different location. Like the first round, it was at door, he finds an opening pick on A. There was one round where he out-opped Hin 1 at middle. There was also a round where he picked up a player crossing in the checkers at B, so he's been putting in the work everywhere on the map, and so that can certainly be difficult to deal with if you're a CT team where this opper is just, you know, coming out of nowhere every round where you're not expecting to see him, and he's able to get into an instant 5-on-4 situation. I mean, save for the fact that Tempo Storm just had a really crazy pistol victory there, it was looking like VP were in absolute control of the game. So, this pause literally comes at what could have been a momentum shift. It still could be. So it's kind of crazy timing on that, actually.
Yeah, and one of the other parts mentioned, we just spoke at length about VP, but shifting across the Tempo Storm, Phelps on Dust 2 for me was the man. His long control on CT side was phenomenal. It was pretty much flawless. After that, though, he's been in a downward spiral. He was completely absent on Inferno. He did pretty much nothing on Inferno whatsoever. So he's another guy that you need to come back in. Bolt has consistently been getting kills, especially the 5-7, strangely enough. Most of his kills seemingly coming from these pistol rounds. So if Phelps can get himself back into the game, there's no reason why I don't think Tempo Storm can't maybe take VP to the wire here.
He's actually been kind of slow to start on the CT side of this map. I mean, he's one of the guys that's going to be helping Bolts over in the A bomb site, and I feel like he's got a couple of times trying to flank A main, trying to get some information, trying to get in better positioning. Taz has been able to pick him up both times he's tried to do that, so he hasn't really had the same impact in this map, nor Inferno, which hurts because he's been a big player for Tempo Storm throughout the tournament. Yes, Bolts is probably the most consistent player on that team. Hin 1's probably the one that has the most star power, as he just has this crazy aim with the obby. He's just crazy fast with it, gets all these crazy flick shots, but Phelps has been another guy for them. When I watch them play in the NA scene, Phelps is almost always putting up crazy numbers. Again, he did have a couple of maps at IEM Katowice where he looked really sharp with it. And throughout this entire tournament, it just seems like he's starting to build a consistency now as well. But then it's right here in your most important series of the tournament where you really need to kind of keep that one going. And over the past couple of maps, he hasn't quite been there just yet. But again, we're very early on in cast. There's certainly the opportunity for him to pick it back up and get it going. And again, with them just having won that round that we just saw, this is their moment where they can start to step back into the game. They can start to take control of it. I mean, this map is still up for grabs at this point. No one has control of it. Right when Virtus Pro thought they were about to, start to kind of, push Tempo Storm aside, we see that round take place just there. Now that can kind of fuel Tempo Storm to jump right back into it. And I mean, if they can continue this momentum, if they can actually take the lead on the CT side, that would do big things for them. I mean, it was already shocking enough that they took Train away from Virtus Pro. If you take Cash away from them as well, which is a little bit on the weaker side of Tempo Storm, that would just do so much for them going forward. I mean, what a statement that would be to say, yeah, we beat Dignitas in a best of 3, so we won our first big best of 3 on LAN. Now we're beating Virtus Pro in a best of 5, and we did it by beating Virtus Pro on 2 of their best maps. I mean, that would be an incredible storyline to come out of it, but of course it can't be written until it happens.
Right? Like, it is their 2 best maps. So it would be a case of, like, we've deserved our progression through. It's the same as SK as well, That's the legit finals they've landed. They beat Dignitas 2-0. They beat Hellraisers as well. Hellraisers wrecked VP, of course. So there's no way you can say, like, SK don't deserve to be in the finals. They absolutely do. Tempo Storm, if they end up picking up Cash, they absolutely deserve to be in the finals. So it's just a pretty nuts turn of events here that we could be seeing Tempo Storm, SK in the finals, and the grand finals. Of course, that's also a best of 5 tomorrow with so much money on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. First place is $55,000, and this could be Tempo Storm finally getting their first title. I mean, they've been in a similar storyline to what Luminosity is. I mean, they started out as Kaboom back at the very beginning of 2015. They were getting the single map upsets on teams, particularly Mirage at the beginning. They were developing the meta on Mirage at that time, these crazy 5-smoke executes they were building on that map, and then they've steadily progressed through roster changes and more experience into one of the best teams in the world. Tempo Storm, Games Academy, they kind of come out of nowhere. They started getting some map upsets on teams like at IM Katowice, for example. You know, now they're starting to put some series together. So it's kind of the same evolution if in fact Tempo Storm could keep it going and you know, get some things going. And how crazy it would be. We already had one team come out of, you know, a scene that wasn't a big country in CSGO and become an elite level team. What if Tempo Storm can follow in their footsteps and do the exact same thing? That would be absolutely spectacular. Again, we're not quite there yet, but even if they wind up losing the best of 5, they still already have taken some steps forward. You know, you finally have closed out some series against top teams. You have, you know, consistently taken maps off of elite level teams. So it's definitely good news for them. I know they've been putting in a lot of time. Like I said, they had a big boot camp before this tournament. So they were trying to, you know, get things in order. You know, Bolts has just really revitalized his career on this team. You know, he wasn't necessarily terrible on Luminosity. In fact, they had some games where he looked really good. It wasn't the right fit at the time. And now he's come over to this team. And sometimes when you get cut out the top team in your region, you would think, oh, that's going to kind of dishearten him. Now he might just fade into obscurity. But that hasn't been the case. He's come onto this team. He's seen it as a new opportunity to prove himself, and he's become the most consistent player on this team. So we'll just have to see if he can keep that up, as I think we should be getting ready here any moment now. All 10 players did get back into the server, just make sure that Medic actually pans out and it gets us to the right round and the right money and all that good stuff. So we should be getting into it quite shortly, I would imagine.
Yeah, we've just been notified as well. It is coming up very, very shortly. In actual fact, we are back in with the countdown, the freeze time coming out. So before we had 2 AWPs in play for Tempo, if memory serves me correctly. VP with a solid AK rifle buy. I can't remember if Snacks had an AWP or not, but he does have 12k, so the AWPs are available for him if he so chooses. Of course, it's not completely beyond the realms of possibility that Pasha or Neo could pick it up for themselves as well. But Snacks, with 1 second left in the freeze time, is going to opt to go for the AWP. And we're going to have 3 AWPs in play on Cash. Tempo Storm putting a lot of investment into this round, though. They've got to make this work. After, of course, if you just joined us, they picked up a bit of a shock round with pistols, by and large, to knock down VP a couple of pegs.
And so that double op setup is into effect, and one still over with his at middle. Showtime going to have his, I believe, over towards B. Yes, there he is, onto the site, just watching the main doorway. Meanwhile, VP have slowed it down a lot. They were doing a lot of faster A executes and mid controls. Now they're just going into their default, which is usually Taz at the door and Pasha at B, and the rest is kind of working A main and middle, which seems to be the case. You do see Bialy here in A main just kind of waiting things out. This time, no aggression from Phelps. He's content just to sit back at the forklift and just play his spot. He's got burned a couple of times pushing through, so he's going to change the things up.
Molly down, just trying to make sure that there's nobody on checkered side. Both of Tempo Storm's members, which is Showtime and Lucas on the B side itself. Showtime, one of the players with the AWP on the side of the CTs. But the bomb's actually moving towards A main at this point. Pasha was taking control over Vents, his partner in crime of Neo, still on the B side. Maybe trying to fake this out, maybe keep the CTs locked down on the B side, maybe try and draw one of the A players across. Mid control has been picked up as well from VP, and with 30 seconds to go, they're going to be pushing the button and trying to charge on in. Phelps is there though, deals with Taz. And Bialy goes down next, and with all these incendiaries being placed from the CTs, it's really a rough ask for VP to get out on the site. Pasha and Neo, both incredibly low. N1 does connect the first shot onto Pasha. And now with his USP, that should be good enough to deal with Neo. 10 seconds, he's going to have to get a move on here. And there we go, the USP is good. And Tempo Storm have converted that pistol round into a rifle one as well.
Nicely done there. That's a pretty clean win for Tempo Storm. They were never really in danger of losing that round. They were doing all the right things. Bolts, again, just being very good on this A-bomb site. As Tempo Storm, very different from Virtus.pro. They very rarely go for any aggressive mid-steps, whereas VP really loved to use the 1-3-1. So kind of a clash in styles, but it worked out well there for Tempo Storm, thanks to the fact that their A-site players, Phelps and Bolts, were able to find the kills. And now VP, they're on a full buy, so they're looking for what seems to be a very heavy B execute. Showtime will be here with the op. Lucas inside the site, rotate a little bit off. It's right there at mid, so it could come pretty quickly. But will there be any read? Tempo Storm not getting aggressive for information in A main, so they're not going to know that VP are posturing up here inside the B lobby. So it's really going to come down to Showtime and Lucas holding their own here.
Holding it for now. But VP still have time to play with, try and get in the heads of Tempo Storm. If they can take even one of those players off of the B site and transition them over to A, like a game of chess.
Hin1 did rotate, by the way, in the heavens, so they have both ops here now. So this has been a good read from Tempo Storm to get Hin1 over here.
Well, so far so good for Tempo Storm, but they're about to get aggressed on. The flashbang, absolutely perfect. Flashes both Showtime and Hin1, so neither of the AWPs are in play. Molotov's landing in as well. That forces him to get out of dodge, and in doing so, that makes the site itself incredibly vulnerable. It's been completely flushed out. The CT's hemorrhaging losses left, right, and center. Phelps through vent, though, is going to try and do something to stop this push from coming down. He should have landed that kill. And now, as a result, Neo will not only survive, but get the bomb planted. The bomb could have gone anywhere, could have squirmed away from the terrorists, putting them back into a precarious position, and now Snax is just holding. Phelps is going to tap at least this frag, but should be killed afterwards. 2 kills for him. Snax has to land the shot. If he misses, the CTs very well could get back on. In the meanwhile, the rest of his team has fallen down. So in actual fact, Phelps can just hold this position while his other 2 teammates go onto the site. Snax is now the player that has to do it. He must be kicking himself right now that his teammates weren't able to do anything. The first kill goes down, but there's N1. Will return the favor, but it looks so good for VP.
Snax had Phelps strapped. He was like, please peek me. And Phelps just stayed in his position and gets 2 kills from that spot. That's massive. Really well done there from Tempo Storm, particularly Phelps. I don't know if he had a read that the op was there and he just didn't want to jump across and give him a chance, so he just kept holding this corner position. But if it was, that's intelligent play there. And now they tied up the game 6-all. Virtus Pro is still going to be able to make a full buy here, though, and Snax is going to have the op, and he's been pretty good with it throughout the half. He'll get boosted up now to see what he can find, and he does get that kill on the Hin1. So again, getting the better of Hin1. Every time they've met up for a straight-up duel, it's been Snax to take it, but Tempo Storm, look at this. They've been able to find kills across the map, and they actually are going to get the man advantage back.
Certainly will, but again, mid-control has been assumed from VP. Neo's going to be pushing into connector. And if he can get around the back of the CTs, then this round is ripe for the taking for VP. That being said, though, now this flank, this lurk stops being as effective because the rest of his teammates are falling down. The bomb's still out in mid, so he's going to have to go ahead and get himself and afterwards, but at least 1 kill came down. Bolts, though, instantly turns his attention towards the truck and will put him down with haste, and a second kill comes in for Bolts, and Tempo Storm go from a 3-6 deficit to a 7-6 lead, and all off the back of that pistol round.
Yeah, that was the kickstart to it. And then even that last round they just won over at the B bomb site. I mean, VP did all the right things. They stopped Showtime from being able to use his op at lower. They mollied off Hin1 at heaven, so he couldn't do anything. And then somehow Phelps through the vents just makes these crazy plays and gets him that retake. And then Tempo Storm just have a clean round there. Surviving with 2 members, always staying a man ahead of VP through the most part. After Snax got the initial pick, they recovered very well. And so now they have actually forced VP onto just Tech 9s and an AK. And they're all going to be looking to flat out the A door. They are electing to play into the site. There's no retake A this time for Tempo Storm. So these Tech 9s, they can close the distance on quad. This can actually be quite scary.
Bolts has so many adversaries to deal with, and there's strength in numbers from Virtus Pro coming out of the woodwork. Phelps, meanwhile, hasn't been spotted from this position. They're going to line up from double spray down, should be in effect, but can't quite shift it across the pasture. Gets on the second time of asking. Comes out water, 1 tap, that is onto Neo. And now the auto sniper, the AWP and the M4 should be good enough to contend with Bjarli. The good news for him, the bomb has at least been planted, and he has some smoke to hide in. And he's going to disappear, and so will his life. N1's auto sniper comes good. Tempo Storm are on a tear. They're going to be 8-6 in the lead now.
And that's another big play from Phelps with the hat trick, and he absolutely loves to play that spot. I see him there so often, just playing the edge of that smoke, catching people off guard. He just kind of plays it patient, lets people trickle out of A main, and just waits to kind of ninja them from behind. And also, he's going to avoid any type of pressure pushing out of the doorway. So he just puts himself in a great position to land the multi-frag. And we talked about how Phelps started off this half quite quiet. I think he was actually severely negative. Now he's up to 10 and 12. You've seen him get a couple of multi-frag rounds, and so now he's getting back into it. And that's great news for Tempo Storm, as they've had quite the winning streak going now. They're up 8-6 at this point, but there's Pasha finding Showtime. So they tried to get aggressive into the B lobby, and it did not pan out.
And that's surprising to me, because the majority of their rounds have been more passive plays, like allowing VP to hang themselves ultimately to play slow, to charge in and end up getting just completely repelled. So going for that early peak from Showtime, out of character for how Tempo Storm have got their rounds, and that really could be what ends up losing them this.
It's also the first time we've seen Pasha on the op on this T-side cache. And I mean, they haven't put an op at B before, but look at this boost. Will they check it?
No, they won't, is the answer. The bomb has been dropped now. Bolt's going back in for seconds, and he's going to get it and survive as well with the smoke down. He's got 100% of his health remaining. That is one hell of a passage of play for Tempo Storm and Bolts in particular.
I also love how he jumped over the door so that guy Squeaky couldn't punish him when he dropped down, and he gets his second kill. That's incredible stuff there from Bolts. But Taz gets a kill to give his team still a chance, but it's a 2v3.
And with Taz on 28 health, you fear the worst for VP in this round. 40 seconds left, though. Snax has managed to get himself onto B, and he's got the bomb. So this bomb is going to go down. Now all Taz has to do is try and escape through the A main entrance towards the B site, or catch them as they rotate. That's what they're going to do, but he misses his chance. He'll be livid with himself. At least one kill would have been good there. Instead, Snax has to fend off a 1v3. And if that auto sniper starts to rat-a-tat-tat through the wall, by the way, he's likely a dead man. But it won't. His position has been given away and his life will be lost. And again, you go back to that moment. If Taz gets at least one kill on the cross, that could have been good enough for VP.
Snax also showed his hand pretty early there. Maybe if he'd been a bit more patient, maybe he could have actually kind of shocked someone and gave himself a better chance to win. But regardless, it's been Tempo Storm playing really well. I'm not sure how many rounds they won in a row there at the very end. I think it's at least 6, because I think at one point it was 4-6.
It was 3-6.
3-6, okay, yeah. So, I mean, they won the last 6 rounds of the half. Incredible recovery there from him. Again, Phelps woke up. He started playing very well. Lucas played B very smart to stay alive in time for rotations. So it was just across the board a brilliant effort there from Tempo Storm. And now they've taken control of this game back. They've gotten 9 rounds on the CT side. Their T side generally better on this map. So this is definitely great news for them.
I'd also like to highlight, you said it across the board, but it was Bolts that really shone. 19 for 10 on that first half. He was absolutely crazy. He got a bunch of spree kills, a bunch of impact kills on the A site in particular, especially in that last round, being on the boost, getting the kill, dropping the bomb, then relocating to the back of the site, using the door as a bit of safety. So very well played from Bolts. Without him, this could have been a completely different show altogether. And also in the pistol round, it was him that picked up 2 or 3 5-7 kills.
Yeah, exactly. But now that we're going to the second half, this should be a little bit different. I mean, again, Virtus.pro would love to actually play mid. I don't think we saw Tempo Storm play it a single time outside of a passive opper. But, you know, Snax loves to get into the vents, loves to push mid. He's usually going to have support from Taz on the highway, who loves to just play that position. So they're very good position for Taz. It's his highway role on the A-bomb site. Neo going to be anchoring in there in B. Sometimes you'll see him with an op. So they love to play that 1-3-1. When you look at Tempo Storm, they love to do the mid control just as VP does, but they also do have some nice executes cooked up. So if it is a 1-3-1 setup where the sites are a little bit more vulnerable, those could actually work out well for them if they decide to throw them out there. But it's all going to start with this pistol round to see if Tempo Storm can double their lead to kick things off, or whether or not VP can just tie this thing right back up, as Tempo Storm will be sending all of their numbers over here towards the boost area in A main. And a nade comes in and does so much damage.
The shred is real. 3 players get destroyed by that grenade. And they're going to be finished off. Pasha, the first kill for VP, gets taken down instantly though. So even though the grenade did significant damage, the kills are going the way of Tempo Storm. It's going on better, in fact. Taz and Neo. All that remain, and Taz just got himself headshot. He's going to get flashed from the right-hand side. There's just way too many players to contend with. And now Neo has to try and pick up some serious frags on the cross. He's got the USP. There's the first one. Can he get 2 and 3? You could see him even, like, the game sense is so solid. He even looked up to Catwalk, assuming they try and push him from multiple levels and layers. Second kill comes down, and the bomb in the hands of N1, but he's actually got the HP deficit. He's going to get tagged up as he tries to fake the bomb. Neo can really do this. There's a lot of time left, so N1 can try and fake, maybe going through squeaky door or some shenanigans like that, but Neo's done such a phenomenal job of even taking us to this kind of situation in the first place. N1's going to do just that. He's going to go through the squeaky door.
Neo knows it, though. He saw it's a decoy thrown, so he knows exactly what's going on. He's going to put himself in the perfect position. Unless N1 doubles back to A, Neo is probably going to win this round. What a great clutch he's been able to develop. Let's see if he finishes it off.
Spots N1. Oh, N1 gets a headshot back in return. The next bullet finishes this. Neo's correctly called. It's going to be the A play. The next shot means everything. The flash lands in the face, but he doesn't hold firm in position. He decides to back away to the truck instead, and he's going to look for the frags. How is anyone still alive?
No
10
idea.
seconds. The bomber's going to get planted this time. And this is such a crucial round as well. In the semi-final, so much rests on this, you've got to feel. Neo's got 8 bullets. That should be enough. N1, meanwhile, biding his time, peeks out, gets the clutch, and Tempo Storm will take the 10-6 lead. That has got to be brutal for Neo.
I mean, the mind games are, that is the most tense, drawn-out 1v1 I have seen. That was so crazy. At any point in time, you thought the other might win it. Neo particularly looked like he was going to win the clutch for quite some time. He was getting all these crazy headshots at the USP. He was making the perfect reads. He was, you know, judging Hin1's positioning perfectly. He had everything going for him, but then somehow Hin1 hits that one shot in the mid garage, and that changed everything. It put Neo's HP in the red zone as well, and then Hin1 just able to find a way to get that plan off, able to win the round, and that is crazy stuff there. That really is going to just kind of fuel Tempo Storm even more, I think. But also, I mean, Neo did hit some nice shots there as well, so VP can't be too disheartened by it. So you are going to see them stacking up on this B-bomb site.
Yeah, 4 players strong. The only player is Pasha, who's on A, but he does have the scout. And of course, we know he's definitely proficient when it comes to the scoped weapons. Neo, nearly the hero of the last round, finds himself with Bialy on the B site. Snacks just behind them. Taz on headshot. A decent crossfire with decent pistols if the B play comes in. That's a big if, though. The bomb's been dropped. They're going to go on a little bit of a scouting mission here at VP. Tempo Storm, pardon me, through mid. The vents have been cracked down, so that safety net now. VP know that the charge is coming in. Can they land the headshots to accompany it? The answer is yes so far. Bialy is there, and he's got his teammates still to the right-hand side. Lucas, meanwhile, with the AK-47, comes in with 2 kills, and Snacks on headshot. Needs to land some 1 digs. He's been tagged down to 1 HP, and he's not going to be able to do anything else. And Pasha, who'd made the long trek from A to B, is going to make a bit of a further journey towards the grave. 11-6, Tempo Storm, looking so good. VP will be on a save.
That's another big win for Tempo Storm. They actually ran into the trap that VP had set up there on that B-bomb site, but they were still able to break through. So that's a big win for them. They're now up to 11-6, very likely a 12th round around the corner, as VP are just going to be on the pistols this time. Not even upgraded ones at this point. A couple of P250s, yes, but not the same threat as those 5.7s and such from the previous round.
So VP on their CT side, where the economy is such a nightmare to control, could be facing a deficit of 6 rounds, which looks more and more likely as the pressure is being continually applied from Phelps this time. Through vent, spots a second player. It's going to be Pasha. Easy kill on the MP250 is rattling out, and Snacks is somehow still alive. Alive for a lot longer than he should have been. Bialy, meanwhile, pushes through, and he gets himself headshot close range from Showtime. 12-6, but now VP will have a bye. They've got to make this one count, though.
Yeah, this is a big round here for Virtus.pro. If they want to kind of make it easier on themselves to come back, they really need to grab this one. Without it, they'll be right back to saving, and Tempo Storm likely move this up to 14-6 before VP can buy again. So they really need to figure out the best course of action. Neo will have the op. Usually he's going to be playing over towards the B-bomb site with that. It's not going to be Pasha. It's one of the maps where Pasha actually does still op on the TT side, but he won't have it this time. Not enough money for the double op, and Neo wants to have it here to play this B-bomb, so I try to catch Bolts crossing over here.
Lucas will be the first victim of war, falling to the hands of Pasha, who's going to go one better. And look where he's pushed as well, right up mid. He's in T-spawn, he knows where the bomb is. This is a fantastic position to be in.
I don't know if he got counter boosted or does he just push mid-main, but either way, he's basically won the round. He's got the bomb down, he's got 2 kills. Tempo Storm are gonna have a tough time recovering. That's a 3rd kill from Pasha. So he's just been all over the place. They're just kind of letting him loose, letting him play his aggro style, and he's probably come up with the round for him here at this point. He's gonna find a 4th, could even find the ace.
This ace is very doable. Phelps trying to make his way to the site. This is where you'd love to have a smoke. You'd love to have something to block off at least one of these angles, and Neo will take the ace away from Pasha, but he will not care. It was a crucial round. VP win it, and they only lose 1 weapon, so that's going to do the world of good to their economy as well.
Yeah, that's a really nice round there from Virtus.pro. Again, I didn't get to see how Pasha was able to get into that position, but he certainly was the key element of VP taking that one. There is still money to buy here for Tempo Storm, but without this one, they would actually be forced to save in the next round. That's where Virtus.pro can start closing the gap. So again, another big round up here to determine how this game's going to go, who's going to take control of this half. Neo again has that op over towards B. Bolt's going to be playing over here. It used to be Showtime lurking B for Tempo Storm, but now it is Bolt's. So a little bit of a position change once more from them.
Ooh, Neo. Needlessly losing 32 health. You could see he was desperate to get himself back into a decent Overwatch position. It cost him quite a bit of his health, nearly a third of it. And you got to wonder as well, if VP do come back, that play from Pasha could have been the catalyst. That could have got things rolling. There's been 2 or 3 very important moments here on Cash so far. Absolutely. And you feel like there's another couple twists and turns down the road.
As we do see just Tempo Storm still in their default positions. They still haven't really gone for control of anything. They're not trying to get mid. Snacks here in the vents. Loves to play this spot. He's going to be able to catch Phelps right away. So it is VP once again getting the opening kill on the round. The rest of Tempo Storm seem to be gathering up now. We're towards A main and Squeaky Door. You do see Showtime pushing out at the fire. Smoke up at the forklift. So they want to start trying to move into this A-bomb site.
Yarli has a difficult situation ahead of him, but he does have some help just behind. Does what he can. Snacks will bag himself the molly kill. VP retain a player advantage. Only just though. Snacks is low, about 50% of his health. 25 seconds, the bomb now starting to move over on the B side.
And they have a player in there
already cleared it out. Yeah, he knows that this is clear, but the problem is that's only half the battle because Neo's waiting and he's landed the up shot, 15 seconds. And just to add salt in the wounds as well, there's no smoke. So Neo can just continually peek this. N1 needs to land the shot, 8 seconds to go. Oh, Lucas actually just drives by, picks himself up the kill. Snacks, meanwhile, will put down Lucas, and that's the end of the round. As time itself was ticking in against them, 12-8. VP have brought it back to a 4-round deficit.
And I mean, it's just Bialy doing good things there inside the A-bomb. So it's one of his key CT positions in the map pool where he's able to do a lot of work. He's able to, kind of just put a halt to Tempo Storm, force them to backtrack and head to B. But as you know, there was no smoke to block off Neo from just having free reign with that op. And he stayed in place and he was able to get the round. So now VP up to 8, Tempo Storm just on pistols. They've had a couple of crazy wins with these. But you got to think that VP's looking to get to their 9th round at this point as everyone from Tempo Storm gathered up here in the B lobby looking to explode onto this site. Neo going to be in there with the SMG.
Oh, that pop flash wrecking the terrorists. I think it also caught a couple of CT players as well as they're looking trying on the site. Look at Pasha, sneaky. Maybe feels like he should have done better from that position, but still the weapon advantage firmly in the hands of VP, even though it is the 3-on-3. Just P250 is the order of the day for the Brazilians.
Oh, this flank, the timing.
Ooh, through the wall, cheeky from Snacks, but as you say, the flank will pick him up afterwards. Showtime has a chance to make this really sting for VP if he can clutch this. Or picked up, nearly lands the no-scope, but VP just about hold on. But again, they lose 3 players.
So it is Tempo Storm making that round a bit expensive here, which can hurt on the CT side when you're doing a lot of rebuying. It might force you to save a bit earlier, even if you are on a winning streak. So that could play a factor later on into the half as we are going to see Tempo Storm back onto a full buy. They do have everyone with smokes, and they also have 3 Molotovs. You can use that to blanket the A-bomb site, like a threat style nip execute on A, for example, but also can be used to clear out checkers and such on B. So it doesn't really give us any read just yet, but we do see some players quickly being boosted, so maybe they want to use them to get control of middle.
Full buy from both teams. Just the one AWP in play, and a Galil in the hands of Bolts. Again, standard setup. Saw Nip running very similar strats to this that Malmö went. Effectively, they're waiting for the CTs to push and make mistakes. But now, Tempo Storm decide to explode out of mid. Somehow, someway, no kills have gone down just yet, although we've had a lot of confrontation. Fire nade lands into the vents. You can see Phelps wanted to get himself up there and have a different angle on towards Taz in the highway box. Flashbang connects it, allows Taz to go out and have a wider peek. And indeed, he will bear the fruit of that with at least 1 kill. Bialy answers back, and Tempo Storm find themselves struggling. They've only got a grenade and a smoke to play with 48 seconds on the timer.
Yeah, so they get control of mid, but it was at a pretty big cost because they're actually a man down, but they're going to be working towards A. There's only really 1 player here to defend. The rotate's a little bit off. It's up to Bialy. This corner rarely gets checked, though, so I think he's in a great position to do something. This is a great spot to play when you have a 1-man advantage.
Yeah, there's so many angles to cover that they may not look at this. And Bialy gets 1. You could see him frantically trying to readjust his aim. Not quite sure what happened there. Felt like he maybe should have had 2. Snacks, meanwhile, puts down N1. He was looking to jump on the forklift. Bolts now. Maybe looking through the smoke. 13 seconds. VP drag it back yet another round. So from what, 12-6 to 12-10 now, 4 rounds on the bounce.
Yeah, so, I mean, VP are getting right back into this one. Tempo Storm was looking pretty good there for a while. Maybe like they were looking to try to close this thing out in 4 maps, but now all of a sudden VP are just 2 rounds away from tying this up and perhaps moving us into that 5th map, Mirage. So we are going to see Tempo Storm just buying up slightly here. Some Tech 9s and utility put into this, but not dipping too deep into their pocket. Still trying to make sure they can do something. But yeah, again, a nade doing a lot of damage to kick off a round.
Man, Lucas just got dunked so hard there. 21 HP left.
And look at this, VP playing retake. Hey, this is a smart setup. They don't want to deal with these Tech 9s. They just want to come in and try to retake later on. But a nice incendiary to stop them from getting out of the doorway.
The smokes, though, you could see that Pasha wanted to peek round to Forklift, but there's smokes in his face, and Velt's got himself 2 kills. The bomb has been planted as well. Again, though, with no Kevlar other than Phelps, who's already very low, you feel like VP should be good for this retake. Decent positions assumed, and actually there is a flank in its tracks, and it's N1. He's only got a Glock. He'd prefer to have a better pistol. Doesn't matter, though, because Taz instantly headshots him down. It's a 2-on-2 now. Showtime chimes in for his P250 kill. Let's charge his right-hand side. Here comes Bialy, and the retake is successful. But not for the first time. Tempo Storm and a pistol round take VP right to the wire.
I mean, these rounds have been quite close, but VP's been the one to sneak them out lately. Now they're just 1 round away from tying this thing up. But with that bomb plant, there's going to be a lot of money here from Tempo Storm. But again, they haven't really won themselves a whole lot of rounds here with guns in their hands. And we're going to have another opportunity with the op to see if he can get something done. Pasha will have the op this time as well to play that A bomb side or middle, along with Neos over at B. Actually, it'll be Snacks taking it this time.
Had a good spawn to have a quick peek down B. Something that Showtime tried at the end of the first half and got punished from Pasha. This time, no such luck for Tempo Storm. There will be Bolts watching for the potential push around the back from the CTs. They'll still be very cognizant of the fact that Pasha's mid-play completely turned the momentum of this map on its head. So they'll likely be hoping that they can stop any further aggression like that in the future.
Yes, again, it's just Tempo Storm playing it quite default here, trying to get out mid again. Taz playing this highway position, a great spot for him, trying to stop Phelps from getting into the vents. He has spotted out Neo, though, in the vent, so a nice kill, but the response. The nade comes in, and there is this boosted position from Bialy. He does find the kill, so again, Tempo Storm find themselves a man down.
Bialy on the boost, they know he's here. He's being charged out from multiple angles, very well dealt with from Tempo Storm. Showtime goes in for a second. Here comes Lucas, and suddenly Snacks will be scratching his head, wondering what the hell just happened over on the A site. But the fact of the matter is, the bomb's been planted, and he, with an open incendiary to his name, has a very big ask of him. And again, yeah, I was about to say, I think this has got save written all over it.
Absolutely. Want to carry this over. Again, a lot of these rounds have been expensive on Virtus Pro, so it's not as if they have crazy amounts of cash and storage, so they need to move this op over to the next round to help them out a little bit here. And I mean, Tempo Storm, great work. They limited Bialy to 1 kill on that spot. That's very efficient. It was just in the blink of an eye. Showtime had 2 kills, and it changed the whole course of the round. I mean, for a while, it looked like VP was actually going to hold it pretty well, but Showtime had other thoughts, and now it's Tempo Storm making it 13-11. Starting to get their money in order. VP here, not with much. There's an op that can be dropped and 2 players can buy, but there'll still be 2 out of the 5, probably without much to work with.
You got to feel as well in round 24, the determining key moment was when Bialy went down, because he was in such a good position. He did have another player with him on the site that didn't really have his back covered, but this will force VP into a buy, so this could be it for Tempo Storm. You win this round, you're looking at least 15-11. More than likely, this could be the last chance for VP. If they lose this, they could be bound out of the tournament.
Absolutely. Losing this, I mean, money's still going to be quite low. They forced up what they could into this. I mean, that could be Tempo Storm getting the map point. If they win this round, this could be a 2-for-1 deal over here, as the door has been open for Hin1 to see if he can find something with this op. So far, no one's showing themselves just yet. No one's at the forklift. They've both backed up inside of the site, but Phelps has been able to sneak out into middle. There is a player to the connector. The timing could be really strange here. If Pasha takes the right time, the peek, he could just catch Phelps in the back.
Downside of this player is if he peeks at the wrong moment from his perspective, he himself could be falling down. But nope, that's not the case. Pasha And Bialy before him have gone big. Molly lands right next to Bialy, relocates, lands himself one frag, and he knows there's at least a player in Squeak. He's being tagged up. In the meanwhile, Bolt does come back. He's been one of the stars for Tempo Storm, at least on the CT side, and now he's going to have to take that form over to the terrorists. Showtime does more damage than maybe he should have from that position, but Bolt gets caught from A main, and VP in a forced buy scenario are going to force out a timeout from Tempo Storm.
Not a bad time to take it either. I mean, you got to think about this. They do have the money to make a buy in the next round. You do have a chance to reset VP's economy. So this round can literally win Tempo Storm the series and move them on to the grand finals. This is the perfect time to really think about what you would like to do in this next round. This is going to be their biggest round of the tournament, perhaps.
Oh, yeah, for sure. You win this round, you get a chance to reset the economy from VP, but also just having a quick look across there. They've got a couple players on about $2,000 here, Dust, so they have a decision to make. Maybe another reason why the timeout has been called. Thank you very much, Cable. Love you too. It's been consistently doing that. It's a pain in my ass, to be honest. Either way, though. It looks like a lot hinges on this round, though. I feel like if VP win this, the momentum's definitely going to be in their favor, and if Tempo Storm do force out a bye and then they lose, then economically speaking, they're absolutely screwed as well.
Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking what Tempo Storm wants to do here. Again, they've mostly been playing their more default style, just kind of spread out across the map, just looking for, you know, opportunities across the board. They have done a little bit of mid-control stuff, but not too much. They haven't thrown out any of those kind of unique executes that they have either. So I don't know if now with this timeout they're thinking about showing us one of those. Or whether they're just going to kind of keep it the same. Because, I mean, there's been some chances for them to win rounds. They've gotten plenty of plants. They've had a lot of rounds that have come down to these situationals, like 2v2s and such. So it's not as if anything they're doing is wrong. It's just, I mean, VP are defending really well. BI's doing his job over there at the A-bomb site with the rifle, as you expect from him. Neo and company have been doing pretty well over at the B-bomb site. And yeah, you're looking at Showtime here. Numbers overall weren't good, but he did have that big 2K round on the A-bomb site, which made a massive difference.
So about the impact kills, right? He's only got 2 first kills, but he's been getting the kills where they count. 11 for 20, not fantastic by any means. 52 ADR, again, not great. But those 2 kills could prove to mean everything on this map, and indeed in this tournament, because if they win this map, they go across to face SK in the grand finals. And I feel out of that one, although really predictions in this tournament just haven't applied, but out of that one, you'd probably fancy Tempo Storm to maybe take the whole thing.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, everything, all logic was kind of thrown out the window several times throughout this tournament. As you can see, VP there, they don't look too stressed out. They seem to be in, you know, a good mood, laughing, joking around, just trying to keep their minds right. Meanwhile, Tempo Storm's over there trying to brew something up because they know that this round could move them on to the grand finals. Meanwhile, it's VP that's trying to, you know, get themselves into a Mat 5 and keep their chances alive of staying in this tournament. This is them just kind of chatting a little bit here. There you go, Pasha. Great numbers throughout this tournament. Continues to be the case here in this map. 91 ADR, +3.
I think he's been the most consistent player for VP in the semifinals.
Absolutely.
Every map.
He's been consistent throughout the entire tournament. Again, this is a great showing from Pasha, who has had some tougher times earlier in this year. Had a big round there at middle where he caught Phelps. Didn't allow him to get up highway, and that actually helped win VP a really big round. And again, he's just been... I mean, he also had that one round where he pushed middle and got 2 kills.
Yes, yes.
So, I mean, he's won a couple of rounds for his team, I feel like, at different moments throughout this game. But it looks like the timeout has come to an end. We're just 5 seconds away now from getting right back into another round to see if Tempo Storm are going to inch closer to the grand finals or whether or not VP can get something going here. It looks like Tempo Storm deciding not to buy into this one.
Dot vamos from Pasha. Nice touch to that. Yeah, and the round you're talking about was in the 19th round where Pasha pushed through mid and got 4 kills. Now it's at 12-6, but Snacks isn't interested about the past. He wants to be landing frags right here, right now. His teammates in no man's land, Neo, just get swarmed by enemies. Snacks repositioning. Oh my goodness, a 3rd kill. Why the hell not? Lucas got round the back of Pasha. So 2 kills do go the way of Tempo Storm, but VP is an important round for them to hold on to, but this is the reason the pause came in. For this round here, it's going to be a full buy. N1 has a choice. He's got 5.1k. Does he bite the bullet and go for a glass cannon, or does he just rock it out with an AK? And he seems to be really caught in 2 minds about this decision. This is a big decision as well. It's going to be the AWP.
Yeah, big play there from Snacks. I mean, having to deal with those close range battles with the AWP can be really tricky. He was able to stay alive there at the back of the box, and Pasha able to rotate in perfectly. So really getting the job done here on the CT side. This time, Tempo Storm setting up at A very early on. They're not doing their default. They're really just gathering up Again, they like to sneak Phelps to the red box, so maybe keep an eye on to that, see if he can get in a nice position. As here come all the smokes and Molotovs onto A.
They go for the super aggressive play. Piali switches to his grenade, the worst possible moment. Actual fact, he got naded anyway, but if he hadn't been naded, he would have been shot regardless. Pasha up on the box, seeing what he can get done. A 1-for-1 trade. At least he does land a shot, but it's at the cost of his life. And Tempo Storm now have got themselves onto the site. The thing is, though, that Lucas is almost stranded on the site by his lonesome. Bolts is on forklift. They're not entirely sure where the CTs are coming from. They've got a player in A main as well.
There's also a big flank coming through Squeaky Door at this point.
Yeah, Neo's coming, isn't he?
That could be a big difference maker.
There we go, he's going to get himself the kill. So a huge difference maker overall, and that's the problem. Lucas was just by himself for far too long. They wanted to get that bomb planted so they could assume different positions, but instead now Taz with the spray needs to get this kill. If anyone lands the kill onto Taz, this could be absolute catastrophe. Not the case. Lucas has a 1v3 ahead of him. Very nearly gets the first kill onto Neo's going to have a second bite. No, he gets flashbanged, and the USP's good enough, and VP have a retake in the lead, 14-13.
There's a massive maneuver there from Neo. Getting in the Squeaky Door was left open, so he was able just to sneak in there and grab that kill onto the forklift player and then get into the site and find himself another one. So really well done. That's a big round to lose if you're Tempo Storm. Now, you're buying up all that you can to stop VP from going to map point, but you can see it's not a whole heck of a lot, just some Tech 9s and a Galil, but of course those guns can still be dangerous, so it's not as if VP are out of the woods yet, but they are much closer now to getting us into Mirage and making this a full 5-map series.
Not over just yet, not by any stretch of the imagination, but Taz has gone quite some way to making it a reality now for VP. This would be one hell of a comeback if they can take us to Mirage, and it's looking good. Bolts is the last to fall, and VP have 2 map points. And Tempo Storm's economy will be in a very similar position to the last round. 3,000 a couple players. They're going to be able to get a couple more Galils out, maybe an AK as well in the hands of Lucas. But far from ideal. No warp, lack of grenades.
And what's crazy is we were talking about how Tempo Storm had that one game against Ignitas Mirage where all 5 players got into the 20s, a very rare occasion, but if Taz can find 1 kill in this round, it will be VP having all 5 players with at least 20 kills in this map. And so that is really impressive stuff. We'll get into that a little bit later, but right now let's focus in on Tempo Storm, their last couple of chances to see if they can't still take this map, but Snacks and Bialy finding the kills.
Bialy with 2. Now only has 9 HP. How is he still alive? He could actually round this one off. He's got 3 kills already, and look where the bombs dropped. It couldn't be in a worse position. And that's it. VP have taken us from a 2-0 to a 2-2 on maps. And we are going to be reaching the 5th map of Mirage. And as you said, very impressive play. Everybody dropping a 20 bomb.
Really well done. I mean, every single player on the CT side for VP was doing their job. Pasha with the op, he was doing great things. When he was holding mid passively, he was making plays. Neo, great op work on the B-bomb side. Also that crazy flank at Squeaky Door to win the previous round. You see Bialy consistently anchoring that A-bomb site, not allowing presence. Again, Taz always gets credited for being this crazy good inner bomb site player on Trim, but he's also very good at playing that highway position on Cash. He was able to cause a lot of problems for Tempo Storm, and it was just an all-out brawl throughout. It looked for a while like Tempo Storm might actually take it. They were up 1 point pretty good. I think 12-6, 12-7, something like that. So they were really starting to run away with it, but then VP just hit a whole new level. They were able to just come out swinging there. You see Taz doing some work from that highway position, in fact. And here's the last round. Bialy just playing that forklift. I mean, there's not many players like him on the A-bomb side. I mean, Zipix and NBK are some other pretty good A-bomb side anchors on Cash, but Bialy's right up there with them, and he had a phenomenal performance in this particular map, and that's what's going to allow VP to get us into Mirage. So we're going to go the full distance, it seems like, here in this best of 5, as there you are seeing it.
Yep, we can see on the preview screen of these replays. I don't think you guys can see it, but it's quite an awesome game, I think it's safe to say. It was looking like it was going to be a complete blowout. VP suddenly just bounced back.
Right, so we do have our analysts ready over there to talk about the game. So, Puckett, take it away, my man.
What is this move? Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Shit.
Stay perfectly still.
Had the
Only I
chance.
may dance. Reference game on point.
I liked it.
Simpsons. He doesn't even know.
Simpsons cost. Yeah, go for it.
No, I want more references real quick. Guys, we're going to Game 5. This is a crazy day, but this match finally living up to the hype. We thought it was going to be Tempo closing out. It looked kind of dim there for Virtus Pro, and then they just bring it back in the final rounds.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? You know, you get to 10-6 on Cash, and you really expect that Tempo Storm are going to be able to sort of get away with it. But what have we said consistently? I think one of the few things that we've actually got right in terms of reality mirroring up with what should happen is that they really do have trouble closing out games, Tempo Storm. I don't know if it's a mentality thing, I don't know if it's a tactical thing, but certainly when they're up against that anybody, any experienced opposition,
it's a T-sided thing, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, they do have pretty good T-sides though as well, so very, very strange. Virtus Pro, of course, dug deep. We knew this was a map they could do well, and I was surprised to see them fall as far behind as they did, actually, because Cash, as we said, should have been Virtus Pro's map. But yeah, ultimately, now that we go to the decider, everything to play for.
Thorn, let's look at some of the numbers here. Talk to me about some of those that jump off the board for you. Who had the big games?
I mean, actually, throughout this tournament, especially the last couple of series, Pasha's really started to get his game up again. I mean, he was even doing well on the maps they were losing, but obviously the name to me is Bialy, actually. I mean, you saw that was that's like the classic Neo Bialy position. I don't mean that in terms of Neo the players, and like the new Bialy position is that forklift, and he's gotten very good at playing it, whereas obviously he used to be over the other part of the same bomb site previously in the past. I mean, he was just cleaning up towards the end there in some of the key rounds. Because when it was like 13-13 and you saw them getting entries to the site, that was a game that really could have gone Tempo Storm's way. I think Bialy was a big part of ensuring that they just shut it down that A site towards the end of the game. Obviously, it's great when you have the whole team on that kind of fragging. Like, if the whole team adds up to around 100, you know that you had a very, very high-level performance. Meanwhile, over on the side of Tempo Storm, I think this is 2 maps in a row that Showtime's had a bad performance now. He was the guy who was doing surprisingly well. Remember, when we did our stats at the beginning of the day, the graphic...
He was right in the top 5.
He was top 5 in terms of stats in the whole tournament.
I think it was 92.9 ADR for the entire tournament before this match.
So he's having a nightmare.
Well, he has had a nightmare in this particular series. He was dead weight, but I want to point to Henny again. I want to point to Hen1 and just say that, again, what we're starting to see is great individual shots, which were pretty hit and miss, actually, over the course of this map. But he can't put the team on his back. He can't get it done to that degree he needs to do it. You know, it's Bolts and Phelps. You know, 20-plus kills again for both of them. Where's your star Orper? He's meant to be a superstar. And it's like, yeah, his numbers are good, but compared to some of the performances we've seen online or against lesser opposition, and going right back to RGN where he had that breakout performance, and people were saying if you added him a Luminosity, that would be, when they were thinking about roster changes, that would be the all-star lineup. He's really not getting anything done to the degree that you would have expected at these international tournaments. And on a map like Cash, especially when they just needed to put themselves in more numerical advantages, that's where you want your AWPer to come alive on the defensive side. So disappointed with him overall.
This is why you can't just look and say, right, well, Tempo Storm's in better form, they'll win a best of 5. There's a lot of maps to be played in a best of 5. It's really hard to 3-0 anyone. And you saw it, first 2 maps, they were absolutely on fire. They were really dominant. So you've got to look at it and you've got to go, can you sustain that for 3 maps? Yeah. Can you even sustain that beyond that? Because at this point in time, this is 2 bad maps in a row now. I mean, obviously this one they had the lead in for a while, but then they're going to be crushed to have lost it and who have given it up. I think it was something like 12-6 at one point in time when they had that lead. And when you're a T-sided team, that's the dream right there. We only have to get 4 more rounds. We've got all that rest to play with. And they couldn't close it out. They got 1 more round for the rest of the game. So it feels right now like VP is going to do the reverse sweep.
Well, I was just looking at my phone, just checking the time, and it's like these guys have been on the stage playing for over 4 hours now.
Yeah, but this is where, again, we talk about experience. And, of course, that's a very woolly concept, right? It's like, it's not just about how many games you've played. It's about knowing how to marshal your resources. When you're in these positions time and time again, you learn about adrenaline spikes and the highs and lows, the dumps. You know how to play and stay focused in the zone for long periods of time. You know how to break up that tension. And when Virtus Pro are playing paper, rock, scissors in between downtime, you know, they have a better understanding of this than Tempo Storm, who haven't been in these positions before. And you can see it's getting to.
Here's what we're going to do, Rich.
What are we going to do?
So we might end up being right anyway. They might win Virtus Pro, but we're going to do rock, paper, scissors to see who will win. So
but how does that work?
Well, what do you want to take, Virtus Pro or Tempo Storm? Pick one.
I think it's safer if I take the Brazilians.
Okay, I'll take Virtus Pro, so we're going to do it. You ready?
Right, okay.
On 3, so 1, 2,
3.
Same thing. See, it's going to be tie, guys. You better get it. 1, 2, 3.
Vertical paper, that's disgusting. Get this guy out of here. We're going to commercial. When we come back, we will close out day 3, the last game of the semifinals. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back. It's all came down to this in the second semi-finals. We've been through twists and turns like VP were dead and buried, but they've been resurrected, and we moved to Mirage, the map that we all wanted to see between these two Goliaths. Oh my goodness, this should be good.
This should be good. I mean, Tempo Storm always looked very good in Mirage, but VP did get the better of them on this map at the Malmö qualifiers. And of course, VP traditionally a very good Mirage team, so this should be an all-out brawl at this point. And it's so rare for a best of 5 in CS:GO to all 5 maps. In fact, I think it's only happened on maybe one other occasion. Usually they're 3-0s or 3-1, so it's really cool to see this one go the distance, really see who is the better team, who's going to meet SK in the grand finals. It could be either team at this point. They've both been playing quite well. It's been VP lately, but Tempo Storm kicked off the series great. Can they get back to that somehow?
Well, momentum-wise, it certainly is in the hands of VP. They absolutely wrecked Inferno, a map that we thought could be a whole lot closer. Cash was a bit closer, but VP ended up just being the better team overall, and now Mirage. Oh, it's too tough to call as far as I'm concerned. I think momentum goes the way of VP, but I mean, there's no reason Tempo Storm couldn't just bounce back themselves.
I mean, here's the thing. Hin1 needs to wake up. I mean, this is where he needs to shine with this op because, I mean, this is a very op-heavy map. Snax has been going all over the place with it. Neo, he's been doing great things with the op as well. I mean, anytime someone's touched, they seem to have had an impact. So it's one of those things where this is where he needs to shine. I mean, Bolt Steel seems to be playing pretty well. You know, Phelps started off Cash slow, but picked it up, got back to where he needed to be. And, of course, he had a great first couple of maps. He's had a great tournament. So you're seeing that some of the pieces are there. They're just not coming together at the same time right now for Tempo Storm. They're on the verge of once again winning another huge series and putting themselves in their first finals they've been in. I mean, yeah, they've been just tearing it up in the NA scene in some online tournaments and winning some of those, but they haven't ever been in a position like this in a LAN tournament. So if they can get themselves there, that would be just like a whole new stepping stone for them in their journey.
For sure, and I think the determining factor is well on Cash, because it's important to remember that at one point, it looked as though Tempo Storm were going to take it 3-1. They were 12-6 up. They, after the first half, were looking in a commanding lead, but then Pasha at 12-6 pushes mid-garage on CT side, picks up 4 kills, and then from there on out, it was just one-way traffic. It was all the way of VP. So that was the determining factor. If they end up winning this final, and it just ends up being a landslide Mirage victory, I think that could have been the moment where it shifted back in their favor.
I think that's just a great example of VP getting back to their roots in this series. I mean, when they were playing Train, they looked so timid. Like, they weren't really doing their aggressive pushes on the T side that they're used to. They weren't really playing that style that you know them for. Here in the last couple of maps, so they've been right back to, you know, what you expect from them, right? Just absolutely pushing it down your throat and making you pay for any mistakes that you make. And now they've gotten themselves into a Game 5 situation here. Again, it's Mirage, it's common ground, it's where both teams like to play. And what a fitting way to end it on a map like this one. I can't wait to see how this is going to develop, as we are, I think, going to have some type of knife round probably to decide who's going to get side choice first.
Yes, I'd imagine so. As this was the last map remaining, so it's not as if either team picked it for themselves, but it looks as though it's been a grueling affair between the players. They're probably starting to get really tired. I'd imagine they've been on there for, what, 4 or 5 hours now?
Yeah, absolutely.
At this point, so we've had a couple of pauses, a couple of delays as well. But this is where you have to step it up to the next gear. You know, this is where experience could definitely prove to be the determining factor as well, because, of course, VP coming into this game by far have more experience than Tempo Storm do.
Yep. You also have to take a note that in this tournament, at least, VP's had their struggles on Mirage. They barely beat Splice 16-14. They did, in fact, lose to Hellraisers on Mirage 14-16. Meanwhile, we did see Tempo Storm. They got that Mirage win, I believe, against Dignitas. I think that's correct. And they looked a lot more confident on it in that. So we'll have to see if that plays into this, as this is Game 5, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start off with the knife round. Anything tricky here you want to do? You want to throw down some bars or something like that? Or
no, I don't.
Got nothing?
I don't have it in me to be a rap god like Sadikist. I'll let the knifing do the talking. Obviously, not the biggest knife round in the game right now, I would say. Obviously, you do want to be starting on the CT side, but it's not super one-sided either way, this map. And terrorist sides can certainly get a lot of bang for their buck when it comes to aggressing onto sides, especially the likes of Virtus Pro. There we go, it all comes down to this. We have been through trials and tribulations for both teams. VP got battered on the first 2 maps, including their choice of Train. If you just joined us, it was 16-7 on Train. One of the worst performances that VP have ever had on T side of Train, I think it's safe to say. But since then, they had a pretty solid T half, although wasn't really required that many rounds for them because they wrecked the CT half so hard. But then on Cash, their T performance looked a whole lot better. So that should put them in good shape here for Mirage.
Yeah, so, need to see them doing well here on the T side. Again, they are one of those teams that really do like to use that mid control, keep Bialy parked outside the A-bomb site, be able to use different players towards up to be apartments like Taz and then Opper or something. Whoever that op may be, could be Snacks, could be Neo, never really know at this point. Yeah. Looking to get control of that middle. They can just, do these aggressive splits with that, putting heavy numbers through the connector, maybe falling some players back once they have control and just splitting you through, the Palace and the ramp and connector all at the same time. And this is another one of the maps, I would say this is their third map in line. I think Train's really up there. Cash has been really up there. Obviously, they won Cash. They lost Train. But this is the next map, I believe, that VP is going to be the most comfortable on, especially on the Terror side, getting those big numbers that you expect out of this team.
All right, here we go, ladies and gents. We are into the final map, the first pistol round. There can only be one winner. And the winner of this moves their way through to the grand finals tomorrow to face off against SK. That in itself was a pretty big upset when they beat Hellraisers 3-0. Again, both teams opting for a bit of utility. Double smokes for Tempo Storm. There was a couple smokes for VP. I think they've just been thrown onto the B site, but this is looking like a fake. Look where that bomb is. It's still lurking in Palace from Virtus Pro. Taz and Bialy will be coming out, but the headshots come in thick and fast from Tempo Storm. Three in quick succession. Out like a light go VP. And it's all well and good Snacks being on B side, but the bomb's on A, and Tempo Storm know it.
Well then, that is one way to start game 5.
It sure is, and that's one way for Tempo Storm to stop the curse of these last two maps that have gone against them. Remember, when they won their first two maps, they started off at a 5-0 advantage. They were unable to do that on the two maps they lost. So if they can get the 5-0 lead again, this is doable.
Yeah, so it's just that Bolts and Phelps duo on the A-bomb side, much like on the A-bomb side on Cash, just being able to deliver a couple of frags apiece, and now it is going to be 1-0. Virtus Pro, quick to buy up here onto some Tech 9s and armor. Didn't get a bomb plant in that round. Didn't even really get into the site very much. So we'll see if they can't force up and put one through. 3 players gathered up here outside of A main. A couple looking to push middle.
VP still flirting with the idea of going back onto mid. Snacks and Pasha have a decision. They can go through into B-apps and try and fake this again. You can go underpass, maybe get a 2-pronged attack through on connector. There are options available with a minute and 20. 3 smokes. So VP have committed quite a bit into this round alongside the Kev lot. First smoke will connect into window. And now this allows the underpass play to come to fruition. They don't have to worry about anyone spraying them down from the window side. The smokes are landing all across the site now. And VP are just a couple seconds away from pulling the trigger and aggressing into N1. There's the first headshot. Going to get himself 2 as well. He's down to 20, but it's more than good enough as Bolts is going to rain fire with his FAMAS. 2 kills half came back-to-back from Snacks. He's going to keep this round interesting.
And B's open, actually, because he's the one who pressed through that with the P250. So that bomb, you can see it tracking through the B apartments to actually be able to get in there and get a plant. Snacks just double-checking, making sure that everything here in the market is actually taken care of. And so the bomb will work its way in. Phelps begins to make his way over. So it looks like a bomb plant is certainly going to happen for Virtus Pro, but whether or not they'll be able to halt the retake's a different question.
Of course, we have the benefit of being able to see the minimap. If VP knew that this bomb site was open, they'd just charged that bomb straight in, but they had to be very careful, and Phelps has played this one to perfection. He's going to peek round, he's going to stop that bomb from going down. Can he get the second spray? Yes, he can. And Tempo Storm will keep the pressure applied 2-0.
And I was actually mistaken there. Snacks didn't clear out B. He had come through window, so he had to help clear out B, which gave Phelps enough time to get in position to stop that bomb plant. So great job there from Tempo Storm to prevent that from happening. And now this should be the easier round win for them, as VP shouldn't have much into this one. In fact, you see them having bought absolutely nothing, just Glocks.
Yep, not even a single grenade picked up. Probably hoping to rush out onto the A site to see if we can get a bomb plant, but other than that, it's going to be yielding nothing really for VP. And this is getting in towards deja vu territory now, Tempo Storm. They seem to close out when they start well, and there's Bolts with his Deagle. Snacks was no match for him with his Glock. But here comes the push. And judging from the fact that N1's actually watching ramp and they have a player on stairs, this bomb could get planted, he goes for the kills instead, and that's completely fine. VP, this is pretty much what they set up for. They wanted the bomb plant, they get it. That means they have a much more bolstered attack going through into round number 4.
So there is the 3-0 start from Tempo Storm. They did so without really losing any members in the past couple of rounds. That one was a perfect one. They're going to keep those two FAMAS in play on Lucas and Phelps. M4's out in the Bolton Showtime. Hit one with the op right away. He's had a good start with 4 kills. See if he can work it with the opposite. Will be Snacks taking it here for Virtus Pro. See where he wants to take it. Looks like he's going to take it towards upper B, which is where Showtime is usually going to be playing with the rifle with Lucas.
Instead, opting to go for more of a catwalk-centric defense. So not going into the B app side, which, strangely enough, may actually have saved their life. We saw against VP when they really struggled against Hellraisers that it was Oscar who pushed up B apps with his AWP that did so much damage. So this may be a part of the map where they are a little bit vulnerable.
Look at this. Phelps aggressive on the A-ramp. He was doing this a lot against Ignitas earlier in the tournament. Won him a couple of rounds by doing plays like this. Bialy, normally the guy here to deal with that type of stuff. Taz also actually inside Pal, so they're a little bit A-heavy here. Looks like they want to split this A bomb side through middle. Already a couple players making their way up connector.
Oh, there's 2 players going down ramp as well from Tempo Storm, and they're right up in the face of VP. The bomb carrier of Neo was nearly in the firing squad as well, but he does manage to just back away through the T spawn. Meanwhile, Showtime lays down the hammer onto Pasha. The numbers starting to get thinned out for VP. They still have themselves a smoke, a molly, and a flashbang. They find themselves a player down, and with 35 seconds, they've got to push through connector. That's where the bomb is for Neo. He's still a bit worried in case there's a player looking through window. They also have to be very cautious in case someone peeks up from short. Lucas close range gets executed from Neo. And now this is going to open up things nicely. If Taz gets that kill, it's looking so good. But by him falling down, Neo now is in such a bad position. 15 seconds, he has to try and make something happen out of nowhere. And he's going to get picked off, at least from his perspective, though. It's before the end of time, so he's not going to end up getting smashed economically as well. But this is a great start for Tempo.
Certainly is. It's just that aggression A-ramp completely just, you know, puts a stop to any plans VP had. They were wanting to split that A-bomb site, but then the bomb got into danger. He had to back up towards middle, and it just kind of caused Virtus Pro to have to try to scramble to come up with something on the fly, and it just wasn't enough. Tempo Storm defending very well. And now they have VP on the pistols, and one going to be over here towards middle, going to put the incendiary behind the mid boxes. Players like to cross there with this Fat Cat smoke, so he gets a little bit of damage off, and Phelps will finish that off with a nade.
Smoking connector, he's not going to get punished while he had the smoke out. This time, not just Glocks for VP. A labored kill, but a kill nonetheless for Phelps, and he's going to add another one, another notch to his belt. Neo, in the meanwhile, puts him down with authority with a P250 from jungle, but only 15 health to his name. And judging by Tempo Storm's positions, I mean, they are circling him. The question really is, not is Neo going to die, but who's going to kill him? And the answer is Showtime. 5-0, we've seen this before. VP have lost maps when in this position earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like Tempo Storm have hit a whole new level at this point, at least to start this thing off, but will they be able to keep it up? That's the thing. I mean, Virtus Pro, again, very good T-sided team, especially on maps like Mirage, so I certainly could see them getting right back into the snacks. We'll have the op once more. Looks like he wants to take it over toward the 8-bomb site this time around. He's going to go ahead and throw out some type of smoke there for the back of Cat to allow those riflers at middle to begin to cross. But look at this, Phelps getting aggressive at underpass this time, so really changing it up. Hardly ever see this from him.
It's a very intelligent play, though, realizing that VP probably going to slow things down. They've tried the aggressive pushes, they've been completely repelled.
And look at the rotating causes. Already 3 members of Tempo Storm rotating to A.
And Phelps could actually get rewarded as well. I don't think anyone's going to look down. He could have them line up from there's the first one. Oh, nearly gets a second as well. He pop flashing, re-peeking again. And that cost him his life. Maybe there's a call there just to back away. You've got the kill, you've got the information. Why go for a 1-for-1 trade?
That's certainly a fair question to ask. Maybe he was looking for a bit more, but didn't need it. Could have just, you know, made sure they were held in place. Now that causes Showtime to have to go back to B because he has to be concerned that they could be rerouting this area, and Neo is going to be there, causing a presence, keeping him in place, but it looks like they still want to go A with this, but now they're causing Tempo Storm to move around. Not quite confident anymore it's going to be an A execute.
That's the thing, if Phelps survives and he just backs over towards where Showtime was instead, they could have kept 4 players on A or 1 in mid. to change the entire dynamic of how this round is playing out. Now, Tempo Storm may still hold this down to perfection on the A side, but it got a lot closer than needs be off just a greedy play. 25 seconds, Neo with the AWP looking to peer through. This time it's on Showtime. He's managed to get himself around the back of this. Could be an absolute slaughter. No one's checking behind them. He's going to bide his time waiting. There's the first kill. Taz is the next one on the chopping block, and now Pasha is going to fall. Great play from Tempo Storm. You've got to love how they're playing passive, but then also aggressive on the B side simultaneously.
Yeah, so well done. Even though Phelps did get caught there, Showtime was still able to press through upper B. He was able to kind of read Neo, who was throwing some flashes at B, but he heard Neo back off, and so he began to make that flank through. Spawn, you can see him here. There wasn't even any communication after Neo went down. Taz didn't have time to react, so he gets 2 out of that. And that's another big round from Tempo Storm. Now they're up 6-0, and now there's no ops for VP. A couple guys just on Tech 9s, in fact. They're trying to go heavy middle. Hidden One's going to be here with the op, and there's no smoke to block his vision, but he misses the shot.
Gets the second one, though, and it's still tapping through. P250 out, but it's going to be Bolton, Lucas, Showtime as well, and we've seen this before. Tempo Storm just hammering players left, right, and center. Nice frag from Bialy. Maybe just a drop in the ocean. Look where the bomb is as well. Nothing easy about this round from Bialy's perspective. At least the time isn't low. But now the CT swarming on the bomb. And VP, after such a strong performance on Inferno and Cash, just slipping away again.
It really feels that way. I mean, if anyone was concerned that Tempo Storm might be out of it mentally after losing 2 maps in a row, I think that's been settled, that they're just fine. And so yeah, if they can keep this up, not only will they win a huge series, but then they will just prove their composure, right? To be able to get through those last 2 maps, to weather the storm, keep mentally checked in, and still find the victory nonetheless. And now Showtime will have his op to play at B as well. They like to do this double op setup a lot, and now he'll be able to have it in his hands. Meanwhile, VP, what do they have at this point? Just a couple of AKs. Now their third does come in there at the last minute, and a fourth.
The thing is, Dust, as well, they have 8 kills after 7 rounds collectively, VP. 8 kills is all they have right now.
Yeah, these rounds haven't been close.
They've been complete slaughters. And for a team like VP, that typically, if you get rounds, you're going to have to really bite down and fight and scrap for every kill you get. This is so unlike them. Bolts now with 2. Phelps comes in, but it's just another spray down. It's easy for Tempo Storm. Make it even easier. Phelps just turns his attention to Palace. The full answer frags. Phelps with 2, Bolts with 2 as well. Phelps with 3, pardon me, and 8-0. Timeout. Timeout call from VP.
They can't even get to the top of A ramp. I mean, we've seen Phelps or Bolts pushing that a couple of times now. They just deny Virtus Pro even the ability to think about getting entries onto the A-bomb site. And they can't get anything going for them. I mean, it's just Tempo Storm just closing down on Virtus Pro right now. I mean, maybe there was a little bit of struggles in the last couple of matches, how they found themselves here, but now that we are on Mirage, I mean, Tempo Storm are taking control of the game, and they haven't looked back, not a single time. Even whenever we saw something that looked a little bit questionable, Phelps overextending a bit maybe, they still recovered from it. And here you see it, Bolts and Phelps, that pairing at A, they've been excellent.
How demoralizing must this be for VP as well? You battle back tooth and nail to take us from a 2-0 to a 2-2. You've put all your energy in, and then suddenly you get to the 5th map, a map that you're comfortable on, and then you just get wrecked 8-0. And every round has been a blowout. I think they only got 1 kill in the last round, so now you're looking at what? I think 9 kills in 8 rounds instead. This is so unlike VP. It's crazy.
Yeah, and of course they're still not even aware of that op being in Showtime's hands at B, so they don't even have a read on that yet because it wasn't used in the previous round. You look at the scoreboard here. I mean, Lucas is 3-1 because he hasn't had to do anything. It's just been mostly the Phelps and Bolt show, and One's also done his job when he was needed. There you see Phelps on the screen, just chatting with his team. They're just making sure that everything stays in order.
Seems very animated, whereas when we were looking at the VP players, everyone fairly subdued, understandably. But he's a guy that we actually highlighted on the build-up to this map. We said he's gone quite quiet. He had a great performance on Dust 2, which seems forever ago now. I'm sure it does for the players as well. But since then, went a bit quiet. But hey, he's been stepping up with a vengeance here. Stats from this match, there you go, 20 for 25. When you consider that his performance on Dust 2, he got a huge amount of kills. I'm not entirely sure that was correct, by the way.
No, that was definitely
There's no way
not
he's got
even in
20.
the ballpark.
I'm pretty sure he got more than 20 kills on Dust 2 alone.
Yeah. But, I mean, yeah, again, he's been the guy to step up for this team lately. I mean, everyone's been hyping him up as being this next star player from the Brazilian region for people to keep their eyes on. And he's living up to that name in this tournament for sure.
Stats from this match. I'm trying to figure out which maps that is because I think he's already got like half those kills on this map.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. Let's just get on to this next round. Yeah, that's where we need to be.
Those stats are all from the past. What we need to focus on is whether VP can make this a competitive Mirage or if they're going to go out with a Whimper. The smoke in connector does connect, but so does Showtime. Just pistols in play for VP. I'll be looking towards round 10 to make things change in their favor. The problem with that, though, is in best case scenario, it's a 9-6 halftime scoreline, and we know that the CT sides have been fairly shaky today. Phelps with 2 kills, from strength to strength for him. It is an eco bash. Well, you can only beat what's put in front of you. Then one AWP shot. That's all she wrote for VP in round 9. Cruise control for Tempo Storm.
Yeah, they're just skating through at this point, but that was a save, of course, from Virtus.pro. So here's what they were really talking about. So you will see them make their buy now. Snacks will have the op once more. He does have a spawn to perhaps go towards. He doesn't really have a great mid spawn, so I'm not really sure what he's going to be looking to do. Looks like he will be heading over here towards upper B. Looks like he maybe wants to try to duel out Showtime, who will probably have his op on the van.
Oh, the trades back and forth. Snacks avenging Neo. The other thing as well, that the fact that no one from VP is even mounting any kind of big score means they can't even rest on anyone's shoulders. Like, everyone's performing poorly.
Absolutely. As I mean, an even trade there for VP. So that's actually one of the better openings they've had onto a round. So they're still pretty spread out. They do have some players at top mid. Bialy still over here outside of A. The bomb just thrown back for now, waiting to see if they can find something. Bialy just making sure no one's going to be pushing him. Palace. Snack still looking to see if he can't find Showtime. There's a smoke. It begins to fade out. Both players missed their shot.
2 AWPs in play. Still the barrel of the gun just peeked through for a split second there for Snacks. I think he saw that. Definitely saw where the HE was from. He knows exactly where Showtime is. At Showtime, using that grenade, does scamper away back to the site. VP have actually used all their smokes now, so they're going to have to rely on Molotovs and flashes to extend out onto the B side.
Do have Pasha attacking the connector, so he can be able to cut off some rotates, but it all comes down to this execute, and Showtime on a nice position gets the first kill.
Very nicely done. That alleviates some pressure, but there's Taz applying it again. Taz for the second kill. He's going to try and turn this one back around for VP. After the pause comes in, here's the magic of the pause going to come good. Once again, Taz is not going to get the bomb planted. Bialy is there afterwards, and Pasha is snaking his way round into Kitchen. It's all on N1. Gets tagged, look for the flick shot, but there's Pasha and VP have finally introduced themselves back to Mirage. And hopefully, from the neutral's perspective, that's the first of many. Tempo Storm, though, 9 rounds in a row, easy rebuy.
Yeah, definitely so. Really well done there from Taz. He had, I mean, 2 of his only 3 kills in the game right then and there. Very well done. Help move that along. Pasha also had great positioning in that connector, able to get that flank off and secure the round, but Tempo Storm still so much cash, because again, these rounds haven't even been close that they've been winning, so the double op is right back into effect. No aggression this time from Tempo Storm at middle or underpass, but they are once again pressing that A ramp. This time there will be no one there to greet them, but it'll give them some information.
The flash is out, allow some control for Tempo Storm. I love how aggressive they are on their CT side. Really entertaining to watch. Meanwhile, Showtime is pushing up on the B side of things as well. So information scanner, then one will secure the first kill for the Brazilians. Boost in from VP allows Taz to get a little bit of information across back to the poles.
Looks like Lucas is wise to it, though. Look at him. He's parked out here just waiting for this type of play.
Yeah, absolutely knows that mid-control was given up, so it's very possible. And there's Showtime for a second. In fact, his first, pardon me, it's the 2 AWPs. Both got a kill apiece. But the amount of impact both those kills have had, I mean, the aggression hasn't even had a chance to start so far, Dust.
Yeah, it's the thing where Tempo Storm pushed, but they fell back. But it kept, you know, Virtus.pro guessing, are they still there or not? So it's causing them to have to play this a lot slower, and it's just Tempo Storm getting the kills now.
Bialy knows there's a player around the balcony. That molly's good, but they can't follow up on it, so Phelps can easily just hop on up the ladder. Neo, meanwhile, puts him down. Bjarly comes in, and suddenly this is very real, very possible. N1 on the CT boxes. Neo's going to look to plant the bomb. It's the two AWPers. They started off this round so well, and they could finish it well as well. Showtime with the first one. N1 can't come in to avenge his teammate because of the smoke. He's looking, he gets the kill to Neo, and VP have just been knocked down several levels.
Oh my.
The round loss bonus has been reset. Their economy is not going to be great. And more importantly for Tempo, they've already hit double digits on their CT side. And VP are known for their T aggression on Mirage.
Absolutely. I mean, it looked like they were going to get that one. They had a couple of nice kills. And I mean, you're playing a 2v2, you're having to retake with 2 ops. It's not an easy task, but N1 hits a nice reaction shot there, jumping up on top of the boxes. And so VP, they're right back to just Tech-9s, and Tempo Storm can make this half even more dominant at this point. Phelps up to 17 kills. N1 also doing well with the op. And now they're pushing mid. I don't know if Pasha spotted that.
Oh, he gets flashbang. So right now, all he can see is a snowstorm that's descended on him personally. That will lift soon. But so will Showtime. Lift his aim towards the window. Finds himself Taz. Can hear the pitter-patter of footsteps. Lucas with a double, both headshots. And it's just too easy for Tempo Storm. Fair enough, it was a Tech-9 Kevlar buy. It wasn't great. But this entire half has looked simple.
Yeah, and at this point, VP are never going to have Tempo Storm saving anyway. Even if they were to win out the half, they're always going to be up against full guns. Now Showtime even has an auto sniper in play. And yeah, you can see everyone just playing so well here. 11, 11, 13, and then Phelps up there at 18. Lucas just with 5, but again, he hasn't had to do anything. It's not like he's playing badly. It's just that everyone else is just destroying Virtus Pro all across the board. As VP are looking to set up at A, maybe doing something a little bit faster this time, but look at this, Phelps is able to push him in and get the information.
Expending quite a bit of utility, though, behind the boxes on the off chance that someone was there from VP. Of course, we have the benefit of knowing that no one was there because all 5 players from VP looking to aggress on the A site. Maybe an air of desperation now. Just deciding, okay, let's go for that aggression that we're known for. Neo already threw into jungle. A pretty key kill. Then one is dead and buried. A spray coming through. These smokes are on point as well from VP. There's no easy way of getting back onto the site. Pasha, if he can get this kill, it's going to be good for VP. Surviving's also pretty solid play. Tempo Storm have the auto sniper. It's not the greatest weapon to retake with, but Lucas with his M4 will put down Bjarly. Neo's next up. Phelps with a beautiful frag onto Pasha. He's going to turn his attention towards jungle, but it's going to be Snacks and Neo. Bolts is holding down the site. Someone peek in 1 second. Oh, he just about gets killed in time. That was so close, half a second away from a defuse, but VP have got their second round on their T-half.
That would have been an absolute heartbreaker if that defuse would have come through and Tempo Storm would have put up the 12th round. So VP, they finally get themselves a little bit of something here at the very end, but can they build on that? Or is that the best they're going to get? As that op still in N1's hands, everyone fully decked out, M4s and full utility. N1 going to be heading out to mid with the AWP. Virtus Pro again setting up for an A execute. And again, we are going to see an aggressive position from Tempo Storm on the A ramp. Will they hold VP off from even getting into A site once more? They've done it a couple of times already.
Go for the flash again, lands in the face of Taz, but fortunately for him, Bjarly, good guy Bjarly, had his back. Taz down to 2 though. Oh, look at this, aggression from Lucas. Right up mid, fears no man. Kill for him, just cheekily back on off.
Absolutely, so just even the numbers right back up. So I mean, VP fortunate they've been using kind of a double A setup on default to have a trade there to prevent that push from having too much impact, but then it's just Lucas getting out mid. But VP still looking to hit A at some point. Snacks gonna be here, and Palace, everyone else outside of the A ramp. Phelps playing on top of the balcony. But it's a 2-2 split. The rotate will actually be a little bit far off here for Tempo, so one of these B-bomb site players. So these guys need to hit their shots. I believe that's Phelps and then N1 in the spawn with the op.
Just an incendiary really in the hands, and N1 gets caught switching weapons, but so does Snacks. Phelps with a second. He's done so much work. He manages to navigate his way into Shadow. Being tricky to deal with. Oh, here comes Showtime with his double spray. He's been eerily quiet, but he's starting to make a case for himself again as well. 13 for 5. Phelps 21 and 6. Nobody with more kills than deaths on the side of VP.
I mean, and it's again Phelps making a play. N1 goes down. He was trying to actually opt through connector, so he gets blindsided by that push up the A ramp. It forces Phelps to make a play as his rotate is very far away, and he gets it done. He gets 2 kills, and then even just that little maneuver down the ladder to stay alive a couple of seconds more is a couple of seconds to allow Showtime to get into the jungle and be in position to get the kills that he delivered upon. So now it's Tippo Storm up 12-2. It's the last round of the half, and Virtus.pro are going to have to play it with just some Tech 9s and armor, and they haven't been converting these type of rounds at all, so this is not looking good.
Set play onto A, coming to fruition. Smokes on CT box, on jungle, on stairs. First kill goes their way. It's the P250, wants to get towards the M4, but that Molly actually stops him. He can't get to the M4 right now, and Neo in the meanwhile is going to get that plant. Looking good so far from VP, but the retake is going to be a very real threat to deal with for Virtus.pro. If they can get a couple more kills out of this and convert it across to some assault rifles, and it's doable. Bialy's using an off angle. He's got his sights head height. Beautiful position from Bialy. Showtime had no chance. N1 now, though. It's his moment to shine, potentially. And Lucas, the twins, all that remain for Tempo Storm. Snacks will be watching the close angle. Oh, that grenade can actually kill him. No, it doesn't. He survives and gets the kill. Now it's up to N1. Can he pull off the hero plays? Missed 2 shots. He's missed the 3rd, and that's going to cost him his life. And VP will at least get 3 rounds out of this half. The question comes in, Dust. Is that good enough?
Probably not. I mean, if we're 100% honest, I mean, maybe it gives you a little bit of confidence, but I mean, Tippo Storm still has a commanding lead, but we will get to the conclusion of this game in just a few moments. But first, a quick break.
And welcome back for the final time tonight, ladies and gents. It's the second half. VP got wrecked on their T side. They only got 2 first kills. That's a stat that they're going to be very disappointed by in the entirety of their T half. It's they're 12-3 behind, and this is the 5th and final map of the semi-finals, the Season 9. And the winner of this plays SK. There's not much else to say. I think we're about to jump into the second half. Phelps played godlike. He had 3 players almost had, I think, 100 ADR or over. I think Phelps had like 135 plus. So he has just been ridiculous. But here we go. We're into the second half. VP need a miracle. And the first one of those is going to be this pistol round. They've got 2 HGs in play. They've got a smoke and a flash. But Tempo Storm are setting up for a fast A execute.
Absolutely. And there's 3 players at B right now. There's only 1 player at this A-bomb site. That's going to make things very difficult on Virtus.pro.
It certainly is. The HE over onto the CT boxes. Won't land anyone. It's going to be a retake, a full retake from Virtus.pro. They're tapping out. They're saying, okay, fair enough. You've got the bomb planted. Now let us retort back in kind. The strength in numbers. They've got 3 or 4 players in the CT. Sport with that flashbang destroys all of them. Phelps can't get any more than 1. Lucas and Bolts are coming in, though. And this has gone horribly wrong for VP. They desperately needed this round. Snacks and Taz, though, may have something else to say about Snacks with a beautiful one-tap. The drive-by is real. But N1 is still alive, and he's got himself the first kill. He can just back away. There's no defuse kit, so Snacks is going to have to be in this for the long haul. He's going to hold on to it. He's still got himself. He's got the kit. Now